Volume 2. Chapter 100, Bullet Taxi. Chapter 100, Bullet Taxi. Who? So what happened here? At Sunggu's question, one of the roused next to Haesol spoke. You. You don't know the half of it. It started at the Sadon station, then the nearby dungeons broke in succession. Currently, the entire city of Seoul is in a state of emergency. I'm not sure which guild you are from. At a glance, they could tell Sunggu's combat ability was extraordinary. With this much skill, he should be a famous high-rank roused. However, his face was unfamiliar to them, so they carefully asked Sunggu the question. At the man's words, Sunggu acted like his usual self. He let out a laugh. It seemed that more than one dungeon had experienced a break. Even now Sunggu could hear sounds of explosions and guns. It tickled his ears. Amongst the words spoken to him, there was a word that bothered him. The Sadon station broke? Yes. It was the first one to break. Hammer Guild was nearby, so it looked as if it would be resolved pretty quickly. However, after the dungeon break of the first 6-star dungeon, a 5-star dungeon and a 4-star dungeon broke one after another. It seems they are still trying to settle the situation. There were numerous entrances to the subway stations, and there was an equal amount of dungeons to the exits. 3 consecutive dungeons had broken nearby, and it would take some time to clear the monsters. Moreover, Sadon Station was the epicenter of the breaks. The stations around the region broke. No matter where one turned, one ran into a monster. His family was there. Ms. Haesol. I'll have to go to Sadon. Understood. It was only a distance of 1 station away. Sunggu quickly started to run. Star. Hammer Guild's headquarters near Sadon Station. This was a high-rise building built after the dungeon break, so it was built like a steel fortress. It could prevent most monsters from entering. From the ground floor up to the 3rd floor, thick steel doors descended to cover all the doors and windows. It stopped the encroaching gray wolves. It had also been designated as an emergency shelter. Hurry, hurry. Run. The roused of the Hammer Guild was trying to urge and protect the civilians. One could see gray wolves closing the gap behind them. Hammer Guild's president Park Sang-go stepped forward. High HP. He spread both his hand. It created wind pressure and a gale swept across the wolves, sending them flying. Korea's best wind mage, Park Sang-go, let out a yell. Hurry up and run. The civilians quickly headed towards the building. Park Sang-go mumbled to himself as he saw the swarm of monsters. What the hell? How could such a thing happen? Was this caused by the whim of the dungeons? Or were the dungeons starting to change? This didn't fit in with the established convention regarding dungeon breaks. Already cleared and completed dungeons were breaking. Amongst the civilian, Park Sang-go's eyes picked out a familiar face. Mr. Young Minchan. President. They hadn't parted on good terms. Minchan faced his ex-boss, and he gestured his hand towards Woojin's mother, sister, and Sunggu's family. They had accompanied him. Please head on ahead. Go. What about you, Vice President? I'll follow you all soon. Civilian were of no help in this situation. They had stopped, because Park Sang-go had called out to Minchan, who had worked in the same workplace as him. Heyman led his family and the guild's families towards the shelter of the Hammer Guild. Geez. There was bitter taste in Park Sang-go's mouth. An ambivalent feeling swirled around his eyes as he looked at Minchan. They were of the same age, and Minchan had been an exceptional employee. It seemed the bull under him had been too small to contain him. He used to be a team leader, yet he had climbed to the position of vice president after moving to Allendale. It's dangerous here. Please go on ahead. Yes. Our guild's roused will join us here soon. Park Sang-go let out a snort of disbelief. Wasn't Allendale Guild basically a one-man team of Woojin? He was still in the Middle East, so how could he come here? Aside from him, there was a rank B roused named Hong Sunggu, and an ex-military roused, who had just joined them. Roused of those caliber were overflowing inside the Hammer Guild. The roused from his company around Park Sang-go were at least rank B. It's all right. Hurry up and go in. Yes. I'll do so. Civilians would only get in the way if they stayed. The civilians could help them by evacuating to safety and staying put. Chat. If only Jinwoo was here. The other rank A of the Hammer Guild, Vice President Park Woojin, was at Busan trying to clear a 6-star dungeon. The news of this event was sent to the support team that had been sent along with him, so he should be coming back to Seoul. The move didn't mean much, since they would have already cleared the monsters by the time he got here. It seemed Park Sang-go would have to step forward and fight the monsters with his companies roused. Let's see you run until sweat comes out of your feet. Park Sang-go's words trailed off when he saw the being strolling down the middle of the road. Even if a 6-star dungeon had broken, would a being such as this had popped out? The boss monster shouldn't exist in an already captured dungeon. Even at a glance from a distance, he could tell it was giving of a boss-like energy. Ooh. At the bastard's howl, grey wolves started to saunter out from between the buildings. The lead wolf was gathering its pack. Isn't that one a little bigger than usual? A little bigger is quite the understatement. Park Sang-go frowned as he replied to the roused, who had spoken up next to him. The size of the leader was abnormal compared to a normal grey wolf's. If a normal one was the size of a passenger car, the leader was about the size of a trailer truck. It even had a horn on its head, and it was letting out a very serious vibe. Shit. We have no idea what will pop out next. Get ready to defend and attack. Park Sang-go was a rank A roused. His team consisted of veteran rank B roused. They've experienced going into 6-star dungeons that had yet to be cleared on several occasions. He had taken down several boss monsters that size, so he wasn't afraid. Moreover, he was at an advantage since there was no entrance restrictions. Ururung. With the leader at the center, the wolves charged forward in a structured formation. Whirlwind. Hoo-ooing. Park Sang-go's nickname was the Wind Mage. As befitting of his nickname, the Wind Mage immediately casted his magic towards the running wolves, broke their formation. The guild's physical roused ran towards them with their weapons out. SSSSkook, Kwajik. Kwang, Kung, Dot. Get bent, please. There were sporadic fights breaking out in various places. Hammer Guild had the most roused, but there were a good number of roused from the mid-sized guilds. They fought back to back with each other. During all of this, Park Sang-go's attention was solely on the leader of the wolves. If his team and him could occupy this bastard, the cleanup of the monsters would go smoothly. The capital defense units would be here soon. Everything was going well in the battlefield when a variable appeared. Ji-ah-huck. Accompanying the goosebump-inducing screech, bizarre creatures made an entrance. Human-faced bats. If its face looked similar to a human, then it might have been considered cute. Unfortunately, the body was also human-sized. It didn't have a beak, but it used its human-like hands and feet to catch its prey. Then, it would drop the prey to kill it. This was how they hunted. It would be great if they stayed still, while the roused took care of the wolves. It would be a problem if the man-faced bats joined in. In a battle of life and death, the appearance of a distraction could turn the tide of a battle. Shit. Magicians shoot whatever you want. The physical roused will stop the wolves. Park Sang-go yelled loudly, then he glared at the lead wolf, who was standing still. Park Sang-go didn't know what that bastard's aim was. No, he had a hunch. The bastard would jump him if he got distracted. However, if he only focused on the lead wolf, his side would be at a disadvantage. It worried him. It seemed his side would take a lot of damage before the other roused and army showed up. Waruruk. At that moment, a reinforcement that would stabilize the tilting balance of the battle arrived. Didn't I see that face somewhere before? Park Sang-go had a puzzled expression when he saw the magician, who could freely control fire. High HP, dot. Sungu quickly burned 3 human-faced bats. Then he struck the head of a wolf that had run towards him with its mouth open. The power in his punch was unbelievable for a magician. Sungu frowned as he saw the monsters continuously streamed out towards the street. 5-star dungeon slime. The dungeon slimes were crawling towards them, and the bastards couldn't be hurt by physical attacks. They came in all kinds of color and they possessed a horrible poison. Moreover, they were capable of acid attacks. The fact that they showed up in a city was a calamity in itself. If they didn't immediately clear the slimes, it would cause massive damage. Wall of flame. Sungu put strength into his stomach and spoke an incantation with his hand outstretched. Enough magic drained out of him to make him a bit dizzy, and a long wall of flame was erected where Sungu's hand was pointing. Warururuk. The slimes couldn't get close, because of the incredible heat. While they were being held back, the physical roused quickly moved in to kill the wolves and the human-faced bats. Then the magicians would be able to focus their attention on subduing the slimes. Let's work hard. Sungu's action attracted the attention of the roused, after which they began to fight more energetically. Let's stem the flood. The Capital Defense Command's helicopters appeared in the sky. When aroused, the evacuated civilians inside the Hammer Guild's building and the civilian trapped inside other buildings saw the helicopters. They all let out a cheer. The mood of the battle was shifting when it happened. The lead wolf moved. Earth is a very fun place. The word that came out of the wolf's mouth burrowed into the surrounding people's head. This was a form of communication that transcended language as its intent was delivered to the humans. Everyone became confused, and few even let out an astonished shout that was closer to a scream. It's a talking wolf? This will be a fun hunting ground. He had been observing. He wanted to see how the humans on Earth fought. He had a good idea what they were doing. Moreover, he knew how to fight them. Tronet's 72 commanders. His name was Juriel of the second step, and he possessed 2 thrones. He laughed happily. He would become stronger by hunting. Then, he would challenge the 3rd step. The ambient mana on Earth was starting to rise, so all he could do was dedicate his body into forming on Earth. That was his limit. Even a 3rd step using 100% power wouldn't be able to materialize on Earth. His entrance into Earth was perfectly timed. He would occupy the Earth's hunting ground first and seize the opportunity to get stronger. A white light sparkled on the Leadwolf's horn, and it swept through the surrounding. Pa-jeek. Good. He had swept the electric shock in a wide arc. Those with weak resistance died immediately, and even those with high resistance were shaking their head as their bodies trembled. We have to stop it. Sungo's tongue was twisted into a knot. He tried hard to shake off the effect of the shock, but Juliel's second electric shock hit Sungo's body. It wasn't a widely dispersed attack like before. It was a concentrated attack meant for a single person. It was like being struck by a lightning. Ooh-ah! His eyes rolled backwards as the white of his eyes appeared. Then Sungu immediately fell to the ground. Hyung Nim. His thoughts brushed by him like a kaleidoscope. When he accepted his eventual death, a funny thing happened. The first thing he thought about wasn't his parents. It was Woojin. I guess I want to live a little bit more. Sungu wanted to see Woojin. Delicious humans are gathered there. Juliel's gaze headed towards the Hammer Guild's building. Humans. It was where the supply of his energy was gathered. Earth was like heaven for Julil. There weren't any decent 7th circle roused here, so they weren't able to resist against his electric magic. Pyuong, Kwang. The small rocket shot by the helicopter hit its target, but not a single fur on Juliel was harmed. How annoying. Pa-jeek. 2222222. Electric shock detonated from Juliel's horn, and the helicopter lost its sense of direction. It started spinning as it descended. Ah-ooh-hoo. Grey wolves weren't the only monsters gathering from Juliel's summons. The slimes, human-faced bats, and other monsters started to gather. They all submitted to the commander's prestige. Star. Capital Defense Command's emergency war room. Both helicopters we sent have fallen. The ground troops aren't there yet? They will arrive at Sadong Station in 12 minutes. Shit. After the dungeon shock, military personnel were placed around various parts of Seoul. Still, it was impossible to mobilize the troops to each region within several minutes. Moreover, the monsters' rampage had destroyed various roads, and the monsters were still causing havoc. It exacerbated the situation. There is an unidentified object approaching the airspace of Seoul. What? Did a flying monster show up? It's something different. The officer read the radar, and he replied haltingly. By looking at its speed, it seems to be a missile. What? The commander's face crumpled into a frown. Which crazy bastard had shot a missile towards Korea? China? North Korea? Or was it Japan? 2 minutes until target is over Seoul. Please authorize an intercept. It was an unidentified missile. In the end, the most important thing was to stop it. I'll allow it. The missile defense system is being activated. The missile must be an ICBM. The ICBM was already almost over the Seoul skyline. Just by looking at the trajectory, one could tell the missile had re-entered from the Earth's atmosphere. How far did they launch it from? They couldn't do anything about the damage that will be caused from the shock wave of the explosion and the fragments of the missiles that would rain down. Still, if they delayed any longer, the shock wave would completely devastate Seoul. If they failed to intercept it, Seoul might be wiped off the map. We've successfully shot it down. The red dot on the radar disappeared. Star. Sungu was lying down on the floor, looking up into the sky. After seeing the very clear sky, he thought it wasn't a bad day to die. In a strange way, it comforted him. The electric shock must have messed with his brain. Sunggu was blankly staring into the sky when he saw a dot in the sky. He had taken reinforcement stones like snacks, so his eyesight was above average. If he focused, his eyesight was comparable to a binocular. Sunggu's gaze focused in on the dot. It looked like a missile, and there were several fighter jets trailing behind it. The problem was the missile was falling from the sky. I guess the government gave up on Seoul. Sunggu really thought this was what had happened. He thought the government wanted to take care of the monsters with a single missile strike. Kwon. However, ANIT ballistic missiles shot from the surface intercepted the unidentified missile. It seemed the ICBM didn't hold any warhead as it broke apart with a loud boom. Only the fragments of the missile started raining down to the ground. Amongst all the debris, there was a man descending from the sky at a breakneck speed. The person was too far away to make out any details, but it seemed the person was falling towards his direction. When the person was almost upon Sunggu, Sunggu's paralyzed lips fell open. Hyung, Nim, dot. The missile flying through the air exploded and Hyung Nim was falling from the sky. Moreover, Hyung Nim didn't have a parachute on his back. Kwa Hung. He fell like a meteor, and the sheer presence of the man made it feel as if an earthquake was happening around them. Everyone's attention was focused on him. Sure. There was a crater in the middle of the road. Kam Woojin walked out as he waved his hand in front of him. Dust was flying everywhere. Sunggu suddenly sat up and he started rubbing his eyes. It really was Kam Woojin. He was supposed to be in the Middle East, yet he was here. Hyung Nim. Did you perhaps ride a missile here? Do you think I rode Rudolph here? Kam Woojin grinned, then looked at the large wolf, Juriel. You are the one running amok? He heard someone was causing breaks one after another. Was this bastard the culprit? Second step Juliel. Of course, they had faced each other before. Juliel's body, which had been relaxed, started to shake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 101, Juliel's Wilderness. Chapter 101, Juliel's Wilderness. What's happened? Let's talk a little bit later. Woojin left Sunggu and headed towards Juliel. Was it you? Were you the one going around and causing dungeon breaks? Woojin's heart ran cold. When he returned after attaching 6 shadows to the terrorists of interest, Holy Maiden Melody informed him of the situation in Korea. Daegu had an unexpected dungeon break. He was quickly getting ready to head back to Korea when he had heard of the broad-scale dungeon breaks in Seoul. When all the news channels were talking about the situation, Woojin decided to catch a ride on a missile. With General David's aggressive support, he was allowed to use a ICBM with its warhead removed. He used Dulcie's ability to cobble together several fighter jets and attach it to the ICBM. He had made a rocket taxi. He didn't need such things like a landing gear. The spirit armor had protected Woojin. This was the reason why Woojin was able to step onto the soil of Seoul within couple hours of the Sadong Station's dungeon break. The existing rules of the dungeon break had been turned on its head, and one of Tronet's commander Juliel was in front of Woojin's eyes. In Woojin's memory, this guy wasn't that strong. They had frequently clashed with each other, but he hadn't been too much of a threat. I don't believe it. Juliel's body shook. That damn Rashmode. Rashmode's chance for using his summon magic had come, so he had materialized on Earth through the summons. However, Rashmode had come back after only a brief time had passed. He hadn't even been able to see the open sky. Juliel kept asking what had happened to him, but Rashmode refused to say anything. Juliel would have never guessed the reason was the immortal. Why the hell are you here? This is my home. How could such a situation occur? Juliel had observed this place for a long time. He watched how the humans of Earth fought, and he observed how much destructive power the modern weapons held. He also had a good idea of the quality of Earth's roused. He had decided to slowly turn this place into his base, but the immortal had suddenly appeared in front of him. How did you cause the break? What bullshit are you spouting? It feels weird to be given bullshit by a dog. Juliel's body shook. Juliel was the leader of the proud Grey Wolf tribe, yet he was being treated like a dog. It was the most insulting words that could have been said to him. Moreover, the immortal have insulted him countless of times before. He was an asshole of the highest order. Did you cause the break? I guess not. Oh ho. You also became initialized. Dot. He was saying the same thing as Rashmode. Ko ha ha ha. You really are a human from Earth. Juliel was in a good mood as he laughed and light started gathering around his horn. The immortal had been initialized, so he hadn't recovered his full power yet. Wasn't this the opportunity to take his revenge? The favor of Tronet is with me. Ko ha ha ha. What nonsense. Woojin frowned as he saw Juliel prepare his lightning magic. Initialization. That damned word. That word grated on his nerves. Woojin's class had become advanced, but he did experience a level down. He was recovering quickly, but it bothered him that Tronet's commanders noticed it. I think you are under a delusion. Woojin took out his warrior's weapon. His steel staff turned into its axe form. Woojin ran towards Juliel. In a blink of an eye, Woojin used sprint to arrive in front of Juliel. If a high schooler became a middle schooler, would that middle schooler lose to an elementary student? Woojin swung his axe and aimed for Juliel's head. Kwang! Juliel came face to face with him. He thrust his horn out and clashed with Woojin. Pa jeek. I knew your arrogance would bring trouble down on your own head. Juliel laughed. The immortal had been the most insolent being on the continent. He was oblivious to his weakened self and he was acting out. This time Juliel would get rid of him once and for all. Kwakwan, pa jeek. A dump truck-sized wolf ran forward. It looked foolhardy for a human to fight the wolf. However, the fight was unexpectedly even. As the fight dragged on, Juliel felt himself being steadily pushed back and felt a sense of desperation inside because of it. Had the immortal always been fighting this good? The bastard was taunting him since he wasn't using any magic. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't using his immortal army, which was considered to be his main source of power. So that's how it is. That bastard has lost his immortal army. Why did this bastard suddenly disappear from planet Alphen? What happened afterwards? The immortal's territory was Allendale. It was a place where the immortal army lived. After he disappeared, the kingdom didn't have a king and there weren't any knights to take the reins. The immortal army wasn't an army at all at that point. The undead monsters just roamed around Allendale now. The immortal had lost all of his underlings. It wasn't appropriate to call him the king of the dead anymore. Ha. The grey wolves charged forward at Juliel's roar. Kururururu. The grey wolves showed their teeth as they growled. Woojin smirked when he saw them. The monsters that had been wandering around were all converging to this location. Woojin intentionally backed away. Juliel thought Kong Woojin was trying to retreat since he was at a disadvantage. He let out a much louder howl and gathered the monsters in the vicinity. There were more than grey wolves here. He was Tronet's commander who possessed 2 thrones. Various monsters, who had submitted to Juliel's authority, gathered at his call. They gathered near where Woojin had fallen and created a crater. A tidal wave of monsters crowded around. Woojin turned to confirm the Hammer Guild headquarters' lower entrance was closing. While Juliel was gathering his underlings, Sungu had received a telepathic message from Woojin. Park Sango and the Hammer Guild roused had all retreated by then. Coo. How does it feel to have the tables turned on you? Juliel would have never thought he would have the opportunity to attack the immortal with numerical superiority, yet it was really happening. The bastard would get exhausted and eventually fall as a cold corpse. He didn't have to do anything. No, he would use his teeth to rip his throat out at the final moment. Had the immortal always felt what he was feeling right now? Why's the dog barking? Dog. I am a member of the proud grey wolf race. A wolf is also a dog. I'm right. Kill him. The monsters reacted to Juliel's ferocious will. The human-faced bats, grey wolves, and other various monsters which had come out of the dungeon headed towards Woojin. Woojin laughed when he saw this. Thank you for gathering all of them for me. The city was too complex, so it was the worst place to track down and hunt prey. Even if a single monster managed to run away into the sewer systems, it would take an additional several days to capture it. Thus, he couldn't help but feel thankful when all the monsters gathered for him. Come out. Pot. At Woojin's call, the black smoke coalesced. All the Death Knights were summoned at once. Take them all down. It's an order from the king. Kiba and the other Death Knights summoned their phantom steeds. Then they simultaneously casted their summoning circles. There was a rip in space as a black crack opened, and the skeleton soldiers under their command jumped out. Keek. The skeleton soldiers made bizarre sounds as they appeared, sweeping across the charging monsters. In a flash, the undead army had swarmed the monsters, and Juliel was taken aback. "Why, you are hiding them. They say dogs are supposed to be smart, yet why are you so dumb?" Woojin leisurely walked towards Juliel using a bloody path opened by the Death Knights. It was humiliating. It was too humiliating that he couldn't speak. He wanted to rip the tricky immortal apart. "Stop moaning like a little bitch and attack me." Woojin approached him as he turned his weapon into a hammer. Juliel quickly set off his thunderbolts. Pa-ji-jeek. The electrical attack spread into the surrounding, but the spirit armor blocked it all. Juliel disappeared from Woojin's sight for a brief moment. When his vision cleared, Woojin readied himself to receive another attack. "What?" Woojin expected him strike out with consecutive attacks, but Juliel was running away. "Wait and see, immortal." He let out the tired words of assurance predicting his next victory, then he ran away into the subway station. It was questionable as to how such a large body could fit into the entrance. Geez. Woojin thought about Juliel's nature, since he had countless of run-ins with him. He really did bark a lot like a dog. They had fought a couple dozens of times, but Woojin could count with his fingers how many times he had managed to kill Juliel. Whenever the bastard was a bit at a disadvantage on planet Alphen, he would turn tail and run. "Tidy up this place. We will uphold your order." The Death Knights renewed their efforts and the corpses of the monsters kept mounting one by one. He wanted to chase after Juliel immediately, but he had to kill all the monsters first while they were bunched up. If they dispersed once again, it would be troublesome to find them. "Hyung Nim. I'll help." When Juliel disappeared, Sungu and the other roused ran out again. "Tururururu." 5 helicopters with machine guns attached to them showed up, and tanks were soon seen on the roads. The soldiers showed up and made a wide perimeter. The tanks shot with their cannons into regions where there were unusually large clusters of monsters. Kwang. The soldiers and the roused in the surrounding joined forces, and the eradication of the monsters took a short amount of time. "We won." The happiness felt from the victory only lasted for a brief moment. "Hoo hook. Mother. Ajin. What will I do without my Ajin?" The civilians, who lost their family or friends, let out a wail. At a glance, most of the monsters in the surrounding had been eradicated. Still, there were still some monsters who hadn't submitted to Juliel's authority left. These monsters were still causing trouble nearby. It would be a while before complete eradication could be achieved. There were a lot of monster corpses on the street, but there were also a lot of human corpses too. This was the calamity caused by the unannounced dungeon breaks. The people gathered at the Hammer Guild's building, which doubled as an evacuation shelter, started to let out an outcry. "Please let me out." "No. It's still dangerous. Please go back in. My daughter is lying there." "At the very least, shouldn't you let me recover my daughter's corpse?" The monsters weren't entirely eradicated, so why were these people making such a ruckus? The Hammer Guild employees were sweating in agony as they tried to assuage the angry civilians. When the shadow of death tightened the noose around their necks, they had run away since their lives were precious to them. However, now that they were assured they would live, sadness became infectious amongst the people. It hit them like a violent storm. However, when Woojin suddenly appeared, the people stopped their outcry as if it had been a lie. When Woojin stepped closer to them, the people started retreating backwards, and a path was automatically formed. When Minchan discovered Woojin, he pushed by the people to come towards him. "President. I guess you are still alive. What about my family? Your mother and sister are all safe." He had been worried when he heard Sadong Station had broke, yet it seemed they were lucky enough to have evacuated. Woojin patted Minchan's shoulder. "All right. I'll leave everything here to you." "What? You don't want to go meet them?" There were too many people crowded here, but Woojin's family was amongst the evacuees. Kang Woojin shrugged his shoulder. "You said they are alive." "Yes. But it's all right then. I'll be back after I chase down that bastard." "Yes, sir." Woojin quickly left the evacuation shelter and Minchan stared blankly at Woojin's figure move away. How could his public and private face be so thoroughly guarded? No. This felt different. His family's life had been on the line and he was overly calm. Minchan shook his head to dislodge that thought. He went back into the throng of people to find Woojin's family, as well as Alandal's guild members. Star. Woojin sent the Death Knights and skeleton soldiers to the summon room and he went into the dungeon by himself. Juliel had quickly run away into this dungeon. The dungeon's secret was that it could be used as a dimensional door. How could a dungeon have an outbreak before the requisite 30 days? The break itself was linked to the balance of the dimensions. If one could freely move between the dimensions, dungeon breaks would be happening all the time. Millions of people would die. Woojin descended the subway station Juliel had run away into. He decided to chase first and ask questions later. When he entered the dungeon, he heard an announcement that was a bit different from the usual one. Geez. Woojin's brows became furrowed. This dungeon itself was Juliel's dimensional domain. It was a bit different from the usual announcement he heard when going through a gate, but he had experienced this once with Rash mode. However, at that time he hadn't been given a choice except the clear mode. I guess I have no choice. In a situation like this, that choice was probably the wisest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Juliel's Wilderness, 2. Chapter 102, Juliel's Wilderness, 2. Woojin opened his point store to see if there were any items regarding this event. The point store had skill books, but it also sold numerous regular books as well. Stewardship of the Dimensional Domain. I guess this is it. It was manual on how to govern a dimensional domain, and the price was 2,000 achievement points. However, it wasn't the price that was a problem. The problem was there was a lock on it, so he wouldn't be able to read it at all. Woojin looked at his stat menu to check his grade menu. Woojin hadn't paid much attention to it since it had stayed the same. There weren't any numbers or marks. It was empty. Whatever. It wasn't going to work right now. It wasn't as if he would get more answer from worrying about it. It would have been better if he had a guide, but it wasn't as if not having a guide would deter him from going forward. Woojin chose the clear option. This is a bit different. He knew what to expect since he had entered Rash mode's dungeon before. He had thought the clear mode was akin to breaking into another house to plunder it. He never expected the rewards to be quite good. Is this Tronet's doing? The rules that Bastard operated under was more of a mystery than it was understood. One thing that was for sure was that Woojin had been adrift on a boundless expanse of water, but now he felt as if he had found a compass. Kong Woojin's eyes twinkled. When he passed through the newly formed red portal, he appeared in an open field. Chilly winds blew across the plains as gray wolves wandered around. In the distance, a large purple pillar of light drew Woojin's eyes. Juliel was over there. He felt a hunch telling him so. Kururu. The gray wolves in the surroundings saw Woojin and swarmed towards him. There weren't any features on the terrain. It was basically an open plain. The wolves were adept at fighting in a group, so this was the perfect environment for the wolves to bite and kill intruders. Unfortunately, this particular intruder also liked wide open plains for battle. Open a path for me. Pot. At Woojin's command, the black smoke around him coalesced into Death Knights as they were summoned. They summoned their phantom steeds, then charged towards the wolves prowling around Woojin. The Death Knights could summon any number of skeleton soldiers they needed, so the Death Knights summoned a portion of their troops. Woojin's only job was to replace a broken skeleton soldier or add more skeleton soldiers under their command when the Death Knights leveled up. Let's go. Woojin summoned Xing Xing and he mounted. Bibi was summoned, taking her place on top of Xing Xing's head. Dulcie was in the form of a golem's heart, circling around Woojin's head. The immortal army galloped across the wilderness. Star. A pillar of purple light was extending into the sky. The space above was pitch black, so it was questionable to call it a sky. Moreover, one couldn't see the end to the pillar of light. It kept traveling upwards endlessly. The light was being emitted from an underground building. It was hard to call it a building. It was basically a cave. Woojin smirked when he stood in front of the entrance to the cave. So he ran away to this place? The entrance to the cave was large enough, so only Juliel could go in and out of it. It was too small for all the immortal army to enter into it. Woojin got off his phantom steed and the Death Knights followed behind him. The cave wasn't that deep. Soon, they appeared at a space that was the size of a soccer stadium. The unique feature of this place was that the ceiling was open and a large purple gem was sending a purple light into the sky. Juliel was resting his long body in front of it. I thought you were going to run away. Did you give up? I gave up. How unexpected. I have no reason to fight an arduous battle. It wouldn't turn out well. Juliel let out a sigh. I made a mistake in rashly making a gate to Earth. Woojin's eyes shone at the word gate. He remembered the words of the Holy Maiden. Her plan had been to obtain a dimensional domain. She was going to send an expedition to Alphen after opening a gate. I'll be visiting you often from now on to play with you guys. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You really don't know anything. When Woojin tilted head in puzzlement, Juliel shook his head. If you clear the dungeon, the gate disappears. There is no reason for me to face you again. When the gate he opened to Earth disappeared from his domain, he would have no business that'll bring him back to Earth unless he wanted to open the gate again. He would never take the opportunity to face the terrifying immortal again. Should he consider it fortunate that Kong Woojin had chosen the clear mode? Even if he died here, it would allow Juliel to be reborn once again. Let us say our farewell. Are you going to meekly allow me to kill you? That won't be happening. Juliel raised his body. Did Juliel's body look bigger on Earth or was he mistaken? You've made a mistake. SSS aha. The plants growing haphazardly around the plains let out a green energy. It was absorbed into Juliel's body. After receiving the blessing of the wilderness, Juliel's body started to become smaller. He was getting smaller and smaller. He wasn't actually getting smaller. He was being compressed. Heat started to pour out of Juliel's body. Hoo-ah-hoo. After he let out a ragged breath, Juliel stood on his 2 feet. Werewolf. I just borrowed their outer appearance. Coo-hoo-hoo. Woojin tilted his head. A crazy dog? Coo-hoo. I want to tear you into dozen pieces. You don't have the ability to do so. Coo-hoo-hoo. That's right. If you die here even once, it would be the end for you. Stop barking like a dog. 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 This bastard kept treating him like a dog. A red light lit inside Juliel's eyes. I'll kill you. Juliel let out a cold laugh. He saw the cat next to Woojin run towards him. Is it his pet? The cat had cute and mesmerizing eyes. However, Juliel was in a foul mood, since the owner of the pet was the immortal. Nyang. Juliel kicked the cat that had been running at him. Shua huck. Juliel pushed off one leg and, in a flash, charged towards Woojin. Juliel's front paws had turned into hands, but the hands had sharp and thick nails. The nails were akin to swords. Ka hung. Kiba's axe blocked Juliel's claws. Annoying pests. Kaong, Kwang. Kiba blocked Juliel's claws on consecutive blows, but he was sent sliding backwards by a kick from Juliel. It was an overwhelming strength. Gururu. Kiba let out a low growl. It seemed his pride was hurt, since he was losing in terms of strength. Juliel didn't care about the familiars. He kept aiming for Woojin. His smaller body meant he had gained explosive agility, and he hadn't lost any of his strength. It was amazing. You shall not pass. Kwang. Ramzan's hammer blocked Juliel's attack. The hammer absorbed the impact, and the damage was turned around against Juliel. Booing, bung. No matter how fearsome a power was, it was useless if one couldn't hit one's target. Juliel nimbly dodged all of Ramzan's attack. He aimed his sharp and long nails for Ramzan's skull. Ramzan quickly lowered his head to avoid the blow, but half of his helm was sheared off. You dare! The enraged Ramzan hugged Juliel, and the Death Knight from the side brought down a greatsword towards Juliel's neck. Gung! It was hard to believe this was the height of an animal. Accompanying the sound, the sword bounced off Juliel. He twisted to his body to escape. He left the Death Knights behind, and he ran towards Woojin. I'll kill him. He didn't have the time to tussle with the immortal's familiars. This was how one dealt with a necromancer. Their familiars would be summoned once again no matter how many times one killed them. However, once the necromancer was killed, the familiars went back to being a ragtag group of monsters. You shall not pass. The necromancer and his familiars seemed well aware of this fact, so they were on constant guard around the immortal. Juliel used the most minimal movement to arrive in front of his opponent. I don't have much time left. The blessing of the wilderness had a short duration. It was regrettable, but in turn, it gave Juliel an explosive amount of power. The immortal had stepped into his domain through his own volition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him. If only I could engage him in a fight. If he could shed the annoying familiars, he would be able to kill the immortal with one blow. He just need to get there first. Juliel had thought through this more than couple dozen of times through the years. This was the way to confront a necromancer. He would always lose in a fight for numeric superiority. He needed enough power to overwhelm the necromancer's familiars. The domain's innate effect and the blessing of the wilderness would give him that power. Die. Julil approached Woojin from the front and extended his claws. If he had enough time, he would have killed all the familiars. Then, he would have slowly savored the death of the immortal. However, the blessing of the wilderness that was compressing his body was on a time limit, and the end was imminent. At most, he had 10 seconds. However, 1 second would be enough to kill this bastard. Kaung. Woojin raised his steel staff to block Julil's claws. Woojin jumped backward as if he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, he had enough reaction speed to be able to block the attack. 8 seconds. Chwak, gong, dot. Before Julil's claws could break open the head of the astonished immortal, a Death Knight ran in to take the blow instead. Kwaji Jeek. Both the weapon and claws burrowed into the Death Knight. The Death Knight's armor was crumpled as he was severed in half. 6 seconds. He was in a hurry, but he still had some time left. The immortal's flustered expression said it all. He would be able to kill this bastard. Shwak, Kong. The bastard's steel staff turned into a greatsword, and he blocked Julil's attack. However, there was too much of a difference in terms of strength, so the greatsword was knocked into the air. If Woojin had held onto it, it would have ripped his hands open. 3 seconds. He won. Julil's claws pierced the weaponless Kang Woojin's heart. Julil had killed him. The immortal. I did it. The commanders of the higher thrones hadn't been able to do it, yet he had done it. He only possessed 2 lower thrones. Kang Woojin's moment of failure. He couldn't help but laugh. Idiot. How? Even if a dog is smart, it is still a dog. Julil's surroundings seemed to fluctuate dizzily as it spun in circles. His body was slanted upward towards the ceiling and he was looking up at Woojin. How? My little devil has a bit of a bad habit. Julil's gaze headed towards the cat. Pot. The cat's appearance changed to that of a little demon. Ah. He remembered now. She was the illusion witch. It was a hallucination. You danced pretty well. Julil looked around, and the Death Knights were still standing where he had first seen them. They were looking down at him with blank expressions. Julil had gotten excited and leaped around by himself. He didn't even have to look at the stinging wound on his neck to know what had happened. Julil fell over as the spear pierced into him. He could feel his chest tightening. I'll see you next time. Coo. I will never have a reason to see you again. He'll have to spend a long time in the darkness and the nothingness of death, but he would eventually be revived once again. Julil won't ever open a gate to Earth again. You never know. Woojin pushed the spear in deeper and completely severed Julil's breath. A gray light surrounded his corpse, after which he dispersed into the air. Who? That was dangerous. Ha. Did I do well? You did. That guy always falls for the same trick every time I hung. Woojin smirked as he petted BB's head. Julil's movement was a threat, since he had received the blessing of the wilderness. If he wasn't under the influence of the hallucination and Julil targeted him in earnest, Woojin would have been in danger. He had warrior as his dual class, but he had put all of his bonus points into control and magic. Even though he had used the reinforcement stones to increase his stats, he only had a superior body compared to a human roused. His strength and stamina wasn't high enough to face off against Tronet's commanders. Woojin touched the purple gem, making the pillar of light at the middle of Julil's nest. Shung. When he took out the gem, the pillar of light was withdrawn into the gem being held by Woojin's hand. Woojin grinned. He had all 3 pieces needed to obtain a dimensional domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Dimensional Domain. Chapter 103, Dimensional Domain. Woojin took out the dimensional fragments from his inventory. He gained one at Pyongyang and one which was given from Melody. He had just found one more right now, totaling to 3. Weeing. The fist-sized gems rose into the air as it resonated. The vibrating gems swirled around and combined to create a single gem. Then, it started to slowly descend. As Woojin snatched it out of the air, the bright light disappeared. A purple light vibrated inside the gem as it rippled. The light was swaying as if it was about to flow out of the gem. It was reminiscent of a light trapped inside a glass bottle. Woojin looked at the gem's info. You can possess a piece of torn dimension. I guess it's not here. If he wanted a piece of a torn dimension as his dimensional domain, he had to find the right dungeon. If a dungeon was compatible with him, it would react to him on its own volition. There was no reaction from this dungeon. Maybe it was because this wilderness had been owned by Juliel. Woojin put the dimensional proof inside his inventory, then he swept his gaze around the surrounding. He wanted to see if Juliel's wilderness had trophies like Rashmode's lab. BB. Let's look for it. All right. BB moved at a trot as she looked all over the wilderness. Woojin also activated his search magic, and he carefully looked over Juliel's nest. There were signs of the earth being disturbed near the corner of the cave. The color of the earth was different, as if it was used to cover up something. Woojin could feel powerful mana emanating from below. Woojin started digging and found a pile of bones buried underneath. What the hell? Bones of various monsters were there. They all looked the same, as if the bones were all part of a specific anatomy. The bones were the size of a decent-sized club, and Woojin could tell this was Juliel's preferred snacks. Amongst all of the bones, he picked up the large bones emanating the most mana. The dragon's ribs were massive, and the tricolored gorilla's rib was the size of a club. Woojin put away these items that was seeped with mana, then he headed towards BB. I guess this is it. Woojin looked at what BB had found and shook his head from side to side. There isn't anything useful here. At a glance, he could only see remains of monsters. Basically, it was the monsters' leftover food. There were some miscellaneous items found, but overall, there weren't anything of note. I think that's dog hair? Yeah. Let's head out now. Understood, Master. May I go around in this form? Woojin looked at BB. She was a devil, but her outer appearance was that of a 10-year-old girl. Until you regain your true form, just stay in your cat form. Ha. All right. BB turned into her cat form, then she disappeared into the summon room. The Death Knights also returned to the summon room. Woojin picked up the return stone that was next to the dimensional fragment and exited the dungeon. Hyung-nim. Sungu was in front of the dungeon, waiting longingly for Woojin. The dungeon breaks are happening continuously. If things continue as is right now, I'm afraid something will happen to Seoul. Where's it happening? The breaks are keep happening along the 4th line. I heard the news on the radio just a moment ago, and the Yongsan station is breaking right now. Organize the surrounding. Yes, Hyung-nim. Please be careful. The roads were a mess, and it was blocked with destroyed cars. He won't be able to get anywhere on a car. Woojin summoned his phantom steed, Xing. He-ing. The phantom steed jumped between the cars as it ran down the road. The monsters were rampaging everywhere, and there weren't enough roused and soldiers to hunt them. It was a common sight to see civilian being chased down by monsters. Go kill them. We obey your order. Woojin rode down the road on his phantom steed, sending out his Death Knights every time he saw monsters. It's been only 5 years since the dungeon shock, so why is everything still like this? It had only been 5 years ago. Half the population of Seoul had been killed. They advertised the success of dungeon businesses and the fact that Seoul was safe instead of preparing for future dungeon breaks. The first one could be considered an accident, but when it happened for the second time, everyone was at fault. At the very least, they shouldn't have built the residential areas near the dungeons. Chat. Go kill those guys over there. If people start attacking you guys, just go back into the summon room. As the monarch commands. Each of the Death Knights spread out to hunt down the monsters. Their outer appearance wasn't that much different from undead monsters, so the roused might attack them by mistake. This was why they were ordered to immediately return to the summon room. When Woojin arrived at the Yongsan station, it was in a complete pandemonium. There were monsters of various shapes and sizes lining the streets. It seemed as if several entrances nearby had broken out. It would have been great if I had Janie's. Amongst his immortal army, Janie's was the best in terms of firepower. He couldn't help but feel the loss when he was confronted with a situation like this. Fortunately, he was leveling fast that it seemed his days of meeting Janie's wasn't far off. Go, Dulcie. Weeing. It hadn't been long since the dungeon break had happened, so the place was crawling with monsters. Dulcie flew toward this place. Chulkuk. The nearby vehicles gathered in a single location to make a large steel golem. It didn't have firepower like the missiles and machine guns, but the steel golem itself was enough to crush the monsters. If Woojin joined in, the monster hunting would become faster, but it would end up being endless. One doesn't pale the rising water. Instead, one had to block the leak. I don't know who it is, but once I catch him. Woojin had no idea how someone was causing a break. However, he'll be able to find out the reason and method when he caught the culprit. Woojin rode Xing Xing towards the north. Shit. Monsters were pouring out from a dungeon break that happened right now. Woojin summoned his bone spears to make a wall of bones near the entrance. He imprisoned the monsters. Koruruk. Kwang, Kwang. The wall of bones would be broken soon by the rampaging monsters, but it would give a little bit more time for the people to evacuate. There was an evacuation announcement earlier, so there weren't a lot of civilians who hadn't run away. Is that the next one? Woojin looked at the Soul Station. He had to find out why the already cleared dungeons were breaking. Woojin once again summoned the Death Knights who had returned to the summon room after they finished their missions. He sent them towards the monsters that were about to escape the bone prison. Woojin tried to predict the next break, so he headed towards the Soul Station. Why is this happening? He wanted to know why the dungeon breaks were happening. This couldn't be a natural phenomena. Other places were fine, yet Seoul, Korea was in a mess. Moreover, the break was happening in order instead of breaking at the same time. Someone is artificially creating the dungeon breaks. It had been 5 years since the dungeon shock. This was the first instance where cleared dungeons went into a break. So what had changed in all that time? Rash mode. Then Juliel. Tronet's commander. They started showing themselves. Even if they were mere first or second thrones, the fact that they had showed up in this place was important. Soon the third throne would show up, and the mana level on Earth would increase at a much faster rate. The vassals of the upper echelon thrones would be showing up. Someone is controlling this. He needed to know what method was being used so he could prevent this in advance. The lack of knowledge frustrated him. If this was caused from a different dimension, the dungeon break wouldn't have happened consecutively down the road. If a commander had a hobby of looking at the map of the subway line, this might be plausible. This led him to believe that the switch for the dungeon breaks were being flipped from Earth. Someone was moving down the subway line. Woojin waited for a long time. However, none of the entrances to the Soul Station broke, so he put more energy into his senses. Does it need more time? If one looked at the pattern of the break, the next target was the Soul Station. However, it wasn't occurring yet. Did the act of causing a dungeon break take a lot of time? Woojin waited an extra 30 minutes, but the dungeon break didn't occur. I'm sure. The only thing that had changed was that Woojin had arrived at Soul Station ahead of time. Woojin was now sure that the dungeon break was caused by someone, and this culprit had seen Woojin. It had caused this unknown person to stop. If this person realized Woojin was waiting for him here, he might take a roundabout route to head towards another dungeon. Woojin fine-tuned his senses as he expanded it. The Death Knights and the Roused who had taken care of the monster wave from before were heading toward Woojin. Mr. Kong Woojin. I'm the Vice President of KH Guild, Lee Myunjin. I've heard a lot about you. I'm the President of Joe's Guild, Oh Taijayu. It is an honor to meet someone I've only seen through the TV. My name is Kim Chuljin. I'm with the Rout Guild. It is a great honor to meet. The battle had just ended. The monsters couldn't run away after being penned in. The Death Knights and the Roused subjugated the monsters, but after clearing the monsters, the Roused discovered Woojin and scuttled over to give their greetings. Several of them were looking at him with envy, and the rest looked at him as if he was a celebrity. Their eyes were filled with wonder and curiosity. They were well acquainted with Woojin, but Woojin didn't know any of them. He wasn't some celebrity that need to worry about his fans' feelings. Why don't we go catch more monsters? Other Roused should have mobilized towards the other side. The Capital Defense Command Special Roused Team, and the Roused from various quills were quickly brought into the regions with the dungeon breaks. Sadong Station was the first break, so the casualties were the heaviest there. The other locations were somewhat able to predict which stations would break, so a lot of the civilians in the north of the Han River was evacuated. This resulted in very few casualties. Moreover, the Roused were called to the region to join the hunt, so everything was resolved quickly. Do you think I can take a selfie with you? If you want to use it as your portrait when you are dead, I'll let you take it. Every Roused shut their mouth at Woojin's brutal words. Woojin looked around his surrounding as he frowned. There was a female mage in her 20s possessing a small wand with a crystal embedded on it. Woojin looked at her. When their eyes met, her eyes turned wide like a bunny from surprise. She acted as if she was suddenly on camera. She looked at the surrounding people to check Woojin was looking at her. Woojin frowned as he took steps towards the woman. Why? When Woojin walked straight towards her, the flustered woman took a step back. It would be best if you stay still. The woman felt like she couldn't breathe at Woojin's words. It felt as if she was going to be sucked into Woojin's eyes. His eyes was like that of a tyrannical wild beast. Her feet never froze like this even when she had faced an ogre. Woojin approached the woman and punched the woman in the face. Kwajik. She hadn't really expected to be hit, so the woman fell backwards. She was sprawled on the floor. The surrounding bystanders were shocked. They knew he was buck wild, but not to this degree. Everyone looked at each other to see if they should stop this or not. While they were hesitating, a strange sight was seen by their eyes. The outline of the woman was blinking and swaying. Woojin used the end of his staff to brush back the woman's hair. The edges of a hood appeared as it got caught on the end of the staff, and it was pulled backwards. When the hood was taken off, the transparent cloak came into view, and the woman was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a red-nosed Lee Sango was revealed. Ku. How did you know? Lee Sango let out a bloody laugh. He had spent a fortune to buy the Cloak of Illusions. I have an expert on my side. Woojin laughed as he summoned his steel staff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Dimensional Domain, 2. Chapter 104, Dimensional Domain, 2. Kook. You hit me, just because I disguised myself a little bit. I have to give it to you. You have a really rotten personality. Lee Sango shrugged his shoulders and looked around his surrounding. Woojin smirked. No, he swung his staff as he laughed. Puwuk. Lee Sango jumped back in surprise. Woojin's staff followed after him. In the end, it hit Lee Sango's side. Fuck. What an ignorant son of a bitch. Regardless of being a Yellow's vassal, he just really wanted to kill this son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, Kong Woojin. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? Since you've sinned greatly, you have to die. Woojin's steel staff transformed into its spear form. Lee Sango swallowed his saliva when he saw Woojin's serious eyes. He really means it. It seemed Woojin had really decided to kill him. Lee Sango looked around his surrounding. Numerous roused were distancing themselves, as they had no idea what was going on. They were eyeing the two of them. Ha! Fuck! What kind of mortal sins did I commit? You are attempting a murder. Woojin smirked. It was pointless to argue with someone who would be dead soon. He was holding a conversation with a corpse. Shwak! Gong! Lee Sango blocked the spear that had been thrust towards him by Woojin. This sight made Woojin's eyebrows arch a little bit. Lee Sango was a human with this much reaction speed? Fuck. That ignorant son of a bitch. Lee Sango was taken aback by the fact that Woojin didn't care if there was an audience watching. However, he was confident. He had the power given to him when he had become a vassal of a Yellow. This bolstered Lee Sango's confidence. Lee Sango pointed to his surrounding with bloodshot eyes. Even if I have sinned, don't I get a trial? Who the hell are you to kill me? Woojin just grinned when he saw Lee Sango's tantrum. Woojin could feel Lee Sango's evil and dirty soul tremble. Woojin took a step forward. Lee Sango retreated a step. It was real. He was going to stab him for real. This crazy son of a bitch was really trying to stab him. Does he suspect something? What was his reasons? Does Woojin know that he was the culprit causing the dungeon breaks? Every time he moved to a different location he had used the illusion cloak to change his appearance. Lee Sango's worries were a mile long, but Kong Woojin's worries were extremely short. Puwuk. Hawk. Crazy son of a bitch. He really was a crazy bastard. The blade of the spear passed between his ribs to embed deeply into his lungs. Lee Sango looked at Kong Woojin with bloodshot eyes. His reaction speed couldn't be compared to before as he received power from a Yellow as his vassal. No matter how much his reaction speed increased, he couldn't dodge Woojin's attack. Fuck. Ignorant son of a bitch. It felt as if the confidence that had been filled to the brim inside his chest had dropped to the floor. How far has this bastard progressed? Is this guy really human? It was a fair question. No one on Earth had seen the illusion cloak in action, so how could Kong Woojin have known he was the one going around causing the dungeon breaks? How did you find out? How did he know? He went to the Middle East to gather information, and he had come back. Woojin twisted his spear. It caused the wound to widen further, blood started to pour out. Coolwook. Lee Sanggo's concentration was faltering, so the thought of using his telekinesis didn't even occur to him. Moreover, he wasn't confident that the attack would work on Woojin. Fuck. The world is so unfair. Kook. No matter how great you are, you won't be able to stop it. Even if it isn't me, someone else will cause more breaks. What? Kook. You won't be able to stop the destruction of this world. Those beings are gods. The gods are trying to descend onto this plane. Woojin furrowed his forehead. Kook. Lee Sanggo laughed. He laughed as he coughed up blood. In the end, everyone would die. He was just going to die a little bit earlier. He was fortunate enough to see Kong Woojin's flustered expression. How did you cause the break? Kook, Gururu. After throwing up blood, Lee Sanggo's eyes flipped backwards. Woojin took out a soul that had been stored inside the soul armor, and he healed Lee Sanggo. Lee Sanggo opened his eyes wide when his body was suddenly overflowing with energy, and his fading consciousness snapped back into place. Puwuk. Kuwak. When Woojin withdrew the spear, blood fountained into the air. However, he once again sent a soul to quickly heal Lee Sanggo again. Woojin grabbed the back of Lee Sanggo's neck. Kuuu. Why are you saving me? Why? If he was going to be killed, why was Woojin keep trying to save him? It didn't matter if Lee Sanggo made a fuss or not. Woojin dragged him to the nearest dungeon. One of the roused, who had been watching, approached them. I'm not sure what is going on, but do you need some help? I need none. Woojin dragged Lee Sanggo towards the dungeon. He didn't mind killing Lee Sanggo. The bastard sinned enough to deserve death. However, it wasn't necessary to show everyone the sight of him interrogating Lee Sanggo. When Woojin entered the dungeon, he roughly tossed Lee Sanggo. Kodong Tong. What the hell are you trying to do? Did you cause the dungeon break? Weren't you trying to kill me because you knew I did it? I didn't know. Then why the hell were you trying to kill me? Lee Sanggo felt aggrieved. Woojin had been hellbent on killing him, therefore he had assumed that Woojin knew he caused the dungeon breaks. You are the one who tried to kill me first. I didn't die, and now I am taking my revenge. You are the one who put out a request for a hit in the Middle East. Lee Sanggo became mute. He had used a broker in the Middle East who was known for his sure-handedness in handling business. It seemed the broker had left some kind of trail, and Kong Woojin was well aware of everything. If it was going to turn out like this, why the hell did he have to use a burner cell phone to contact him? Even though I will kill you eventually, I want you to squeal on how you found out about how to cause the dungeon breaks. Lee Sanggo let out a bloody laugh. Is that all this bastard wanted? Do you think I will tell you? Woojin's bloody smile deepened. Try enduring this. Woojin raised his steel staff. Star. Bibi looked ridiculous wearing the black robe. She was wearing adult clothes that didn't fit her. Her sleeves were too long and the hem of the robe was dragging on the floor. However, she smiled brightly as if she couldn't be more happier about it. Ha. I never thought I would see this clothes on Earth. You like it? Of course. It's my clothes. Bibi used to always wear this cape as if it was her uniform. The illusion cape that Lee Sanggo had a lot of difficulty in acquiring was taken by Woojin and given to Bibi. I already know all the relevant information. Just wake him. Ha. All right. Lee Sanggo was on the floor moaning as his eyes rolled back. Bibi used her power on him. Huck. Lee Sanggo awoke in surprise, acting as if he had seen a ghost. He backed away from Woojin. His eyes were full of fear as he looked at Woojin. It was only a dream, but he had dreamt about Woojin beating him for 1 year. The fear he felt. Please just kill me now. Woojin approached him with his axe in hand. Lee Sanggo lay down on the floor flat on his stomach. Please let me leave. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I already know it all. What? Woojin brought down his axe on Li Shangho's neck. The head was separated from the body. The head was rolling when it was surrounded by a gray light. Choot. Woojin clicked his tongues as he saw the body disappear as if it had combusted. I guess they can bring humans from Earth to their side now. He became Yellow's vassal? Woojin also learned how he had caused the dungeon breaks. When he became Yellow's vassal, he wasn't attacked by the monsters. He used the return stone to break down the barrier, basically unlatching the door to let the monsters out. Still, we can be a tad bit more relieved now. It'll still continue to happen. The monsters were able to touch the return stone only after 30 days had passed. Lee Sanggo had been able to possess the return stone from the simple fact that he was a human from Earth. He had died and disappeared, since he was on Tronet's side now. He would be revived, but he wouldn't be a human of Earth anymore. He would only be Yellow's vassal, who was one of Tronet's 72 commanders. From the perspective of Earth, he was now an outsider. From now on, Woojin would have to kill anyone who fell for Tronet's scheme to become his vassal. Let's start heading out. All right. She folded her long sleeves, then pulled up the hem of the cloak to tie it around her waist. She looked like she was swaddled in a blanket, but this was the most jovial state he had seen her be recently. Woojin went to the lower floors of the subway station to gain the return stone. He took care of all the monsters that came at him, but he couldn't find the return stone even when he reached the lowest floor. Is this a high-ranked dungeon? It would be a little bit more tedious, but there weren't any dungeons Woojin couldn't clear now. He ascended to the entrance where the barrier was present and a red portal had already formed. Woojin passed through the portal. Wheeing. After the momentary buzzing and dizziness passed, he saw the appearance of the high-ranked dungeon. It was a wasteland with occasional reeds growing. He didn't see any monsters. There were several mountains piercing high into the sky like blades. Amongst them, the one with the highest peak was letting out a green light into the sky. It seemed the return stone was there. It was too far off to walk to it. Woojin summoned Xing Xing and got on. To Duduk. Woojin sped across the wasteland that was scattered with shriveled trees here and there. What's the basic monsters here? He had entered without looking up this dungeon, so he had no information on this dungeon. Woojin's curiosity was satiated not too long after he started galloping across the wasteland. Kia! Accompanying a bizarre cry, monsters appeared from the sky. He was wondering why the field didn't hold any monsters. It seemed the monsters had their nests at the pointy, knife-like mountains instead of the field. Several dozen forms appeared in the sky, and they were flying towards him. They were a good distance away, but their forms were already bigger than a hawk. Their identities were wyverns. So this is a Birion's nest? Several dozen Birions appeared in this dungeon. This was probably a 6-star dungeon. It was a chance to raise his EXP by a significant amount. Shu shook. Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon as he rode Xing Xing. He transformed it into a bow. When he pulled the string, a magical arrow was formed and loaded. Star. He arrived at the top of the mountain. It seemed this wasn't a reset dungeon. The wyvern boss monster nor the other types of monsters appeared. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing he could do. Still, he had gone up a level, and he found out this was a pretty good dungeon. He would have to come here several more times in the future. There was an abandoned old castle on top of the mountain. Master. Isn't it a little bit creepy here? It feels as if a ghost is going to pop out a hong. Ooh. Bibi's body shook, and she looked around the surrounding with big round eyes. Woojin smirked. It was a thread of conversation that wasn't befitting a tiny devil and a necromancer. It was obvious Woojin would be dreaming nightmares about ghosts tonight. Over there. Go check for artifacts, just in case. All right. Let's go, Dalsijing. Wheeing. Bibi and Dulcie roamed everywhere around the old castle. Woojin started walking as he moved towards the green light. He walked past the uprooted garden and a building that looked to be a stable. Then he stepped into the castle. The door to the entrance had been destroyed, and he could see the spiderweb filled inside of the castle. An unknown person's portrait had been burned, and only the upper edges of the picture frame was survived. There was a small stage in the middle of the large hall, and there was the remnant of a broken throne there. Chat. Who the hell builds a castle on top of a mountain? The dungeons were based on places that exists. It was a ripped-away piece of dimension. This castle had an owner before Tronet had invaded it. Woojin picked up the return stone that had been placed on top of the throne. Wheeing. At that moment, the return stone in his hand shook, and it let forth a light. He hadn't taken it out from the inventory, yet the dimensional proof had popped out by itself. It rose into the air and mingled with the return stone as if it was playing tag. Then, the dimensional proof started to circle around the return stone akin to the moon circling around Earth. Woojin rubbed his chin as he read the information which had popped up in front of his eyes. Was this what it meant to come in contact with a dungeon that suited him? Woojin rubbed his chin as he worried over the decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Dimensional Domain, 3. Chapter 105, Dimensional Domain, 3. What the heck is the synchronization probability? Woojin was rubbing his chin when he saw and read the explanation located at the bottom of the window. It was written that he would be able to gain territory equal to his synchronization probability. That's not too bad. Woojin pressed the domain declaration button on his information window. Did he even need to think about it? Of course, it was Allendale. Woojin rubbed his chin. He now understood the meaning of all the modes that was listed before he entered Juliel's dungeon. Several things suddenly made sense to him. It also explained the principle behind the structure of the dungeons. The dungeon itself is the entrance. When someone clears it, one loses that entrance. Dungeons were the gateway for the dimensional domain, and one's real form could materialize there. This was why they stuck to every dungeon like tentacles of an octopus. Also, if one lost all of one's dungeons, the dimensional domain would be destroyed. The 1 3-star lower-ranked dungeons he cleared was the entrance itself. The 4 6-star high-ranked dungeons and the red portal was a medium used to move to the dimensional domain. So starting from the 7-star dungeons, Tronet's commanders. He had no way of knowing if a 7-star dungeon had been linked to Earth yet. Nothing would come from worrying about it in the present, so Woojin looked at the throne in front of him. I don't have a return stone. He had only cleared dungeons owned by other beings, so he didn't know how to exit his domain. At a glance, the throne was letting out a serious amount of magical energy, so he sat on it. Kua-hooing. The castle shook as there was a large vibration. Suddenly, it felt as if he was having an out-of-body experience. It felt as if his soul was being pulled out. Whoop. Woojin's sight cleared. His surrounding had moved and he was viewing his dimensional domain in its entirety. It was like a large island with its edges sheared off. I guess the amount that was lost depends on the synchronization probability. He knew the precise number even though he hadn't measured it. He had lost 28% of his domain. The dimensional domain had become more compact, and that wasn't the only thing that had been lost. Several menus automatically popped up in front of Woojin. Woojin opened the information windows in order. Lord, Kung Woojin. Ranking, 1317. Energy, 38%, 115-340/300-000. Vassals, 0. Domain population, 0. Troops, Wyvern, Steel Rhino. Possessed dungeon, 1. Energy, 100%, 10,000/10,000. Troops, Giant Spiders, Venomous Insect. You can appoint a guardian, and you can accept immigrants who are wandering around the dimensions. You can change the terrain of the domain, and you can also decorate the castle. You can go to war and battle with a different domain. You can acquire a new dungeon in exchange for a single dimensional fragment. You can manage the domain from here. The forces needed to protect the domain and dungeons has to be assigned. Always be aware to make sure you aren't short of troops in the domain. You can purchase troops from the store, and you can also accept immigrants. The dungeon is the first obstacle in repelling the pesky visitors. Dungeon energy is consumed when you have to replace the exterminated troops. Once the available dungeon energy is consumed, the troops will not be replenished. You have to recharge the energy beforehand. You can purchase the troop cards in the store. Domain troops, Wyvern 37, Steel Rhino 241, Fuko Monkey 471. Dungeon troops, Giant Spider 42, Venomous Insect 132. You can purchase everything you can imagine. Phew. Woojin carefully read the windows and shook his head from side to side. Until this moment, he hadn't fully grasped the principle behind the dungeons. Now he felt like he understood it. The dungeon itself was merely a gateway for the lords. If the lower-ranked dungeons were the empty spaces, the high-ranked dungeons were the gateway. If an adventurer succeeds in clearing the dungeon, he would be able to earn the return stone? So that's how it is. Once the return stone is protected for 30 days, one could go on the offensive. The troops of the domain could be sent out. It was the dungeon break. It unlocked the locked door of the dungeon. Woojin used the dungeon search function inside the dungeon management window. It resulted in over several dozen domains being listed, and there was a record of hundreds to thousands of dungeons listed. One needed a dimensional fragment to buy them. Amongst them, there were also dungeons from planet Alphen listed there. If he wanted to go to Alphen, he would have to buy one of them. Woojin frowned. This is quite frustrating. He couldn't help but feel as if he's been had by Tronet's hoax. So he set up the board like this from the background? The break was caused to earn the dungeon energy, and the monsters went out to hunt. Hoo! He was so mad that it felt as if steam was rising out of him. Moreover, Tronet's commanders. This explained why all the commanders didn't join forces under a single command to invade Alphen. They were fighting between themselves. Dimensional battle. Alphen was just a new hunting ground for them. They needed a hunting ground to gather enough energy to try for the higher thrones. Earth was in a similar situation. Motherfuckers. Unbidden curse words flew out. Woojin grinded his teeth as he wondered if Tronet had a material body. I'll fuck you up. The problem wasn't about protecting Earth. No, that was an impossible task. It wasn't about putting up a security grill. He had to catch and beat all the thieves. He didn't care if they were sovereigns or whatever. He'll beat all the bastards who opened a gateway to Earth. Woojin opened the domain store to buy the troop cards of the monster he would deploy. It was the skeleton warriors and the skeleton magicians. He wanted to purchase the card for the higher rank undeads, but it wasn't available for purchase. There was a limit on the rank of monsters he could deploy inside the dungeon. Troops assigned 0/300. Reset energy, Skeleton Soldier 3, Skeleton Magician 4, Giant Spider 3, Venomous Insect 2. Woojin decided to deploy 100 skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton magicians. When the adventurers enter the dungeon, 110 skeletons would be summoned and the skeletons would be able to stop them. If all the skeletons were destroyed, he would have basically wasted 340 dungeon energy. Afterwards it would form the red portal that will allow the adventurers entry into his dimensional domain. On the other hand, if one was successful in beating the adventurers, one would earn dungeon energy that was equivalent to the quality of the adventurers. There were two ways to think about this. Instead of wasting energy beforehand, one could keep the dungeon empty. It might be more economical to kill them all when they cross into the dimensional domain. On the other hand, one could place strong forces in the dungeon to prevent anyone from ever getting to the dimensional domain. The energy would be used to make the dungeon an antlion's pit. Woojin was still new at this and he has never had to deal with an intruder yet. Woojin wanted to do an experiment and decided to assign the 110 troops. The defense of the domain. Woojin decided to purchase the wyverns. He bought troop cards to set up the dungeon defense. As the words indicated, he was basically buying the troops for his domain. This was akin to bringing in mercenaries by consuming the energy. The interesting part was that human also existed on the sales catalog. Woojin's eyes narrowed when he saw the domain information. It cost 300 energy to purchase a single wyvern. He had to use 3,000 to buy 10 wyverns. The problem was the total number of troops he could deploy decreased with such a move. Geez. There was a close relationship between the dungeon energy and the troops deployed in the domain. Depending on the amount of dungeon energy, the number of troops that could be deployed could be increased. As the energy increased, one would be able to assign more forces to the domain. It was ironic since the purchase of troops consumed the dungeon energy. This is why they are trying so hard to hunt. If one used all the energy, the number of forces one could dispatch decreased. Moreover, if one used cheap and weak troops, one would become a target for dimensional battle. As preposterous as it might sound, the adventurers might be able to rob the domain too. What? There is a 30-day protection period? A protection period was given to the newly made lord. After thinking about it for a brief moment, he decided on how he will dispatch his defense force. Then he made a conscious decision not to think about the domain. His vision moved and the sight of Woojin sitting on the lord's throne came into view. Hoo! He took in a deep breath when he felt the slight dizziness. It was similar to the alien sensation he felt when he used Soul Swap with Gaby. Woojin thought about the stewardship of the dimensional domain manual book he hadn't been able to open because of the lock. Let's see. Level, 75. Name, Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced, Warrior. Rank, Lord. Achievement, 713,219. Magic, 1320/1320 Stamina, 240/240. His rank had been unassigned before, but now it had changed into Lord. So I could probably read it now? Woojin opened his inventory to take out the book. So Hone. Space crumpled within itself and 3 enormous doors appeared behind Woojin's throne. The blank wall suddenly held a red, black, and white door. What the hell? He was confused by the sudden appearance of the doors. At that moment, the sound of an announcement rang out. Woojin frowned after he opened up his inventory. He had diligently expanded his subdimension by purchasing the expansion bags from the achievement store. His subdimension space of 100 columns expanded into an almost unlimited space. It seemed the subdimension itself had morphed into the domain's storage room. He wasn't necessarily thrilled with this development. What if someone plunder and steal everything? But if his dimensional domain was attacked, and if he lost in the dimensional battle, he was sure his items would be plundered. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. It was the end anyways if he died. He didn't plan on letting anyone have his domain, so it just meant his inventory space had become almost unending. It wasn't a bad development. The inventory still worked like before. He was able to put in and take out items easily. He took out the manual book called Stewardship of the Dimensional Domain. The lock had finally been opened and it was possible for him to read it. He sat on a chair, and he carefully read the manual. After 30 minutes, he closed the book. Those sons of bitches. Tronet. Woojin didn't know who he was, but he would most definitely kill him if they ever meet someday. Tronet had put this in place quite well. Then there was Tronet's commanders. He now understood what the 72 steps was. They weren't lords. They were on the level of being sovereigns. If one possessed one throne, then one was on the first step. One could possess up to 72 thrones, then one could reach the 72nd step. They were fighting for the higher thrones to become the great lord. They were playing an unending competition. Moreover, Woojin had to become a sovereign to be able to possess lords as vassal. He would be able to own up to the number of thrones he possessed. Well, I'll play with you guys. Since the game board is already in place, Woojin would have real fun using it. If he wanted to flip the board in the end, he needed to know more about it. Before Woojin put away the book into his inventory, he approached the doors that had formed behind him. When he opened the red door, a large storage room was revealed. All of his items were arranged neatly inside. He tried tossing the book into the room. The record of the book being stored was shown on his inventory window. Woojin nodded his head. I can put in and take out items through this door, but it didn't matter if he directly brought the item into the storage room or he used the inventory window like he did before. Both methods were using the same storage space now. It's locked. Woojin walked towards the white door which was immediately behind the throne. He had no idea if this door also had a rank lock. The manual didn't talk about the 3-door at all. Woojin stood in front of the black door on the right. This one is open. Since there wasn't a lock, Wooj opened the door. When the black door opened, he saw a large space with marble floors, and he saw a lot of skeletons lined up in place. This place. In the distance, he saw a place that looked like a stable filled with phantom steeds. Next to it, the Death Knights were sparring with each other. Across the large space, there was a tower rising high into the sky, but the light was off as if the owner wasn't back yet. There was a shack near the door with a candle lit inside. Weeing. Where are you going, Dolly Jing? The door to the hut opened and Dulcie popped out. Bibi was chasing after him but stopped when she saw Woojin. Bibi blinked her round eyes as she looked at Woojin. Uwak. Master has entered the summon room. Bibi let out a yell of surprise. The skeletons and the Death Knights who had been training all turned their gazes towards the doorway. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Duty. Chapter 106, Duty. Master died. The Death Knights stirred at Bibi's words. The death of our monarch means the death of us. The witch is spouting bullshit. Bibi titled her head in confusion at their words, then she looked at Woojin. Woojin laughed as he approached Bibi, giving her a light tap on the head with his knuckles. Give me a tour. Aiku. How did you get in here, Dot? Bibi grumbled as she moved in quick, short steps with Woojin in tow. From here to there is my land. He. Isn't my hut pretty? Woojin looked across the fence to see the land beyond it. The garden was full of weird plants from the demon world and there was a cozy hut built there. The place was decorated with cute items, and Bibi proudly showed off each of them. Ehem. Wait here. Bibi waved her hand through empty air, and a picnic table appeared in the yard. Then bread and meat formed on top of it. How'd you do that? I just did it. It seemed Bibi was used to doing this. I can decorate the place more to my liking as Master gets stronger. He. Please work a little bit harder. The summon room was a space of nothingness. It allowed each occupant to change the room to their preferences. He looked at the tower without an owner in the distance. It must be Genie's tower. Was the mountain in the distance occupied by Ryong? The large open space was strewn about with skeletons. The skeletons were training with the Death Knights. It was a very ungainly sight. His Death Knights had very distinct personalities. There were buildings sparsely located in the surroundings like the smithy and a pub. There was also a stable for the phantom steed. Various buildings were lining the place. Lord! Would you like to prove yourself as a warrior against me? It seemed the Death Knights were bored of fighting each other. Several of them came to challenge Woojin to a sparring match. We can do that later. Follow me for now. Woojin led the familiars out of the summon room. When did a door form here? In the past, it used to be an altar. Each of them commented on the door as they passed through it to reach the dimensional domain. Every time his familiars stepped onto the land, an announcement was heard. Woojin smiled. It was as he thought. He was able to register his familiars as immigrants, and it was possible to use them as a fighting force here. I guess I don't really need to use the energy. He couldn't do anything about the monsters respawning after every visitor, but he would be able to defend his dimensional domain with just his familiars. Of course, he had to prepare for when his familiars were summoned to Earth. He created a substantial amount of defenders for the domain. Woojin registered all of them as immigrants. Moreover, he made Bibi and Kiba the vassals of his domain. At the Lord level, there was only 2 positions one could fill as vassals. There was the commander in charge of the defense, and the butler that was in charge of what goes on inside the castle. Do I have to wear clothes befitting a butler? Bibi was surrounded by black smoke, after which she was changed into a black maid outfit with white frills. She looked adorable, but it wasn't a suitable attire. That isn't the uniform for a butler. Master doesn't like this kind of stuff? Stop trying to mess with me. You will protect this place from now on. Yahoo! I can decorate it however I want? Well, do it in moderation. Ha. This is going to be fun. Bibi would take care of everything within the framework of authority given as the butler. When Kiba was named the commander in charge of defense, the 10 wyvern were assigned to him. This was a big reason why he had made them his vassals. Woojin said it so the butler had the authority to use 10,000 energy. The commander of the defense would be able to use 30,000 energy. If you guys are in trouble, then use it. The monarch's orders are like our life. Bibi pouted. Pi. You are already dead. Master. Do you think I could use a little bit of the energy to decorate the castle? Well, use it in moderation. However, if you are in danger, don't skimp on using it. Yahoo! It seemed decoration was a hobby of hers even inside the summon room. Bibi felt as if she would fly away when she had become the butler of the large dimensional domain. Should she make it look like her birthplace, the demon world? Or should she make it like what she had seen on Earth? Woojin left Bibi to her thoughts as he sat on the throne. Call me if there is something amiss. Since his domain had a 30-day protection period, he was worried more about the mess in Seoul. He had eliminated the cause of the dungeon breaks, but the monsters were still rampaging there. He was pretty well informed after reading the Dimensional Domain Manual. This domain was tied into Woojin's wants. When he received a challenge for a dimensional battle, he would be able to use the portal wherever he was to get to his dimensional domain. Woojin created a portal that led to the Seoul Station's first exit dungeon. Za-hung. A portal formed in the hall, and Woojin passed through it. There was a momentary dizziness before he appeared inside the subway station. He was at the entrance where the portal usually formed. When Woojin walked up the stairs, the roused from before were still gathered there waiting for him. Where's President Lee Sang-go? Both of them went in, but only one had come out. The answer was obvious, but one of them decided to ask the question. Wasn't this guy from some mid-sized guild? I killed him. How could he speak such words in such a blunt manner? The gathered roused felt a chill down their backs. The bastard tried to assassinate me. Do you need any more explanation than that? Of course, they wanted a more detailed explanation. From their perspective, Woojin was the one persecuting the other man without any reasons. However, no one here had the courage to question him about that fact. Woojin looked at Lee Myunjin, who had introduced himself as the vice president of the KH Guild. Did you say you are from Baekhyun's guild family? Yes. I'm the vice president, Lee Myunjin. Mind if I ask you a favor? Please speak. Lee Myunjin had heard about Kong Woojin from President Baekjongdo. He was told to never go against Kong Woojin. Moreover, he had been told until his ears hurt that he should do his best to help Kong Woojin if the occasion arose. Protect this place until my guys get here. Don't let anyone in. Understood. However, the dungeon reset happened not too long ago. From the outside, it had looked as if a dungeon reset had happened. Woojin spoke as if nothing significant had happened. This is my dungeon now. Woojin patted Lee Myunjin's shoulder. Tell Baekhyun that I want to meet up with him sometime in the future. Yes. Lee Myunjin's face became a shade brighter as he watched Kong Woojin ride his summoned phantom steed away. All right. Let's quickly organize the surrounding. Let's restrict access to this place until the Allendale Guild gets here. No one would try to raid this dungeon during such a chaotic situation, but one could never be too sure. This was why he put KH Guild members on strict watch around the dungeon. Lee Myunjin sent a brief summary of the situation through a text message. DDI ring. Good. Lee Myunjin smiled at the short but meaningful reply. If he took into consideration of Baekjongdo's personality, this was the highest of compliments. Baekjongdo's actions were highly influenced by his mood, so Lee Myunjin felt a sense of satisfaction when he thought about the rewards he would receive. Star. When Woojin arrived at Sadong, most of the monsters had been killed. The streets were filled with soldiers and weapons. The soldiers were recovering the corpses of monsters and were in the process of organizing the roads. There were teams formed with roused possessing detection and pursuit type abilities. They were busily going around Seoul to hunt down the leftover monsters. A single mudfish caused this disaster. He shook his head at the city that had been burnt to the ground in a short amount of time. Woojin walked towards the Hammer Guild's headquarters. It was still being used by the people who took shelter there. They were still sheltering there since it might still be dangerous to be out in the city. Moreover, the city was in the midst of getting rid of the monster corpses and recovering from damage. Woojin was trying to find his family in the crowd when an employee from the Titan Guild came to find him. Then he guided Woojin to the upper floors occupied by the Titan Guild. Your family is over this way. It was a guest reception room located on the higher floors. When Woojin entered after opening the door, the first thing to greet him was a barking sound. Kung Kung. It was the large dog Bokwi that he had gifted Suwa. The dog had grown a lot during his absence. Woojin glared at the barking dog and Bokwi retreated as he whined. You are here? Yes, mother. Even after going through such a bedlam, his mother was giving off an air of calmness. After you stopped by, some people brought us to this place. His mother's voice didn't have any strength behind it. What about Suwa? She's asleep. Woojin turned the corner at the conference room's pillar and saw Suwa soundly asleep in a bed. He carefully backed out so Suwa wouldn't wake up. His mother called for him. Sit here for a moment. It seemed she wasn't in a good mood today, so Woojin obediently sat across her. Lee Seok-yeong bit her lips several times, but her indecision didn't last long. Woojin. Yes. I'm proud of you. I thought you were dead but you came back after 5 years. Just the fact that you are alive has granted my wish. Tears welled in Lee Seok-yeong's eyes. She didn't wipe away the tears that was flowing down her face and she looked at Woojin with eyes full of affection. You disappeared, then your father also disappeared. Seoul was in a mess. She didn't look to be in a good mood as she talked about the great calamity from 5 years ago. She must have reminisced about the dungeon shock. Moreover, she had also thought about the past years when she had struggled alone to feed the young Suwa. Now I have received unexpected filial affection, and I was able to get on TV because of my son. The media probably hounded Lee Seok-yeong for interviews, yet she was thankful. Her son was an amazing person. Yes, he was. Lee Seok-yeong grabbed her son's hands. Your mother doesn't need any special treatment from you. The people who had evacuated here were crowded into a room without any amenities, yet her family was in a spacious room with a bed. She didn't know what to think about this. Moreover, she was worried she was causing harm to her son. Don't worry about your mother. Save Seoul instead of your mother. How could he do that? Woojin had lasted until now because of his family. People are saying you are a hero. He wasn't a hero. He was a predator that ate carnivores. Why was his mother acting like this today? Did you see the news? He pretty much had a reporter within his reach everywhere he went. He wanted the people of the world to see him. He wanted to arouse the people's attention. If they were afraid, Woojin wanted it to be like that. If they were defiant against him, Woojin again wanted it to be like that. It would separate his allies from his enemies. However, what would his mother have felt when she saw her son commit indiscriminate slaughter? He saw worry, sympathy, anxiety, and the uncertainty in her eyes. She was trying to suppress those feelings. She wanted to tell him to just drop everything. He could feel her hold herself back. Woojin grinned as he grabbed both of Lee Seok-young's hands and shook it. "Don't worry about me." Lee Seok-young's chest hurt more as she saw her son's laughing figure. It was said that heroes were given by the heavens. Why did her son have to walk such an arduous road? She wanted to argue, and she wanted to wish for everything to return to normal. Since she couldn't do that, her heart was breaking. The only thing she could do was to silently cheer for him. The only way she could help him was to make sure his family didn't become a burden to him. Her son had grown too much to envelop him in her bosom. He had become so big that he was able to take the world under his arms to protect it. "I'm all right." "Okay. Okay." Lee Seok-young laughed as she tried to hide her tears. "You should go. You are busy." "Yes." Woojin stood up, gave her a hug. Then, he exited towards the reception room. Chow Kok. He stood outside the closed door as the sound of his mother crying tickled his ears. "I'm sorry, Mother. The destruction of Earth has already started. Neither a hero nor a god could stop this. A calamity that would make the dungeon shock look cute was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 107, Duty 2. Chapter 107, Duty 2. President's Room of Hammer Guild. 4 people were looking at each other as they Saturday. It was Hammer Guild's President Park Sang-do and Vice President Park Jin-woo. These two rank-aroused represented Korea. Hon Sung-gu and Young Min-chan was sitting in front of them. One was a former employee turned vice president of the Allendale Guild. The other man was an inconsequential roused they hadn't paid much attention to, yet he had already become a rank-aroused. Park Sang-do felt restless as he looked at Hong Sung-gu. What a waste. If he had been able to absorb them all into the Hammer Guild, then he would have 3 rank aroused and an AA rank roused on top of that. No, it was a misnomer to call him a rank AA anymore. The awkward silence settled around the office until the intercom rang. When Park Sang-do pressed the button, the secretary's voice flowed out. "Mr. Kong Woojin has gotten on the elevator. He'll be arriving soon." "Understood." Park Sang-do lifted his finger off the intercom button, then looked at Min-chan. "Does Mr. Kong Woojin know something about this situation?" Young Min-chan let Park Sang-do's gaze flow off of him. "I'm not sure. You should ask him when he gets here." How would Min-chan know? There was just the story Woojin said was true. Woojin also warned him once that the world's laws and morality would fall. He wondered if the current dungeon breaks were a precursor to those events. Geek. The sound of the door was unusually loud inside the quiet office as Woojin appeared. "What's going on? Why's everyone acting so downcast?" At Woojin's words, Sung-gu was the very first one to stand up. "Hyung Nim." Min-chan looked at Woojin with an expression filled with respect. Park Sang-do and Park Jin-woo half-heartedly got up. Park Sang-do approached Woojin as he put up his hand to shake. "It seems I have to greet you in these uncertain times." "I guess so." Woojin naturally spoke in an informal form of speech, and Park Sang-do's face immediately hardened. However, Park Jin-woo still extended his hand. "It's good to meet you. I'm Park Jin-woo." "I'm Kong Woojin." Woojin sat in the empty seat after exchanging handshakes. "Why don't we all sit?" Woojin sat down very comfortably as if this was his office. It made Park Sang-do's temper boil, but he tried very hard to control his expression. "You have something to say to me, dot." At Woojin's direct question, Park Sang-do put away his personal feelings and brought up the main subject. This wasn't a good time to talk about proper decorum a Korean person should have, and Woojin wasn't someone who would be receptive to such a speech. "Do you know the cause behind this event?" Lee Sang-do caused the breaks. Lee Sang-do became the vassal of Tronet's Commander Yellow. When Lee Sang-do became his vassal, he was able to cause the dungeon breaks. The person who asked the question, Park Sang-do, and the other people in the room couldn't find any words to answer Woojin. They just sat there blinking their eyes. They thought he would have a vague idea on what was going on, but he knew it in such detail? "Who's this Tronet's Yellow?" "No, what is this Tronet?" "They are the masters who own the dungeons." "He's one of the bastards trying to make Earth their hunting ground." This was too fantastic of a story, so Park Sang-do swallowed his saliva. "How do you know this so well?" Woojin took a peek at Park Sang-go. Is your occupation being a reporter? I'm the Hammer Guild's master. I'm joking. It's a joke. Woojin smirked as he answered the question. I came back after I went to a world where those bastards usurped the place. They couldn't comprehend or understand the words he spoke. It was too unbelievable. If the origin of the problem is Lee Sang-go, don't we need to catch him? I already killed him. Huck. Woojin looked at the surprised faces as he reclined his shoulders backwards. His body sank into the sofa. Is this how you treat guests here? Don't you have any coffee? Why was he looking for coffee in a time like this? Park Sang-go calmed his surging temper, then paged his secretary to bring some coffee. He looked over Kong Woojin with shaking eyes. I could never make head or tail of him, but, not. Up to what point could he trust this story? Moreover, where should he start his preparations? He secretly glanced at young Minchin and Han Sang-gu. They looked surprised, but the vibe he got was that they seemed to trust everything Woojin said. Since Woojin knew the cause of the current situation, he should have a plan to combat it. What are you planning on doing from now on? Woojin smirked as he drank the coffee brought to him by the secretary. What am I going to do? The same thing. He still didn't have a good idea on what he had to do. He wasn't sure if Tronet's lords would come in droves soon or if they would take some more time. However, he was sure about one thing. The war was imminent. I'll stop the dungeons, grow the roused, and cultivate my power. I'll be getting ready for a war. The roused had been growing under the guise of the dungeon business. It was evident as each country of Earth had several dozen to several hundred established guilds. Earth was getting incrementally stronger. They had gotten stronger under the goal of profit under the guilds, but now he would have to gather them. If it was the previous Woojin, they wouldn't have even listened to his opinions, but it was different now. There was an entire world of differences between the obscure roused Kong Woojin and the current Kong Woojin. Kong Woojin looked at young Minchin, who had always reliably taken care of his business. Let's all gather in one place to start our preparation. Park Sang-go, who was listening from the side, quickly put his brain to work. How could the Hammer Guild benefit from this situation? What could he do so he could exert his influence? We are planning on assembling all the Korean guilds in a month. What do you think about doing it there? I guess I can do that. Park Sang-go let out a yell of utter delight inside. This was his opportunity. It would have been best if the Hammer Guild had Kong Woojin within their fold. However, Kong Woojin was too big to bring under the Hammer Guild. If a plan doesn't work as intended, one always had to have a plan B in life. His insolence pierced the sky, but it seemed Woojin was in the dark about assessing the damages of such actions. Well, since it had turned out like this. Now that events have turned out like this, we have to at least be in second place. He gave up on the title of being the best, and he focused on what really mattered. If his guild couldn't be the best guild in Korea, then wouldn't it be best if his guild was the second best? Moreover, the best guild in Korea, Allendale, was the center of world's attention. He could cede the spot of number one to them. Well, I'll see you guys then. The Korean guilds were all gathering in one place in a month anyway. Won't they, at the very least, have to unite all the roused in Korea? There will be some that will join a common cause, and there were those who always acted as contrarians. However, it would be enough if they could call attention to the seriousness of the danger to everyone. It wasn't necessary for everyone to be on the same team in a war. Everyone has to fight for themselves. In the end, this was a fight for survival. Everyone would fight for their own survival. Woojin would fight for what he wanted to protect. However, he wouldn't mind it if there were less people he had to watch over. A prime example was Park Sang-go. He's rolling his eyes at me. This man was still moving with profit as his main motivation. Profit was useless in the face of the desire to survive. It would make it easier for Woojin if there were more bastards like them. Relatively speaking, he would have to worry less. We are leaving. Yes, President. When the Allendale family stood up, Park Sang-go saw them out himself. The restriction hadn't been lifted, so the civilians all stayed inside headquarters, which was the evacuation shelter. However, the people of Allendale left the building. The streets were still occupied by soldiers, so the atmosphere was still troubled. I'll come and pick up my mother in Donsing when everything is cleaned up a little bit more. Please don't worry about them. We'll safely protect them. They had suppressed most of the monsters, but there was a chance a monster could be hiding. It was better to stay at the Hammer Guild than to go home. I guess having such a large organization isn't too bad. He thought it wouldn't be too bad to have a lot of employees and numerous roused under him. Allendale only had 3 roused, so their number was too few to divvy up the work. This wouldn't work if he wanted to protect his family and the people who were important to him while fighting the enemies. He had lost too many precious people on Alphen because of this exact issue. What happened to the rest of our guild? Director Kim is evacuating with the other employees. The others are here at this evacuation shelter. They were at Allendale Guild when the incident broke out and they were lucky to have been able to escape. Sunggu's family and the guild employees' families all evacuated to the Hammer Guild's headquarters. Everyone's over here? As of now, we aren't able to contact the chief secretary and the secretary employees. Ms. Haysole is safe. She was with me until we parted not too long ago. He had come out with her from the dungeon. Jackson was protecting Haysole, so nothing should have happened to her. The problem was Lee Sung-hoon and the secretary employees. He couldn't contact them. Minchan took out his hand phone and verified that the network was still down. He put it back into his pocket. The communication network hasn't recovered yet. The city was severely thrashed by the dungeon breaks. It was standard procedure to recover the communication system, but the recovery was very slow. They had successfully stopped the dungeon breaks in Seoul to achieve a momentary peace, but maybe the damage was too extensive. Let's go to the office. Yes, President. Just to be safe, the civilians were restricted from exiting the evacuation shelter. Since there were 2 people with roused licenses in their party, the soldiers overlooked Minchan, who was a civilian. To be precise, he wasn't a civilian but a guild official. Chat. It's a mess. It was as if the chaos of the situation had been left behind. The office was a mess. The employees had fallen into panic, but they were able to quickly escape thanks to the experienced Minchan. He was someone who had worked in the dungeon business since the dungeon shock. His bones were thick and resilient. Woojin righted the fallen chairs as he looked around the office. As he was coming up, he noticed that his storage room had been emptied by someone. It was hard to tell whether people or monsters did this. Let's move. What? He needed a stronghold. It should be a place where he could protect people from the overflowing monsters. He needed a place where he could hold off his enemies effectively with a small force. A fort like the Hammer Guild's headquarters building. Look for one near the Seoul station. Tell me when you pick a suitable building. If you can buy it, then buy it. If not, we'll just take it. He wanted to be used to Woojin's way of thinking, but he still couldn't follow the president's train of thoughts. However, he was sure of one thing now. If Woojin said he would do something, then he would do it. It was his job to take care of business as smoothly as possible. I'll look into it. Actually, I'm really worried about Mr. Sung-hoon and the employees of the secretary office. They'll be back if they are alive. He had said such an obvious statement so Minchan couldn't think of any words to say. While Minchan was looking at Woojin with a flustered face, a chime rang from inside his pocket. Ah. It seems the communication system is back up. Minchan hurriedly took out his handphone. He thought it was a call from a secretary employee, but it was an entirely different phone number. It's the Ministry of National Defense? What do they want with me again? Sunggu, who was next to Woojin, answered the question. Hyun Nim. You came here by riding a missile. Ah. That. Well, just tell them the US shot it. Just say that. Minchan let out a light sigh, then answered the phone. This is Alandal's Vice President Young Minchan. He spoke with a serious expression on his face. After ending the call, he looked at Woojin as he spoke. They already asked about it to the Pentagon. They said the distance was too far for you to have reached here. That's why I rigged a couple fighter jets onto it. Dulcie had made it so basically a couple fighter jets were stuck onto the missile. Woojin added his magic to increase the output of the engines, and he had come to Seoul in a brief amount of time. The Pentagon said you borrowed the missile and fighter jets. They confirmed you wrote it here. Woojin frowned. So what? You might have to go visit them once this time. Where? You mean the Ministry of Defense? It isn't as if there is anything more to explain. No. The Chongwadi, Blue House, is calling for you. You really have to go visit them this time. Woojin shrugged his shoulder. I guess I will. Tell them I'll go after a week. It would be enough time for the files with the evidence to arrive. Minchan had barely ended the phone call when a phone rang again. Ding ding. The sound was heard from a distance away inside the president's room. It's my handphone. When he left for the Middle East, Woojin had left his handphone behind. I'll go bring it. Sunggu quickly ran to get Woojin's handphone. Hyun Nim. It's Jaiwan Nuna. Woojin frowned when he thought about Du Jaiwan. He thought about the child with the clear soul turning into an evil spirit in front of him in Afghanistan. Hello. When Woojin pressed the answer button, a small voice leaked out of the speaker. Who okay? Woojin. Help me. Woojin's face froze into a cold mask. Where are you at right now? I'm at. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Duty 3. Chapter 108, Duty 3. It was a hospital not too far away from the Sadon station. The roads weren't fixed yet, so it was probably faster to run there than to ride a car. When Woojin opened the door to enter the hospital, the inside of the hospital was filled with people. It was so packed, there wasn't a place for his feet. There were several times more injured people than casualties. The elevator was pretty much paralyzed by the number of people trying to use it. He bypassed them and ascended using the emergency stairway. He walked past the corridor filled with patients, then headed towards the isolation ward. You can't come in here. Woojin had suddenly entered the ward, and the nurses were surprised by his appearance. They tried to stop him. It's all right. I'll just go in for a brief amount of time. No. You might become infected. I'm aroused, so I'll be fine. Being aroused didn't mean his body was invulnerable. She was busy, so why was he being so obstinate? Woojin pushed forward his roused card. When the nurse saw it, her eyes became round. Kong Woojin. Rank A was printed on the card, but this was merely the rank that was registered with the Roused Association. Kong Woojin of Korea was known to the world as a rank AA Roused. There were those who considered his rank to be as high as rank S. Still, you might get infected. I'm fine. Now that she knew who this person was, his words didn't sound like a tantrum anymore. The nurse was struggling with her decision when she decided to make a call. It wasn't within her power to make this decision. Yes, Director. The roused Kong Woojin is here, and he wants to go into the isolation ward. After a long talk, the nurse ended the call and spoke to Woojin. We won't mind if you enter there, but you'll have to be checked when you come back out. That is a must. Understood. Who are you here to visit? I'm looking for Du Jaiwan and Du Jaemin. They are in room 3. Professor Lee Suman should be evaluating and speaking to them right now. Woojin opened several doors and arrived at a small corridor. He saw 4 hospital rooms. There was transparent windows that allowed one to look into the rooms. At a glance, Woojin could tell there were more people inside than the rooms could accommodate. Woojin's appearance surprised Professor Lee Suman and the 2 residents. Are you Mr. Kong Woojin? I'm Lee Suman. It is a pleasure to meet you. Open the door to the 3rd room. Woojin gave a half-hearted handshake and pointed towards the locked door. Instead of an isolation ward, it looked like a detention room. Lee Suman and the doctors shook their heads from side to side. We can't allow you to come in contact with them. You'll have to talk to them from here. We are still identifying the symptoms of these patients. One of the residents brought him a mic. Its purpose was to allow him to hold a conversation through the speaker installed inside the 3rd room. Woojin let out a short sigh. He didn't know what they were doing. This was incarceration instead of isolation. They weren't actually treating the patients, they were just observing the patients. They were wasting time without making anything better. Open it. Aha! It is an unknown virus. After the quarantine, we have to observe the progress of the disease. Woojin stared intently at Lee Suman. Open it. We aren't even sure of the route of infection yet. Woojin smirked. The fact that the professor was grasping at straws was laughable. Woojin's arm wrapped around Lee Suman's shoulders. Woojin's thick hands grabbed Lee Suman's shoulder. Ooh. The pain caused Lee Suman to let out a moan. The residents let out a shout. Aha! What are you doing? Let go of him. He's going to get injured. The residents didn't dare charge forward. They could only talk to Woojin in a rush of words. Woojin grabbed the doorknob with his other hand. If you are a doctor, you should watch this. Kwajik. Woojin opened the door easily, without a change in expression. He carried Lee Suman into the room. When the door opened, Lee Suman used his free hand to cover his mouth with his sleeve. Whoop! Woojin smirked when he saw Lee Suman panic. Woojin ah. Jaiwan called for Woojin, who had just entered the hospital room. Woojin greeted her discreetly with his eyes, then spoke into Lee Suman's ear. It isn't an airborne disease. Put down your hand before I crush your chin. Huck! Lee Suman quickly lowered his hand. At a glance, there were 14 people gathered inside the room. No one here is diseased. However, the people who had direct contact with the infected. Nothing will happen. You can let them out of the isolation ward. Woojin led everyone out to the corridor. The residents had already run away, they were nowhere in sight. Lee Suman couldn't do anything right now. It were as if he was stuck between the jaws of a lion. He hated the situation he was in. Woojin grabbed the door of the first room. There were 5 people moaning and they seemed to be in a critical state. They are poisoned by the ghoul's corpse poison. I guess ghouls haven't shown up on Earth before, so this should be the first time you guys have seen this type of poison. You can only get it if you touch them. Don't worry about it. Don't open it. You are a fucking doctor, yet you value your life so much. It is unsightly to see you shake like this from fear. A doctor's life is more precious. I have to live, so I can save numerous lives of patients. Bullshit. Woojin put strength into the arm he had over the doctor. The soldiers going out to a battlefield, do they not put their own lives on the line? One went out to battle with one's life on mortgage. Woojin never avoided death. Not even once. No, he always lived with death close by his side. I wanted to live, but it isn't as if I disliked the idea of dying, but... He didn't want to become a monster. He didn't want to become like Tronet's commanders. That was why he persevered as he thought about his family. He tried hard to consciously think of himself as a human. What bullshit was he spouting again? Lee Suman frowned in worry. Woojin sent his stored souls into the moaning patients, after which they were immediately healed. When the patients became relaxed, the sight made Lee Suman's eyes open wide. My God! All large hospitals possessed roused with healing-type abilities, while others selected highly qualified professionals. All the patients here were quarantined, because neither the current medical science or any of the roused abilities could discern the root cause of the sick patients. Woojin had cured them so easily that Lee Suman was dumbfounded. It wasn't as if he didn't know who Kong Woojin was. He was a rank AA necromancer. He was a necromancer who controlled corpses, yet he was using healing magic right now. Wasn't that a bit strange? Woojin looked into the transparent window of room 2. Do you know what those 3 have? I have no idea. It isn't poison or a disease. It's a curse. Kong Woojin said it with so much confidence that Lee Suman wondered if he should believe those words or not. However, since he was amazed by Kong Woojin's confidence, Lee Suman couldn't help but ask the question. Can you treat them? It's too late to treat them. There is no way to reverse the curse now. Ah. It basically meant that the golden time had passed. Woojin looked at the people who were shaking like they had a chill. It seemed they had gone into a frenzy. They had to be tied to the bed. Unfortunately, Jaemin was one of them. Jaemin's eyes were rolling back and forth. When he caught sight of Woojin from across the transparent window, tears began to fall from his eyes. If he hadn't been cursed in the first place, he might have been able to do something. However, Jaemin already had it, so there were no cure. Then those people. They'll shake like that for a day, then curse will activate. The doctor's face fell into despair at Woojin's declaration. Jaiwan heard him from the back and asked with a shaking voice. So what will happen to him? He'll become a servant of the night nobles. What is that? He'll become a monster. He would become a mindless servant of a vampire. He'll be a monster who only longed for blood. Jaiwan crumpled to the floor as strength left her legs. Hoo! Jaemina! Jaiwan sobbed her heart out. Woojin looked down at Jaiwan. He couldn't comfort her right now. Woojin's arm, which had been around the doctor, was released. He grabbed the door to the second room and opened it. Kwaduk. He easily broke off the door and walked into the room. 3 sets of eyes landed on Woojin. They were tied to the bed. Hyung. Jaemin's round eyes looked at Woojin. Do you want to live? Yes. I want to live. Jaemin nodded vigorously with his pale face. You were bitten? Yes. My shoulder. Woojin ripped open Jaemin's clothes and saw the clear bite mark on his shoulder. The mark had already turned from red to purple. Chat. Look. What's going to happen to me, Hyung? Do you know what a bloodsucker is? Yes, Hyung. How could he not know? A vampire-like being had bitten him. You are going to be like that. Then I'll never be able to see the light of day anymore? Woojin smirked. Jaemin was looking at the situation too optimistically. No. You will be able to see the sun. Instead, you will die tomorrow, and only your body will live to become a bloodsucker. You will cease to exist starting from tomorrow. The being you described are the true vampire race. You will just become their servant, a bloodsucker. Basically, you'll be a monster. Okay. Hyuwung. If his body wasn't tied down, he would have run to Woojin wanting to cry. He grabbed onto Woojin's pants leg. Woojin looked down at Jaemin with a serious face. Do you want to live as a vampire? As you said before, you won't be able to see the sun ever again. Hook. Yes. I still have a lot of things I want to do. I've only studied up until now. Please save me, Hyung. All right. I'll save you. The two patients who had heard Woojin's answer yelled out. Please save me. Please, I beg of you. Jushi. Please save me too. Woojin shook his head as he looked at them. I can't save you. What? Why can you save him but not us? Aren't you Kong Woojin? Can a public figure act this way? Please save us too. Woojin didn't respond to their outcries. He silently released the binding mechanism holding down Jaemin. Hey, fucker. Save us too. If you leave, I'll blab to everyone. I'll tell them Kong Woojin isn't a hero. I'll tell everyone you are a fake. Woojin smirked as he brought Professor Lee Suman into the room by his arm. He had been vacantly standing in the corridor. Professor Lee Suman was brought into the second room in a moment of confusion. He looked at the two patients who were struggling at death's doorstep. Who said I'm a hero? If you want to beg for your life, you shouldn't do it to me. You should do it to the doctor. Woojin patted Professor Lee Suman's shoulder, and he exited the room with Jaemin. What do you want me to do? Please tell us the method we have to use to dispel this curse. Lee Suman followed Woojin out and asked Woojin in a sincere manner. It was a problem of whether he knew how to treat it or not. Of course, he would save his patients if he knew how. I need to take out the heart of the vampire who bit them. If I can perform the ceremony of blood, Jaemin will succeed its power. The method was grotesque for this unknown curse. I can perform the ceremony for only one person. Unfortunately, it seems all three of them were bitten by the same betard. I'm going to save my Dongsung. Hyuwung. Jaemin was touched by the words, my Dongsung, so he started to tear up. Woojin spoke to the doctor who had fallen into a state of panic. They'll become bloodsuckers after one night. You'll regret it if you tie them up that loosely. What should we do? You take care of it. Either you can try to save two monsters or administer euthanasia to save countless people inside this hospital. The professor had no words. How could this man speak so irresponsibly? Lee Suman looked with pleading eyes, but Woojin looked back with indifferent eyes. Woojin didn't have any other methods. He had a choice and he made it. If he was to tell the absolute truth, he wasn't saving Jaemin. He was just making human Du Jaemin into a vampire Du Jaemin. I'm not a doctor. You are. You deal with it. Woojin put out his hand towards Jaemin who was still sitting on the floor. Let's go. Where? I have to go save Jaemin. Thank you. Thank you, Woojin. If I don't find the culprit within the day, he'll die anyways. Didn't he just say Jaemin was his Dongsung? When he spoke about Jaemin's death in such a calm manner, Jaemin's heart sank. Woojin exited the isolation ward with Jaemin and Jaemin. Lee Suman flopped down to the floor. What should I do? The room was still chaotic. The two patients tied down on the beds were letting out swear words and curses like crazy people. Professor. Are you okay? The residents who ran away had returned to help the professor back to his feet. They had run away at the sight of danger, yet when Kong Woojin disappeared, they immediately showed up again. He was disgusted by their behavior, but it wasn't a good time to talk about the loyalty a pupil should have towards his teacher. Go acquire some information on the curse of a vampire. Lee Suman hadn't incarcerated these people. They had been showing symptoms of unknown cause, so he had been approaching these cases with caution. Since they were still alive, shouldn't he do his best to save them? Request data from the Roused Association, and even the Roused organizations around the world. If he didn't know the cause, then he could plead ignorance. Now that he knew the cause, he had to do his best to find the cure. He didn't want to shame the profession of a doctor with his actions. The hospital was his battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Vampire Hunt. Chapter 109, Vampire Hunt. Inside a dark alleyway. A man was embracing a woman wearing a miniskirt. A moan leaked out of the woman's lips, sounding as if her strength was being leached away. After a lengthy time, the man and woman separated from each other. The woman fell to the floor and the man wiped the blood from his mouth with laughter. Coo coo coo. Is this place a paradise? Humans with fresh blood were overflowing in this place. He'd never seen a dimension with this many humans. He had already sampled the blood of 24 people today. In the past, he had to survive by drinking the blood of animals and monsters. If those bloods were like grass porridge, human blood was like a sweet cookie. He coveted more blood, but it was time for him to move. Kook. I have a lot of time. He was the loyal vassal of Rayler. His great lord was of the 7th step and he possessed 7 thrones. His name was Vaymort, and he was Rayler's best scout. He was sent to Earth so he could find the most suitable dungeon his master could link to. I'll enjoy it slowly. He had a lot of time. He would look around the human world, then slowly gather information. He would have to find a place to sleep when the morning sun ascends. As he was about to transform into a bat, his expression suddenly hardened. Phew. I finally found you. Vaymort slowly turned his head after hearing the sound that came from behind him. There were 2 men standing there. One was a pale young teen and the other one was a well-built man with a dangerous atmosphere hanging around him. His instinctive wariness made Vaymort take a step back. Aha. Where are you going? Who are you? You don't really need to know. When Woojin smiled, Vaymort felt an unknown sense of threat to himself, so he quickly turned around. He jumped high into the sky to run away quickly, but the hand on his ankle pulled him backwards. He couldn't fly away. Kwang. As soon as Woojin grabbed Vaymort's lower leg, he slammed the vampire to the floor. Woojin didn't stop there. He kept lifting Vaymort up as he repeatedly slammed the vampire on the floor. In a flash, Vaymort's face was ruined. Wook. Woojin stepped on the neck of the moaning Vaymort. Kururuk. As if he was having a hard time breath, Vaymort let out a gurgling noise. After pressing down firmly with his foot, he called towards Jamin, who was still standing at the entrance of the alleyway. Come here. He had heard a lot about it. He read numerous articles, and he had even watched the vids. However, it was something else to confirm it with one's own eyes. The person called Kong Woojin was amazing. The vampire who had bitten him could do nothing as Woojin dominated the vampire. Jamin thought Woojin was amazing, but he also felt fear within his heart. Woojin took out a short sword from his inventory, raised it towards Jamin, who was walking stiffly toward him with a fearful expression. Grab it. When Jamin awkwardly grabbed the short sword, Woojin pointed below. Stab his heart. What? Jamin was surprised, but Woojin spoke with an indifferent face. Hurry up and stab it. Jamin's hands holding the short sword was shaking. You don't want to live? Ah. No, I want to. He wanted to live, but he was also afraid. Jamin sniffled. So how do I stab? A few. Woojin put his hand around Jamin's hand, which was holding onto the short sword. Then, he immediately lowered it towards Vaymort's heart. When the tip of the sword touched the vampire's clothes, Woojin let go. As if he was trying to catch the sword from falling, Jamin crouched in an awkward position. Woojin spoke as he looked at Jamin. Stab. Hyuwon. If he was going to help, he should have helped all the way. It was like a bungee jump. He didn't have the courage, so he wanted someone to forcefully push him off the platform. He could act as if he was reluctant, but he wouldn't resist when he was pushed. Currently, Jamin didn't have any courage. You have to do it yourself. Hook. Woojin's voice was indifferent. Tears and snot leaked out of Jamin, and Woojin could only sigh when he saw this. When the sun comes up, you'll die and this bastard will also die. However, this bastard will probably be resurrected in his domain. The vassal could be revived after receiving the master's favor. Woojin had read the dimensional domain manual, so he was aware of this fact. Choose. You can die or you can absorb this bastard to live as a vampire. It's your choice. Woojin wasn't saving him. He was just providing Jaemin with a choice. He could decide for himself if he wanted to live or not. Woojin silently observed Jaemin's action. Hook, hook. Jaemin cried. After throwing up blood, Vaymort was looking up at him with a devastated expression. The vampire Vaymort wasn't human. Several dozen thoughts flitted through Jaemin's head, and it made him hesitate on making a decision. The day is passing away. Hook. Hook. Jaemin wiped his tears with his sleeves. He wanted to live. He had to live. He didn't even have to make an excuse about his sister who was crying for him right now. He wanted to live. If he wanted to live, then he had to kill. The light in his eyes darkened. This bastard had tried to kill him by sucking out his blood. Ooh-ah! Jaemin used his strength to stab down with the short sword. Took. Ah! The vampire's skin was thicker than he thought, and the short sword was having a hard time penetrating the skin. Woojin shook his head from side to side. A few. How can a guy be so weak? Hurry up and stab him. The sun will really rise for real soon. Yes, Hyung. Puuk puuk, puuk. The first strike was the hardest, but once he hardened his heart, he was able to strike down with more force. I did it. Jaemin's happiness lasted only for a moment. Blood fountained forth from the pierced heart, and it dirted Woojin and Jaemin's body. The scattered blood defied the law of gravity. It coalesced into grains of blood in midair, then flowed into Jaemin's mouth. Succession of blood. The servant inherits the master's blood, and one would wake up as a true vampire. Ooh-ah-ha! The blood was being sucked into his mouth endlessly. Jaemin struggled as if he was about to pass out. When he drank all the blood, he crumpled to the floor. Oop! Just the thought of it made Jaemin's stomach turn, so he covered his mouth with both hands. He dry-heaved several times, after which tears began to fall. Hook! Hook hook! You are a man, so why do you keep crying? Who okay? Hyung. What? The blood. It's so delicious. Hook hook. It was sweet and delicious. It was better than any drink he ever had before. The strange sensation and ecstasy made Jaemin cry. It felt as if he had shed his human self. It made him very sad. Geez. I thought. Let's go after we wrap this up. Vaymort's body had turned into gray light, so they didn't need to take care of it. Woojin retrieved his warrior's weapon, changing it into a spear. Jaemin's eyes turned round when he saw Woojin approach the woman wearing a miniskirt. Hyung. What are you going to do? Ha? We have to take care of her and go. Poor. A person? It'll be daybreak soon. Anyways, she'll turn into a mindless blood-sucking monster, so we have to take care of her. Woojin spoke so dispassionately when he talked about taking someone's life. Jaemin wondered if he really knew who this person was. He felt a sense of incompatibility. What? Do you want to part with your own heart? Then, you'll be able to save her. Woojin smirked when he saw the silent Jaemin. Are you really valuing a life of a woman who only has 30 minutes left to her life? What if she turns into a blood-sucking monster and kills a person? Don't you value that person's life? That's... He didn't have to even ask that question. The calculation was obvious, but how could he be so calm and cold about it? You want to do it? No. You'll have to get used it. What did he mean? He'll watch Woojin kill a lot of people? Or was he talking about this crazy world that had changed so much? Puuk. Woojin pierced the heart of the fallen woman with the pale face. Jaemin closed his eyes tightly. Woojin smiled when he saw this. He was still soft and innocent. Jaemin was like himself 5 years ago, who had stepped onto Alphen for the first time. Calm your thoughts. Slow down. Yes, Hyung. Well, he didn't have to be in a hurry. Jaemin will become tenacious like him, or he'll continue to be soft and die. The choice was on him. If he wanted to live on, he had to own up to his own decisions. Go in before the sun comes up. Where? You can probably go there now. Woojin looked at Jaemin's level. Jaemin had been level 5, so he had been a civilian instead of aroused. However, the ceremony of blood increased his level by 10, so he was above the first circle now. He wasn't a human now. He was aroused. The prerequisite to enter a dungeon was met in his case. Ji Ning. Woojin opened a portal that connected to his dimensional domain, Allendale. I'll send word ahead. Go in and find Bibi. Yes, Hyung. Go pull yourself together. I'll be there soon. Yes, Hyung. I'm sorry. Jaemin was embarrassed. He knew Woojin hadn't done anything wrong. He just felt a fear at an instinctual level. Wasn't this all done to save him? Woojin saved his inconsequential life. Jaemin wouldn't judge Woojin's morals. Woojin smirked as he pushed Jaemin in the back. Just go in. You'll burn to death if you see sunlight. Heek. Yes. When Jaemin passed through the portal, Woojin closed it immediately. The bright sunlight washed over Woojin after couple minutes. He let out a bitter laugh. Star. Daegu's dungeon break happened contrary to the existing rules regarding dungeons. When the soul's consecutive dungeon breaks occurred not too long afterwards, the world fell into a state of shock. The existing rule of a dungeon break happening after 30 days of a failed clear was debunked. It wasn't a problem that worried only Korea. Any country in possession of dungeons were on a state of high alert and were busy coming up with a solution. Still, they had a great sample case they could study. The unexpected dungeon breaks had devastated Seoul. If the world was shocked, Seoul was in a state of panic. A widespread exodus occurred. No one wanted to live next to a dungeon that might break at any time. Everyone was busy evacuating. The government tried to stop the chaos by saying they could suppress a daily dungeon break, but not many people believed those words. The government tried to recover the public support that was broken, so they pressured the Allendale Guild to combat the dungeon break that could happen at any time. Every media company packaged Allendale Guild Master Kang Woojin as a hero who would help Korea pass through this turbulent times. They expected him to protect Korea. This caused the people to focus their expectations on Kang Woojin. However, he was nowhere to be seen, as if he had gone underground. Moreover, Guild Allendale's actions were questionable. The price of the real estate had gone to shit. While everyone was leaving Seoul, Guild Allendale bought the land around the Seoul station, and they were getting ready to move. After 2 days, Seoul's roads were repaired. After 4 days, a little bit of calm returned to the people. On the 4th day, the people wanted a countermeasure for the dungeon breaks. The citizens occupied a square and held a demonstration. The crowd had a chance to turn violent, so the government was worried about the demonstrators. The only thing that could allay the anger and uncertainty of the people was Kang Woojin, so the government kept trying to push Kang Woojin forward. However, when they searched Guild Allendale, he wasn't there. It seemed he was clearing a dungeon, so they had no way of finding him. On the 5th day, the Congress and the Chongwadi decided to suspend the plan of Sejong relocation project. The news was leaked to the media and the size of the protests grew larger. The demonstration was turning tumultuous. On that day, the Holy Maiden stepped onto Korean soil, arriving at the Incheon airport. Look over there. Melody got off the plane. She passed through the airport security with 7 holy knights guarding her. Wow. Jackpot. Her beautiful appearance had the magic of pulling the gaze of the passers-by towards her. Isn't that Melody? Hull. You know that person? You know. The Holy Maiden. I think I saw her on YouTube. Really? There were some who knew her and some who didn't. Still, she received attention from everyone. She started walking calmly, and she stopped in front of a man at the entrance, who was holding up a placard. It's been a while, Mincheon. Young Mincheon was surprised by her fluent Korean. Mincheon smiled as he slowly bowed to greet her. You've come a long way. President is waiting for you. Young Mincheon had come to the airport to greet her. He guided Melody and the Holy Knights to Allendale Guild's new location. Please come this way. I'll hold that for you. It's all right. She declined his offer with a smile on her mouth. She clutched the small bag as if something important was in it. The Immortal had asked for this document, and it was within this bag. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Second Allendale. Chapter 110, Second Allendale. Woojin ordered Mincheon to finalize the negotiation for the real estate near the Seoul station, then ordered a move to that location. He immediately tried to head towards his dimensional domain. What the heck? Woojin had no choice but to hitch a ride to the Seoul station. It wasn't far away, so he didn't feel the need to waste his energy. You are here, President? The Alandals Guild employees had already been dispatched to the first exit and were guarding the entrance. They had followed Woojin's instruction. They hadn't taken any appointments and had sealed up the exit. There was only a single door where only Woojin could go in and out. Work hard. Yes, President. The founding member of Alandel knew Woojin from before, but the new employees only knew him as the world-famous Kong Woojin. The president was a high-rank roused who was up on the high perch above them. What? I can hunt in my own dungeon, Woojin laughed at this nonsensical situation. If he was short on levels, he could hunt down the monsters respawn through his domain's energy. However, it was wasteful, so he didn't particularly feel like doing that. When he picked Domain Return, a red portal formed in front of his eyes. Zing! When Woojin passed through the portal, he was in front of the Lord's castle. Master! Anything unusual? As soon as Woojin appeared, she hugged him. Woojin stroked Bibi's head. Ha. There were some drifters, but the wyverns hunted them down. The wyverns ate them, so I just let it be. Ha! Woojin sat on his throne to answer his own question. At a glance, the status of his land came into view. Creatures that looked like wild buffaloes were roaming around various locations inside the domain. There weren't a lot of them. There were only 20 of them. Does this happen often? Yes. 10 of them showed up one time. There are times when 2 or 3 of them show up. Is that so? Where's Jaemin? The noob vampire? Yes. It seemed he was a bit afraid, so I gifted him a house. You did well. Ha. When Woojin stroked Bibi's head, Bibi smiled with a proud expression on her face. When he exited the hall with the throne, a well-maintained garden appeared. Ha! When he had left, this place had been an open lot. Now there were several landscaping trees and colorful flowers that filled most of the space. Woojin was startled. Ha. It's pretty. He had left her in charge of the castle maintenance and she had changed the garden into a flower field. You don't like it? Should I change it? No. It's not too bad. Where's the house you gave to Jaemin? Ha. Follow me this way. Bibi started running with her short stride. Woojin slowly followed after her and looked around to see the Lord's castle, which had changed a lot. The building where the throne and hall was had high walls around it now. Moreover, there were 3 towers added there. The inner structure was still the same, but it was decorated to Bibi's taste. It was very colorful. There were several new buildings inside the castle's vacant lot. Smoke was coming out from a house with a chimney. Bibi spoke proudly. It's a bakery. I'm practicing right now, but I'll be able to make you delicious bread soon. Was it okay to waste energy on such things? Woojin looked at the building next to the bakery. Gong, gang. At a glance, it looked like a smithy and Ramzan was occupying that place. Ehio. Mr. Ramzan asked for it, so I built him one. As if Bibi didn't like the loud sound of the hammer strikes, she shook her head from side to side. There were several more buildings and he could see numerous Death Knights in them. Like Ramzan, some Death Knights had unique occupations before they were reborn. The large dimensional domain was less restrictive than the summon room. The possibility of what the Death Knights could do was numerous. There were some knights in the smithy like Ramzan, but most of them were gathered in a fairly large building. What's that over there? It's a pub. They are able to drink alcohol? The alcohol is made from magic. However, we used up all the energy, so we couldn't buy any. So what are they all doing over there? They are playing cards. It's very boring. Woojin realized his familiars normally lived with each other in the summon room, maintaining a semblance of society. The fact that they had lived like that was quite interesting to Woojin. No, his familiars had practically lived in their summon state on Alphen. Summon room was a place where they waited as they recovered from their destruction. That's the vampire's house. All right. You can return now. Ha. All right. Please recharge the energy I can use, Master. I'll do it later. Bibi had already used up the 10,000 energy he had assigned to her authority as the butler. She had used it all in the span of a day. If he gave her any more, she would use all the dimensional domain's energy. Ha. I'll buy that one and this one. Bibi was moving further away as she mumbled to herself. She opened the door to a simple 2-story hut. Geek. It seemed the door needed some more oil. The loud squeal rang out instead of a doorbell, and Woojin could see the interior of the house. The large house had a kitchen with only a single dining table and stool inside. Jaemin was nowhere to be seen, so Woojin ascended the stairway. The second floor had a small bed and an end table. Jaemin was curled up on top of the bed. Jaemin? Hooing. Jaemin raised his head at Woojin's call. Jaemin's face was pale as it could be. Hook. Hook. What's wrong? Blood. I want to drink blood. When Jaemin saw Woojin, his instinctual craving grew. Woojin's tan skin and his muscular neckline looked very tasty. His canines had grown sharp and it felt as if he could bite through anything. Hawk. You can't hold it back? This place. Even Woojin had never been a vampire. He couldn't 100% understand what Jaemin was going through, but Woojin could tell Jaemin was in pain by his face. It's all bones here. They are all skeletons. This is quite serious. He was half out of his mind as he mumbled. Jaemin's gaze fixed onto Woojin's neck. His eyes had already turned to red, and he didn't look like a human. Fu. Woojin took out a short sword, and he approached Jaemin. When he saw the sharp sword, Jaemin's will to live overpowered his craving for blood. His eyes was shaking with fear. He started to back away when he pitifully called out towards Woojin. Hi, Hyung? Open your mouth. What? Chwak. Woojin slashed across his palm. He pulled back Jaemin's hair, and he wetted the back of Jaemin's throat. Ah. Jaemin let out a sluggish sigh, and he desperately drank Woojin's blood, which was dripping down. He looked like a man who had suddenly found water after wandering the desert for a week. Jaemin's tongue moved busily as he drank the falling blood. The red light slowly seeped away from his pupils, turning back to black. Jaemin's eyes misted up and tears started to fall down. Hook. Woojin healed the wound on his hand as he looked at Jaemin, who cried with his head buried inside his blanket. Woojin quickly recovered after he used a soul. Jaemin sobbed. There was a smudge of blood around his lips and he cried piteously. Woojin just silently looked down at Jaemin. Hyung. Am I a monster now? Jaemin wanted to die. No, he wanted to live. His fickle heart kept changing back and forth dozens of times each moment. Even he was disgusted by his own reflection. Woojin felt sorry for Jaemin, who was crying out. It really felt like he was seeing his old self. He had fallen into despair like this after killing for the first time. Huung. Tears and snot had all poured out. When Jaemin calmed down a little bit, Woojin asked a question. Your sister is worried about you. When do you want to go home? May I stay here for a while? He didn't have any confidence. He didn't have the confidence to see his sister. He didn't have the courage to return home, since he had become a monster. You do as you like. I'll speak to your sister. Thank you, Hyung. All right. You should rest. If you need anything, contact me through Bibi. After tabbing Bibi as the butler, Woojin could speak with her on any given moment. Then you should rest a little bit. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin looked like he needed some more time. Woojin left Jaemin and exited the house. He somehow felt a little bit depressed, but that feeling didn't last long. Woojin tried to gather information about his domain, so he brought up the domain window. It was similar to his stat window. The mini-map of the domain had the locations marked where the domain's forces and residents were located at. The wyvern's nest was located on top of the pointy mountain, and at a location far from the Lord's castle, he saw Kiba all by himself. What is he doing there by himself? Woojin let his will flow out and called for a wyvern. Kayak. After a brief moment, the large wyvern appeared with a loud screech. Hooing. Its fierce wing beats caused a dust storm as it landed. It looked quite small compared to Yong, but Yong was abnormally large. The wyvern's body was as large as a fighter jet. Let's see. Woojin opened the dimensional store and bought a saddle used by the wyvern riders. After attaching it to the wyvern's back, Woojin got on. Let's look around the domain once. He could see the minimap through the status window, and he could view each corner of his domain when he was on his throne. However, it felt different seeing it for himself. Hung. After several beats of the wing, they were already in the air. The wyvern climbed the sky and flew towards Kiba. Shwa. The wyvern sliced through the sky in a much more stable and safe manner compared to Yong. The wyvern quickly passed by the dry plains. Occasionally, there were thin and twisted trees. He also saw patches of green grass growing from time to time. Then he saw the large Death Knight Kiba detachedly standing there in the wasteland. When Woojin landed and walked next to him, Kiba got on one knee towards Woojin. "My king! What are you doing here by yourself?" Kiba wordlessly stood up, and he went back to standing like before. Woojin stood side by side with Kiba. "What exists across there?" "I have no idea about." Woojin tilted his head in confusion as he looked at his borders. There were some fog stretched out, but he couldn't tell what was across there. The mini-map indicated this was the end of this place. "I'm curious about it. Was this why you were here? Did you find something out?" The wild buffaloes wandered in from across there, and they invaded the domain. Kiba immediately killed the buffaloes that had come out of the fog. As the domain's defense commander, he considered them to be invaders. Afterwards, he had killed 8 more buffaloes which had shown up. However, when the wyverns started eating the buffaloes that appeared, Kiba left them alone. The buffaloes that had wandered into this land was the ones currently wandering around the domain. "I'm surprised. You overlooked those mere cows." Kiba had been the great king of the orcs. He had spent his whole life pillaging and going to war. He had also devoted his life to protecting his tribes, so he was more attached to protecting one's territory. "This place is your majesty's second Allendale. It isn't your majesty's fault." Woojin became silent at Kiba's words. A bitter laugh passed by his face. Woojin recalled his past. The land of the dead, Allendale. He was the ruler of that place. He was Alandel's monarch. "I serve you in my death, but now your majesty looks over those who are still alive." Kiba respectfully got on his knees. "Can I really do it?" He had already tasted defeat once. The king had been the only one alive in Allendale. It had turned into the land of the dead. The people filled with pain. He could still recall the eyes that looked at him with resentment. The souls that had turned into evil spirits also. Kiba didn't have an answer. He would follow Woojin no matter which road he took. He wanted to walk towards a direction his masters desired. Woojin let go of his frustrated feelings. He let out large breath, and he heard the sound of an alarm. "Let's go check it out." Woojin silently crouched on top of the wyvern's back. Kiba summoned his own phantom wolf. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Second Allendale, 2. Chapter 111, Second Allendale, 2. Woojin looked at his mini-map and saw an orange-colored dot not too far away from the domain's border. What is it? Is it a person? He got close enough to see the presence of bipedal creatures. Woojin got closer and realized they weren't humans. They were one of the beast race. They were of the Hoenn race. Hong. The wyvern landed as it created a gust, and Kiba's phantom wolf appeared not too long after. Goruruk. What is your business with Allendale? Kiba grabbed his axe, asking in a threatening manner. One of the Hoenn with a large body stepped forward. Please let us meet the owner of this domain, O undead warrior. Woojin jumped off the wyvern's saddle and stepped forward. I'm the owner here. I beg of you. Let my family and I stay briefly in your domain. Woojin looked over the party. They were a 8-membered Hoenn family. There were 5 males and 3 females. The man speaking from the front seemed to be the head of the family. All right. I'll allow it. However, I have a condition. Their faces brightened when Woojin assented, but their faces quickly hardened. Their shadowed faces indicated that they had gone through a lot of hardship. What's the condition? I would like to hear your life story. It wasn't a difficult request. If that's the request, I'll agree to it 100 times over. Woojin turned to look at Kiba. Bring them to the Lord's castle. He left them to follow after Kiba. Woojin returned first on the wyvern. Woojin landed on the castle's empty lot. As if she had been waiting for him, Bibi came out to greet him. Master. Interlopers are here in our domain. Since she had the occupation of managing the Lord's castle as the butler, she was already aware of the situation. I know. Get ready to greet the guests. Ha. Then you'll have to recharge some of my energy. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Hong. Chat. Bibi's cheeks puffed out and she kicked at the floor. Woojin smirked as he opened the dimensional store. He searched for a suitable house for the family of the Hoenn race. 300p. 150p. The building was cheaper than he thought, so Woojin was lost for words. What the hell did Bibi use 10,000 energy on? When Woojin purchased the house, the minimap grew larger like a 3D image board. When Woojin chose an appropriate location, the building suddenly rose up from below. This is quite fun? It felt like a strategy simulation game he used to play in the past. The building was built and the items were manufactured. Woojin dragged the refugee resettlement set into the house, whereupon various items poured out. There were beds, furnitures, cooking utensils, and even food ingredients. It was enough items to live comfortably for several days. When everything was put in place, the mini-map disappeared. Chat. Master now knows the joy of shopping. Her lips protruded by a foot. He ignored her mumbling and went to greet the family of the Hoenn race, who was entering through the open castle gate. You'll be staying here. The family of the Hoenn race looked at the house pointed out by Woojin and their eyes widened in surprise. You didn't have to show us such a generous treatment. They've wandered around various dimensional domains, but they've never been treated this well. They had only expected permission to be able to stay in this domain. My name is Susunek. I would like to repay your kindness by giving you this. The man of the Hoenn race, who was named Susunek, pushed forward a small bloodstone. When Woojin took it, a message indicating the stone could replenish 50p of energy popped up. So this is how I can raise the dungeon energy. Woojin returned the bloodstone. I just want to hear the story of your adventures. I have no objections to that. Susunek was touched by Woojin's kindness. His attitude indicated he would answer any question asked by Woojin. Let's head in first before I listen to you. Woojin entered the hut. Susunek and his family followed after him. The sight of the comfortable house made everyone from the Hoenn race have an expression of joy. Woojin waved at the little ones from the Hoenn race. There is a second floor, so you can go look at it. Yes. They nodded their head as if they were embarrassed. Then, the small Hoenn children ran up the stairway. If it hadn't been for the tiger ears on their head, they would have looked like humans. They were very cute. Sit. Yes. Susunek was overwhelmed, but he obediently sat in front of Woojin. Susunek's wife felt awkward within the house. She saw several utensils in the kitchen, so she started to make some tea. What are you curious about? Everything. First, how did you get here? Susunek understood what Woojin was curious about, so he nodded his head. He was puzzled as to why this lord didn't act overbearing and coercive. It seemed he was a new lord who had gained his domain not too long ago. How long have you had this domain? It's been a day. Susunek nodded his head as he started to speak. Before we came here, we stayed at a domain ruled by an orc chieftain named Ort. With the dimensional battle on the horizon, he levied a severe tax. This is why we were forced to become wanderers after becoming refugees. Basically, they had been residents of a different dimensional domain. Did you see the buffaloes outside? Did they come from a different dimension too? Yes. The boundaries of a domain can be moved to anywhere. In the future, it seemed monsters would be drifting into his domain too. How many dimensional domains are there? Susunek shook his head from side to side at Woojin's question. They are too numerous to count. All right. You talked about taxes before. Is it imposed on the residents of the domain? It seemed it was a sensitive topic. Susunek's expression darkened. He even spoke in a slightly guarded tone. His voice became a little bit more stiff as if this topic was very important to him. The residents living in a domain can be taxed. This man had given him a bloodstone, so he surmised the taxes were paid with bloodstones. So how did the residents of a domain acquire the bloodstones? Did they catch the monsters that naturally drifted into the dimensional domain? Or did they farm it somehow? Woojin thought up several methods that might answer the question. However, it was easier to just ask. How are the residents of the domain able to pay their taxes? We go out and hunt. We earn it that way. Ah. Is that so? It seemed hunting was the primary method. Still, wouldn't that mean a significantly more amount of monsters drifted into the domain compared to the number of residents? The numbers didn't add up. Does the number of monsters drifting in increase as the number of residents increase? What? The bigger the dimensional domain, the more beings would drift in, but they are all drifters. It seemed the size of the domain was important. As the size of the border increases, there was more contact with other dimensional domains. Still, this didn't answer his question. Then where do you hunt? If the Lord opens the gate, the residents will go hunting. They'll gather the bloodstones, and those bloodstone will be given as tax. Woojin's expression hardened when Susunak asked a question. If you became a lord yesterday, then you should have at least one gate. Which world are you connected to? Susunak spoke as if this was an important issue. It was rare for him to ask a question to Woojin. It is a place called Earth. Ah. I've heard rumors about that place. It is mainly occupied by humans. Humans are very easy prey. Susunak was expressing his happiness. It was very important as to where the dimensional domain's gate was connected to. It was directly linked to the safety of the residents of the domain. A large domain possessed several gates, and one could pick and choose which hunting ground one wanted to go to. However, the small domains only had 1 or 2 gates. So one had to be more prudent to which world the gate would connect to. He had heard about this place called Earth from the rumor mill. He heard it was difficult to hunt, but most of the planet was populated by humans. It was a relatively an easy place to hunt. If the resettlement fee is low, it makes me want to settle here. Susunak's words plunged Woojin deeper into his thoughts. The 30-day protection period. It was the time when one's dimensional domain and dungeon was protected from other dimensional domains. If he earned a new dungeon, he guessed another 30 days of protection would be given to him. No, it was almost a certainty. Dungeon break. Woojin closed his eyes. Why do monsters pour out? They came out to hunt humans. Conversely, humans hunted them down. There were a lot of ways for a dimensional domain to gain energy. One could absorb the energy after killing the adventurers who come to hunt in the dungeon. One could also collect a toll from the residents of the domain to allow them to hunt. The resulting gain was collected through taxes. This was the general idea. One could also go to war with a different dimensional domain, but this method carried huge risks. I won't open the gate. What? If he wasn't going to open the gate, then how was he going to gather the taxes? When the domain's energy decreases, it meant the forces the Lord could dispatch also decreased. There would be a restriction on what the Lord could do, and in the end, another Lord would take away the domain. Earth is my home planet. Ego. I'm sorry. Susunak was so surprised that he got up from his chair, then put his head to the floor. Race held no significance in the dimensional domains. Humans hunted humans. Even elves and orcs, who were known to hate each other, made alliances. However, one's home planet always held a special significance to everyone. Susunak made a mistake with his words. Even he, who was an interdimensional refugee, missed his home planet. Well, it's all right. Go rest up. Yes. Then I'll see you next time, When Woojin stood up, the nervous Susunak spoke. There is something I have to say to you, Lord. What is it? There was no benefit in pissing off the Lord during his stay here. If he denied their sojourn, they'll have to leave for another location again. It would be a very dangerous journey. Not all dimensional domain had a rational lord like Woojin. If hunting outside the dungeon is not an option, there are other ways to replenish the dungeon. The profit wasn't significant, but there was another method. How do I do it? You can cultivate the blood flowers, or you can grow monsters. Woojin nodded his head when he heard Susunak's story. Basically, I have become a manufacturing facility. He understood it now. He could focus his investment into his military facilities to increase his fighting power. Then he could either hunt or pillage for the bloodstones. Or he could invest in manufacturing facilities to produce the bloodstones. Depending on the inclination of the Lord, the direction of the domain's development changed. Of course, if he invested a lot into his military forces, he would be able to make quick profits, and he'll be able to progress quickly. The latter choice would just make a domain be ripe for the picking unless the domain had enough defensive forces. I'll have to conduct further research. He had to find the right balance between growth and stability. Furthermore, he had to decide what was important to him as the master of the domain. The Lord's tendency changed the direction of the growth. Woojin asked another question before he left the house. Since you carry around bloodstones, can you use it at the store? Susunak answered as if the answer was obvious. Of course. If you have a shop at the Lord's castle, we can buy the items with our bloodstones. You misunderstood me. I meant the dimensional store. Susunak became surprised, and he vehemently shook his head from side to side. It is only possible for the Lord to use it. Woojin nodded his head. He had wondered why it was possible for him to build a grocery store and butcher store. It existed for the residents and the travelers. These services would become the main source of income for the domain, especially if it was taxed. I have a lot of things to do. He had a tight schedule if he wanted to run the dimensional domain properly. The 30-day protection period that was given to him didn't feel like a long enough time. If he didn't prepare properly, he'll lose his domain to a different lord. Woojin exited Susunak's borrowed house and headed towards the castle where his throne was located at. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Hearing. Chapter 112, Hearing. Woojin sat on the throne surveying the buildings he was able to build. He would be able to build farms and mines as a means to gather bloodstones. There were also grocery stores, restaurants, and cafe for the residents of the domain. There were several dozen commercial shops one could build. There were also guard towers, observation posts, and even military facilities where one could train one's forces. There were a lot of variety of buildings. I thought one's forces had to be bought through energy? 1000p. One can gather the troops one wants and train them. After building the barracks, he just had to assign a trainer to drill the soldiers. Then, he would have to send out a recruitment notice to all the dimension to gather members to train. The military facilities didn't only train soldiers. There were facilities intended to train monsters and other races. For example, there was the Wolf Training Center, an elf archery firing range. Moreover, they even have this. 3000p. Wyvern lays eggs and rears the young. Growth, 90 days, number 1. The price of purchasing a wyvern was 300, and this option was 10 times that price. However, it had an advantage of adding one wyvern every 90 days without expending any additional energy. Now that I think about it. Woojin opened the domain management window to check the buildings he currently possessed. The castle had several buildings that was built by Bibi, but one of the figures drew his eyes. Wyvern's Nest, 12. I earned those for free. The name of the dimensional domain was originally Wyvern's Nest. This place was their habitat and their roost. When this domain was transferred to Woojin, he had inherited 12 Wyvern's Nest. Since his synchronization probability excluded parts of the original domain, he probably lost a couple Wyvern's Nests in the process. He was quite fortunate to have 12. He had earned it without wasting any energy. So this is how I can maintain this place. If one considered the wars to be never-ending, then the energy would be consumed very quickly. In the end, the domain with insufficient energy would perish. So how could several thousand dimensional domain be in existence if that was that case? Basically, one only buys troops through energy during emergency. Woojin immediately understood the system. Energy couldn't be abused to buy your troops. The amount of energy one had was basically the amount of supplementary troop one could have. The less energy one had meant one's overall forces was weakened. It was like using internal energy that appears in the Muyup novels. Let's buy a couple of these first. The makeup of the population depended on which military training facilities he would build. It's a little bit too risky to bring in humans. Woojin didn't care, but he was worried about Jaemin, who was curled up inside his house. He didn't have the confidence to face humans. It was the reason why he wasn't returning to Earth, so he couldn't let humans loose into his domain right now. After mulling it over, he decided to buy the barracks, which was a basic need. 1000p. The space within the castle wasn't that large, so he had to plan out the city to accommodate for future projects. The castle was built on top of a mountain where the peak had been flattened. There were two pointy and knife-like mountains behind his castle, and the nests were located on these mountains. When the screen for the domain unfolded in front of his eyes, he decided to put the training facility at the base of the mountain with the Lord's castle. The sound effect of a building being built was heard, and since it was a basic building, the build time was quite short. Which one should I choose? He had built a training facility, but that didn't mean troops would suddenly pour out of the facility. Woojin looked at the list of trainers, who would be in charge of the training facility. He had no choice but to expend his energy to purchase a training instructor. If he thought about the troops that would be trained by the instructor, he decided the initial investment was well worth it. Woojin was familiar with Terua's tribe name, so he picked it. 900p. Grey Light Wing Tribe's Orc Warrior. Trainable specialty, Orc Soldier, 3 days, Orc Warrior, 30 days. Simultaneous training number, 10. A red portal formed in front of the throne, after which a big-bodied orc of grey coloring walked out of it. He had a thick ridge on top of his eyes and his canines were protruding out of his mouth. The imposing orc looked at the Lord. If you want to hire me, you will have to give me 70 points of bloodstones every week. Woojin grinned at Terua's strong words. The Grey Lightwing tribe was none other than the great orc king Kiba's tribe. He was glad to see their name, so he had picked Terua. Do you know Kiba? How does a new lord like you know his most honorable name? I was one of his henchmen. They hadn't formed an employment contract, so Terua responded in a surly manner. Woojin called for Kiba. Come here for a moment. When Kiba received Woojin's will, Kiba's body dissolved into black smoke and formed in front of Woojin. You've called for me. I think he's your old underling. Do you know who he is? Guru Rook. Kiba took a step toward Terua. Kiba was dead, so he didn't have any flesh left. However, he was a head taller than Terua. Kiba's large body was letting out a dangerous energy. It was as potent as when he was alive. It actually might be more sharper and tyrannical than before because of the death energy. Do you know who I am? Are you really the Grand Chief Kiba? Terua swallowed his saliva, eyeing the Death Knight in front of him. This caused Kiba to kick out with his leg. Puak, Kwajik. Kiba's shin impacted behind Terua's knee, then he roughly pushed Terua's head against the floor. Kuwuk. Why are you being like this? As if he didn't have to hear Terua's answer, Kiba turned towards the throne and looked at Woojin. He's probably a green novice. How do you know? None of my underlings would dare look up at me. Kook. Woojin let out a laugh as if he was amused by Kiba's words. It was just like Kiba to act this way. Terua was on the floor shaking when Woojin asked him a question. Do you want to make a contract with me? Oh, of course. You don't have to give me the monthly fee. A light shot out of the throne to surround Terua's body, absorbing into him to make an emblem on his shoulder. It was a picture of a cat letting out a yawn. I'll devote my loyalty to you. After receiving the emblem, Terua respectfully bowed to Woojin. He treated Woojin like his lord. Then, he immediately went to the training facility to put out a notice to gather new recruits. If the orc vagabonds answered the recruitment notice, they'll be trained into soldiers soon. 10 recruits could be trained simultaneously, so he'll have 10 orc soldiers in 3 days' time. He'll be able to have a force of 100 at the end of the 30 days protection period. His initial investment was 1,900 points, so there was no loss for him if he could get his hands on those troops. Unless the training facility is destroyed or Terua is killed, the number of his troops would increase daily. What's this ridiculous emblem? Woojin used the domain info to find out the identity of the yawning cat. He thought he had caught a glimpse of the flag on top of the castle walls, and it had a picture that looked like a yawning cat. He had thought Bibi planned on only decorating the place, but she had made the domain emblem into that. Fu. Woojin once again opened the dimensional store to look at the emblems when his eyes bugged out. Why is it so expensive? These were simple pictures, yet the cheapest one cost 5,000 points. The average price was over 10,000 points, and there were plenty that were much more expensive than that. A few. She spent all the energy on this. He had been curious as to what she had spent all her energy on. He was sure she had used it all on choosing this emblem. He looked through the catalog of all the listed items, and Woojin shook his head from side to side. It's full of luxury items. These were luxury items that could be used to decorate the Lord's castle. The price was unimaginably high considering the effect it possessed. It was inefficient to use the points on these items. However, if he was a lord with a lot of excess points, he could see lords decorating the castle to make it look grand. Afterwards, they would go to war to replenish the points they spent. They'll try to plunder other domains. Those lords probably bought the luxury items first, then think about the cost later. Should I make some manufacturing facilities first? Woojin looked at the buildings that were associated with manufacturing. There were various constructions capable of luring monsters in. There were baits, traps, and even trees of temptation, which gave off a pheromone. Depending on which monsters one wanted to lure, one had to build different buildings or constructs. Woojin planted several trees of temptation around the domain. These trees attracted the steel boars and the grey wolves. Then, he bought a pile of blood plants. 30p. Plant that grows bloodstone. It bears 1 fruit a day, and if one doesn't harvest the fruit continues to get bigger. If an animal eats this often, they'll form a bloodstone in their body. After a day plus 1p. If he harvested the fruit each day, he would earn 1p. Moreover, he had no idea how much the animals ate. He also wasn't sure about the price of 30p. He would be able to get his money's worth from a 30-day harvest, but he wasn't patient enough to farm blood plants. It wasn't in his nature. The announcement notified his purchase of the blood plants. These purchased plants would grow in the domain without his supervision. It grew in a random manner, so it was hard to harvest them. He could do the work himself or he could keep gatherers on staff. However, he was very short on residents in his domain right now. So this is why all of them chose to go to war. It was better to go to war than gather bloodstones through the manufacturing facilities. Also, there was a limit on how many blood plants one could buy. Woojin had planted 1,000 blood plants. He had consumed 30,000 points, but he considered it an investment for the future. He had no regrets spending it. After 30 days, he'll get his money's worth. Afterwards, he would basically be earning 1,000 points for free. Once I started spending it, I'm spending the energy at a really fast rate. He had only 70,000 points worth of energy for his dimensional domain. The total energy determined the ranking. He dropped from 1,317 to the rank of 3,212. A mere 30,000 points had dropped him so much in ranking. This meant a lot of dimensional domains were bunched up in ranking. Well, this is terrible in its own way. The 72 Great Lords weren't the only one aiming for Earth. There were lords of lower stations who possessed dungeons. Every one of them would try to drill a dungeon to Earth and use it as a hunting ground. Currently, Earth still had its army and civilization. They would be able to suppress simultaneous dungeon breaks, but one of the lords would inevitably break through. Once that hurdle was overcome, Earth wouldn't be able to stop the dungeon breaks anymore. It was a matter of time before humans became prey. I shouldn't have left Alphen alone. Wasn't Earth on the same path of ruin as Alphen? Woojin regretted not killing more of Tronet's monsters. If he could have delayed Alphen from being taken over, then the dungeons on Earth would have probably broke at a much slower rate. However, he couldn't regret the spilled milk. Woojin emptied his mind, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the various buildings listed inside the dimensional store. Well, let's see. Should I plan this out for real? Woojin pulled up the map to his dimensional domain and started to plan out his city's development plan. During that time, 1 to 2 immigrants trickled in at a time as they came looking for his domain. 20 days had passed. During that time, the dimensional domain Allendale had gone through a complete change. This should be enough. Woojin put away the domain's map he had been looking at, and he stood up. He had spent 20 days inside the dungeon, but only 5 days had passed in reality. Woojin had left to meet his family every 4th day or 1 day in real time. He also had to meet with Jaiwan to give an explanation about Jaemin. The Allendale Guild's move was going smoothly, and they were in the process of buying all the buildings near the Seoul station. Didn't they say Melody arrived? On the 5th day, he received news that Melody had arrived with the document in her possession. Woojin had been heading towards the dungeon when he switched his course. Should I make a trip to the National Assembly? Woojin let out a bloody laugh when he thought about finalizing his revenge. He wished Melody would arrive at his office faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Hearing 2. Chapter 113, Hearing 2. Woojin exited the Seoul station's first exit and was greeted by Sunghoon. You are back? Yes. Where's Minchan? He went to the airport to greet her. I guess he'll be here soon. Let's head to our office. Yes, I will guide you there. He had spent a brief time meeting his family in Jaiwan when he wasn't at his dimensional domain. However, the rest of his time was focused on building his domain. This was why Woojin had never seen the new office yet. Woojin stopped after following Sunghoon for a couple steps. What's going on over there? The people started to gather here and... Geez. Woojin smirked as he looked at the stalls lined up in front of the dungeon. There were fish-shaped buns and oden. A variety of street food stands were lining the street. Who purchases all these stuff? The reporters and the civilians who come to see the sights all purchase these foods. It sells since the weather is cold right now. So what's tasty here? We don't purchase food from such facilities. Stop lying. The fish bun bread over there tastes the best. Buy me a couple of them. Yes, sir. Sunghoon was the chief secretary. He had brought 6 members to guard Woojin. It was standard to travel with these men now. One of the guards hurriedly ran to a stall and bought some fish-shaped buns. The reporters who had been on a long stakeout started pressing the shutters on their cameras when Woojin appeared. There were even paparazzis amongst them. The funny thing was half of the reporters were foreigners. Koreans weren't the only ones interested in Woojin's every movement. He was receiving attention from all around the world, as much attention as a Hollywood star. The level of interest made the people of Allendale a little bit uncomfortable, but Woojin didn't seem to mind it at all. It's quite tasty. Woojin took a big bite out of the fish-shaped bun, then nodded his head. It's over there. Huh? After a brief walk, Woojin stopped to look up. It's here? Yes. It's really close. We followed President's order, and we got the closest. You guys did well. They had carried out Woojin's instruction above all else. He was satisfied with how Minchan took care of business. The new office was only a 100-meter away from the first exit. The dungeon break had created a lot of vacant lots, and this 5-story building was standing by itself. It was a bit too wide to call it a high-rise building. The building was elongated to the side as if it had been a school building. Woojin also liked the sturdy wall that surrounded the site. What was it before? It used to house military personnel. After the dungeon shock, the ruins around the Seoul station had been left alone, and this building was located in a desolate location. The design was outdated, but it was built sturdy. It was the ideal building to fortify. It used to be a military base, so there were several additional facilities behind the walls. I saw the construction going on every time I came out. So it was our office. Yes. He was sure he had given Woojin a report on this very issue, but it seemed Woojin hadn't paid much attention to it. When is my mother moving? It'll be done by next week. All right. Let's head in. Yes, sir. Woojin went through the door that was placed within the walls, and he walked twice the distance he had to travel coming here to get to the building. There wasn't much inside the interior of the building. They had basically cleaned and painted the building. The furnitures and items were being stockpiled, since it had to be divided between the divisions depending on their use. This is the president's room. They walked past the secretary room and security office in front of the elevator, arriving at the spacious president's room. It wasn't much different from his previous room, since both rooms had a simple design. The only thing that changed was the fact that the conference table was a bit longer. Woojin sat on the sofa. A female secretary employee brought him a beverage, placing it on the table. He glanced at the employee, then he asked Sung-hoon a question. How many employees do we have? We have almost 400 right now. This was the number of employees in the support division excluding the roused. Of course, Allendale only had 3 roused, Woojin, Sunggu and Haesol. It's about time to conduct an interview with the roused. Set that up soon. Yes. Currently, there are an explosive number of applicants. Currently, the mana on Earth was constantly increasing. Of course, the number of roused would increase. Level 1 to 9 were civilians. When one reached level 10, one became aroused possessing the power of the first circle. Where's Sunggu at? He's currently clearing a dungeon. What star? It's a 6-star. Ho-oh. Sunggu had grown enough to be able to solo clear a 6-star dungeon. What about Haesol? She should be at the quarantine zone. Would you like to see it? Ha? From here. Sung-hoon smiled as he opened the blinders to the window of President's office. Woojin approached the window, and he grinned when he looked below. You guys made a zoo. A quarantine zone wasn't something very grandiose. It was just a place set aside for the tamers, so the tamed monsters didn't cause trouble for the civilians. The open lot had been made into a safari. He could see the saber-toothed tiger Jackson and the knife-beak crows. There were also several monsters he had never seen before. It'll be great if she could tame a wyvern. He had been right. She was someone who had a lot of growth potential, and her ability was developing at a rapid pace. He would more or less pick roused that was exactly like Haesol. Would you like to see the other rooms? It's all right. Just turn on the TV. It had been around 1 hour since Woojin started to watch the TV. The vice president is here. Tell him to come immediately. Yes, sir. After a brief wait, young Minchan, Melody, and the Holy Knight showed up. When Melody saw Woojin, she immediately tried to get on floor, but he stopped her. To the immortal, I. Hey. That's enough. Just sit here. Yes. When she sat down, Woojin brought up the main topic. Did you bring what I had asked for? I have it ready here. The holy maiden pushed forward the document bag she had brought as if it was a great treasure. Woojin skimmed through the thick file when the holy knight James tried to slip in his 2 cents. This data was handed over to you as a gift of friendship by the US government, and it was to strengthen ties with the Titan Guild. Ah. I already know, dude. Yes. James replied sullenly. He was the bridge that tied the US and the Titan Guild together. They didn't consider Woojin to be the roused of the Korean government. They viewed Woojin as a military force that was on par with a nation. Minchon wondered what the documents contained were as he kept glancing at it from beside Woojin. He wondered what could elicit such a reaction from the holy maiden and the holy knight. President. What is that? It's a hit list. Oh, a hit list. What? Minchon's eyes became round. Why was President being like this again? Mind if I look at it? You can look at it. Minchon picked up the documents and started reading it. His eyes became round. These were the corporate executives who had enlisted the help of terrorists in the Middle East. There were information about politicians enlisting terrorist help to engineer dungeon breaks for redevelopment. The politicians used it to threaten the people's livelihood and wealth. Evidence and money trails were listed neatly in the document for each figure. The source of the data was from the various US intelligence agencies, so their credibility was second to none. No, it was information gathered by a foreign government instead of the Korean government, so it was probably more accurate. Minchon's face turned black as his face wilted. There were several dozen pages of documents. Almost half of them were politicians. Are you planning on killing them all? Of course. These bastards tried to kill me. This was connected to the terrorist attack on the US soil. This was why the US government had thoroughly investigated this matter. Were you perhaps waiting for this? Waiting for what? You kept delaying going in front of the National Assembly. The National Assembly had sent requests for a meetup several dozen times a day. Woojin was immovable, so they had to turn down all the requests. This put the employees in a tough spot. He had wondered why Woojin wasn't going, and now he found out he had been waiting for these documents. Of course. It'll be easier to get rid of them all when they are gathered in one place. Wow. It felt as if he was losing his mind. It felt as if Minchon's hair was standing on its end. How could this guy think so efficiently? He let out a false laugh. Woojin's thought revolved solely around himself. He did this while ignoring the public opinions. Aroused with Woojin's level of ability was needed for dungeon defense, but no one would tolerate him committing a crime. The world wanted a hero. They didn't want a villain. If the National Assembly was massacred, the aftermath would be horrible. Please reconsider. Why? What kind of answer would he need to give regarding Woojin's question? What did he have to say to change his mind? It'll become complicated. It is already complicated. I'm trying to simplify things before it gets more complicated. It seemed Woojin had already made up his mind. What would it take to change his mind? Minchon was thinking hard, when Holy Maiden shook her head as she looked at him. Are you perhaps thinking about immigrating to the US? Minchon ventured a guess. Unless Woojin was prepared to leave Korea, the plan he proposed wasn't feasible. No, it didn't make any sense at all. I'm not immigrating. Woojin looked at Melody as he asked her a question. What's Allendale? It's the monarch's land. Where are we right now? We are at Allendale. You heard her. Minchon couldn't come up with words to even respond to Woojin. Woojin smirked. They dared to take a shot at my life, so I need them to fuck off from my land. He had his dungeon here, and he had even moved to a new office, so why would he go to the US? He just had to drive those bastards out. Minchon's head started to spin. This was how the democracy in Korea would fall. Minchon felt frustrated, and he spoke as if he was pleading. The people around you won't be able to take it. You can survive it, but we can't. Please have a look around your surrounding, but. Woojin's gaze moved on from Minchon, who looked as if he wanted to cry. He looked at Sunghoon next, and to Woojin's surprise, Sunghoon's face had hardened. He looked to the side to observe the secretaries. They were looking at him with fear in their eyes. Woojin put the documents down on the table, and he leaned his body back into his chair. The king has to look over those that are still alive. Kiba's words circled around inside his head. Maybe I'd been living by myself for too long? He had always been surrounded only by dead beings. Woojin shook his head, then he put away the documents. Contact the National Assembly. I'll be going to them right now. Please reconsider. The National Assembly won't see any blood today. Don't worry about it. Call them. Minchin's face brightened. Woojin, who was like a bulldog general, had changed his mind. Even the Holy Maiden had a surprised expression on her face as she checked Woojin's face. Did the immortal really change his mind? Something unthinkable had just happened. Star. Ego, Assemblyman Choi. You, Hyung Nim. Please don't call me Assemblyman. You can drop the formality. Ha ha ha. You've held public office for a very long time, so I should act accordingly. Ha ha. Assemblyman Park's words are correct. Not everyone can be elected as a member of the National Assembly for the fourth time. Lines decorated Choi Tae-oh and Park So-guk's face as they laughed heartily. Afterwards, Park So-guk spoke in a serious manner. So Kang Woojin is finally coming here? Ha ha. Of course. Does he think he can do any better? Chat. He's a young man, so he owes his country. Of course, he has to serve his country. Of course. He isn't taking the sacred obligation of national defense too seriously. Since we are on that topic, is the offer we are going to give sweet enough? He even turned down the offer on making his organization be on equal standing with the Ministry of National Defense. Aang. Choi Tae-oh and Park Sang-go never served in the military for the purpose of national defense, since they received an exception, yet they spoke in a very serious manner. We have secure a collar around his neck this time. If he wants to continue to live in Korean, then does he have a choice? He's just using cheap tactics to raise the price of his body. Well, isn't Assemblyman Choi currently best at interrogating people coming at a hearing? Oh ha ha. You are too much, Assemblyman Park. I'll do my best to grind that bastard down. That bastard was basically a bubble. The price on him had gone up sharply. They just had to undercut the bastard's value to bring down the price of his service. They'll be able to decrease the burden placed on the country, and at the same time, they would strengthen the Korea's defense. Weren't they true patriots? Choi Tae-oh and Park So-guk looked at each other as they laughed. They shared a gaze full of meaning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Hearing 3. Chapter 114, Hearing 3. Sung-hoon, who was grabbing onto the steering wheel, was feeling nervous. I might become part of history now. He really thought it would happen. If so, it would be great if he was remembered honorably. Sung-hoon glanced into his rear mirror and caught sight of Woojin looking out the window with his arms crossed. Are you really not going to shed any blood, President? If you ask me that one more time, I'm going to flip out. Hup. Understood. If he asked the wrong question, he would just be suffering a loss, so what kind of safety measure do they want when they are living next to the dungeons? How could such a thing exist? It was akin to raising both hands in a battlefield and asking for help. If one wanted to live, one had to either run away or pick up a spear and fight. Those were the only two choices. If they want to be safe, they should leave Seoul instead of protesting. It is easier said than done. The rich have already left. It is just a speculation, but I'm sure none of the members of Congress lives in Seoul. If they can't leave, then they have to fight. A few. They aren't roused, so how could that be easy? Even if one had ability, it wasn't easy for a new rouse to kill monsters. Aside from the abilities, the people of modern society were weak. The fact that one had a good ability didn't mean one was good at fighting. However, everyone had the will to live, so that was why they were making such a raucous noise right now. Woojin's car moved at a turtle's pace, and when the car passed by the vicinity of the protesters, he looked at them with a bored face. They yelled with hostility as they repeated their words of resentment. Woon's eyes picked up what the picket sign said. Guarantee our rights to live. Be responsible for Seoul's safety. Woojin looked at the policeman blocking the protesters. When he saw the wall of men, he had a thought. If the large monster army invades Earth, who amongst them would go to the front line to fight? Were they being bold and brave, since they couldn't lose their lives here? The protesters were acting very tough and outspoken. How many of them would fight against the dungeon breaks to protect Earth? Take care of. Yes? Nothing. Sung-hoon looked at the rear mirror when Woojin mumbled some words. When Woojin turned away from the window, he met Sung-hoon's eyes. Let's say I have to protect them. Do I have to protect those who doesn't have courage? What? Sung-hoon didn't get what he was talking about, so Woojin reworded his question. If there are those running away from the battlefield, should I have to pick up the slack for those people? It would be a problem to leave the deserters alone. Right? If they don't have the courage, then they should fight in death. Sung-hoon spoke after he secretly tried to read Woojin's face. Excuse me. What? Desertion is a serious problem, but I think it's a big problem if we put everyone on the battlefield. What? Well, isn't it? We can't send all the women and children out to the battlefield. There are some people we have to protect. Woojin's eyes widened. This reaction made Sung-hoon stumble in his words. Did he perhaps make some kind of mistake? The president seemed to be in a bit of foul mood today. No. I know there are women in the army, so I'm not saying I disagree with women enlisting. I still don't have a girlfriend yet, but just the thought her going out to battle. A few. It's a nightmare. I would rather fight instead of her. Woon closed his eyes. His mother, Sua, and even Jaiwon would have to go to war. Will he be able to put swords in their hands and ask them to fight with other people? Woojin's worry deepened, his brows furrowed. Sung-hoon was getting restless. I'm sorry. About what? Woojin opened his eyes. Sung-hoon stumbled over his words. My parents are also advanced in age now, so they won't be able to defend. It's all right. Woojin smirked. Everyone didn't have courage, but he couldn't use that as an excuse. He realized something huge. Allendale was also hell. In the end, he had killed everyone. Those countless number of people. Numerous number of people wanted to live, so he had pushed them onto the battlefield. Those without courage was revived as skeletons to fight. Those still alive had been afraid of becoming the undead. Maybe their real enemy had been the immortal, not Tronet. A few. This road is too congested. It was a square. They were almost at their destination, but they couldn't move forward anymore. There were too many people here. It was evidence that the people were very anxious and worried. So what are they trying to accomplish by complaining to the Congress? Sung-hoon wondered if he should say this or not. No, it was a truth that everyone seemed to know except the president. What? Why aren't you saying anything to me? Do you remember the negotiation with the government that fell apart couple days ago? It was about the Protection Guild. What about it? They want the government to restart the talks. Those people? Yes. So they basically want me to fight instead of them. In a way, that was true, but let's get off here. What? It's dangerous out there. For me? Of course, the president wasn't in danger. He was worried the people would be unnecessarily harmed. Dalcock. President. One opened the car door and got out. Sung-hoon quickly got out, following after Woojin. The two people walked forward as they pushed through the crowd. There were so many people gathered here that he had a hard time keeping track of where Woojin was. Woon waded through the group of people, arriving at the front of a wall of shields being held by the police. Chua! Woojin went past the line of people, and a water cannon was shot towards him. The stream of water caused the magical barrier to form in front of him. The police chief immediately used his radio. It's aroused. Please send the roused response team. It was forbidden for the roused to join a protest. The fact that he was in this square was breaking the law. Before the roused response team could arrive, Woojin jumped atop the police bus. It surprised the police officer, who was giving orders with a loudspeaker. What the hell? You know this is a crime. Give me that. What? Woojin snatched the loudspeaker away from the police officer. The ear-piercing sound drew the attention of the people towards Woojin. Some unknown man wearing a tracksuit was on top of a bus, and he was speaking through the loudspeaker. The man's face was strangely familiar. It's Kong Woojin. It's Alandal's president. When a person who recognized Woojin yelled it out, the news spread like wildfire between the people. Woojin frowned as he saw the racket. Be quiet. Woojin's words spread, whereupon silence reigned over the square. The abrupt silence caused others, who were out of Woojin's speaking range, to also stop speaking. Soon the silence had spread across to every protester there. The man on top of the bus looked around several times, then the sound of the loudspeaker was heard. "We can't stop the dungeon breaks." Woojin continued to speak as he watched the people stir. He hadn't stepped forward to give a speech. He just wanted to deliver them the truth, and he wanted to give them a choice. If you want to run, then get out of Seoul. The dungeon breaks will continue to happen. The number of dimensional domains that will start to link to Earth would increase, and Seoul wasn't an exception. We can't stop the break, but we can stop the monsters. The people started to stir once again, but after looking at Woojin, they waited for him to speak. Those who want to fight the monsters should stay in Seoul. No matter how many undeads he had in his army, he couldn't protect the entire city. Others would have to help out. I'll be staying behind in Seoul. Woojin returned the loudspeaker to the police officer. It is an honor. Woojin smirked at the police officer's stiff words. Honor? What did this have to do with honor? Take care. Why, yes sir, Woojin jumped off the bus. The square was packed with people, but behind the boss, there were only police moving around. President. Sung-hoon had barely kept up with Woojin. He smoothed out his rumpled suit. Phew. Your speech was awesome. So you finally decided to protect Seoul. I did? Woojin grinned as he walked towards the Cheongwadi. Didn't staying in Seoul imply he would protect the city? Sung-hoon tilted his head in puzzlement as he followed after Woojin. Star. Cheongwadi's Oval Office. Kim Byung-man's wrinkles were getting deeper by the day. Is the protest still going on? Yes. The people's anger is quite significant. At the chief officer's answer, Kim Byung-man closed both his eyes and laid down on the sofa. He felt frustrated and guilt-ridden. It felt as if this was all his fault. He was too ashamed to show his face to the public. The appearance of monsters was an irresistible calamity. At the same time, a country not being able to protect its citizen was a disaster caused by human error. Has Mr. Kang Woojin arrived there yet? Not yet. When Kang Woojin arrived at the National Assembly, he planned on heading over there on his helicopter. The protesters were occupying the square, and in a way, he was the cause of the protest. If the president left the Cheongwadi, he thought it would be disrespectful to those people. It tormented him, but he couldn't avoid it. If they wanted to curse him, he had to take it. Phew. Is he trying to contact us because of the defense pact? I think so. It would be great if it works out. The previous deal's benefits was already mind-boggling, but Kang Woojin was in a position to ask for much more. This truth was clearly felt when Kang Woojin went to the Middle East. He was the Messiah. The fact that he was Korean was an enormous blessing. If another country stole him from Korea, it would be a huge threat to the safety of this country, and it might lead to the government not being able to protect the people. He wouldn't have any words to say even if he was stoned. He's probably almost there now. I'll go ready the helicopter. You do that. The chief officer had just stood up when a guard came running up to him to whisper into his ear. His eyes widened, and he spoke towards the president. Mr. Kang Woojin is here at the Cheongwadi. What? Both the president and chief officer was surprised, so they looked at each other. Allendale had told them Kang Woojin would be going to the National Assembly, so why? Where is he? We put him in the reception room. Well done. I'll see him immediately. Yes. Kim Byung-man put on his coat and started walking. Korea's greatest roused. He was single man who possessed an army. He was the celebrated hero of the world who had eradicated terrorist organizations in the Middle East. Kim Byung-man felt his heart beat faster as he walked towards the reception room. Star. National Assembly. It was a rare sight to see all the Congress members present at this location. They were filled with annoyance and insult. That bastard said he was going to come, so why is he so late? It isn't as if he's screwing us over for just 1 or 2 days. His arrogance is boundless. What does he think the Congress is? Is he looking down on our country? He isn't even paying attention to the anger of the people. While everyone was letting out their complaint, Park Se-guk and Choi Tae whispered to each other. Did he back out? Whom? I have no idea. He's always treated the government's requests like shit. How many times had Allendale ignored the government's requests? He might have said he was going to come, but there was a chance he might have changed his mind. As he was thinking this, his aide approached and spoke to him. Kong Woojin is in a meeting with the president. Park Seguk's face crumpled. What? Why did he go there? Why would he go to the Chongwadi after saying he was going to come to the National Assembly? How dare he look down on the country and its people? Arrogant bitch. Park Seguk didn't hide his foul mood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Hearing, 4. Chapter 115, Hearing, 4. Alandal's guild master Kong Woojin and the president of Korea, Kim Byunmun, stood in front of each other. The president raised his hand. I'm President Kim Byunmun. The comedian? Ha ha ha. We have the same name. Woojin was being rude, but Byunmun glossed over it with an affable laughter. Woojin smirked as he shook the president's hand. I thought all politicians were shady. You are okay, dot. Ha? If you get to know me, you'll find out I'm a pretty shady guy. Woojin shook his head from side to side. His soul wasn't clear like Jaiwan's soul, but it was still light in color. At the very least, it meant he was very determined like Hae-sol. Woojin wasn't concerned if this man was involved in scandals or not. It was more important to find out where his pure will was focused on. If he was like Hae-sol, who was adamant in serving her country, then it would be perfect. I won't tell you how bad you are. Let's sit. Ha ha. You are exactly as I've heard. You are very straightforward. The president and Woojin sat on the sofa. His attitude was more rude than straightforward. The chief officer's expression hardened, but he didn't move an inch. If he moved even a little bit, his fists shaking in anger might be seen. How much have you heard? What? I'm sure you've investigated me. Kim Byunmun let out a laugh. His political career hadn't been short, but he had almost never held a conversation with an opponent who was so straightforward and in such a hurry. Most of these people had been ignorant young men or people who wore their emotions on their sleeves. They were self-righteous hacks who believed they were honest and telling the truth. Woojin was different. He had the power that gave his words much more weight. Which Kong Woojin are you talking about? Ho-oh. You are aware about my activities on Alphen? Kim Byunmun didn't hesitate to nod his head. He sensed he would gain nothing by hiding information in this conversation. I know what most people know. South Korea had spent unimaginable efforts to find out more about Kong Woojin. He was aroused born in their country, yet there was no information on him. Moreover, it had reached a point where they couldn't control him easily. Woojin smiled as he dared the other man to speak. Kim Byunmun opened his mouth. You were summoned away 5 years ago, and you've returned after living 20 years on Alphen. The force you possess was earned during that time. What about the other stuff? We haven't really found any. Woojin shrugged his shoulder, then he buried his body into the sofa. Kim Byunmun straightened his back, and he swallowed his spit. Why do you think I'm here? We've persistently asked your guild to become this nation's guardian guild. Aren't you here to officially negotiate the terms of the deal? Woojin shook his head from side to side. I'm here for revenge. Moreover, I'm here to give you a warning and a proposal. Woojin put the documents on the table. Star. They were almost at the National Assembly building. Woo Sung-hoon's shrunken heart finally felt as if it was returning to normal. He took a peek at the rear mirror to look at Woojin. Excuse me, President. What? Are you really going to do it? What? I'm talking about the hit list, dot. Woojin smirked. Do you want me to forgive them? Those bastards aimed for my life. Didn't you make a promise with the vice president? Woojin didn't know about anything else, but he always kept his word. He clearly said there would be no bloodshed at the National Assembly building. I just have to avoid shedding blood at the National Assembly. What? Doesn't it basically means he'll follow through at a later time? Sung-hoon put on a serious expression. Hey, Sung-hoon. Yes, President. Don't get scared. Wasn't the situation getting much worse? Sung-hoon's face hardened when Woojin started looking at his surrounding. The National Assembly building had received damage during the dungeon shock, but it had been fixed very quickly. Moreover, 20% of the army personnel protecting Seoul was protecting this place. We've arrived. A military unit was guarding the National Assembly building. After passing through a checkpoint, Woojin got out of the car. A man wearing a suit approached him, giving his greeting. I'm Lee Kongjin. I'm Kong Woojin. I suddenly received a call telling me to come here. What can I do for you? His face was filled with questions. Woojin had asked the president to send a sharp judge that was knowledgeable about the politicians. It seemed Lee Kongjin was that person. Well, you should walk with me. First, he followed after Woojin. He was well aware of the fact that there would be a hearing conducted by the Congress. So why was he needed here? I want some advice from you. About what? Woojin passed the documents to him. Lee Kongjin received the documents with confusion in his heart. As he looked over the documents, he clicked his tongue. Dirty bastards. Now they are playing at an international level. Seoul's Judge Lee Kongjin. In the world of politics, he was rumored to be a crazy dog. There wasn't a politician he hadn't gone after. He was quite famous for his probes. His ability for investigating evidence was so outstanding that he sent a fourth-term member of the National Assembly to the Slammers 3 years ago. The document was filled with names he was well acquainted with. They were all on his target list of corrupt politicians. In the materials given to him by Kong Woojin, he read about how some people were intentionally causing dungeon breaks. Those vicious bastards had put the people of this country in danger. They were also indirectly responsible for the missile terrorist attack that happened in the US. He could see the rough outline now. It was his specialty to dig into the sordid deeds of the members of Congress. Why did the president specifically call for him, and why did he send him to Kong Woojin? What did Kong Woojin expect from him? What advice do you need? I'm going to kill these 5 bastards no matter what. Aside from those 5, I'm thinking about whether I want to kill anymore. I need your advice. He would have never guessed such a topic would come up. Lee Kongjin stopped walking, and he looked at Woojin with a dazed expression. What was this man about? Woojin appeared in front of the Congress, with Lee Kongjin and Woo Sung-hoon following behind as his aides. Those in their seats had faces full of discontent. This man was the cause of this gathering. They were busy working for this country, so how could he be late in coming here? Before the moderator could speak, Choi Tae-oh stood up from his seat and started yelling. Do you view the Congress as some kind of a joke? Of course, they were a joke. Kong Woojin took a glance around and went to sit on the chair placed on top of the dais. He wasn't sitting there to be on the receiving end of a confirmation hearing. This location allowed him the full view of every one of the senators. While Woojin was in his seat, he started looking at every single one of their faces. It wasn't just the politicians. He even looked at the aides and the reporters. Woojin decided which 5 people he wanted to attach to Shadow. The 5 he chose had a direct connection with Lee Sang-go, and they had engineered his assassination attempt. Choi Tae-oh was included in this group. Can you not hear me? Please answer the question. Choi Tae-oh never thought anyone would dare to ignore him. His neck veins bulged as he ranted and raved. However, his words didn't even register with Woojin. He just sat there with the document folder open. He kept turning the pages as he compared the pictures to the actual faces. There were those with an X next to their picture. Lee Kongjin had placed marks next to the pictures. I don't need this bastard. There were a lot of trash here, but he didn't need to kill all of them. He was targeting a certain faction who was aiming for his life. Woojin had come here for revenge. He wasn't here to clean out Korea's Congress. He didn't care what trashy moves they performed, but he put more names on his hit list with the help of Lee Kongjin. He was doing everyone a service. There's a lot of them. He checked the list, and it was almost half of the Congress. After looking at all their faces, Woojin stood up from his seat. He had now memorized the faces of the bastards he had to kill. Let's head out. What? You are done already? I just need to see the faces of the bastards I have to kill. Woojin was about to leave with Lee Kongjin and Sung-hoon. Choi Tae-oh started to yell. Aha! Where do you think you are going? When Kong Woojin stood up, the Congress stirred. They had waited for him until now, yet he was already leaving? Hadn't he just arrived? The aides ran towards Woojin. Please get back into your seat. Why? What? Don't we have to start the confirmation hearing? The hearing. Were they trying to verify something with him? Maybe they were trying to get him to participate in the Guardian Guild that he had no thoughts of doing. Choi Tae-oh's words were continuously ignored, so he sat back down into his seat as he wheezed. Wait and see what will happen once this starts. Choi Tae-oh was going to air all of Woojin's dirty linens in public. There were over several dozen laws Woojin had broken in the past. Woojin pulled the microphone that was put on top of a table placed above the dais and spoke. He started speaking to the Congress. No. Actually, he was talking towards the cameras and the reporters. I'm not going to do that Guardian Guild or whatever, so we don't need to do a hearing. Instead, I'll let you know one thing. Woojin's words caused the Congress to stir, but he continued speaking as if he wasn't paying attention to them. Those who have connections to the missile terror attack that was aimed to kill me, those who purposefully cause dungeon breaks, and those who don't think we have to go to war with the monsters should all heed my warning. What bullshit are you spouting? How insolent! Several congressmen yelled out, but Woojin easily ignored them as he continued to speak. The relevant information has already been sent to the media. Bullshit. This all bullshit. We don't even need to hear him out. How dare you? Where do you think you are? Woojin frowned, since the commotion was loud enough to swallow his words. Well, he would stop them from talking. Weary reek. Black smoke formed behind Woojin, and 53 Death Knights were summoned behind him. Eventually, Choi Teo started yelling. What do you think you are doing in the sacred confines of Congress? It was taboo to use one's roused ability in Congress. There was a strict law regarding it. Mr. Woojin is in violation of the Special Roused Law Article 1 Paragraph 16. Those monsters should immediately. He couldn't continue his words. His mouth wouldn't open. It felt as if some unknown power was pressing down on him. It was the work of Shadow Gaby, who was attached to Choi Teo by Woojin. Woojin had used the low-level shadow skill called body domination. Woojin once again picked up the microphone. Finally, some silence. I've turned over the data to the media so people will know why many of you have to die. I'll wait outside now. Woojin let go of the microphone and exited the conference hall. No one blocked his path. The imposing Death Knights opened a path as if they were guarding Woojin. The Congress boiled over when they exited. How dare he? Did you see that? Did you see? How can we let such a brutal man be in charge of our nation's security? This cannot happen. The documents might be forged. We have to deport Woojin. Everyone wanted their voices to be heard, so they started yelling over each other. It was a complete pandemonium. Woojin turned the corner and arrived at his parked car. Spit flew out as Woo Sung-hoon spoke excitedly. You did really well in holding yourself back. Woo Sung-hoon was aware of Woojin's personality, so he thought the current events was almost miraculous. However, Lee Kongjin was looking a little bit disappointed. He watched the news, so he was well aware of Woojin's deeds. In the Middle East, Woojin had killed the terrorists without mercy. He had wanted him to do something big here. Too bad. The members of Congress wallowed in dirty politics. Lee Kongjin hated them so much that he wanted Woojin to do something rash. Well, should we begin? Woojin looked at the Death Knights standing in a line. Take the heads of the faces I've memorized. We will carry out your order. The Death Knights looked excited at Woojin's command. Woo Sung-hoon was freaked out as he asked a question. I thought you said you weren't going to shed any blood in Congress? That's why I came out here. He didn't think the vice president meant this with his words. He probably would have preferred it to happen within Congress instead of happening in a public setting. However, it seemed Woojin didn't care. Master. The obedient dual-blade Death Knight Al-Assad knelt in front of Woojin. Black cloth was wrapped around his body. He looked like someone cosplaying an assassin from ancient Persia. Gaby. Hoo. This will be another fun game. Gaby let out a wicked smile after he looked into Woojin's thoughts. Gaby was absorbed into Al-Assad's shadow, and their abilities were combined. Take care of them by tonight. I follow Master's orders. There were businessmen who were put on his hit list. Al-Assad's body blurred and he melted into the terrain. He won't be discovered as he performed his mission, since he would be using ghost steps and shadow cloak. Lee Kongjin wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at Woojin. Is he really going to do it? This was basically carrying out justice for the nation, so there was no room for excuse. It's taking them a while to come out. As if the act of waiting was boring him, Woojin ignited his fire magic. Well, if they wanted to live, they'll have to come out. President? The worry inside Woo Sung-hoon's heart was growing larger. Wasn't this getting out of hand? It's all right. The president will take care of the cleanup. Lee Kongjin tilted head in puzzlement at Woojin's words. What kind of secret deal did he make with the president? The fireball in Woojin's hand flew into the building. He was going to smoke out the rabbit hole. It was time to hunt now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Alandal's State of Affair. Chapter 116, Alandal's State of Affair. The fire alarm went off and the people started to pour out of the building. A wall of soaked people was blocking the entrance. Hey, get out of my way. Why are you guys standing there like dumbass? The greedy Choi Taeo's will to live was extraordinary. He pushed as people fell and was finally able to exit outside. All right. I'm alive. He didn't know if it was a small or large fire. However, wasn't it prudent to move to safety first? He couldn't just stay behind. He didn't trust the National Assembly building's fire suppression system. Choi Taeo's suspicion and his will to live was as bloated as his stomach. After barely getting past the group of people, the fresh air greeted him. The water from the sprinkler system had soaked his suit, so he wasn't feeling that great. There was the additional cost of dry cleaning he would have to pay. He decided he'd rather just buy a new one. He recovered his sense of dignity, which he had lost as he was escaping the building. Aha! What's with the sudden commotion? He started angrily scolding others. He wanted to know what had caused the fire alarm, but no one responded to him. Everyone was half frozen, and they were hesitatingly standing in place. Ha! The people gathered around the entrance, facing Choi Taeo. The two sides were looking at each other awkwardly. Actually, the group of people were looking behind Choi Taeo. He tilted his head in confusion, and he turned his body. There were people on the ground bleeding out. No, they were already corpses. His good friend Park So-guk was one of corpses. A mass murder had happened at the Korean Congress. When he was confronted with this preposterous situation, Choi Taeo neither blustered nor called out for the police. He silently moved backwards, into the crowd. His eyes rolled around as he observed the situation. Kang Woojin's Death Knights, who he had seen in the convention room, were surrounding the Congress. Moreover, the Death Knights weren't the only ones there. It's those bastards I saw at Afghanistan. He had seen them through the news until he was sick and tired of them. It was Kang Woojin's skeleton army, which numbered around 10,000. It seemed Kang Woojin could summon them anywhere, so several thousand of them were besieging the Congress. The fire alarm had caused him to escape the building, but now he was frozen in shock as he witnessed the murders that had been committed by the skeleton monsters. The man standing next to Choi Taeo asked a question in a small voice. He's crazy. How the hell does he think he'll deal with the aftermath? I know, right? This wasn't merely a case where a cornered stone met the chisel. He would become Korea's public enemy. No, he would be considered a super-great criminal. This was totally different from the act of suppressing the Middle Eastern terrorists. He had killed the current members of Congress who had committed no sins. Fortunately, it wasn't an indiscriminate massacre. Are the skeletons able to pick and choose who they kill? I don't. The man who had been whispering his answers stopped speaking. He was frozen stiff. A Death Knight in black armor was leading a group of skeletons towards him, coming to a stop right in front of him. Target confirmed. The Death Knight was looking straight at Choi Taeo. What the hell? Choi Taeo was so taken aback, he started stumbling backwards. The crowd was packed together like matches in a box, so he had nowhere to go. Gee, get out of the way. I'm Choi Taeo. Move. Even his desperate struggle was only able to get the people to move half-heartedly. The Death Knight's rough hand grabbed Choi Taeo's arm. Weak. Kwadong. Choi Taeo's body couldn't resist against its strength. He was thrown into the air and he crashed against the floor. Haul him to our monarch. Keek. The skeleton received the order from the Death Knight, who was their commander. They grabbed Choi Taeo's limbs, and they started to move. Let me go. You dirty monsters. Choi Taeo struggled, but the skeletons continued to move with him in tow as they let out a bizarre sound. They arrived at a place where Kang Woojin and a numerous number of corpses was waiting for him. Is he the 32nd one? The skeletons came to a stop in front of Woojin, and they tossed Choi Taeo to the ground. Then a skeleton pulled back his head forcefully. Look! Let me go of me. He knew it was useless to yell, but he still struggled mightily. He had seen his future. He had seen the corpses scattering the ground. Woojin searched through his memory, and he recalled this face. It's Choi Taeo. Take care of him. I will carry out your command. A death knight with a spear approached him. Choi Teo ranted and raved as he struggled. Why are you doing this? If you see the news, you'll find out. If you are going to kill me, how am I going to see it? Too bad. Choi Teo ranted and raved at Woojin's words. Do you think you are a god because you have power? At the very least, let me know the reason, you son of a bitch. How can he play with a person like this? Woojin smirked at Choi Teo's words. Didn't you have a connection with Lee Sango? You've also made a decent profit using the Dongwon breaks. Moreover, you played a role in the missile attack that was aimed to kill me. Those are the reasons. Choi Teo's eyes opened wide. He didn't care about the reasons. He just wanted to live. I had nothing to do with that. I'm innocent. How can you kill an innocent man? What does the law have to say about this? Those are enough reasons to kill you. Choi Teo felt like throwing up blood. How can such a crazy bastard exist? This was happening in the heart of Korea. Moreover, he was conducting his grotesque murder show in front of Congress. You crazy son of a bitch. This is South Korea. It's the Democratic Republic of Korea. It's the Republic of Korea. Do you think you'll be able to live after carrying out such acts? Woojin shrugged his shoulders at his desperate words. You should worry about yourself. You motherfucker. His words weren't registering with this guy. How could such a crazy bastard show up? Kang Woojin was a rank AA roused. Korea's guardian? Earth's hope? Role model for the roused? It was all bullshit. The crazy bastard in front of his eyes was a terrorist who used monsters. He dared to carry out such brutal acts in a liberal democratic country. You are being disrespectful to the monarch. The Death Knight's spear pierced Choi Teo's heart. See, crazy. His voice lost too much strength for it to be called his last will. Choi Teo's body slumped. Woojin ripped the document related to the man. There were still several more documents in his hands. They are damn late in coming out. Woo Sung-hoon had already emptied his stomach. Sung-hoon and Lee Kang-jin was quietly waiting behind Woojin. Woo Sung-hoon thought about a lot of things during that time. Phew. I would have probably died instead of being hit on the cheeks if I sold him an Omnia instead of a Galaxy. He recalled the terrifying first meeting he had with Woojin as a phone salesman. He was relieved. Lee Kang-jin also had a lot of thought in his mind while all of this was going on. Is he crazy? He was someone who hated Korean politics more than anyone else. He knew no politicians were clean. There were some amongst them he considered to be trash. They didn't deserve to live amongst the people. However, the law of the land had protected these people. The only thing Lee Kang-jin could do was send them to prison for several months. It was basically sending them on a vacation to prison. The only thing it did was to damage the politician's image. However, Kang Woojin was. Is he some kind of a revolutionist? Did a revolutionist appear? Was he going to pull out Korea's rotten roots? Was he doing this knowing he might be labeled the worst murderer in Korean history? While Lee Kang-jin was thinking hard about Kang Woojin's actions, the execution had come to an end. No, this wasn't really revenge. This was closer to a warning. Let's go now. As if he was getting off from work to go to his home, Woojin lightly rose to his feet, then started walking. The haggard Woo Sung-hoon and Lee Kang-jin followed after him, the former of which had no energy left to throw up again. Sung-hoon carefully asked a question. Is this really okay, President? Woo Sung-hoon was nervous, since the cameras were taking pictures of them from all angles. Will they really be able to live their lives and not get arrested? It'll be all right. Go over there and bring that camera over here. Yes. Woo Sung-hoon ran to complete his errand. The Congress was surrounded by the Death Knights and skeletons. Moreover, there were alarmed soldiers surrounding the skeleton army. Amongst the soldiers, Sung-hoon caught sight of cameras and reporters. As he was approaching them, several dozen guns were raised towards him. His legs were shaking. Don't come any closer. My president has something to say. Please bring a camera over to him. The commander of the unit, Colonel Park, had an incredulous expression on his face. This was too bizarre of a business to consider them to be crazy, and now they wanted a camera. Maybe they are really crazy? Shocking was the word that encapsulated Woojin's actions. I'll go. The network executive thought this was an exclusive scoop, so he ran forward. He was willing to put his life on the line for the story. The reporter swallowed his spit and followed after the executive with the camera staff. Woojin asked a question to the network executive, who had approached him. Is this live? What? Yes. Woojin looked at the camera and made his declaration. Star. The president had the TV on as he watched it with the chief officer. He had cancelled his trip to the Congress. A warning and a proposal. The words spoken by Woojin wouldn't leave his thoughts. What do you think about this? He's committing high treason against our country. The chief officer watched the unprecedented breaking news that was all over each television channel. He had spoken in a firm manner. The president shook his head from side to side. No, I'm talking about his proposal. It isn't something I can decide. This wasn't actually an unprecedented event, but at the very least, it was something he would have never thought would occur on the Korean peninsula. The division of North and South Korea was already a tragedy, and if another country was formed here. President Kim Byung-man was deep within his thoughts when one of his secretaries ran quickly towards him. It's a call from the Minister of National Defense. He didn't even need to pick up the phone to know what this was about. He had ordered the troops to surround Woojin, and he gave them explicit orders to stay put. Give it to me. Kim Byung-man answered the phone, and a desperate voice was heard. Woojin said if we don't break up our encirclement in 5 minutes he'll attack us. Please give us the engagement order. We have to send a preemptive strike. Does he really think a preemptive strike would successfully take down Woojin? Even the terrorists in the Middle East had lost to him, because they had lacked enough firepower. What was truly best for Korea? After thinking hard on it, Kim Byung-man gave his answer. Break up the perimeter. We shouldn't do that. This is high treason against our country. We have to punish him sternly. How many casualties? There are 57 casualties including Congressman Park So-guk. Kim Byung-man made his decision within his heart. Woojin had kept his exact promise. Release them from the encirclement. This is an order. Understood. Kim Byung-man ended the call and spoke to his secretary. Prepare my official press conference. Yes, sir. Kim Byung-man let out a very heavy sigh. Star. The employees gathered inside the Allendale president's room was discreetly glancing at the vice president Young Min-chin. He was bonelessly lying on the sofa. His expression was of a person who had just lost his country. His headache was so severe that medicine wasn't working, so he had tied his necktie around his head. Kim Haman comforted Young Min-chin, who was lying down with a devastated expression on his face. Just give up, Vice President. This isn't the first time our president caused trouble. Ha! This isn't in the same stratosphere as an accident. Haman agreed with those words. Woojin's story was plastered all over the news. Oh wow. Hyungnim is the #1 search topic again. Sunggu let out a bright laugh as he pushed his smartphone forward. The dark circles under Min-chin's eyes became deeper. How come all the roused in their guild was like this? The keywords in the search ranking was full of words like Woojin, Allendale, treason, rebellion, Congress attack, and etc. It was Young Min-chin's job to take care of the aftermath when Woojin created an accident. He held the position of vice president, but the stress and pressure he felt from this job was quite significant. His president always seemed to cause global issues now. Try having one more pill. Ha! All right. He took a relaxing pill from Kim Haman. He put it in his mouth and took a gulp of water. This is breaking news. The president has started his official press conference not too long ago. The president has announced the Allendale Guild's declaration of independence. He acknowledged Allendale as its own country, and they will be given sovereignty. Poo-oop. Min-chin spat out the water on the desk and the relaxing pill rolled across the floor. Everyone's attention was focused on him after he recreated a fountain show. The president is finally trying to become a king. He mumbled as if his soul had left his body. The holy maiden, who was watching the TV, spoke. He's already is a king. He was Allendale's monarch. To her, nothing had changed. She thought about how many kingdoms had fallen to the immortal's hands. It was prudent for Korea to not antagonize him. The mere sacrifice of 57 people had saved the Republic of Korea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Allendale's State of Affair, 2. Chapter 117, Allendale's State of Affair, 2. This is a breaking news. 57 Korean politicians with ties to the missile terrorist attack in the US has been identified. The roused Woojin has suppressed and eliminated these individuals. The fact that these politicians had intentionally caused the dungeon breaks, and the extent of damage caused by them was revealed. The anger of the people. Young Minchin let out a sigh as he looked at the news. When's the president arriving? He'll be here in 30 minutes. Seoul Station wasn't too far away from the National Assembly. The news was all about the killing. They were listing all the corruption charges and wrongdoings the politicians had committed. It was exactly the information brought by Melody. Through the press conference, the president thanked the Alandals Guild Master Woojin. As soon as the crippled Congress is reformed, they will convene to discuss whether Alandal Guild should be given independence as a separate country. It will be put up for national referendum. Minchan asked Heyman a question. What's the chatter on the internet like, Director Kim? It's not as chaotic as I thought it would be. The stories are all about our president, but the actions of the politicians were too dirty. There is a growing sentiment that our president had done the right thing. This is despite how he acted on the news? Woojin had seized the Congress and it was shown through the live broadcast. Still, public sentiment wasn't too bad right now. Yes. Well, the footage of him actually killing them wasn't released. It wasn't as if Woojin had carried out some ghoulish show where he murdered people. He just pierced the heart of politicians who deserved death. The fact that such an act was carried out against Congress members at the National Assembly was shocking, but the causality of his actions was quite clear. It was as if this had been orchestrated by someone. Ha! The president is really. He was none other than the president. Favorable words were pouring out in the media regarding Woojin that it made Minchan wonder how this could be. If one looked at the news, one would think Woojin was a hero. They made it seem as if Woojin had known beforehand that South Korea was in enormous danger. He was being touted as a savior who had found and killed the 58 politicians with deep connections with terrorists. He had saved Korea. Isn't this quite fortunate for us? Yes. However, I don't know what this independence is about. Minchan shook his head from side to side. Alandal had gained its independence. How is such a thing possible? Isn't the Vatican a good example? Minchan let out a sigh at Kim Hamon's words. The Vatican existed as a city-state, but the special status of the religion was the main reason why it was established as an independent state. No one had expected such an independent state to form in Korea. Hoo! I guess it's possible. He already negotiated it with the president. Heyman's words didn't comfort Minchan at all. Unless Woojin had negotiated all of this beforehand, the president wouldn't have mentioned it in his press conference. Geez. He thought Woojin was peerless in terms of causing trouble that was beyond one's imagination. Everyone was taken aback and shocked as they waited for the president to arrive. After a brief moment, the car containing the president arrived at the office. Woo Sung-hoon had a haggard face, and Lee Kang-jin's face was somewhat flushed. Woojin got off the car, looking the same as ever. He just looked a little bit drowsy. What? Why are you guys all doing out here? Woojin spoke as he saw the people who had gathered in the parking lot. Minchan stepped forward and he spoke. President. How can you cause such a big accident? The floor of the National Assembly building didn't see any blood. How can you say that? If you were going to go through with this, it would have been better to do it inside the National Assembly building. When the seizure of Congress was shown live on broadcast, do you realize how hard my heart was beating? Fortunately, the people killed has been very bad people. It was a weird situation where Woojin was being treated as a hero. When did you make a deal with the president? Let's speak inside. Minchan was about to pour out all the questions he had, but there were too many employees gathered in the surrounding. First, he guided Woojin to the president's room. As they were moving, Minchan saw someone he didn't recognize, so he asked a question. Who are you? I'm Lee Kang-jin. I work at the Seoul District Public Prosecutor's Office. Judge Lee Kang-jin. This young Judge Lee Kang-jin was famous for being fearless. Anyone with a bit of interest in politics had heard of his name. Minchan shook his hand. I'm Alandal's Vice President Young Minchan. I've heard a lot about you. Young Minchan was someone who received as much public attention as Woojin. Alandal itself had rocketed into relevance in such a short amount of time, and Young Minchan was in charge of taking care of the daily operation. Of course, he would become famous and rated fairly well by the public eye. He wasn't aroused. He was a normal person and his personal stock was increasing right now. He was considered to be one of the best individuals at allocating resources to support the guild. Many companies coveted him. Woojin, Minchan, and the rest of the group gathered inside the president's room. Sunggu had returned from the dungeon, so all of Alandal's founding members were present. The Holy Maiden, Holy Knight James, and Li Kangjin were also present in the room. President. What is up with this Declaration of Independence? How did you know about that? The lines on Young Minchan's face deepened when he heard Kong Woojin's answer. There isn't anyone who doesn't know about it. The President of Korea made the announcement. I guess he finally made his decision. Woojin nodded his head as he thought about President Kim Byung-man, who had heeded his warning and advice. Recently, I've been a little bit unfair to you guys. Since I have a lot of business at the dungeon, I couldn't manage you guys properly. You, Minchan, probably had the hardest time. I'm thankful, since you acknowledged that fact. Still, why would you declare independence? If he already knew Minchan was having a hard time, didn't he have to stop himself from causing such big accidents? If I don't, won't the government continue to bother us? I decided to make a country where we won't be disturbed. This will make things a bit easier for you. Young Minchan was struck dumb. He was building a nation based on such a simple reason? He was taken aback. However, he was more surprised at Woojin's ability to implement and drive a plan forward. What the heck did you talk with the president? I just gave him a proposal. I told him I'll kill him if he blocked me from raising my country. If he left me alone, I told him I'll form an alliance with him. Should this be how a 21st century intellect should think? Miken's face became haggard, but the Holy Maiden praised Woojin. I am impressed by your benevolence. Isn't it? I could have killed everyone. Minchan was barely able to gather his thoughts, and he asked a question. It isn't as if you can just make a country just by wishing it. So what did you agree to in this negotiation? Woojin thought about the conversation he had with the president. He wants to form a treaty with me. So what's the content of that treaty? You'll have to make one up. Let's see. What do we need to do if we want to make a country, Mr. Kangjin? On Alphen, he just had to declare he was the king, and that was it. However, the modern society didn't work like that. Well, it was possible to do that, but if they were really going to do it, it would be better to do it properly. You have to at least have a judicial, administrative, and legislative branch. Woojin had been summoned during his third year of high school. Alphen was basically divided into rulers and subjects. He had been the only one to survive living as a ruler for 20 years on Alphen. However, the only subjects he had under him were the Death Knights and Lich. Minchan. Yes. You are the Prime Minister now. President. I don't want such a fast promotion. Dear God, how can you put me in such a position? I think you overestimated my ambitions. You can come up with the rest as you consult with Mr. Li Kangjin. Li Kangjin had a confused expression on his face. Why am I? He had come at the request of the president. He was told to find Kong Woojin and give him counsel, but he never expected. Not everyone inside the president's room was shocked. Sunggu had a wide smile on his face. Hyung Nim. So what am I going to be doing? What do you want to do? If Hyung Nim is the king, then should I be part of the royal guards? Okay. Sunggu can be the commander of the royal guards. I gotta go boast on the SNS. Did the rise in roused rank inversely lower Sunggu's social intellect? Sunggu spoke with such a bright voice that the atmosphere within the president's room improved. Excuse me, President. What role do you want? Sunghoon's eyes twinkled at Woojin's reply. This was it. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will never come again. Anything he said here will be granted. Doesn't a country need an ambassador? I think. You know I'm quite eloquent with my words. All right. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs? The Minister? Do whatever you want. I will move heaven and earth to do my job. Sunghoon's face became heroic. I did it, Mother. The Wu family name can be proud of me now. Young Minchan shook his head from side to side. If they were playing house, then Minchan would have been happy. Woojin followed up on whatever he said. His words became reality. This was what scared him. This conversation itself was the cornerstone in building a nation. At least give me a direction I can work towards. Minchan decided to stop resisting. He requested more information. Since the president had already given his pledge, it would be hard to go back on this. Moreover, if one thought about the Vatican City, it wasn't impossible to think that a small city-state could form within South Korea. The size and the structure of the state was basically the guild itself. They were just getting acknowledged as being an independent nation. As Woojin intended, he would own his own country where he didn't have to be ruled over by anyone. What kind of direction? Yes, what is the purpose of our existence? What will the Allendale kingdom work toward to? Woojin answered without hesitation. World peace. Was he joking or was he being serious? At the very least, the Holy Maiden decided to accept it as truth. I don't know what to say at the monarch's choice. The immortal had just considered world peace as a worthy cause. He was the champion of the god of destruction. Wherever he went, death and despair had followed. However, he now was choosing to protect. This was a drastic change. Moreover, this was a blessing for the planet Alphen. Kong Woojin will be working towards world peace. Woojin glanced at the Holy Maiden, who was overwhelmed by her emotions, then he spoke to Minchan. You take care of the rest. Don't think in too large of a scale. Understood. No matter how one thought about it, it would be impossible not to think in large scales. However, Minchan obediently gave his answer. He probably can't get into a bigger accident now that he was already a king now, so how could there be anything bigger? Minchan really thought there wouldn't be any big accidents in the future. I just have to get through this business. He had to establish the foundation of a nation. It was a very hard task, but it wasn't as if they were stirring up a revolution inside Korea. A small entity called a guild was being given independence, and the guild would be transformed into another form called a country. The problem was the peace treaty they would be entering into with Korea. It was up to Minchan to come up with it. Well, you'll have to work hard, Prime Minister Young. Prime Minister Young. He repeated back Woojin's words and young Minchan's face became flushed as his cheeks slightly reddened. His heart was beating faster, and it wasn't caused by his worries. It caused his heart to flutter. The building of a nation and the treaty would be taken care by Minchan and the guild employees. If Minchan did a poor job, he would just have to go get someone who would do a good job. Woojin had the other Allendale to deal with. His plate was full from merely ruling his dimensional domain. I want to see you for a brief moment. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden. Melody had a confused expression on her face. Yes. My king. Woojin and Melody got up from the sofa. He was very curious. The Holy Maiden had been the first person to be found inside a dungeon. So how did she use a dungeon to arrive on Earth? Woojin had always been curious about that point after he became a dimensional lord. Woojin opened a return portal in an empty location inside his office. Zing. Follow me. Yes. Woojin disappeared into the portal, and the Holy Maiden followed after him. Every single one of the Holy Knights of the Arya Church was originally from the Titan Guild. The protection of the Holy Maiden was important to them, but they were also given the task of keeping track of roused Kong Woojin. Shit. Notify the Titan immediately. At the Holy Knight James' words, a member quickly formed a message and it was sent to Titan's Guild Master Deacon. Kong Woojin has established the country of Allendale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Mock Battle. Chapter 118, Mock Battle. Zung. Woojin grabbed the back of Melody's neck after she passed through the return portal. Look. She felt her neck being choked. The sudden change in her situation made Melody look back at Woojin with trembling eyes. He was glaring at her with indifferent eyes. Whose vassal are you? Please immortal. Melody looked at Woojin with frightened eyes. His indifferent and emotionless eyes was the gaze of the immortal, whom she knew well. She couldn't read a single iota of emotion from his eyes. She couldn't look into his eyes. Speak. Melody's neck was being squeezed, so it was hard for her to even breathe. It isn't like that. I'm also a dimensional lord. Woojin let go of her neck. Okay. Huck. Melody was breathing hard. The immortal has shown his killing intent for a brief, but the mental pressure she felt left her exhausted. So you aren't a vassal of some other dimensional lord? Yes. Then how did you come through the dungeon? Melody was from the planet Alphen. She had used a dungeon that acted as a tunnel connecting the planet to the dimensional domain. She had been inside a dungeon, yet she hadn't been harmed by the monsters. This was why Woojin guessed that she was a vassal of the dungeon's owner. I used to have a dimensional domain. Used to? How about now? It was taken away from me. Woojin's forehead furrowed. It seemed this story will be long. Woojin sat on his throne. Tell me everything. I came to Earth. The Alliance forces of planet Alphen was able to acquire 3-dimensional fragments after numerous warriors' sacrifices. After the dimensional fragments combined to form the dimensional proof, Melody received divine word from her goddess and she had headed towards a dungeon. It was an ownerless dungeon, and the synchronization rate was a match with her. She became a dimensional lord. At that point, she needed one more dimensional fragment to gain access to a dungeon on Earth. However, during the 30-day protection period, she wasn't able to prepare her domain properly. She was overwhelmed by the continuous dimensional battles that followed. The cost of defeat was huge. The dungeon entrance into Alphen was snatched away from her. Melody was trapped in her dimensional domain. She could either continue the dimensional battle to take back her dungeon or she needed to gain another dimensional fragment. Those were the only two choices. However, she wasn't talented at managing her domain. Her dimensional domain started to deteriorate and her ranking plummeted. If events continued as it had, she wouldn't be able to return to her homeland of Alphen. She was in danger of becoming a dimensional refugee, so she once again asked for divine guidance. There is a savior on Earth. Melody put her full trust in the divine guidance, so she broke apart the dimensional proof. She voluntarily gave up her role as the dimensional lord. It took 3 to create the dimensional proof, but only 2 were returned when dismantled. Melody used 1 fragment to buy a dungeon in the dimensional store. She wasn't a dimensional lord anymore, but she joined the ranks of the dungeon owners. She had thrown away her dimensional domain to be able to come to Earth, which was in a different dimension. Her purchase of the dungeon had reset the subway station in the US, and the first one to find her was the Titan Guild. After listening to her words, Woojin nudged his dimensional proof. Melody had kept her head down respectfully after she had concluded her words. He looked at her. At the very least, the story meant she wasn't a vassal of a different dimensional lord. All right. I'll withdraw my suspicion. I'm thankful that you inquired about the truth. Woojin found out something new. It was about the first boss monster that showed up when the dungeon reset happened. So they are the dungeon owners. If they were able to defend the dungeon for 30 days, they were allowed to come out to the qualified dimension. This was what the people of Earth had called dungeon break. The scary thing about the dimensional lords was that they could ignore the 30-day wait period. They could send out the monsters at any time. To be more precise, the dimensional lord could allow the beings living in the domain to hunt. It wasn't always monsters being sent out. With all due respect, the domain's defense has to be strong, my king. Kiba is here, and I have the undead army. It should be enough. Woojin had the confidence that he could repel any invading force. However, Melody shook her head with a worried expression on her face. After the protection period passes, you will be bombarded with requests for dimensional battle. When that happens, you won't be able to use your undead army. Woojin looked at her with a face full of questions. Melody continued to speak. The current defense you have is only for the visitors. When fighting against other lords, the battle happened in a different domain. The normal defense of the domain couldn't be used. When fighting enemies who pass through the dungeon, the lord could use every single force available to him. Moreover, the lord's personal abilities could be used. However, the rules were a little bit different in a dimensional battle. It is like chess. In the beginning, Melody also didn't realize what was going on. In her confusion, she had lost her domain and domain energy bit by bit. Melody was worried Woojin would experience the same fate as her. A new lord had a protection period of 30 days, and one had to do one's best to build up the defense as much as possible. You have to gather all of your chess pieces. Tell me everything you know. For the lords, the dimensional battle is a game and a predatory war. Only the lords could participate in the dimensional battle. It was like a chess tournament, where the lords could use the resources of the domain to play at war. Would you like to participate in a mock battle? A mock battle. When Woojin thought about the mock battle, a menu popped up. All right. Let's try it once. He was able to bet at an increment of 10,000 dungeon energy. When Woojin chose 10,000, a screen popped up. A noble with a striking white beard appeared inside the window in front of him. A brief summary of information about the man was shown, and Woojin's vision started to zoom out. It was similar to the time when he was constructing the buildings. His vision encompassed his entire domain as if he was looking down from the sky. A wasteland about the size of Woojin's domain was chosen. It was spacious, but the terrain had numerous sinkholes in various locations. 10,000 energy was taken each from Woojin and Count Lit-Ion. A total of 20,000 energy transformed into blood plants and bloodstones. They were assigned to various locations. Woojin cleared the jam-packed messages that kept popping up and surveyed the battlefield. He was only able to look down at the entire field for a brief moment. He felt a falling sensation, and his vision narrowed to be fixed a single being. "Please give us our orders, Lord." In front of Woojin, Susunak and 4 other Hoenn were in a line. Woojin raised both his hands, and he saw yellow furs. It was the arms of a being from the Hoenn race. Possession? Woojin tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the 4 Hoenn in front of him. When he thought about possessing one of the other Hoenn, his point of view changed. Ook. Woojin looked at the being he had been only a moment ago. "Please give us our orders, Lord." Woojin's brows furrowed at their words. "I think I know what's going on." There were 5 Hoenn including the one Woojin was possessing. With his will, he could take over and control any one of the Hoenn. Fortunately, he was used to changing souls with Gaby, so he quickly adjusted to this situation. Woojin looked around his surrounding and spotted a shabby building nearby. It was hard to call it a castle, but it had a single 3-story tower. The small castle was about the size of a villa. When Woojin stared at the building, he felt another sensation of dizziness as his soul moved. He was inside the castle, sitting on top of the throne. He was inside the building, but he could see what was going on in his surrounding at a glance. He looked at the 5 from the Hoenn race standing ready in front of the castle. Familiar yet unfamiliar numbers was fixed at the corner of his vision. Bloodstone 100 population 5 out of 10. Woojin vaguely understood the situation. Chaos? Wasn't this like the game he used to enjoy during his high school days? No, it was a different genre. Isn't this like a strategy simulation? There were buildings that was considered to be bases. One had to use the workers to gather the ingredients, so one could construct more buildings. Then one had to fight the enemy and win. Go gather the blood plants. We will carry out your order. Woojin's sight remained at the castle, but he could hear the Hoenn workers outside as if they were speaking right next to him. As he sat on the throne, he found out that it was possible for him to construct other types of buildings. Hut, farm, tree of temptation, orc training facility, wyvern's nest. Woojin nodded his head as he looked at the buildings he could build. He now understood why she had called this a chess game. The units and buildings one could use in the dimensional battle was all the things he possessed in his dimensional domain. One couldn't use the dimensional store during a battle, so one needed to possess the buildings beforehand. The energy was spread all across the plains, but Woojin wasn't able to build a bloodstone mine. Moreover, the military buildings he could build was only the orc training facility and wyvern's nest. The orc training facility didn't require a lot of bloodstones to build, but the wyvern's nest required an enormous amount of bloodstones. It won't be efficient to build the nest. While he was saving up enough bloodstones to build a wyvern's nest, he might be attacked, and he might lose the dimensional battle. Woojin decided to produce workers, 50, that could be created by the castle. It didn't take long before 2 workers filed out from the castle, and they stood ready outside. Woojin added 2 more to the group to make a group of 7 members. He ordered them to gather the blood plants. They diligently gathered the blood plants in the surrounding, and he was able to reach 500 bloodstones. He instructed the workers to create the orc training facility. 2 from the Hoenn race was deployed to build an orc training facility near the castle. During all of this, the 5 workers were still busily gathering the blood plants. As the training facility was being built, he created 3 more workers. Geez. It's been a while since I've done this, but this is quite frustrating. Woojin felt frustration wash over him. He had tens of thousands undead troops and death knights, but he wasn't able to use them. What the hell are they doing? Why were the dimensional lords playing these games? Why were they betting energy to increase their rankings? While Woojin cooled the anger that was rising within him, the additional hut was built. The limit to his population increased by 20, and the construction of the orc training facility was finished. The forces he could train was the same as the one in Woojin's dimensional domain. He ordered the production of 2 soldiers. An orc opened the door to the newly built hut and headed inside the training facility. The waiting period was 5 times longer as creating a worker. Around 10 minutes had passed. Woojin frowned as he waited for the orc soldier to come out. It'll be hard to prepare everything during the protection period. In the real dimensional battle, he wouldn't be able to go to war with just the orc training facility and the wyvern's nest. Moreover, the bloodstone mines were a must. There were a lot of basic buildings a domain needed. One had to acquire a lot of ingredients in the dimensional domain to use it in the dimensional battle. His troop's skill tree or combination wasn't available in the dimensional battle, since it didn't exist in his dimensional domain. He would also have to research into the defensive buildings he couldn't build right now. He only had 6 days left. He wasn't sure if he would be able to have the basic war capabilities by then. After 10 minutes, the orc sauntered out of the training facility. The orc was equipped with a spear, and he came out as a burly soldier. When he had 3 orc soldiers, he could see 7-foot soldiers of Count Lighton approaching from the distance. They were equipped with sword, shield, and leather armor. They looked quite formidable. This is really frustrating. It felt as if his hands and legs had been tied. He had only 3 orc soldiers he could use. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Battle. Chapter 119, Battle. Qua. The orc soldiers let out a roar to boost their courage. Since it was a battle between 7 versus 3, the result seemed already set in stone. Woojin possessed one of the orc soldiers to direct the 3 orcs. He had lost 3 orc soldiers, yet he was able to eliminate 4 infantrymen. However, there were still 3 enemies left. Everyone gather here. Woojin gathered all the workers, and a single orc soldier exited the training facility just in time. He once again possessed the orc soldier and was able to eliminate all 4 infantrymen. However, Woojin could see 10 more infantrymen approaching from the distance. I lost. How frustrating. This was like playing with dolls. Woojin ended the mock battle without any regrets. Weak. The vision in front of him crumbled and the world broke apart. He blinked as his vision brightened once again, and Woojin was able to see his dimensional domain. The Holy Maiden hadn't moved an inch as she waited for him. How was it? It was very frustrating. It was understandable. One's own abilities were restricted. The immortal had never experienced such an event before, so his frustration would be felt that much more. All the dimensional lords are doing this? The other lords were growing their own dimensional domain through these frivolous matches? Woojin tasted bitterness in his mouth. The ingredient that fueled all of this was the energy. When he thought about the methods used by the lords to gather those energies, he couldn't help but be in a bad temper. The dimensional battle is important to them. They bet small, but it is a safe and prudent way to increase their rankings. Even if one lost 10% of the dungeon energy, it wasn't a large amount. The danger from participating in it was low. If one was in danger, one could be like the Holy Maiden, who was able to break the dimensional proof to discard the position of being a lord. This is so stupid. This was the reason why they invaded other dimensions to gather bloodstones. What's this duel supposed to be? Dimensional battle is a battle between dimensional domain. Duel is a fight between the lords. So I just have to do the duels from the start. Duel cannot proceed unless both party agrees to it. The only time you can forcefully start a duel is as a revenge for losing the dimensional battle. Woojin grinned. He had been frustrated by the dimensional battle, but he liked how the duel worked. All right. If that doesn't work, then I can just raid their dungeons. If he didn't like the lord versus lord battles, he could challenge their domain as an adventurer. Woojin had cleared Rosmode's laboratory and Juliel's field after he challenged them. Since they didn't have the rank of lord, he had no choice but to choose the clear option. Well, alright. It seems it will be important for me to earn another dimensional fragment. If he wanted to purchase a dungeon, he needed a dimensional fragment. It didn't matter if he was opening a gate into Alphen. He also had to be ready for the unforeseen circumstances where he might need a spare dungeon that could connect it to Earth. He needed to gather as many dimensional fragments as he could. Who care about losing 10% of the energy? He was going to try to maximize his remaining protection period by getting ready, but it couldn't be helped if it was too late to do so. Nothing would change by worrying about it. If nothing could change the outcome, it was better for him to give up cleanly. It was better to focus on what would come afterwards in the future. Woojin stood up from his throne. I'm sorry for my misunderstanding. And, not at all. The immortal gave an apology. Melody was too taken aback, so she didn't know what to do with herself. Woojin grinned, and he opened a portal to the Soul Station's first exit. You can go now. I still have to make preparations. Yes. Melody gave her farewell. She passed through the portal and exited the large hall of Woojin's throne room. Master. Bibi ran towards Woojin and hugged him. Her cheeks were puffed out as she glanced around the interior of the castle. The Holy Maiden is gone? She's gone. Phew. I was so surprised. All of Woojin's familiars hated the Holy Maiden. They were all undead, so they didn't mix well with the Holy Maiden. It was inevitable for them to dislike her. Bibi, who was a devil, seemed to be in the same boat. She felt an instinctual repulsion. Ha. Jaemin is doing better now, Oh, is that so? This was the best news he had heard today. What is he doing right now? He hunted in the morning. Now he is at his house. Woojin opened his achievement store, and he bought a manual about the dimensional battle. He looked through it, and there wasn't anything new in it. It was basically what he had learned in the mock battle. It explained the basics and the system. Try reading this. You'll be going out to the dimensional battle in my stead. All right. Bibi took the book and skipped away. She went into a cute hut placed in front of the castle. It seemed Bibi had bought herself a house. I can give the authority to my vassal to act as my proxy. If he couldn't avoid the upcoming dimensional battles, then he would just have to participate in it. It would be great if he could win. However, if his preparations were inadequate, he couldn't do anything about it. It was unfortunate. Instead, he must get his revenge through the duel. The great lords of the 72 thrones were very high in their rankings, yet Woojin was confident that he would be able to hold his own against them in a duel. If he was going to lose the dimensional battle, he didn't need to participate in it. He'll just let Bibi have some fun as a form of entertainment. If he lost energy or items, he'll just take it back through the duel. Woojin sloughed off the frustration he had felt from the mock battle and headed towards Jaemin's house. Are you here, Jaemin? Yes, Hyung. Woojin opened the door and he entered. Jaemin was sitting on the table reading a book. Ha! Where did you get a book? I bought it from a general store right in front of here. 1 week had passed in reality, but about 20 days had passed inside the dimensional domain. Woojin had developed his domain as he focused on the living situation of the people inside his domain. There used to be only an empty lot present, but he had erected a lot of buildings. He created a lot of shops like the general store, a butcher shop, pub, restaurants, and even a cafe. He was taking in refugees at a steady rate, so he had the Hoenn race, orcs, dwarves, and even a couple humans present here. They had all become residents of the domain. Woojin had only one policy. He didn't allow the residents to hunt in the only dungeon he had. There was no merit system, since the Soul Station's first exit was off limits. Since he wasn't charging any fees for refugees staying only for a brief period, there was no harm to his policy. What kind of book is it? It's just a travel book. Woojin glanced at the book cover, and it was Traveler's Journal of the author visiting the most famous dimensional domains. Woojin sat on the table. I heard you hunted earlier. Yes. How was it? It was. Well. Jaemin scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression on his face. His thirst for blood had worsened, so he asked Kiba to hunt with him. If he didn't, there was a chance he would have jumped a resident after losing his mind. There wasn't much difference between the monsters and refugees. If they followed the domain's rule for resettlement, they were refugees. If they didn't, they were treated as monsters. It didn't matter what race they were from. Humans hunted humans. Orcs and elves worked with each other. Jaemin had been shocked at his own change, and he had been shocked by the existence of other dimensional domains. However, it seemed he was getting a bit used to the situation. How about we go see your sister now? Can my sister come here? It'll be hard for your Nuna. Only the roused could enter the dungeons. To be precise, only the roused could pass through the portal. Jaiwan was a normal person with no abilities. Moreover, when he thought about her clear soul, there was a very slim chance she would be able to become aroused. I'll head out. However, please tell her to wait a little bit more. Well, you take your time. Jaiwan was very worried about him, but in the end, Jaemin had to sort through all of this by himself. Also, Hyung. What? Jaemin looked at Woojin with a serious expression. Is Hyung a god? A god. Jaemin was truly curious about this point. Within his dimensional domain, it wasn't an exaggeration to think of a lord as a god. If one had the energy, one could make anything come true. Was he a god? Woojin shook his head from side to side. I'm human. He had met gods before, but they were different from him. No, he wanted to stay different from them. Phew. Oh yeah. The people here are worried. Who? The domain residents are worried. They said the Lord here is a pushover. They were worried about your domain being seized by someone else. It was easy to see why he would look like a pushover to them. Normally, the lords required an incredible amount tax when a refugee wanted to settle in their domain. Currently, Woojin didn't even ask for a resettlement fee. He gathered tax through the businesses he ran. Since he owned a farm gathering blood plants, there were a lot of refugees staying in wanting to work for him. Since Woojin didn't hunt in his dungeon, the amount of bloodstones he gathered was low. If one didn't have a strong defense, there was a good chance this domain would become prey to the other lords. If this domain was attacked, their situation would worsen and they would have to travel again to other domains as refugees. Woojin replied with a question of his own. Do I look like a pushover? No way. Woojin didn't feel the need to squeeze everything out of his domain's residents. His goal was the 72 thrones that was way ahead of him. He had no plan on mucking around with the low-ranking lords. Don't stay inside the house too much. You should hunt like today. In a way, aren't you aroused now? Aroused? Yes. From a normal person's perspective, all roused are monsters. Aroused. Jamin quietly chewed on that word. He had a blood-drinking ability and a transformation ability. Should he view himself as aroused, who was a bit special? You should rest. Yes, Hyung. Woojin left Jamin's house. Woojin watched the beings of various races walking on the roads constructed between the buildings. They took a peek at Woojin and gave their greetings. When the train of greetings stopped, they started to carefully move away from him. Woojin smirked as he looked at them. A pushover. If he thought about how frustratingly the dimensional battle proceeded, they might have a valid point. If he didn't have a talent for coming up with strategies, he might lose every time. The dimensional battle itself was basically a noble's game. The lords could fight each other without putting themselves out there. They preserved their own lives while using their underlings to bring in the energy. This methodology was incompatible with Woojin. I don't care which loser comes after me. They better be ready for me. Who cares about losing 10,000 or 20,000 energy points? He'll take his revenge through the duel and he'll just take it all back. Woojin was looking forward to it. He waited to see who would be the first one to request a dimensional battle. The dimensional domain, Commode Swamp, was ranked 3,213. Chief Commode was the owner of this domain. He was long in body, and he had long canines. He was of the troll race. Goo hoo hoo. Here's a good prey. Commode looked at the new domain Allendale, which was a single rank ahead of his. He smiled with his eyes. Why were the beginner lords given the protection period? It was given so they could make preparations and fortifications. However, it was rare to find a new lord who had made the proper preparations. His name is Woojin. He is a beginner amongst beginners. He was the first dimensional lord to be registered from a dimension called Earth. This dimensional lord had no prior experience of ruling over a dimensional domain, so there was no way he would be ready. Even if he was prepared, he would be bad at the dimensional battle. I'll have to target him before everyone else does. Goo hoo hoo. This kind of domains were first come, first serve. It was best to bet the maximum amount, while the new lord had no idea what was going on. He had to rip him off in a single battle. If he did this right, he would have the chance to go up 300 ranking spots at once. Commode waited for the new domain Alandal's protection period to end. He sat on the domain's throne an hour before the protection period ended, and he got ready to send the dimensional battle request. He had to be faster than his other competitors. When the time finally came, Commode requested a dimensional battle. He was buoyed with expectation. As his heart beat faster from the anticipation, his eyes suddenly widened. Goo ha ha ha. Commode let out a yell of delight. Shall I go rip him off? Commode was sitting in his throne, and he headed towards the field where the dimensional domain would take place. It's finally here. Woojin grinned as he sat on his throne. There was a small chair in front of him. Bibi, who was going to carry out the dimensional battle in his stead, was sitting there. She had a determined expression on her face. Go gamble away to your heart's content. Hong. I'll win, so you don't have to worry about it. You promised. If I win, you'll let me use half of the energy? Woojin smirked at Bibi's determined answer. Of course. He didn't care if she won or lost. He'll get his revenge after the battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Battle, 2. Chapter 120, Battle, 2. He wanted to bet only 10%, but the minimum he could bet was 10,000. No. He couldn't put his dungeon on the line in an uncertain battle. When Woojin refused that bet, his opponent tried to make several more bets. The opponent tried to bet for other items, equipments, even main buildings in his domain. However, he rejected them all. In the end, the battle started with the most basic 10,000 points on the line. Woojin sat on his throne. He was laid back as he viewed the dimensional battle. He only had a brief amount of time, but he was able to build military facilities and supply depots inside his domain. Thus, it was possible to use those buildings inside the dimensional battle. Bibi had studied as best as she could with the book. She substantially increased the size of her camp and expanded the troops under her. However, the control she had over the battle was where she was lacking compared to her opponent. She was holding on for now, but defeat seemed inevitable. He felt sorry for Bibi, but he had seen enough. Woojin pulled up the information regarding the opposing lord. He's a troll. One could watch the opposing lord's stratagem to get a general feel for his tendencies. However, one couldn't get any information regarding the lord's personal power or combat power. The dimensional battle wasn't about the lord's strength. It was about the power of one's domain, and the domain was competing against each other. The only information known was the opponent's race, name, and ranking. Woojin knew this lord was one ranking below him. However, the difference of several points could change one's ranking by several dozen spots, therefore the lower ranking didn't mean much in actuality. Woojin's personal powers were on par with the 72 thrones. Still, powerful lords might exist below the top 3,000 ranking. He wouldn't know it until he faced them. Ha! Would you look at this son of a bitch? This was the victor's claim that occurred when one won the dimensional battle. Kamo didn't know what he was looting, but he continued to loot the domain storage room. The domain storage room was like Woojin's inventory. He lost several ingredients, and several worthless items was included in the loot as well. It seemed the loot was chosen at random. If he was unlucky, he might have lost a rare item. I'll have to take it out beforehand. If he lost something like the dragon's heart, how much regret would he have felt? Woojin had stolen it from Rashmode, of course, but he would still have felt the loss. I'll loot 2 times what I lost. While he was checking the looted items, Bibi regained her senses. She had been sitting on the commander's seat and her unfocused eyes came into focus. Then her eyes started to moisten, followed by tears. Uang, master. Bibi suddenly stood up and hugged Woojin. It wasn't as bad as experiencing death where she felt futility among other terrible things. Still, it didn't feel good to lose. Woojin didn't want to feel the dirty feeling of losing, so Bibi had substituted for Woojin in the dimensional battle. It's all right. Huiyang. Bibi really wanted to win, yet she had lost. Her tears kept falling from the indignation. Woojin mussed up her hair. Stop crying. Hook. Bibi sniffed as she stopped her tears. She then spoke quietly. I'm sorry. I wanted to win. It's all right if you lose. Hyung. Still. Anyways, I plan on getting my revenge. At Woojin's word, Bibi wiped her tears with her sleeve and pouted. Please beat that bastard for me. I will. Woojin pinched Bibi's cheek and sat down on his throne. Woojin's body disappeared as he was summoned to the battlefield. Goo ha ha. Kamode broke out into an uproarious laughter. At least, he has some knowledge about this. Alandal's Lord Khan Woojin had put forth a poor strategist to substitute for him. He probably thought he was using someone proficient at the dimensional battle, but the strategist wasn't a match for Kamode. Those who were great at dimensional battles were expensive to hire. The high-rank lords all kept a strategist, but they were low-ranking lords in the 4 digits. Of course, low-ranking lords didn't have good strategists. Either the strategist was a swindler or the being probably had a mediocre winning rate. Since Kong Woojin had sent forth a useless strategist, he won the dimensional battle easily. Goo ho hoo. This is why I like beginners. The chance of winning against beginners was always good. It was too bad that Kong Woojin was a lord with a timid personality. He had bet the lowest amount of points possible. The 10,000 points was less than the reward for the victory. On top of it all, the items he looted weren't that rare. It was unfortunate, but he didn't particularly care right now. It had been a while since he had one, so he was in a good mood. Moreover, one happy event happened after another. Ha! Goo ha ha ha. This is why I love beginners. Since he had lost, he should have just accepted the loss. He should have pulled himself together inside his domain for the next 12 days. This human was attacking him out of pure ignorance. Commode was thankful. You dare to go up against Commode Nim. Coo cook. Every lord's personality was different. There were those who had weak personal powers but were great at stratagem. This allowed them to occupy the high ranks through the dimensional battle. However, there were also those who were the opposite of the former. Commode was more confident in his own power than his skill in the dimensional battle. He was a great chief who had been in competition to become the Troll King. His combat power was naturally not low. If he was able to acquire a decent strategist, Commode was confident he would be able to reach the 3-digit number in ranking. Normally, lords didn't like to duel. There were too many variables. The benefit was large, but at the same time, the risk was large too. If the dimensional battle was a chess match, the duel was basically a wrestling match. There were some lords who liked duels more than the dimensional battle, but they were few in number. Goo ho hoo. This time I'll take him for all he is worth. It seemed Kong Woojin wanted his revenge. He probably requested the duel through sheer ignorance. Of course, this was a mistake. Commode's body suddenly disappeared and he was summoned to the battlefield. Woojin was summoned to a land covered with ice. If one listened to the announcement, one could understand why dimensional lords preferred dimensional battles over duels. This is why they don't like doing this. If one loses a duel, one experiences death. If one was revived after 12 days, one would lose the time needed to prepare one's domain for the next dimensional battle. After revival, one would have to immediately accept another dimensional battle. One's life was on the line, so it was easy to see why they were hesitant to do this. This was why they insisted on using their underlings through the dimensional battle. This is laughable. Woojin had killed Rashmode and Juliel, but they were revived. Did those bastards also lose sleep trying to decide if they should put their life on the dimensional battles? They probably did. If they were all on the same side, Alphen would have been taken over in an instant. The planet was merely being used as a hunting ground to gather energy. Now that he was a dimensional lord, he was able to feel it. He realized how frustrating these rules were. There must be something at the end of the rank. He didn't know what it was, but it was something all the lords wanted. If he diligently progressed in his dimensional battle, would he then raise his rank? The board was very poorly made. He had fought desperately for his survival, but now he felt as if he was a fish in a bowl. He was angry. This was an elaborate and frustrating league setup only for them. Moreover, it felt as if he was on the starting line. It didn't feel great for him. I'll fuck it up. His personality didn't allow him to meekly follow the rule. He'll break it all into pieces. He was the god of destruction's champion. Woojin stepped onto a land surrounded by glaciers, after which the troll chief Commode appeared in front of him. Goo ho hoo. I'll make an offer, new lord. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement when he saw the unusually happy troll. It would suck if treasure wasn't included in a bloody fight. Since this is a fight between males, how about we bet a dungeon on this? What the hell? What was up with this pushover? When Woojin didn't answer him, Commode started intentionally provoking him. Whoa. Are you perhaps worried about losing? You can't reach the high ranks with that kind of mentality. Woojin smirked as he opened his mouth. All right. I'll bet my dungeon. In fact, let's increase the stakes. Ha? Really? Goo ha ha ha. You are quite open-minded. How about we bet an additional 20,000 points? All right. When Woojin easily accepted the deal, Commode let out a wicked laugh inside. This idiot's brave spirit would cause him to lose his domain soon. It was obvious he would become a refugee soon. Goo ho hoo. I've come across the right pushover. Commode was filled with anticipation as he bet his dungeon. It would have been great if the dungeon was located on planet Alphen. Woojin soothed his frustration inside. It wouldn't be an easy task to meet a lord with a dungeon on planet Alphen. It might be faster to earn a dimensional fragment and purchase an empty dungeon on Alphen. Goo ha ha. You rookie bastard. Shall we start the duel? Commode mocked Kong Woojin, who had fallen for Commode's provocations and bet his dungeon. He grabbed the empty air, bringing out a club with long thorns attached to it. Bung, bung. He was a weak being from the human race. He was an evolved troll. The noob lord's height only reached his waist and he probably didn't have much experience in fighting. Stupid noob bastard. It is too late to regret this. Goo ha ha. Cooing, cooing. The frozen land let out a cry each time Commode's foot landed, and fragments of ice was thrown into the surrounding. Woojin let out a bloody smile as he watched Commode brainlessly run straight at him. I'm guessing there aren't many pushovers like him. If all lords was like Commode, he would easily reach the upper ranks. Woojin took out his steel staff. As soon as it was summoned, he changed it into a hammer. Then he swung it towards Commode's club. Quan. Guuk. The human's height reached Commode's waist, but he was surprisingly strong. This human from Earth has great combat powers. However, Commode used to be a chief who had led a tribe. His strength couldn't be compared to a normal human. Booing, quang. Unfortunately, it was an overreach to call Woojin a normal human. Guuk. Woojin dodged the club and swung his hammer at Commode's knee. The large being swayed. As Commode fell to the floor, the shape of the weapon immediately morphed into an axe, with which Woojin brought down. Kwajik. Gohung. Even through his pain, Commode swung his club towards Woojin, but the spirit armor formed near his head. The club bounced off. Tuung. The club was sent flying by the recoil and Woojin's axe came down on Commode's shoulder. Guak. Wait a moment. Commode's eyes were rolled back as if he was already losing consciousness. He yelled out, but Woojin's axe strike didn't slow at all as it struck Commode's neck. Kwajok. Trolls are a bit tenacious. When fighting a troll, one shouldn't even think about a protracted battle. They had monstrous amount of stamina and regeneration ability. Trolls could recover from critical wounds in moments. It was best to kill it as fast as possible. Commode's corpse disappeared as it changed into grey light. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. I'm really happy with the amount of EXP. Was it because he was a dimensional lord? The troll's level was pathetic, but it gave him a lot of EXP. Shall I loot now? It had been a long while since Woojin had reverted to being the immortal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Visitors from Planet Jakku. Chapter 121, Visitors from Planet Jakku. Woojin smiled at the consecutive announcements that popped up. Duel and Dimensional Battle both had a minimum bet of 10,000 points. The difference is whether one wanted to fight with the domain's power or one wanted to fight for himself. He had earned an additional 20,000 points he had bet, and when the revenge succeeded, he recovered the 10,000 points he had lost initially. There were different types of looting. One could choose either the domain's asset or the domain lord's personal wealth. Woojin decided to loot the domain. The looted items were stored into the inventory, and the looted items could be accessed using the looted item management window. Soon, the end to the duel was announced. Woojin felt his body becoming weightless and his vision fuzzy. Phew. When Woojin's vision came into focus once again, he was back on his domain's throne. Uwang, master. You suddenly disappeared and reappeared. It wasn't like the dimensional battle where only one's consciousness was summoned. Woojin's body itself had been summoned. Yes. Wait a moment. The looted item management window wouldn't disappear from Woojin's vision, so he started taking out each of the looted items. He looked at a full map of Allendale, and a swamp had formed in the western part of the land. His land had gotten bigger. When he picked a building, it was as if he was building a store. He could choose where to build the building by choosing a location on the map. He put the wolf training facility near the military facilities, while the slightly peculiar hut were added to where all the houses of the domain residents were located at. When he took out the bloodstones, it was added to the dungeon's energy points. Then the prisoners were summoned in front of him. Woojin thought about what he should do with the 17 trolls which had appeared in front of him. They looked at their surrounding with fearful and uneasy eyes. However, they didn't look surprised. It was common for domain residents to be looted. One of the prisoners respectfully got on his knees, then he spoke. "O Lord. We will return to our homeland after we pay for our body's worth." Not all domain residents were loyal to the Lord. Whether they worked as prisoners or were taken in as domain residents, they would someday cause trouble down the line. Some also left as a group as the refugees formed a mercenary group. At times, the domain residents and the travelers aimed for the domain lord's life. This was why the domain needed an army. It was to prevent attacks from visitors, intruders, and rebelling domain residents. He only had 100 domain residents, so he couldn't keep 17 prisoners. He also didn't feel like taking them in as domain residents. Woojin didn't think about it any further. He willingly accepted the offer. All right. Give me everything you got. They handed over 300 to 400 bloodstones and left his domain. How was he, master? Who? The lord that challenged you to the dimensional battle. Pathetic. Whom? She had completely lost to a pathetic bastard. Bibi's shoulders slumped and she had a sad expression on her face. You did a good job, Bibi. I lost. It's all right. You did well. I'll allow you to use around 2,000 points. Really? Master is the best. Woojin grinned as he allocated 2,000 points under the authority of the butler. Bibi hopped around in joy. Bibi put on a shrewd expression and balled up her fists. I'll win next time. Shall we try another one tomorrow? No. We'll leave it be when we have the time to spare. There was a 12-day protection period. That was 3 days in real time. If he requested a dimensional battle, his protection period would disappear. It was possible to wage an unending war, but he didn't feel like doing that. The domain ranking depended on how much energy one possessed, so he decided it wouldn't be too hard to raise his ranking. The more urgent business for Woojin was to raise his level. When he confronted the 72 thrones, he wanted to have at least his previous level of power. Earth wasn't completely synchronized yet, so their powers were limited. However, if he met them on the dimensional battlefield, they would be able to use 100% of their power. Woojin needed to regain his power for that eventuality. From Lich Janus to Bone Dragon Yong Yong, he needed all of them. On top of all of that, he had to level up his Death Knights and create more skeletons. Let's see. Woojin looked at his newly acquired dungeon. Nisha's Pillar of the planet Jakku. On Earth, Woojin was able to use his power of influence to deter anyone from entering his dungeon, but he couldn't do that on the planet Jakku. There would be an endless number of roused entering his dungeon to clear it. He needed to make some preparations. Woojin quickly put more energy into the dungeon, then changed the reset monsters to skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians. He dispatched enough skeletons to defeat the rabbles. He had to keep the monster respawn cost down in his dungeon. Let's see what kind of bastards will come in. He had always cleared a dungeon as an adventurer and challenger. This would be the first time receiving challengers as an owner of a dungeon. After a brief amount of time, the roused of the planet Jakku stepped into the dungeon called Nisha's Pillar. Nisha's Pillar is being attacked. There was a purple-colored dimensional proof placed on top of an altar behind the throne. A green return stone formed besides it. They had a long body and white ears. They were a bipedal race with blue skin. Moreover, they wore animal leather that barely covered their nether regions. 7 of the Radic race entered the dungeon through the Nisha's Pillar. It's a corpse puppet. Just crush its skull. Group leader Relic was an exceptional warrior from the Radic race. He had joined the battlefields once he was able to walk on his own 2 feet. He was a very experienced warrior. He knew exactly how to take down the skeletons. His underlings were all experienced warriors of the Radic race. Nisha's Pillar was shaped like a round cave, so it took only 30 minutes to clear out the dungeon. Zatsahing. Relic mumbled as he saw the newly formed red portal. It's a celestial dungeon. Let's thoroughly prepare ourselves before we head in. The 7 from the Radic race was fully ready when they passed through the red portal. After a brief bout of dizziness, they appeared in a wasteland. There were no monsters in the surrounding. Be on guard against your surrounding. It was hard to predict what would pop out in a celestial dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon had reset, so they were short on info. If they were able to clear it, this place would become a precious resource needed for the tribe's survival. The already devastated planet Jakku had no other energy source that was as valuable as the bloodstones. There are armored rhinoceros. Relic saw a herd of large rhinoceroses in the distance. He signaled the warriors of the Radic tribe. This particular beast also appeared on planet Jakku. The warriors of the Relic tribe was heading towards the armored rhinoceroses when, all of a sudden, they stopped. Gia! Accompanying the bone-chilling sound were wyverns that appeared from the sky. They were the terror of the sky. It's a dragon. They quickly searched for shelter. This was a wasteland, but there were still some trees and boulders present. They hid behind these obstacles. Raksha! When Relic let out a shout, Sorceress Raksha was already done with her preparation. She plucked her fingers in the air as if she was playing an instrument. A spear of lightning appeared, striking one of the wyverns. Pa-ji-jeek. Ji-ah. The lightning exploded after striking the wyvern. The wyvern's eyes flipped over and fell out of the sky. However, there were still 8 of them left. The flock of wyvern would surely attack her while she readied her next spell. It's a rider. Get ready to counter him. There was a saddle strapped onto a wyvern and a person who was on top of it. Wild dragons were dangerous, but it was much more dangerous when a rider controlled them. If the rider was a magician, there was nothing more frustrating than being hit by magic from above. However, the person riding the wyvern fell from the sky. Cooing. A clouds of dust went up as the ground reverberated. The person who fell from the sky was the owner of the domain, Woojin. So you guys are from planet Jakku. Woojin had searched his store and purchased planet Jakku's language pills. He had eaten 7 consecutive pills and the language of the adventurers from the Radic tribe was included. Welcome to Allendale. After eating the strange pills in mid-air, the being started speaking flawlessly in the language of the Radic tribe. Relik stepped out from behind Boulder. What's your identity? Human. It wasn't as if he didn't have his suspicions. The celestial dungeons were owned by humans, trolls, ogres, etc. The race and species varied wildly. I'm the boss here. Woojin unfurled both his arms and pointed towards the ground. Relik took advantage of this opportunity as his opponent made a leisurely gesture with his hands. If he could kill the boss, the dungeon would be cleared. By nature, when the connection between the dungeon and its owner was severed, the dungeon turned into a bloodstone mine. I have a lot of things I want to know about the planet Jakku. At Woojin's word, Relik gripped his sword. It was akin to a kukri, and the blade was curved like a crescent moon. I guess you aren't willing to talk to me without making a fuss. Woojin smirked. When did I say I would talk to you? Weary reek. As black smoke coalesced around Woojin, the Death Knights were summoned all at the same time. He's a summoner. These summoned beings were letting out a thick evil energy. Each of these undead monsters were giving off an aura of a great warrior. The appearance of the Death Knights shook the warriors of the Radic tribe. There are only 7 of them. This dungeon's level of difficulty was too high for them to clear it. There were over 50 Death Knights. Retreat. Relik quickly came to a decision and the beings from the Radic tribe quickly ran away. They had to widen the distance and use the return crystal. Just bring me one of them at any cost. It's a hunt. The Death Knights quickly summoned their phantom steeds at Woojin's order. You want to make a bet with me, Kiba? Ramzan spoke with force. Kiba, who was on his phantom wolf, let out a growl. Childish. The beings from the Radic tribe quickly ran away, but they were soon surrounded by the Death Knights. Relik quickly swung the curved weapon with both his hands, but it wasn't enough. The Death Knights pressed them as if they were hunting deers. This can't be. Relik was a great warrior from the Relik tribe, having spent his whole life on the battlefield. He had cleared countless number of dungeons, but this was the first time he experienced something like this. This was insane. Occupied dungeons existed on planet Jakku. The owners occasionally appeared on the planet, and their combat power was very strong. However, it wasn't at a level where they couldn't face off against these owners. However, this was. They couldn't even be considered opponents. Puuk. Rathi's soul. He grabbed the spear and pierced his heart, yelling out his last spell. It was a secret spell that allowed him to gather his entire life energy and self-detonate. Skuk. Al-Assad's sword quickly separated Relik's head from his body. Woojin put Relik's soul into a seal stone, laughing as he looked at Al-Assad. Get ready to greet the new recruit. Al-Assad shuddered when he thought about the severe hazing he endured. Pain had seeped into his bones. Of course, the only thing he had left were bones. Why is there only 6 of them? Woojin counted the corpses and looked around his surrounding. A portal opened at the location where a wyvern had landed. Woojin frowned when he saw this. Chat. One of them was hiding. Radic tribe's Raksha had hidden her body with a spell and she disappeared across the return portal. He lost one of them, but it wasn't a big loss. He had earned an ingredient for a Death Knight, and he would be a great guide to the planet Jakku. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Visitors from Planet Jakku, 2. Chapter 122, Visitors from Planet Jakku, 2. After Relic's party visited his dungeon, Woojin didn't expect to have much visitors. The number of times he could use the return portal was 3, so he decided to focus on clearing the high-rank dungeons. After Nisha's pillar was reset, Woojin's domain of Alendel was linked to the planet Jakku. He had worried about the residents of the planet Jakku swarming his dungeon to clear it. Instead, an unexpected guest came looking for him. This is... Woojin shook his head from side to side. So there's this method. Residents of the planet Jakku weren't the only one to seek out Woojin's dungeon. It was accurate to say that the planet Jakku had already been taken over by the influence of Tronet. There were probably several dozen to several hundred dimensional lords who possessed dungeons on planet Jakku. Nisha's pillar was registered under Alendal and a nearby dimensional lord sought out Woojin's domain. He's here again. In a match between lords, there were a lot of options one could choose for battle. When his most recent visitor entered Woojin's dungeon, he finally comprehended the message that had popped up when he entered Juliel's wilderness. At the time, he had no idea what it was about. At the time, Woojin hadn't acquired the rank of lord, so he wasn't able to pick duel or dimensional battle. These were the possible choices that was given to the lords. If it was a visitor like those from the Radic tribe, it was only possible to clear the dungeon. If one was a lord, there were 2 additional choices. Woojin had decided to clear Juliel's wilderness. This uninvited guest had chosen visit. If one had no intention of fighting, it was possible to enter in peace. However, if the lord denied a visit, then the visit option itself was impossible to carry out. The visiting lord would have to choose infiltration instead. However, Woojin's domain had too few residents. Even if one was able to infiltrate his domain, he would be found out immediately. Master. The disgusting octopus has returned again. I know. The enormous octopus named Dread had appeared in front of the domain's gateway. BB made a great fuss about it. Bring him here. After a brief moment, the orc soldiers brought Dread to him. Dread's body was as large as an ox, and it had a single head. Long tentacles supported his body, the tentacles squirming constantly. BB turned her gaze away at the sight. Why did you come here again? Kururu. Why would a neighbor come for a visit? Isn't it with the intention of building a friendly relationship? If you come back again after this, I'll demolish your dungeon once the gate opens. Dread's body churned at Woojin's declaration for war. Kururuk. Don't be so angry. I almost forgot about the present I brought you. I came to give you this. This was Dread's 3rd visit. Every time he came here he had brought a present to enter into a friendly relationship. Of course, Dread brought it as pretext so he would not be turned away from his visit. The presents he brought were quite useful, so Woojin didn't have any reasons to stop him. The fact that he could interact with the other dimensional lords without fighting was fascinating. One of Dread's coiled tentacle unfurled and he brought out something that looked like a club. It was a long wooden doll that looked like a statue of the Easter Island. What is it? Kururu. It's a totem. It hastens the growth of the domain's energy. Thank you. Woojin willingly took the totem and initiated the identification magic. When displayed at the Lord's castle, the domain's total production of blood plants will increase in rate. Blood plant regeneration plus 1%. The effect left much to be desired, but he was satisfied knowing that these kinds of items existed. Kururuk. Dread looked at Woojin strangely, since he didn't know how to say no. This was the 3rd time. Dread kept expressing his good intentions, yet this shameless human lord kept taking his presents with a straight face. What? Since you gave it to me, you should go now. At Woojin's reply, Dread stood awkwardly for a couple seconds, then couldn't hold himself back from speaking. Kuruk. Shouldn't you be reciprocating by now? Woojin stroked his chin. Well, he knew this being had ulterior motives for giving these gifts, but he decided he could at least hear him out. Well, I guess we can have some dinner? Dread danced in delight. When his big body sloshed around, BB was appalled and hid behind Woojin. Good. That'll be great. Wait a moment. Woojin bought several things from the dimensional store. A large table appeared inside the Lord's castle. What do you want to eat? Kururu. You invited me, so it is up to you. Woojin had never invited him, but as the master of the domain, Woojin chose the menu. Should he go with Korean food? It had everything from various dimensions. As expected of the dimensional store, he was able to purchase every Korean dish he wanted. He felt like eating something spicy. Woojin was looking at the familiar Korean menu when he unconsciously spoke his thoughts out loud. Nakji Bakium, stir-fried octopus? What is that? Kururu. At Woojin's query, Dread asked with great expectation on his face. Would Dread consider octopus as being part of his own race? Woojin hardened his expression as he shook his head. He would be offended if he was in Dread's place. Ah. Nothing. Ignore what I said. Amongst the menu, Woojin purchased dishes that were labeled as party foods. Choararak. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he saw the several dozen dishes appear on the table. This unrealistic convenience was something that would only exist in a fairy tale. There were foods he had eaten before on Earth. There were also fruits from Alphen and random dishes created from food belonging to unknown dimensions. There were tangerines within Woojin's reach. He peeled one and ate it. Kururu. You are very hospitable towards your guest. Dread's body sloshed as he busily moved his tentacles. Using them like hands, he brought the food towards his mouth. Woojin just looked at Dread as he swallowed his tangerine. Dread kept glancing at Woojin as he ate the food. He finally had to say something. My suckers are facing upwards in embarrassment. Kururuk. Stop stalling. Just tell me what you want. Dread picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. It was funny seeing a tentacle make those gestures with his big body. As if Bibi was frightened by him, she quickly turned her head away. Kuruk. Do you know about the powers on planet Jakko? I know. MMMM? Kururu. There is the indigenous Radic tribe. Then there is the Black Hat Alliance, Red Hammer Alliance, and the Yellow Lizard Alliance. How did you find out about that? Kururuk. Dread was genuinely surprised. This was a new lord who hadn't even connected his gate to the planet Jakku. Woojin smirked. I have a pretty useful informant. Kururuk. Dear. It seems someone was faster than me in getting here. Dread tilted his big head down. There was a small tattoo of a yellow lizard on his head. I don't know who else visited you, but I'm with the Yellow Lizard Alliance. I follow the great Lord Rajakoi. So? How about you join us? Kururuk. Why? How will you be able to protect your domain by yourself? Kururuk. We have to pool our powers together, . I can defend by myself, so why should I join powers with you guys? Also, isn't there 4 powers in play? Kukuruk. The Radic tribe are praise. Did all dimensional lords think about the indigenous people that way? From what he observed from Tronet's lords on Alphen, the surviving alliances on Alphen were probably considered to be mere praise. The dimensional lords on planet Jakku seemed to be divided into 3 alliances, and they were in a heated power struggle. The indigenous people were hunted whenever they wanted, and they were treated like wild game. They probably weren't exterminating everyone just to maintain the population of their praise. I don't like it. Woojin identified more as a human from Earth instead of being a dimensional lord. There was a fundamental repulsion at Dread's words. Kuruk. Our alliance is the strongest. I came to give you this offer, since your dungeon is next to mine. Woojin shook his head from side to side. How many dungeons are there on the planet Jakku? There are 172 of them. Ha? Woojin was surprised. Why are there so few of them? Ha? What do you mean by that? Most normal planets only has around that many dungeons. Woojin frowned as he pressed firmly on his temple. How many dungeons were on Earth? Each subway station had 2 entrances. How many subway stations did Earth have? The problem was that the number of dungeons on Earth was abnormally high. He thought about these numerous dungeons which were all crawling with dimensional lords, and it made him feel appalled. Now that he thought about it, Alphen didn't have that many dungeons either. Kururuk. How about it? Would you like to join the Yellow Lizard? If you see Rajakoinim, you'll definitely want to join us. No. There is no way I'll join you guys. Dread's body shook at Woojin's flat refusal. Kururu. It seems you already have some thoughts about joining a different faction, but don't worry. I don't plan on joining any side. Dread's body rippled. Kururuk. Ku. Your words are amusing. Do you really think you'll be able to protect your domain on your own? Why not? He'll just smash everyone who invades. Woojin had placed plenty of forces in the dungeon using his domain energy, and he also had powerful familiars under him. Kururu. You think like a noob lord. If you have 2 gates, you can defend only one of them. What if you have 3? 4. Woojin's brow furrowed at Dread's words. His dungeon on Earth was basically not being used. No one on Earth had the balls to go into his dungeon to clear it. However, what if he gained another dungeon on a different dimension like Nisha's pillar? It seems I can prevent only one. He understood it now. Woojin asked Dread a question. What do you do when visitors simultaneously enter 2 dungeons? Rook. Geez. You really are a newbie, Lord. You know nothing. Dread's body sloshed as his 2 large black eyes glared at Woojin. Rook. You should consider this as my last favor. I'll answer your question. There are as many domains formed as the number of dungeons. Each of the dungeons needs a strong dungeon manager. The duty has to be delegated to them. If they die, you will lose the dungeon. The rank below the Dimensional Lord was the dungeon owner. They were considered to be the Lord's vassals, and they resisted against the intruders who flowed into the dimensional domain. The boss monsters Woojin had faced up until now were all dungeon managers. They were the dungeon owners. Kururu. Since you are a new lord without any knowledge, I can see why you have such ideas. Rook. Your thoughts will change once you die couple times. If he dies in duels and lose in dimensional battles, his energy would be continuously lost. In the end, he'll become anxious. When that time arrives, he would feel the need for an alliance. Rook. Think hard on it. Dread thought Woojin's confident attitude wouldn't last long. In the end, he'll come to Dread's domain to ask for an introduction to the great Lord Rajakoi. Dread busily moved his tentacle to return to his own domain. Hong. What a creepy octopus. Bibi couldn't speak a word when Dread was present. However, she yelled out in anger when he exited. Woojin's heart was leery and complicated as the dirty slime left behind on the floor. The Dimensional Lords. The Dimensional Lords were carrying out an endless war. What was Tronet's aim? Why did he put this board down? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. I hope he doesn't come for a while. Bibi expressed her disgust. It seemed she found Dread's presence to be very offensive. Since he had delivered his message to Woojin, Dread would probably never visit Woojin's domain again. Turn down all the visit requests from the lords. What if they infiltrate? Would the Dimensional Lords infiltrate his domain in disguise? Kill them. Understood. Once Woojin's dimensional domain synchronizes with the planet Jakku through Nisha's pillar, the dungeon would act as a gate. He had 30 days left. Woojin got ready to face the numerous lords on the planet Jakku. I'll have to level up a bit. Planet Alphen's Archmage Lich Janus. He was the strongest magical power Woojin possessed. He was also Woojin's first teacher. The time of their meeting was getting close. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Lich Janies. Chapter 123, Lich Janies. Nisha's pillar was still being synchronized, so adventurers could still attempt to clear it. Unless they were moths drawn to a flame, they wouldn't rashly attack him. Even if the adventurers did show up, he had to worry only about one entrance. He didn't have to divide his domain's forces. He was confident in his 53 Death Knights. Even if they received a group consisting of adventurers of Relix level, he would be able to defend against them. Since no one will enter his dungeon on Earth, he didn't have to worry about his dimensional domain. So where should I go hunt? He had a lot of options, but what would be the most efficient method? If he gave up on his protection period, he could request domain battles to the other lords. Then he could ask for a rematch through duel, and he could acquire the EXP by catching the dimensional lords. Or he could use the 12-day protection period. It was 3 days in Earth's time, and he could hunt by clearing the subway stations. I'm sure there are several links formed by now. The more difficult dungeons will start to link to Earth. There were probably several uncleared dungeons that couldn't be resolved by the roused of the world. If it only contained the dungeon owner, one would just have to dispose all the monsters. However, if it was a dungeon with a dimensional lord, the link will finalize and the gate would open. It wouldn't be a one-time dungeon break. The dungeon will act as a spawning station, and it will continuously spit out monsters. Moreover, monsters weren't the only ones that will exit the dungeon. If being from another race like the elves came out, and if they hunted the people of Earth. No, what if humans exited? How will humans of Earth react to hunting down fellow humans? I'll have to organize everything at least once. Protect the domain well, BB. If something happens, contact me. I'll do that. How about an additional 1,000 points? Woojin smirked as he increased the maximum amount of points he could assign to the butler. You do whatever with the 1,000 points. I'm leaving the rest to you just in case you need it. Use it if you are in danger. Had ha. I understand. With this much preparation, she should be able to sufficiently defend against all the adventurers attacking the niche's pillar. If the worst-case scenario of not being able to protect the synchronized return stone happened, he would just lose a dungeon and some energy. It wasn't that big of a loss for him. He'll just lose a link to making the planet Jakku a bigger hunting ground for him. Woojin opened a portal to the Seoul Station's first exit, and he passed through it. Allendale Guild's vice president room. Hoo-oo. Minchan got off the phone, and he let out a long sigh. Heyman looked on with a worried expression on his face, and he asked for the long-awaited news. What happened? Not yet. They said to wait. Isn't this a big deal? We have to resolve this before the president gets here. Hoo-oo. I don't know what they are thinking. Minchan and Heyman's face darkened. They couldn't come up with any ideas. Ha! Shit! How can the government change their word after one day? Let's stop talking about it. Yes. They were well aware of the reason why this had happened. It happened several hours after Woojin went into the dungeon. A Death Knight suddenly appeared from inside the dark, and he left a present inside the Alandal's office. It was the head of 7 people. 8 employees had fainted, and 15 employees threw up on the spot. Minchan, who had been expecting the other shoe to drop, also felt a considerable amount of shock. Mission complete. The Death Knight dropped the single phrase, and he disappeared as he turned into black smoke. Everyone fell into a state of panic. Alandal's office wasn't the only place in turmoil. There was unrest across the entire country of South Korea. The news about the congressman that had been responsible for the terrorist attack, and the news about Kang Woojin was ongoing. This was when 7 headless corpses were found. The cream of the crop of the financial circles were assassinated. This impacted everyone a bit differently from the congressman, who had been killed after causing a huge disturbance at Congress. The main suspect behind the assassination was surmised to be Kang Woojin. The police raided the guild headquarters, and they had taken the heads. Soon, the news announced that these financial magnates were involved in the terrorist attack was reported, but the public opinion had soured. Kang Woojin had occupied Congress and he had selectively killed the congressman. At the time, everyone thought it was an urgent situation where this deed had to be done to stop the terrorists. They were willing to overlook his actions. However, the latest assassinations were viewed differently. Private citizens might be killed at the whim of Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin wielded absolute power, and the fear felt towards him caused ill feelings against him. There were clear laws in this land, yet he had easily taken the lives of people. It felt as if he was acting like a god. The public sentiment was smoldering, and it wasn't an atmosphere where the government could bring up the topic of amending the constitution. This act would have to be voted by the citizens. South Korea didn't recognize North Korea as a country, so how could they recognize Allendale as an independent country? It would only be possible if they made significant changes to the law. Votes from the citizens were needed to make the changes possible. The status of their independence was unclear right now. What should we do? Should we continue to make preparations? We'll continue. Before they could even get past the preparation station, everything was coming apart, but they couldn't stop now. We won't be able to do anything without the government's cooperation. We still have to do it. Recently, I'm afraid to go outside, since I might be hit by a rock. Heyman sympathized with those words 100 times over. The opinions amongst the journalists wasn't that great right now. The problem was the fact that journalists could sneakily sway the public opinions. Moreover, the companies related to the assassinated business magnates were also putting pressure on the government. Since they didn't know when they might be taken out, the implicit fear they felt made everyone unite. Kang Woojin displayed power and ability that was beyond the realm of humans, and he made the fearful citizens uneasy. If the situation worsened even by a little bit, Allendale itself might be ousted from South Korea. Still, the rough framework is done thanks to Mr. Lee Kangjin. Since we don't have the cooperation from the government, the current Allendale territory was composed of the Seoul Station and the lands nearby. It was land purchased under the Allendale Guild's name. The citizens consisted of the guild personnel. When one joined the guild, one was given citizenship to the country of Allendale. The two nations shared both currency and communications. From 1 to 10, they need the cooperation of the Korean government. Every detail of the agreement was put in the treaty, but it was a mystery as to whether the treaty would be finalized. It made them wonder if this treaty was possible in the first place. The Constitution of South Korea considered the North Korean government to be an organization who illegally seized a part of the country. Let's prepare thoroughly first. Yes, Vice President. Minchon and Heyman exchanged complicated gazes. How could this blow up so big? They had just wanted jobs after leaving the Hammer Guild. They had started out as a small guild with 5 members. In just a couple months. At least, we were able to bring our family. That's true. The family of Woojin, Sunggu, and Haesol was moved to Allendale. Any employee who wanted to move their family were allowed to do so. Including the employees, there were almost 500 people in total. Will he be out before the Guild General Assembly? I think so. The Korea's Guild General Assembly was being hosted by Hammer Guild. It was being sponsored by the Hammer Guild, but Woojin was the one who wanted this General Assembly. What would we be doing if we stayed behind at the Hammer Guild? Young Minchin frowned as he thought about Heyman's question. Then he smirked. What do you think we would be doing? We'll probably be cursing Kong Woojin, and we would be getting ready for the General Assembly. I would be the team leader, and you would still be my deputy. Kook. Now that I think about it, aren't we incredible? Aren't we on a level where we could lead Korea, no, the world by its nose? Yes. We have done well for ourselves. We have been so successful that it is starting to scare me. This couldn't be called a fast track. This was like a lightning promotion. At that moment, Minchin's handphone rang. He answered the phone when he saw Woo Sung-hoon's number. Director Woo. The president just came out right now. We are heading towards the office. He wants a list of the uncleared dungeons. All right. You bring him here with care. Don't worry about it. The number of reporters waiting nearby was enormous. There were even several religious organizations that had come to protest. He knew Woojin's personality, and if Woojin had a head-on collision with the protesters, it might irrevocably damage the public opinion. The public opinion would worsen to that extent. President is coming here. Hurry up, and ready the report. Yes. The basic framework was set, so they hurriedly got ready. After a brief amount of time, Minchon and Heyman went to greet Woojin at the parking lot. You didn't have to come out. Did anything significant happen? Of course, something significant had happened. The public opinion isn't great right now. Moreover, the government is also expressing their disapproval. Why? They were not comfortable with the assassinations. I killed the bastards that deserve death. What's wrong with that? It was a matter of degrees. He had gone past the line. One needed to follow the procedure of the law. One needed a trial, and the punishment had to be decided. Of course, capital punishment would never be given, but Woojin's action was basically murder. It's nothing more and nothing less. Woojin frowned as he spoke. Well, let's not make a treaty. What? Wasn't all of this done in preparation for raising a nation? He had never seen Woojin go back on his words, so Minchon asked in confusion. Then are you canceling the Declaration of Independence? We'll just forego the treaty with Korea. They'll feel the loss, not me. So what did he want to do? What did he want to do after setting up an independent country in the middle of Seoul? I don't need approval from those arrogant pricks. If you don't sign the treaty with South Korea, there is no deal. The countless dungeons within Korea will be off limits. The modern amenities like electricity and water would be cut off. They would basically be refugees stuck in a small parcel of land within Seoul. Maybe I should just take over Korea. You can't do that. Minchon was taken aback, and he pushed back on Woojin's matter-of-fact words. Did extreme situations awaken the sleeping potential of a person? Minchon desperately worked to come up with a solution to this situation. How about using the US government? US? I told you I'm not moving. He had to protect the Seoul Station's first exit. It was the dungeon that was connected to his dimensional domain. We can ask the US government to put pressure on the Korean government. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Will that really work? It will work. Minchon had a bitter expression on his face. It sounded ridiculous, but that was the reality. Woojin could use the power of influence held by the US. There was a person in Korea that could act as an intermediary. Where's Melody? She is with your sister. Guide me there. Also, immediately print out a list of the dungeons that hasn't been cleared yet. Yes. Woojin was guided by Sunghoon, who was the chief of secretary. He led Woojin to the rooms being used as residence. The entire first floor was decorated like the inside of a house. Several families of the Allendale Guild members lived here. Woojin's family was one of them. They entered a door labeled Room 101, and they entered a living space that looked like a clean hotel room. Woojin's mother was sitting on the sofa with a restless expression on her face. When she saw Woojin, she stood up abruptly. Woojin. Huh? What's going on? Lee Soo-kyung started to cry when she saw her son. Sua is. What's wrong with Sua? Woojin was surprised. Sua had another seizure. Look. He tightly hugged his crying mother. Where's Sua? She's in the other room. The holy maiden is looking over her. It'll be fine. She'll be okay. Woojin comforted his mother for a while as he waited for Melody to come out. After a brief amount of time, the door opened, and Melody stepped out. She flinched when she saw Woojin. She bowed, and gave her greetings. Your sister's symptom has stabilized by a little bit. Thank you. Ego. Thank you. Lee Soo-kyung grabbed the holy maiden's hands, and she kept thanking her. Woojin looked at Melody as he spoke. I have to talk to you for a moment, Melody. Yes, immortal. Come to the president's room. He felt uncomfortable talking in front of his mother, so Woojin decided to leave first. After exiting the room, the light within his eyes was filled with mixed emotions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Lich Janies, 2. Chapter 124, Lich Janies, 2. The two sat across the table, and they sat there for a long time without speaking. Coffee had been brought in by a secretary, and enough time had passed that the steam stopped rising from the cooled beverage. The holy maiden was the first to speak. Did you know about Konsuanim's condition? I had my suspicions. There was a silence for a while as Melody searched for words she wanted to say. Still, wasn't she a member of his family? What do you plan on doing? What can I do? She was his dongsun. If it was possible, he would have already made her better. However, this wasn't a matter of healing her or not. The only thing Woojin could do for Sua was to pray for her. I'm not sure who will come. It is difficult even for me to even guess. I'm all right. Sua is the one who is suffering. Woojin just felt bitter. He couldn't definitely say his heart was hurting or not. He just felt a sense of regret. His mother was probably having a hard time. Sua was also having a hard time. I'm sorry for not being of any help. You don't have to be sorry. Melody knew better than anyone else what kind of pain Sua was going through. Melody also knew what choice lay in front of Sua. She had also gone through it when she was young. Sua was a god's seed. He didn't know whose seed it was, but when Sua hears the god's voice, she would awaken into being a holy maiden. Woojin had mixed feelings, but there wasn't any unrest in his heart. This surprised him. Was he drifting farther away from humanity? What did you want to talk about? Woojin's expression was so serious that the holy maiden asked her next question with care. I want you to call those in the US to put some pressure on the Korean government. What? I raised Allendale, and these people are refusing to acknowledge it. How do you think that makes me feel? Melody had the eyes of a bunny. She got on her knees. Oh, immortal. Please have patience. As life is my witness. Didn't I tell you to stop bowing so easily? I'm sorry. Woojin frowned. He was already having confusion about his own sense of identity, and it didn't help that the holy maiden was treating him like a god. I'm not saying our two countries can't bother each other. I just need more freedom. However, Korea keeps trying to tie me up to a post. She understood what Woojin was trying to say. So they are being like the Empire of Yuruha. It's a similar situation. The Empire of Yuruha tried to give the title of Duke to the undying King Immortal. They even blathered on about marrying the princess to him. However, the hapless empire was destroyed eventually. I'll make it so that they'll never bother you again. The holy maiden bit her firm lips. All right. I'll see you in 3 days. He had a protection period of 12 days. He had to return to his dimensional domain in 3 days in Earth's time. Allendale Guild was already busy, and the holy maiden would also be busy now. Woojin's thought was racing with the thought of clearing as many dungeons as possible. 3 days. Melody quietly repeated those words. She had 3 days to make Allendale a nation recognized by the world. If she couldn't, she had no idea what the immortal would do. Both Melody and Woojin felt a countdown of 3 days starting, and the weight of the 3 days differed for each of them. Woojin was reunited with a welcoming person at the airport. Little brother Kong. Baekhyun. Baekjongdo had a big smile on his face when he saw Kong Woojin also raise his hand in greeting. It felt as if an international celebrity had just acknowledged him. Ooh ha ha. I get to see you again like this. This is great. I'll be in your debt for a little bit. Ha? This won't incur any debt. Of course, I'll help you. When Baekjongdo heard that Allendale requested the use of his private plane, he immediately came over here. His eyes twinkled as he looked at Hong Sunggu, who was standing next to Woojin. So this person is Mr. Flame Sunggu. What is up with that cheesy name? It is quite popular on the SNS. Ooh ha ha. Let's take a picture before we head out. Baekjongdo put his arms around Hong Sunggu, and he took a selfie. In the background, the picture of Kong Woojin with an expression of dismay was captured. Hoo. This is a jackpot. I think I'll have no problem getting 1 million views. Ha. I'll help as best as I can, President Beck. Ooh ha ha. With the help of Mr. Flame Sunggu, I think 10 million views might be possible? Ooh ha ha. I am a bit famous around the world. They immediately got along well, and it seemed they had found a kindred spirit. Woojin shook his head as he looked at the two of them, then he got on the plane. Baekjongdo and his personal secretary, Director Young Shansung, got on the plane. On Allendale's side, Kong Woojin, Hong Sunggu and the chief secretary Woo Sung-hoon got on. Where are we heading first? We have to go to Japan. Sung-hoon placed a tablet PC in front of Woojin. There was a world map on the screen, and there were red dots all over it. How many in total? There is 32. We've received 12 requests to clear them. Woojin frowned. Why is there so few? There is still some time left, so they want to take care of it with their own forces. The 12 requests were sent from places where the dungeon breaks were imminent. The schedule was made depending on which dungeon was closest to breaking. So the blue dots mean they haven't sent out a request yet? Woojin expanded the map of Japan. There were 2 red dots and 4 blue dots. Since there were so many subway stations there were 6 uncleared reset dungeons. Amongst them, 2 were about to break. One was in Osaka, and the other was in Tokyo. They saw the mess in Seoul, yet they want to take care of it on their own? Even if the top roused of the world were gathered to make a special team, it might not be enough. What could Woo Sung-hoon say in regards to Woojin's bitter words? Baekjongdo and Hong Sunggu had been involved in a rowdy conversation, but they quieted down as they looked at Woojin. Baekjongdo lowered his voice. What's wrong, lil bro Kong? No. I just find this situation to be funny. What is? They are basically grabbing onto a reverse sword, yet they still want to be greedy. I find that to be funny. There had been couple dungeon breaks, but they eventually defended against the breaks. They've made a lot of investment to minimize the damage. Well, it isn't as if I hadn't expected it, but I still find it silly. He already knew what would happen. Eventually Woojin wouldn't be able to handle everything by himself, and a dimensional lord with a successful link would appear. Ignorance was bliss. This phrase didn't exist for nothing. When he earned the dimensional domain, he started to learn a little bit about Tronet's dirty little organization. As he learned more, the frustration inside him mounted. He couldn't stop what was coming. Earth was falling into the pit of hell, yet the countries of Earth was still squabbling. Woojin was probably the only one here who had seen the pit of hell. This was why he wanted to alert everyone's attention to the coming end. This was why he asked the Hammer Guild to prepare to rouse General Assembly, so why wasn't he hearing any feedback from them? Baekhyun. When did they say they are holding the roused assembly? Don't we still have 10 days left? Also, why did you leave that to the Hammer Guild? Well, they said they'll take care of it. Aang. You should have put me in charge of it. Hammer Guild is one of the 3 great guilds, but how could they hold a candle to our KH Guild? Of course, I'm saying this since Lil Bros Allendale isn't one of Korea's guild now. Ha. Woojin also laughed at Baekjongdo's words. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't killed any financial magnates related to the KH Guild. At the very least, his guild wasn't related to the dungeon business nor the backing of the terrorist organizations. Do you want to go into the dungeon with me? Baek Jong-do's eyes uncharacteristically got round. You really will let me to tag along? Kang Woojin was famous for not teaming up with other roused. Hong Sung-gu and Chae Hae-sol were the only teammates he took into the dungeons when clearing them. This was why Hong Sung-gu was known as being Kang Woojin's man, and there was a terrifying amount of interest in him. The picture he put up on the SNS already had 20,000 views. Well, I'm going on 3-day world tour, so let's travel together. Ooh ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to this. Woojin grinned when he heard the man's easy laugh. He was a decent man. He wouldn't have put his interests aside to bring his private plane if he wasn't a decent man. Hoo. I'll have to let all my friends in the world know about this. Let's take a selfie, little bro. Baek Jong-do stretched out his arm with a camera. Woojin sighed when he saw this. Why are we doing this? What do you mean why? This is the information age. It's great to announcing everything. Ha! This isn't that important, so why do we have to live update everything? Are you going to tell everyone when you shit too? Ha! How did you know? Woojin was dismayed, but Baek Jong-do had a serious expression on his face. It seemed he really was someone who would do that. Geez. Woojin smirked as he playfully made a V sign with his fingers towards the camera. Even though Earth had several dozen times the amount of dungeons than any other planets, they were able to deal with the situation organically. The main reason was the high-speed communication capability. There weren't that many planets where a dungeon break happening on the other side of the world could be identified within 10 minutes. KH Guild's private plane was getting ready to land in the Kansai airport. Kansai airport's waiting area. Sensei Guild's rank aroused Taguchi frowned as he looked at the crowded airport. He was here to greet an important person, but there were too many people here. He worried there would be an accident. Why are there so many people gathered here? The news that Mr. Kang Woojin is visiting Osaka was posted on the SNS. Taguchi took the handphone from the employee from the support division. There was a selfie of Kang Woojin and the president of the KH Guild, Baek Jong-do. Kang Woojin had playful smile on his face. Moreover, there were words written below. I'm on a dungeon closing tour with my close donseng Kang Woojin. The first destination is Osaka. Mr. Kang Woojin is coming to the Kansai airport. He didn't have to translate the Korean words with childish emoticons interspersed within the text. The owner of the account, who had spread the photo of President Baek Jong-do, had helpfully translated the words into Japanese. Whose account is it? It's the account of Sakura AI. It took only several minutes for a famous idol in Japan to spread news on the SNS. In a short amount of time, several hundred people had gathered here. There were a good portion of the crowd that were holding up large cameras. This is a pain in the ass. This was a request to close the very first dungeon found by the Sensei Guild. They had come to greet him like a VIP, yet the information had already been leaked. Taguchi started thinking of ways he could extract Kang Woojin from the Kansai airport. He's coming out. Taguchi was at a loss for words when he looked at the place his employee was pointing at. It wouldn't have mattered even if they wanted to escort him away like a VIP. Keek. There were 30 skeleton warriors. Their bony collarbones were exposed, and they appeared with their bone swords raised. Everyone backed away from them. Kang Woojin was parting the crowd with his monsters escorting him, and he spoke to Woo Sung-hoon. I thought they were supposed to be here to greet us. Yes. They said they'll be here, but my Japanese is ego. I thought you wanted to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sung-hoon had nothing to say. He pouted as his shoulder slumped. Come here. Yes? Drink this. Yes, please give it to me. I'll feed it to you. Why was the president being this way? Sung-hoon had several dozen thoughts pass through his head as he struggled to come to a decision. Woojin grabbed his chin, and he forced Sung-hoon's mouth open. President? Go-ru rook. Woojin poured the language drug into Sung-hoon's mouth, then he put the empty bottle away into his inventory. Kolok, cook. Now go look for them. Sung-hoon coughed for a long time, then his eyes turned round as he surveyed his surrounding. This is. It was a miracle. A miracle had happened. The words in front of his eyes were in Japanese, but he could understand it now. Look. Why did a skeleton troop suddenly show up? Does this mean Mr. Kang Woojin doesn't want to talk at all? Is he trying to look down on Japan? The conversation from his surrounding was heard through his ears. He could understand everything. Holy shit. While Sung-hoon was in awe, Youngshan-sun pointed towards a direction. As befitting a director of a major company, he was able to speak Japanese. Those people are from the Sensei Guild. He pointed to a group holding up a sign. Sung-hoon was still mumbling to himself. F you. How about Director Young come to work for Allendale? Ha ha. I'm thankful for your kind words, but I have to follow President Beck. Woojin said those words for fun, so he just grinned. Then he walked towards the people from the Sensei Guild. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Lich Janies, 3. Chapter 125, Lich Janies, 3. The station that needed clearing was the Namba station. Woo Sung-hoon put on a mean mug as he pressured the people from the Sensei Guild with his fluent Japanese. How does that make any sense? We are here to help you, yet you want a joint raid? Please calm down. Isn't this also part of the business deal? We have to know how you cleared the dungeon. If not, how are we going to gather the bloodstones? The Sensei Guild's request made sense. However, they planned on traveling the globe, so they had to clear the dungeon as fast as possible. Why would they spend enough time in the dungeon to be able to make a dungeon guide? Geez. This is like saving a drowning person and the person tries to take your luggage. What? Their expression hardened when they heard Sung-hoon talking to himself. In the end, they couldn't solve this problem by themselves, so they asked Woojin. So what should we do? What do you think? Woojin questioned the person from the Sensei Guild. I know dungeon business is great, but let's save Earth first. Are you getting a reward for the dungeon closing from the Japanese government? We are talking about the business deal. The first one to suggest this was Allendale. Ha? Woojin asked Sun-hoon a question. Who's in charge of public relations and making the schedules? Director Kim Haman took care of it. Woojin spoke to the representative of the Sensei Guild. Please give me a more detailed explanation on the deal. It was agreed that one member of our guild will be able to observe you clearing the dungeon. All the items and bloodstones from the first clear will be allocated to Allendale. Afterwards, it'll be a 7:3 split. Woojin slightly turned his head to look at Sung-hoon, Sung-gu, and Baekjongdo. It was a decent contract. After the initial clear, the Sensei Guild would be in charge of repeatedly excavating the bloodstones. He would have a share in the profit. All right. I guess I'll be okay with 30%. Allendale is getting 70%. Woojin had a confused expression, so the employee from the Sensei Guild brought out a document. There were several clauses listed there. Aroused from the Japanese side must accompany the party as it cleared the dungeon, and the rights to run the dungeon would be passed on to the Sensei Guild. 70% of the profit would be given to Allendale. That bastard is pretty evil. Maybe it was because Minchan had languished at the bottom for a long time, so he was very vicious in coming up with the contents he had put into the contract. From the Sensei Guild's perspective, they didn't lose anything if they couldn't clear the dungeon. If Woojin was successful, they would basically be gaining a 6-star dungeon for free. Even if they got 30% of the profit, it wasn't a loss. I like it. Woojin praised Kim Haman inside his heart. Then hurry up and tell everyone to get ready. We are already ready. Taguchi stepped forward from behind the guild official with a determined expression on his face. There was a reason why Taguchi had come to greet Woojin's party in the first place. He was a rank aroused, so at the very least, he wouldn't be a burden. So it's only the 4 of us? The group consisted of Woojin, Sung-gu, Baekjongdo, and Taguchi. Let's go. Woojin didn't show any hesitation as he descended the stairs. Sung-gu was already familiar with all of this, so he quickly followed after him. Baekjongdo couldn't hide the anticipation he felt from his face as he entered the dungeon. Finally, Taguchi was the last one to enter with a worried expression. He really wants to close the dungeon with this group of people? Taguchi knew Woojin had closed dungeons by himself before, but he wasn't sure if he should trust those reports. If Woojin failed, he would also die. This isn't a normal 6-star dungeon. If he went by the energy measurement number, this dungeon was higher than 6 stars. If the difficulty was on a normal level, the dungeon could have been cleared by Japan's roused teams. The best roused of Japan were gathered to form a team, yet they failed to clear it 3 times. After failing, everyone was just waiting for the dungeon break. Taguchi had been part of 2 raid teams, so he was well aware of this dungeon's extreme difficulty. Now that they won't be able to use the return portal, so they would die if they failed to clear the dungeon. Taguchi felt a sense of anticipation, but he also felt a weird sense of nervousness. The barrier formed when he entered the dungeon. In the beginning, the werewolves. Taguchi had entered this dungeon twice before, so he was trying to tell the others about the dungeon guide for the initial portion of the dungeon. He just barely started his briefing on the dungeon when his eyes turned round. Waruruk. There were soot and fire left over in various places inside the subway station. The objects that were burning into a char were none other than the corpses of the werewolves. Where did he go? I don't know Japanese. Baekjungdo was the only one left behind with Taguchi. Baekjungdo handed a sharp short sword to him, and Taguchi took it in a moment of bewilderment. He tilted his head in confusion. He said to follow while excavating the bloodstones. A werewolf attacked as soon as they entered the dungeon. It took 1 second to dispatch the monster, and Baekjungdo was very surprised by this. Flame Hongsungu wasn't an empty name. Woojin was a large mountain, and Hongsungu received a lot of attention for being next to Woojin. He was usually considered to be one of Woojin's partners. However, Hongsungu had incredible firepower and could be considered a powerhouse by himself. He ran with flames trailing him, and Woojin summoned 20 Death Knights. They swept across the dungeon. They weren't careful in their advance. This wasn't a hunt. It was like a race to reach the end at top speed. Baek Hyung. Just follow me slowly as you excavate the bloodstones. Woojin had spoken those words seconds ago, yet there was no trace of him. Woojin had already descended to the lower floor. What the hell? Taguchi was also taken aback. Fortunately, although he was clumsy at speaking Korean, Taguchi was still able to comprehend it. He followed Baekjungdo's example, and they parted the werewolf's chest to extract the bloodstones. However, they had to abandon that task after a brief amount of time. There were the sounds of busy steps. Woojin, Sungu and several dozen undead soldiers were coming back up. Let's head back. At these words, Taguchi straightened his back and retraced his steps. He couldn't help but let out words of admiration as he headed back. This is impossible. It's been 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It had been 5 minutes since they had entered the dungeon. The basic monsters within the subway station were all killed. The evidence of this fact was the red portal that had formed in front of them. Be careful. You have to defend your own life as you follow me. Woojin alerted the other group members, and he was the first one through the red portal. Taguchi immediately followed after him. This time he would brief Woojin about the real dungeon. Sa Hung. After the party went through the portal, the first thing that greeted them were the waves of heat. The air mixed in with acrid smoke stabbed into their lungs, causing pain. It's a volcano. Lava was flowing, and it let out gases as it splashed. There were over several dozen ravines of red-hot fire. There were several hundred boulders akin to islands. The party was standing on a rock island that was about 10 meters above the ground. The lava boiled below, and the green light of the return stone was very far away. As one defeats the lava-flying fishes, the island moves towards another island until they meet. This is how we are supposed to escape the lava region. Woojin shook his head at Taguchi's words. That'll take forever. Let's just fly. Woojin summoned Xing Xing. 2 Death Knights were summoned, and they summoned their phantom steeds. However, we can't travel through the sky. Why? If one escapes certain part of the island, it is set to explode. Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked through the empty sky when he heard Taguchi's explanation. Sungu. Yes, Hyung. There are mine mosquitoes in the air. They can't approach the lava of the volcano. Aha! Shall I throw some lava at them? No, that'll be too troublesome. When Woojin summoned Dulcie, Dulcie fell into the lava. Soon a burning giant appeared. Ooh-ah! Every time it moved, flame erupted. It was a fire golem. Cooing, cooing. Every time Dulcie's massive body moved, the mine mosquitoes quickly got out of the way. Get on. Let's follow after him. Woojin got on Xing Xing, and Sungu sat behind him. Baekjungdo and Taguchi had the weird experience of riding behind the Death Knights. The phantom steed climbed the empty air, and it followed right behind the fire golem. Ha ha! This is so easy. Taguchi let out a dejected sound. There were lava-flying fishes and lava dolphins usually jumped out of the lava to attack. They were flame attribute monsters, and they would inflict damage through their body temperature. They had to get close to a target to inflict damage, so the party was unharmed. Moreover, the mine mosquitoes were staying put in the air. He became aware that the mosquitoes were explosive in nature right now through Woojin's words. Before that, he had thought there was some automatic mechanism that made one explode. He's an incredible person. He was more impressed by the knowledge and solutions he came up with, more so than the several thousand undead under him or his personal power. He knew things that were still unknown to this world. Woojin was explaining something as he gesticulated with his hands to Sungu, who was sitting behind him. Taguchi knew a little bit of Korean. He couldn't understand every single word, but he realized Woojin was talking about some invaluable information about the dungeon. Woojin-sama. Where did you learn about all of this? Ha? You know how to speak Korean? Very little bit. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Who do you think? I learned it from my teacher. Who was the teacher who had groomed Kong Woojin? Taguchi could only look on in admiration. Sungu asked a question with a gleam in his eyes. Hyun Nim. You had a teacher? Of course. Ooh-ah. When you were summoned to Alphen, you learned magic from your teacher? Woojin grinned as he shook his head from side to side. No, I studied that on my own. Woojin's magical abilities were all based on his game knowledge. He didn't know how everything worked, but he learned everything he could learn. Then he started using magic and eventually, he was able to command the undead. Huck. If you didn't learn magic from him, then did you learn some kind of martial arts from him? Woojin's body movement and his use of weapons were very skilled. His physical abilities were so high that one could mistake him for a physical roused. Nope. The martial arts were something he earned when he returned to Earth. He had been initialized, and he had earned those skills through the dual class. Huck. Then what did you learn from him? Survival. Ah. Sungu nodded his head. Woojin wasn't done speaking. He continued to speak with a serious expression on his face. Madness and carnage. Why would he have to learn such a thing? Unfaltering decisiveness. Overwhelming fear. Huwak. Woojin unconsciously let out his killing intent, and it terrified Sungu. Woojin belatedly realized what he had done, and he withdrew it. Ah, I learned those kinds of things. Ooh. He sounds like an incredible person. He's incredible. So your teacher is still on planet Alphen? No, he's dead. Sungu realized his mistake, so he quickly tried to retrieve his words. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said. No, it's nothing. He was already dead when I met him. What? What kind of preposterous nonsense was he talking about? Woojin smirked as he looked at the confused Sungu. You'll see him soon. He had been a scholar and an archmage on the planet Alphen. He made himself a lich through his own volition, and he had fought against Tronet for 200 years. Amongst Woojin's familiars, he was someone with an overwhelming presence. Woojin would be able to meet him again soon. His specialty is flame magic. You should learn from him once you meet him. Should I? Sungu already felt like peeing right now. He thought he had gotten used to Woojin's teaching style. Now Woojin was talking about a monstrous teacher. I can guarantee you one thing. What is it? There are two possible outcomes. Woojin slightly turned around to look at Sungu. Woojin laughed as he looked at Sungu, who had shrunk into himself. Teacher hates cowards like him the most. Still, he specializes in rebuilding personalities. You'll either become Earth's greatest flame magician or you will die. Weren't the results too extreme? Sungu couldn't help but swallow his spit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Dungeon Closer. Chapter 126, Dungeon Closer. Sensei Guild's meeting room. When the Minotaur with the large horn died, the screen turned off. The footage recorded and projected by a fist-sized marble was within Taguchi's hand. It wasn't as expensive as a return portal, but it was about half its price. This was a playback marble named Harris Memory. The information they gained from using such an expensive item was minimal. Ha! Sensei Guild's president let out a sigh, and the silence within the meeting room was broken. Is this it? Yes. Taguchi had done nothing wrong, but he irrationally felt guilty when he heard the president's words. He had done 3 things during the dungeon clear. He watched, admired, and recorded. Amongst the 4, Sungu and Woojin were the only members who participated in battles. The rest of the party, Baekjungdo and Taguchi, followed behind as if they were on field trip. Even Hong Sungu was an ancillary part of the battles as Woojin took the lead. No, his summoned beings were the ones opening up the path. They just followed behind riding the phantom steeds. How can he clear it so easily? Didn't you just see it right now? I'm saying it, because I'm having a hard time believing it even after seeing him in action. The greatest roused of Japan had teamed up, and they had attempted the dungeon 3 times. They had asked for help from the government, since they had failed all 3 attempts. They didn't expect to clear, so they had evacuated the nearby residents. The Japanese self-defense force was ready to be inserted around the dangerous dungeon. When Allendale requested a 7:3 split of the profit, they had easily agreed to it, since they would be making a profit. Basically, a ticking time bomb would be turned into a treasure. They would still be gaining profit even if the 30% was 10%. However, this was only true if they could clear the dungeon that had been turned into a mine. They had inserted Taguchi into the dungeon to gain the method Woojin used to clear the dungeon. They had invested incredible amount of money to use the Harris memory to record the footage of the dungeon clear. However, there was a problem. Woojin used a very simple yet overpowering method to clear the dungeon. This was Woojin's style. Who would be able to replicate his actions? I wonder if we'll be able to excavate with just this. The possibility of artifacts appearing was high when the number of clears were low. There was no danger of a dungeon break, so if they could clear the dungeon at their leisure, they would be swimming in artifacts. However, they weren't confident that they'll be able to clear the dungeon. It was such an unconventional raid method. We have no choice. We'll have to attempt it. Where's Mr. Kong Woojin right now? He took care of the dungeon that was about to break in Tokyo. He is heading towards China right now. Already? Yes. The dungeon business was well developed in Japan, since there were a lot of subway stations. If one looked at the number of roused within Japan to the rest of the world, the number was quite high. There were 3 times the number of rank roused compared to Korea. The best of their roused had teamed up to attempt this dungeon, and they had failed. Yet, Woojin had cleared it by himself. Moreover, he finished it incredibly fast compared to the normal clear time of a 6-star dungeon. Isn't this a humiliation for Japan? This basically means a single man is better than the country's entire population of roused. Kong Woojin had very easily completed a task that everyone failed to complete. He had also displayed his ruthlessness with ease in the Middle East, and it had been enough to put the world into a state of shock. A private citizen had power that exceeded most countries. There were countless roused in this world that was considered to be superhuman, but Woojin was an unprecedentedly special roused. Moreover, Kong Woojin wasn't Japanese. He was Korean. This is the first time I've been envious of Korea. If he had been Japanese, Japan would have once again become the strongest nation in the world. I thought he isn't Korean anymore? Are you talking about Allendale? They haven't even finalized their treaty, so the Korean government hasn't formally acknowledged them as a country. Who is supposed to acknowledge whom? The weak has to acknowledge the strong? The president's eyes turned round at the employee's words. It was an unthinkable thought. A nation submitting under a mere guild? However, this wasn't a joke. This was something that had been discussed in Korean Congress. How was such a thing possible? Basically, Allendale had the power to make it happen. While the dungeons existed, Allendale might be a stronger entity than Korea. If we do this right, we might be able to invite Allendale to our country. Currently, Korea was in a state of unrest from the scandal caused by the assassination of wealthy citizens and politicians. If Korea turned down Allendale, Japan might be able to bring Allendale to their country. If one thought about Allendale's fighting power and what they represented as a symbol, they were like an umbrella. If Allendale was on Japan's side, they would be able to avoid the rain called monsters. I'll have to meet with the Prime Minister. Their guild profit didn't matter right now. This was their golden opportunity, since Korea and Allendale had an uncertain relationship right now. The heavens were looking out for the great country of Japan. This chance was a gift given by the heavens. After closing the 2 dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Woojin closed 3 dungeons in China. He had cleared 5 dungeons, yet it had only taken him 1 day. The Chinese are a handful. There were differing opinions regarding the cut of the profit in cultivating the dungeons, but Woojin decided to follow their lead. He hadn't expected a transparent effort in divvying up the profit according to the agreed-upon ratio. These were dungeons that was close to breaking. There might be a dimensional lord within one of them. Woojin's aim was to stop any dimensional lords from linking to Earth. That was his goal. The profit earned from dungeon closing was just a side benefit. Don't worry too much about it. Money isn't important right now. A few, President. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Songhun expressed his true feelings toward Woojin. Songhun was able to speak 3 languages now. He had learned Japanese and Chinese. If he made a round trip around the world like this, he would learn at least 10 languages by doing nothing. Geez. I would have never thought I would learn English through a drug. There were a lot of unreal artifacts that came out of the dungeons. He had heard about items that translated a language, but he never expected to gain languages like learning a skill. How many is left? There are 7 left. Where the next one? It's in Delhi. There's one in Dubai, but the dungeon in Paris is the urgent one. So our path is a bit crossed. After taking care of the dungeon in India, the closest dungeon was the one in Dubai, but there was some time to spare for that dungeon. This was why they would have to travel towards Paris. There was only 1 day left until the dungeon break, so the soldiers had already been dispatched for the monster extermination. It was a situation where they would be thankful if Kong Woojin could come as fast as possible. Lil Bro Kong. What do you think about the offers? Huh? What offers? When Woojin responded to the question with a question, Baek Jung-do spoke with a worried expression on his face. I'm talking about the immigration offer you received from Japan and China. Ah, that. High-ranking officials from the Japanese government had gotten on a private plane, and they came to meet Kong Woojin in China. Woojin was in the midst of clearing the dungeons, yet they had come to give an appreciation plaque and a massive amount of reward to him. They also presented Woojin with an offer. The Japanese government was willing to give up land. They wanted to see if the country of Allendale wanted to make a move to Japan. That wasn't the only offer. Japan would quickly sign the treaty. Korea was slow to finalize. Moreover, Japan would treat Allendale as a country of equal standing. Isn't Japan better for you? Woojin smirked at Baek Jung-do's question. Why would I go there? Ha! I knew Lil Bro would be hesitant to join the Japanese. Baek Jung-do had some anti-Japanese sentiments, so he was happy. Soon, he asked another question with a careful expression on his face. Then your heart is leaning towards China. The deal put on the table by China was unprecedented. The Chinese government didn't have to have a special election to vote on this. If Woojin agreed to it, they would give Woojin land that was twice as large as Korea. They would acknowledge Allendale's territory, and they would treat Allendale as a nation. There were also a lot of additional big perks that was put on the table. It was very tempting. I'm not going there either. Woojin didn't show a second of hesitation in his answer. This caused the light in Baek Jung-do's eyes to shake. As expected of you, Lil Bro Kong. I didn't expect it from you, but you are patriot. Patriot. If the holy maiden heard that, what would she say? Woojin smirked as he spoke. I'm not patriotic. It's just a hassle to move. Moreover, the Seoul station is in Korea. If he wanted another dungeon, he would need another dimensional fragment. Well, if he had numerous dungeons around Earth, he wouldn't have to travel by airplane. He would be able to freely move from place to place using the dungeons, but he shouldn't use the dimensional fragments for such frivolous reasons. Huh? So this is all about the Seoul station? Of course. Baek Jung-do asked a question after thinking hard on it. Is something inside the first exit? Ah. Of course, you don't have to tell me anything. The first exit was where Kong Woojin went into with Lee Sang-go. The properties of the dungeon itself made it impossible to know whether Lee Sang-go had been murdered or not. However, the guards that were placed at the first exit was part of the KH Guild family. Of course, as the guild master, he knew what the guards knew. At the time, Baek Jung-do thought Woojin was trying to monopolize the dungeon he had cleared. He didn't think too much about the fact that other roused were prevented from entering the dungeon. Now that he looked back on it, he realized it felt as if Woojin had been very protective of that dungeon. Was there something special inside the dungeon? It's a domain. It's a dimensional domain. He had planned on revealing all of this when the guild representatives were gathered in one place. He didn't have any reasons to hold the information back, so Woojin told Baek Jung-do everything. When he heard the entire story, Baek Jung-do had a slightly shocked expression on his face. Is this how it felt to open the Pandora's box? Or, was it different? It felt as if he just saw the real identity of Santa. He felt like a child, who just learned where babies came from. To be precise, he had learned that the formation of the dungeons might signal the end of Earth. This reason was more shocking to him. Lil Bro Kong. Did you know about this from the beginning? I had no idea. Aha. I don't even. This was such a big deal that words weren't coming to him easily. How could anyone have known this? They had no idea why the dungeons came to be, and where the monsters originated. They also had no idea why the roused suddenly appeared. There were a lot of active research into these topics, but not many answers had been forthcoming. However, Woojin had the answers to these secrets. Then do you know how to get rid of the dungeons permanently? That I do not know. How could Woojin know everything? Baek Jungdo smacked his lips as if something was lacking. If Earth really was going to be saved, the first order of business was shutting down the dungeons. Oh yeah. In the past, I heard about a dungeon expert researcher named Professor Toppler? Sunggu, who was listening from the side, suddenly interjected himself into the conversation. Woojin nodded his head. He was sure that was the name. Yes. That's right. Ha. I've seen him on TV before. He is very famous. He was famous for a reason. Woojin wanted to meet and discuss with Toppler about his research and results. Woojin wouldn't mind just hearing about Toppler's hypothesis and conjecture. Woojin would be able to prove whether his hypothesis was correct or not. Where's he from? He is British. Are there any British dungeon we have to visit on this trip? No. Unfortunately, the schedule didn't contain the UK as a destination. Woojin gave instructions to Sung-hoon. Send him an invitation. Tell him I want to meet him. Yes. The meeting was in the future. He had the urgent business of closing all the dungeons that were close to breaking now. He had to do all of this before his dimensional domain's protection period ended. Delhi subway station. Most stations were located above ground here. There were very few underground stations here. There were few dungeons here compared to the population living here. India was one of the handful of countries where they didn't require international help to deal with their infrequent dungeon breaks. Moreover, since the population was so high, they were overflowing with high-ranked roused. This meant the dungeon being requested to be cleared must be very difficult, since the roused of India couldn't clear it. The increase in difficulty meant the dungeon energy itself was very high. There is a chance that this place might be a dimensional domain. Woojin, Sunggu and Baek Jungdo rode the phantom steeds to their appointed dungeon, since they were short on time. Blanca of the Vishnu Guild was waiting for them at the station. He immediately entered the dungeon with them. As he had predicted, a dimensional lord was present in this dungeon. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement at the familiar name of the dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Dungeon Closer, 2. Chapter 127, Dungeon Closer, 2. Dread? Woojin frowned. He thought about the sloshing mass of body, who had dragged its body into his domain. He's trying to dig a tunnel here? If he thought about the time it took to synchronize the dungeon, it meant Dread had started linking his dungeon to Earth before he had visited Woojin's domain. However, he couldn't help but feel unhappy about it. Woojin made a choice from several selections available to him. I'm a buff type roused. I will put my blessing upon you. When they entered the dungeon, Blanca tried to faithfully fulfill his role. Woojin frowned. If he was a strengthening type, then Woojin wouldn't have minded. However, the blessing type was incompatible with him. It didn't give a synergistic effect. In fact, it had a negative effect on him. I don't need you. Just watch from the side and do nothing. I'm also a rank A roused. I can help the team. Blanca felt ignored, so he started to protest. However, Woojin was already far away. Baek Jungdo shook his head from side to side as he looked at Blanca's sullen face. If he says wait, then just wait. Blanca turned to look at the man, who spoke so casually towards him. Blanca was an elite roused of the Vishnu Guild. The guild was quite famous in India. This was why he was proficient in speaking Korean, Japanese, and Chinese. Instead of a direct battle type, he was a support type. He was also very smart, so he was well acquainted with the roused of Asia. He knew who had spoken to him right now. It was KH Guild's president Baek Jungdo. Blanca didn't know what relationship Baek Jungdo had with Kong Woojin, but he wasn't being helpful either. We entered the dungeon as a team. Shouldn't we help him? Blanca responded to Baek Jungdo with flawless Korean. What team? He'll be up in less than 5 minutes. Blanca tilted his head in confusion at Baek Jungdo's words. I'm an outsider, so I can understand why Kong Woojin doesn't want to reveal his battle methods. So why is President Baek being treated the same way? Kong Woojin had become famous in such a short amount of time that there weren't many information known about him. However, his unsociable nature in his dungeon raids was one of the few things known about him. He soloed most runs, and even when he teamed up, he only worked with his guild members. Since Baek Jung-do wasn't showing any signs of joining the hunt, it seemed he was treated as an outsider too. Baek Jung-do smirked at Blanca's misunderstanding. There is no need to go. We aren't going to be of much help, so why should we go with them? If Baek Jung-do participated, would he be able to decrease the dungeon clear time by 10 seconds? It almost didn't matter if he expended his power or not. Blanca was still confused. Baek Jung-do sighed as he saw this. When Woojin closed the 5 dungeons in Japan and China, all the roused, who tagged along with them, had reacted in the same way as Blanca. They all ran forward to crack Kong Woojin's secret, but in the end, they all gained nothing. No, they did earn one thing. He cleared out the monsters very fast and easily. Baek Jung-do sat on the floor. Just be sure to record everything later. Blanca had entered into the dungeon with the party, since he wanted to see Kong Woojin's method of clearing the dungeon. This was why he was filled with more questions. Whether he participated in the battle or not, Blanca had a mission. So why did Baek Jung-do enter with them? Ah. Stop looking at me with pity. I'm just here to play. Don't you know what a picnic is? Of course, he knew what picnic is. He just wondered why they had to have a picnic in a dungeon yet to be cleared. This wasn't like following mother to the market. Why would he come to such a dangerous Zeung? At that moment, a red portal formed near where Baek Jung-do was sitting. The meaning behind this event was self-evident. All the monsters within the subway station had been cleared. Only 4 minutes had passed. Baek Jung-do smirked as he looked at Blanca's unappealing expression. How can everyone all have the same reaction like this? The reaction was the same whether the person was Japanese, Chinese, or Indian. Baek Jung-do stood up, and he dusted off his behind. Let's go. Let's see what shows up this time. After a brief moment, Kong Woojin and Hong Sung-gu appeared. They all passed through the red portal. Weeing. The tinnitus sound that tickled the ears faded. The sight that appeared in front of them was the view of a beach with calm waters. The first one to react was Sung-gu. Wow! Isn't this place awesome, Hyung-nim? The beach had white sands and clear waves. It was on par with any vacation destination on Earth. The beach hadn't been touched by a crowded population, so there was an untainted beauty to it. Sung-gu ran across the sands, and when a crab monster burst forward, he let out a yell. Hyung-nim! There are crabs here. How about having some steamed crabs? Blanca was taken aback by Sung-gu's bright laughter. It was a small monster that was 50 centimeters long, but it was still too large to call it a normal crab. Moreover, their frightening claws could easily crush human bones. It's dangerous. It wasn't a monster one could easily deal with. Waroruk. The crab was squeezing out of the sands when Sung-gu ignited it with his flame. Ha. It's well done. The crab died instantly from the high heat. Its shell turned red as if it was well cooked. Sung-gu took out his short sword. If he thought about all the monsters he had to dismantle before, it would give him a headache. He was confident he could remove the meat from the crab. These bastards travel in a group. Let us get out of here. As if to validate Blanca's worries, the nearby sandy beach started to shift as monster crabs started to crawl out. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. There were over 100 of them. If one got caught by their claws, one would be in danger of losing a limb. The number of crabs that showed up was on par with the Rakwis. The Vishnu Guild had attempted this dungeon once, and they never attempted it again. This was the reason why. Monsters with enough offensive capability to cause fatal harm appeared in large quantity. It was impossible for a 10-member party to deal with all the monsters that attacked at once. When he saw the crabs that had been hiding in the sandy beach, Sung-gu was taken aback. No, he yelled out with a joyous expression. Wow! This is a great harvest, Hyung-nim. Try cooking them well. Let's start hunting after we fill our stomach. Woojin's mouth watered when he saw the crabs. They were on a tight schedule, but 4 hours passed inside a dungeon when 1 hour passed in reality. They had some time to spare inside the dungeon. Woojin immediately took out a table and chairs. He sat in a chair, then he bought refreshing beers from the achievement store. Kya! I really like doing this. Baek Jung-do received a head-sized wooden mug with beer filled within it. His face was filled with anticipation. One could tell he wasn't new to this kind of experience by the expression on his face. How can you? This is a 6-star dungeon. Ah. You speak Korean very well, foreign dude. Just sit here. Blanca sat in her seat in a moment of bewilderment. Soon, he saw the flames wash across the beach. Waru rook. The firewall is quite useful. Had ha. Thank you, Hyung Nim. Sunggu scratched the back of his head at Woojin's praise. Sunggu picked out the well-cooked crabs, and he started cracking open the crabs. Sunggu moved his hands in a skillful manner, while everyone else was drinking their beer. Blanca couldn't get used to the sight. This place is a dungeon. I know. How can you guys not feel any sense of danger? What reason do we have for being afraid? That's. The inside of a dungeon was dangerous, so one shouldn't let go of the tension. Wasn't this common sense? Still, the current situation couldn't be called dangerous. Hiya. Doesn't this taste better than steamed snow crabs? Baek Jung-do was a third-generation heir, so he had always eaten the best. However, he had gotten a taste of the unknown alcohol Woojin brought out, and he had eaten the monster dishes in the dungeons. He enjoyed it immensely. Woojin's had vast knowledge about the monsters, and his cooking skills were pretty good. Moreover, he tasted alcohol that was on par with anything on earth. Hey, my foreign friend. Don't frown so much. Enjoy yourself. They wanted him to enjoy the dungeon. Was this really supposed to be an adventure to save one's family and nation? Wasn't this supposed to be a fight to the death? We need another plan. The crabs have been taken care of, but the flame magic won't work inside the water. It was as Blanca said. Dread was building an underwater palace. They would have to deal with the special environment. The fact that the place was underwater was an effective barrier in keeping out the intruders. This was one of the reasons why the Indian Rouse team was unable to clear this dungeon. Several hundred. No, several thousand jellyfishes will swarm us. It'll be difficult to fight through them to reach the return stone. Those bastards' paralysis poison is so strong that most antidote doesn't work against it. Blanca was the only one speaking in a serious manner. After hearing his words, Woojin stood up from his seat. He was pretty full from just eating a single crab leg. There had been a lot of crab meat. You just sit back and enjoy the drink. Several hundred to 1,000. That should be the right amount. When will he be able to do a group hunt of this size again? How great would it be if all monsters just stayed calmly inside the water? Water was a great barrier in protecting oneself from the land-bound organisms. However, it had a critical weakness. Woojin used the 100 crab corpses as medium to summon the skeleton magicians. Then he unsummoned all the skeleton magicians that couldn't use poison or thunder magic. In the end, 20 skeleton mages gathered around Woojin. Shall we start fishing? Woojin put his feet into the water. After taking several steps, the water reached Woojin's waist. When an intruder appeared, the several dozen types of monsters inside the water converged towards Woojin. At the appropriate moment, Woojin used his poison nova. Pwah! The poison mixed with the water, and it polluted the environs of the sea. Woojin poured out more of his magic, and the poison became more concentrated as it kept spreading farther into the distance. Guru-ru-ru. Poison swarms of jellyfishes floated to the surface. Woojin came back onto the beach. It didn't matter if the monsters had bones or not. Each corpse was used as medium for his summoning. Woojin used the floating corpses of various fishes, crabs and jellyfishes to summon more skeleton magicians. Pa-pa-pack. He gathered the skeleton magicians, who could use thunder or poison magic. There were 500 of them. Fuck them up. Keek. The skeleton mages shot their thunder and poison magic towards the sea. Woojin returned to the table and he sat. Baek Jung-do had a broad grin on his face. Lil Bro Kong can hunt with such ease. Ha ha. Well, this is only true when I'm hunting the weak ones. Whether it was attacking or defending against large number of monsters, was there anyone who could match up with Woojin? If several thousand to 100,000 monster appeared in a dungeon, it would actually be an advantage for Woojin. His skeleton army could take care of all of them. On the other hand, if a handful of strong monsters appeared in the dungeon, the skeleton army would be useless against them. However, Woojin still had his powerful death knights and his personal prowess wasn't bad either. Now we just have to wait for the octopus bastard to come out. Let's have a drink in the meantime. Ha ha ha. That sounds good. What do you mean by octopus? You'll see later. The skeleton magicians indiscriminately fired into the sea. When some fishes floated up to the surface, they were disappointed that they wouldn't be able to eat any sashimi. However, the fishes had been poisoned, so they couldn't eat it. They ate the succulent crab meats, and they waited for the dungeon owner to appear. Did 30 minutes elapse? Several thousand monster corpses washed up onto the beautiful beach. When the sight of the beach turned bizarre, the boss monster appeared. The octopus parted the waters as it appeared, and the skeleton magicians focused their magic on it. However, a barrier was easily formed, and the magic couldn't cause any damage to the boss monster. The 8 tentacles walked on top of the water, and when it landed on the beach, Dread spoke out in anger. Kururuk. What the hell are you doing? Shall I consider this as a declaration of war? You are the one who brought the fight to me. Who told you to link to Earth? Kururuk. That is laughable. You are conceited in thinking that the entirety of the Earth dimension is yours. No dimensional lord actually claimed an entire planet as one's domain. However, this human in front of him named Woojin had the audacity to do so. Cook. You are fearless in requesting a clear of my domain. You will pay for your own stupidity. Dread would have understood it if this was a dimensional battle where Woojin could borrow the power of his domain. However, Woojin had arrogantly entered his dungeon to clear it with a small party. By his own volition, he was challenging Dread after turning his status from lord to adventurer. Dread could use all the power given to him by his domain, but his opponent could only use his own personal skills. While the bastard was in death's limbo, he'll steal the bastard's unprotected dimensional domain. Kururu. I'll show you the power of Dread. The octopus head turned red as it showed it off in a boastful manner. Then it started to gather in magic from its surrounding. Woojin smirked when he saw this. You last words are really corny. Dread. His 8 tentacles were standing on top of a field of corpses. What did that mean? Will it be able to handle the power being emitted by the several thousand corpses? Woojin had filled himself with magic as he waited for Dread to show up, and he released all of his magic at once. Corpse explosion. All the magic drained out of Woojin's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Dungeon Closer, 3. Chapter 128, Dungeon Closer, 3. Only a handful of souls had left the corpses. The several thousand corpses reacted to Woojin's magic, and every ounce of magic within the corpses were squeezed out. Kwahung. Accompanying the sound of the explosion, which was ear-splitting, Dread was vaporized. This allowed Woojin to gain a good chunk of EXP. He only needed to level up 4 more times to reach level 80. The incredible explosion happened nearby, but the party was unharmed. The deafening sound made their ears ring, but if one considered the size of the explosion, they had gotten off with minimal damage. Zing. A semi-transparent barrier had enveloped the party. It blocked the heat, sound and debris from the explosion. It blocked everything. Blanca had his 2 hands raised as if he was holding up the sky. Then Blanca threw up some blood. Cool Rook. He had overextended himself in his use of magic, so he tried to calm his twisted insides. He looked at Woojin with resentment in his eyes. Couldn't you have warned us what would happen? He had been nervous at the appearance of Dread, so he had prepared his barrier. If he hadn't, they would have all been swept up into the explosion. However, Woojin just shrugged his shoulders. You didn't have to take action. Spirit armor. The spirit armor always hovered around Woojin. If there were any hint of danger, his barrier would form. He had risen to a level where he could block most explosions. Of course, the party members near him would also be protected. Woojin didn't need anyone else to block for him. Woojin had said Blanca's actions were unnecessary, so he felt aggrieved. Instead of being thankful, he... A few. You threw up all the delicious things you ate. TSK. I told you to just watch. Honsungu and Baekjungo scolded him, so Blanca felt like crying. He had forgotten something. Everyone here were rank aroused. They were roused, who were arguably one of the best in the world. They all had the ability to protect their own lives, so he had overstepped himself by stepping forward. Isn't it reasonable for me to step forward? He wanted to yell those words, but he didn't have the energy to do so. His head was spinning. He was swaying unsteadily on his feet when an unknown energy suddenly entered his body. Hoo! His mind relaxed a little bit. He realized Woojin had used an unknown ability to bolster his energy. His abilities are endless. He had summoning skills, battle capabilities, magic and now healing. He wondered how broad the spectrum of Woojin's skills was. He couldn't even guess at how many abilities Woojin possessed. I'm all right now. I can heal myself now. Blanca indicated his thanks with his eyes, then he started to activate the magical energy that had just been stabilized. He assessed his own body. Self-healing is pretty rare. Woojin looked at him in fascination. This man was a buff-type roused, yet he was also a healing mage. It seemed his ability didn't rely on holy powers, so he was an oddity. What's your name again? It's Blanca. You are fluent in Korean. Did you say you are from the Vishnu Guild? How much do you receive from them? What? Come to Allendale. Blanca reined in the energy that was trying to churn once again, and he looked at Woojin. What was his game? He couldn't read anything from Woojin's eyes, yet it didn't seem like he was joking. What is this? Even if this was a dungeon raid team that didn't feel any sense of crisis, how could he try to scout someone in such a situation? However, Blanca had no thoughts on changing his guild affiliation. I'm thankful for your words, but the guild master is my close friend. I'll bury my bones with the Vishnu Guild. Is that so? How unfortunate. Woojin cleared his palate. When Blanca showed loyalty towards his guild, Woojin coveted him even more. Still, he didn't push the subject any further. That's too bad. Let's go conclude this. Woojin put the table and chairs into his inventory, then he started to move. The white beach was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the aftermath of the explosion left behind a huge lake. The corpses and bloodstones were all engulfed in the explosion, but he wasn't sorry for his actions. In the middle of the lake, there was a purple gem. It was where Dread had died. Woojin stepped onto the water. He used a warrior class skill that lightened one's body. His level was still too low to be able to walk across the sky, but he could easily walk across water. Splosh! His feet touched the water, but the water didn't reach above his ankles. Woojin walked across the water matter-of-factly, and he grabbed the gem. Woojin grinned. He finally acquired one. He could finally acquire a dungeon that'll lead to Alphen. Woojin put away the purple gem, then he walked across the sea towards Dread's underground palace. He looked below, and he could see the green light of the return stone. He retracted the energy that was maintaining the airwalk. At the same time, he activated a skill that increased his mass. He quickly sank to the bottom. There were still several sea monsters alive, but he was able to ignore them easily. He took the return stone, and he shot out of the water. Pooh-ha! He had invested all his stats into intellect and magic, so his energy was comparably weak. His previous actions had consumed all of his energy. He couldn't reactivate the skill airwalk and walk across the water. Xing Xing. Heeing. Woojin rode the summon Xing Xing towards his party. Let's go. Ying? You aren't going to search for the treasures? This was the first clear of this dungeon, so there were a lot of artifacts hidden here. Woojin shrugged his shoulder. I can't stay underwater for a long time. The influence of the warrior class allowed him to boast an incredible lung capacity compared to a normal person, but he couldn't stay past the 10-minute mark underwater. The sea was too large to use the search magic to find the location of the artifacts. I have a buff that allows one to travel underwater without breathing. Ha! At Blanca's words, everyone's attention was focused on him. It was especially true for Woojin. There was a strange sparkle in his eyes. Isn't he quite useful? If one only considered the buff skills, Woojin had found someone in India, whose versatility was only second to him. When they exited the dungeon after safely clearing the dungeon, a large group of people greeted the party. There were reporters from the Indian press, high-ranking government employees, local bigwigs, people from the Vishnu Guild, onlookers. Normally, Woojin would have summoned his phantom steed to escape the crowd. He would have immediately disappeared towards the airport, but Woojin did something out of character. He got on the car that had been prepared for him. The 4 people who cleared the dungeon, and the Vishnu Guild's guild master Kasim got into the waiting limousine. Ha ha ha. I have to thank you for easily clearing the dungeon that was impossible for us to handle. He is thanking you for clearing the dungeon. Kasim couldn't speak English, so he spoke in Hindi. Blanca translated his words into Korean. Hindi? Yes. It took only a brief time to search through his achievement store. He purchased the drug for learning Hindi, then he drank it. Woojin pulled a medicine bottle from mid-air, and he started to drink the content. Kasim looked on in confusion. Kasim? Vishnu's guild master? Oh. My God. When did you learn to speak Hindi? I just learned it. Kasim tilted his head in confusion, and his expression was full of misgivings. However, Woojin didn't feel the need to dispel the man's doubt. He was short on time, yet he was on a slow limousine that was pushing its way through the crowd. There were several dozen police escorting them as they headed to the airport. He had gotten into the car for only one reason. I have a deal I want to present to the Vishnu Guild. What kind of a deal? Allendale was called the best guild in the world because of a single roused. This was an offer being made by Allendale. Kasim's eyes twinkled when the conversation turned towards guild business. I want you to give me Blanca. Oh. He is my blood brother. Blanca nodded his head at Kasim's disapproval. On the other hand, he felt good, since this man clearly thought very highly of him. The world's greatest roused was coveting him. He felt a sense of thrill. How much do you want? I can't sell my brother for money. I'll give you 100% rights to run this dungeon. Kasim looked at him in surprise. If one went by the measured energy, this dungeon might be over 6 stars. He couldn't help but be surprised when he was given all the rights to the dungeon. Kasim thought about the massive profit. Then he started to weigh it against the worth of his blood brother, who was a rank aroused. Young Nim. Blanca was flustered as he spoke. Kasim felt guilty, so he was about to turn down the offer. When another dungeon like this forms in the future, I'll clear it and I'll give you all the rights to that one too. These were very risky dungeons that couldn't be cleared by the current roused. The profit would be massive if he could clear these dungeons. He would earn the rights to 2 dungeons over 6 stars for the price of a single rank aroused. I'll add one more. I'll accept the offer. Blanca looked at Kasim with a ridiculous expression. Young Nim. Kasim patted Blanca's shoulder. Try to put what happened 5 years ago out of your mind. Let us settle all the debt within our hearts. When the dungeon shock swept across India 5 years ago, Blanca had saved Kasim's life. The light within Blanca's eyes shook. Didn't I save you? Blanca had saved Kasim from danger. As thanks, Kasim had befriended him, and they had become blood brothers. Kasim coughed in embarrassment. How can I keep you to myself in the guise of repaying my debt? Shouldn't I want you to play in bigger waters? Ha! Woojin smirked as he listened in on their conversation. You two settle everything. He grabbed Blanca's shoulder. Welcome to Allendale. Wow. Mr. Blanca agreed to come to our side? The conversation had been held in Hindi, so Sungu had no idea what had transpired. He rejoiced as he looked at Blanca. Blanca would be able to support them with his buff magic. He had a variety of buff magic, and they all had good effect. It was amazing enough to maximize every power by half. If he joined Allendale, he wouldn't be of much help to Woojin. However, he would be of great help to the other roused like Sungu and Haesol. It feels like I've been sold. Blanca let out a resigned sigh, and Sungu laughed. Ha. Who cares if you were sold? I was caught as a collateral, yet look at how I turned out. How great is it that you didn't join us after you died? Ooh ha. Blanca's pupil dilated, and he looked at Kasim with desperate eyes. Kasim avoided his gaze. Woojin's actions generated news every day. Each country's most prominent press followed Woojin. They shared every movement made by Woojin. The world's interest was focused solely on Woojin. Continuous clear of dungeons about to break. Break was about to occur in 1 hour. Paris is saved. World tour. He is saving Earth. Earth's final defense, dungeon closer Woojin. While Woojin was clearing the dungeons, there was someone who was busily working every minute and every second of the day. It was Allendale's vice president. No, Young Minchin had become the prime minister now. Japan wants to establish national friendship. Interview by Dubai's Prince Mahad, Allendale is our brother country. US and China establishes diplomatic relationship with Allendale. Allendale consolidated its position as an allied country. Delhi's hero, Allendale. France has dispatched an envoy to Allendale, requesting help from Korea. Woojin and Allendale. He had become a worldwide sensation when he swept through the Middle East. However, it felt as if his coverage had reached its zenith. It was especially true for the war correspondents, who were rescued by Woojin in the Middle East. With those reporters as the core, there was a strong presence in the media that personified Woojin as a hero. There were even some grassroots movement to deify him. The world's attention was focused on Allendale, and the closest nation to Allendale was Korea. Korea was shaking at its foundation. Chongwadi President's Room. Ha! Oh well. President Kim Byung-man let out a deep sigh. It won't matter if we enter into the treaty or not. Yes. We have no options now. The Prime Minister shook his head as he faced the President. The entire world had already acknowledged Allendale as a country. The US especially tried to characterize Allendale as their closest friend and ally. The US President revealed this fact in several official meetings. The US, Japan and every country in the world was fighting to be the next one to accept Allendale as a nation. What could Korea do now? How's the public opinion? They see it as a done deal. It didn't matter if they allowed it or not. Allendale had already become an independent nation. If the citizens of Korea already consider it to be a done deal, there was no way they could stop it. Start the national referendum. Understood. Allendale had gotten too big for Korea to sit on. If they couldn't keep Allendale under their thumb, then they would have to keep Allendale as close as possible, even if it was as a friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Leah. Chapter 129, Leah. A woman with a black mask and sunglasses covering her face exited the arrival gate. There were a large group of people gathered there. Each of them held a camera in their hand, and at a glance, there were over 50 of them. However, not a single one of them paid attention to her. They were like meerkats. They had their heads raised, and they kept looking at the arrival station. Again? The woman frowned as she walked past the reporters. When she got on the waiting van, she took off her mask. A few. Is it Kong Woojin again? Cindy. It seems so. Cindy let out a sigh at the manager's words. Why does he always come back from out of country when I'm coming back? Ha ha. The manager could only laugh. Cindy wasn't being entirely truthful. Woojin wasn't scheduling his trips to foreign countries to coincide with her schedule. It just happened to be that her schedule required her to visit China a lot. This was why she used the airport frequently, and occasionally, her homecoming coincided with Kong Woojin's arrival. A few. Are these reporters unable to learn from their past experiences? How many times had Kong Woojin used the arrival gate to exit the airport? Most of the time he used different routes to exit the airport. She felt sorry for the reporters, who was waiting for him at the arrival gate out of stubbornness. That is why reporters are lining up at every corner. Cindy's mouth dropped open at the manager's words. If reporters were covering every exit out of the airport, then how many people were out there? At the very least, there would be almost 5 times the number of reporters compared to the ones gathered at the arrival gate. It was a competition in coverage for a single person. They are all simply here to take a picture? I heard he was infamous for not giving interviews. Simply? He is the king of Allendale. King. Cindy swallowed a groan. There was a kingdom within Korea now. It was ridiculous, since this wasn't a manhwa or a novel. Ha! For real. Celebrities lived in a different worlds compared to civilians. However, Kong Woojin had transcended beyond the celebrities. She was a popular celebrity, yet Kong Woojin looked as if he was from the stars. I wonder if he will come to the school reunion. Ha! What school reunion? Cindy had mumbled to herself, but her manager asked her a question when he heard her. She shook her head as if it wasn't a big deal. I didn't know about it before, but we went to the same high school. Hook. Really? I doubt he'll go. I thought so too. Cindy cleared her palate as if she felt something was lacking. The previous school reunion had been rescheduled when the large-scale dungeon breaks happened in Seoul. Afterwards, a large part of the population had left Seoul. There were some empty neighborhoods that made Seoul look like a ghost city. A few. I have no idea. If they were fated to meet, she will meet him at least once. Cindy leaned back into her seat and she closed her eyes. He's coming out. They hadn't held high hopes, but the appearance of familiar faces from the arrival gate made the reporters go into a frenzy. Chalkok, chalkok. A group of people walked out as they were serenaded by the flashes of the cameras. It was Alandal's Hong Sung-gu and Woo Sung-hoon. The group also included Baek Jung-do and his secretary Young Shan-sung. They were being escorted by the security. Amongst the group, Sung-gu was the one who had a wide smile on his face. Ha. I'm also famous now. If we exclude the president, Director Hong is probably the hottest roused around. Sung-gu kept giggling as Woo Sung-hoon kept trying to prop him up. Before Woo Sung-hoon got off the plane, he had put some BB cream on his face. Sung-hoon was overdressed even for airport fashion. Sung-hoon's appearance was what caused Sung-gu to laugh. "Chief Woo. You look good. Ha ha ha. Thank you. However, I'm not the chief of the secretary office anymore. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs." Had ha. "Now that I think about it, you have come a long way in your career. Ha ha. Isn't it the result of dedicating my body and soul to the president?" Sung-gu laughed inside when he heard Sung-hoon's words. Well, the first meeting hadn't been that pretty, and Sung-hoon had suffered a lot. Sung-hoon put on a big smile as he took in the gazes of the reporters. He started waving his hand as if it was time for them to take his photos. "You've succeeded, Woo Sung-hoon." He had pumped up his own self-worth in his mind. He was Alandal's Minister of Foreign Affairs. The 8 years' worth of memories he spent as a phone salesman flitted across his mind like a kaleidoscope. He never would have dreamed he would be this successful in life. He was filled with new emotions. "I'm Young Shin-young from the KB Media. Please talk to us. I'm Lee Hosen from the Today's newspaper. Is it true that there is some friction with China?" The reporters kept talking, so Woo Sung-hoon excused himself from Baek Jung-do. Woo Sung-hoon stopped for a moment. There was something he always wanted to do before. "I'll take 3 questions." The reporters swarmed Sung-hoon like bees when they heard his words. A very pretty female reporter was earnestly looking at him with earnest eyes, since she wanted to be picked. He pointed at her with his finger. "I'm Lee Shi-yoon from the Jeong Media. Where is Mr. Kong Woojin? He is the king of Allendale, so calling him Mr. Kong Woojin is a bit." Sung-hoon frowned as he stopped her from speaking any further. For a moment, she was taken aback, but she continued to speak. "Where is the king of Allendale right now? Was it because they had lived in a country where the monarchy had disappeared for a long time?" No, this person wasn't descended from a royal line. He had established a new country, and he had proclaimed himself to be the king. No one had expected such a person to appear in the modern era. Of course, they were having a hard time getting used to it. "He is at the dungeon." "Is he in a dungeon in the US?" "No." Sung-hoon's answer put the reporters into a state of panic. Did Kong Woojin go somewhere else, while the rest of his party came back home? Then when is he scheduled to come back? Sung-hoon smirked. "I have no idea. He might already be back in Allendale or he might come at a later date." The reporters fell into a state of confusion when they heard Sung-hoon's nonsensical answer. This was worth seeing. Sung-hoon felt happy inside. This is the feeling. How many times did he want to imitate Kong Woojin? Sung-hoon spoke his last line in a cool manner. "This is at an end." That was 3 questions. Excuse me. I want to ask one more question." The bummed-out reporters rushed in towards Sung-hoon, but the security guards cut them off immediately. After saying their goodbyes to the KH Guild members, Sung-gu and Sung-hoon headed towards the car sent by Allendale. Both of them looked at each other, and they laughed. "Sung-hoon Hyung. Did you just copy Hyung Nim? You said you would only take 3 questions." Sung-gu started to imitate how Woojin spoke. Sung-hoon laughed in a bashful manner. "Ha ha. I always wanted to try it once. Do you really think Hyung Nim is back at Allendale?" "I have no idea. He said he'll be there, so I just assumed it to be true." Sung-hoon had gained the ability to speak 10 languages thanks to Woojin. Therefore, Woojin's words was the law to Sung-hoon. If he said sweet beans could be made into fermented beans, Sung-hoon would believe it. "Let's go see. He really might have arrived there before us." Yes. The car with Sung-gu and Sung-hoon on board headed towards Alandal's territory. To be exact, they headed towards the Seoul station's first exit. The day before. It was after he cleared the LA dungeon, which had been the last destination on his schedule. I just have 2 levels left. He just need to level up twice to reach level 80. It was hard to call some of these dungeons as being 6 stars. There had been 5 dungeons, where 7-star quality monsters had appeared. If it wasn't for Woojin, they would have had the very first 7-star dungeon break on Earth. It could have happened 5 times. The station army would have held the monsters in check, but the damage incurred would have been massive. A war of attrition is too dangerous. If Earth became a battlefield, it would be dangerous. If they wanted to fight, they had to attack the dungeons before the breaks occurred. They had to end the fight at the dungeons. If they wanted to carry out this plan, they would need a large number of roused. However, the quality of the roused on Earth was poor. The rank AA or the 7th circle roused had only started to show up recently. They were appearing in 1s and 2s. There had to be a lot of roused on Earth to be able to clear the dungeons before the breaks happened. Woojin wouldn't always be able to travel around the world to stop the dungeon breaks. In the end, it had to be stopped with the help of everyone. Well, in the end, I might have to let them fend for themselves. He had cultivated a weed like Sungu. It wasn't as if he needed a flower that could only be grown inside a greenhouse. He'll personally grow guys like Blanca, who showed great promise. The rest could grow on their own. Each person should protect themselves. It was too dangerous to rely on others. It'll be dangerous if I take on the role of a nanny. There were already chatters proclaiming Woojin as the savior. That was most definitely a dangerous signal. If he wanted to foster the abilities of the roused, he would have to trot them out by themselves. Of course, he had to stop Tronet from swallowing the entirety of Earth, so he would have properly control a force of roused. They would have to become the vaccine for the occasional dungeon breaks that would happen. Woojin would only have to take care of the serious monsters. You guys head towards Korea first. Yes? What about Hyunnim? I'll travel using my own means. You guys head back first. Woojin had to be present when a dimensional battle occurred in his dimensional domain. He immediately opened a portal to his domain. His base was the Soul Station's first exit. It didn't matter where he was on Earth. He could travel immediately back to his dungeon. He would be wasting a lot of time by crossing the Pacific Ocean on an airplane. He had traveled around the Earth clearing dungeons, and now his dimensional domain's protection period of 4 days was about to end. After he left his party, Woojin immediately opened a portal. Zing. He was pretty much used to the queasiness now. He could see the hall containing his throne in the dimensional domain of Allendale. Master. Bibi ran towards him, and she jumped into his arms. Nothing eventful happened? Yes. Ha. Also, I'm confident in my dimensional battle skills now. Ha? I received a surprise private lesson. Private lesson? From whom? Ha. It's a secret. Did a refugee with knowledge about the dimensional battle filter in? Woojin checked the status of his domain as if the task wasn't that important. The population has increased a lot. Yes. Rumors has spread that we don't charge resettlement fees. On the other hand, we haven't opened up the dungeon for them to use, so most of the battle-capable refugees are gone. Woojin refused to open the only dungeon he possessed. He hadn't lifted the restriction placed on the Soul Station's first exit. The domain residents couldn't hunt humans or gather bloodstones. These activities were only possible if they could pass through the dungeon to Earth. Since they weren't able to do that, the warlike refugees just passed through Allendale. The refugees that had settled down in Allendale were travelers, who were tired of wandering. They had the propensity of being peaceful. Even if the dungeon wasn't released, it wasn't as if they couldn't profit from gathering bloodstones. It just couldn't be earned all at once. One could gain some profit by farming for bloodstones. One could also hunt or rear the monsters. We have only 2 minutes left. Ha. I'm confident this time. The confident Bibi smirked as she looked at Woojin. If she won, he would get penalized with a 4-day protection period. The dimensional battle was a strategic battle fought using the power of one's domain. Duel was a battle using the domain lord's martial prowess. The end result was the same for both battles. One would get a 12-day protection period only if one lost. If one won, one would only get 4 days of protection period. During this time, if one requested a battle to another force, the protective barrier around the domain would disappear. The only exception to these conditions was when one conducted a revenge after a loss. The best-case scenario was for Bibi to lose, so he could gain the 12 days protection period. Then he would conduct his revenge, and he would regain his stolen points and items. Ha. It'll be great if we can start soon. Bibi had high expectations for herself. He could imagine her being sad in her defeat. He felt sorry for her, but he had no choice. Woojin didn't want to go through the frustrating dimensional battle again. He wouldn't subject himself to that torture. Woojin sat on his throne for a brief moment when he received numerous requests for dimensional battle. He just picked one at random. Woojin sat on his throne, and his vision widened. At a glance, he could survey a large stretch of land. He was able to take in the progress of battle between Bibi and the other dimensional lord at the same time. During the battle, Woojin checked the profile of his opponent. She's a human? The race of his opponent was listed, but there was no way to find out what abilities or forces she possessed. The only thing he could find out was limited to her records. Ho! This looks like it'll be fun. It seemed this person operated in a similar style as Woojin. This person had more dual wins than dimensional battle wins. It basically meant his opponent was a battle-type dimensional lord. There was no reason why he should get scared by looking at his opponent's record. He wasn't afraid of death. Even if the 72 thrones came after him, he wouldn't hesitate to carry out his revenge. Bibi seems to be holding out. Even after a long time passed, the battle wasn't ending, so Woojin checked his map. Ha! Woojin looked as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had an odd expression on his face. Did she really get a lesson from a well-known private tutor? The flow of the battle started to head towards an odd direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Leah, 2. Chapter 130, Leah, 2. The Orc Rider Guerrilla unit led by Bibi was starting to attack the opponent's base. The status of the battle was dramatically turning in favor of Bibi. Even a wyvern nest had been built, and their tech tree had been upgraded. In a flash, the enemy's base had been captured. Ha! Woojin let out a dejected sound as he looked at Bibi. She stood up from the commander's chair, and she made a V sign with her fingers. She let out a soft laugh. Oh ha ha ha. You said you were going to give me the 10,000 points? Why, yeah. Who taught you? It's a secret. Had ha. Was it Jaemin? Huck. Woojin knew his guess had been on point as he looked at Bibi's surprised reaction. I knew that build order looked familiar to me. This could be called the speciality of the Korean people. Weren't Korean high school students only a step below pro gamers in most other countries? Jaemin had been focused on his studies, so he hadn't enjoyed playing games as much as the other kids. Still, he was still much better than Bibi. He knew the fundamental concepts behind the strategy games. Had ha. I continued to do mock battles with Jaemin. While Woojin spent 3 days on Earth, Bibi had practiced for 12 days within the dimensional domain. I'm still not at Jaemin's level, but I'll be able to beat him soon with more practice. Shall I let Jaemin take over? The dimensional battle wasn't that important to him. He didn't care who did it. No. They're my points. While Bibi and Woojin was bickering, an announcement window appeared in front of him. I'll think about choosing either you or Jaemin at a later time. I'll overtake Jaemin soon. While he received Bibi's strong promise, Woojin started managing his domain. He had earned 4 days of protection period through the victory. In Earth's time, it was only 1 day. It felt a bit lacking, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Woojin needed to level up, so he needed some hunting time. He just needed to come visit the dimensional domain every other day to accept the dimensional battle. Well, even if he lost in the dimensional battle, he'll be regaining everything back using the Revenger's Retribution. Would you look at this? There was a dimensional lord that was as confident at fighting as Woojin. Woojin was dropped into the middle of a wasteland where dusts flew in the wind. He looked around his surrounding. He spotted a red-haired beauty standing in place with an angry expression on her face. Gun? Woojin tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the weapon in her hands. It looked a bit different from the ones on Earth, but it looked to have a similar function as a gun. She had a thin sword equipped on her waist, but her main weapon seemed to be the revolver strapped to her thighs and the rifle in her hands. Chat. I can't believe I lost to a new lord. Moreover, you are a mere human. Woojin wordlessly stared at Leah as she spoke. She was also a human, yet she spoke those callous words. Planet Earth? You are from the most popular destination right now. Your name is Kong Woojin? Shall we exchange pleasantries? Woojin's brows furrowed at Leah's words. What? Aren't you being a little bit too cold to a fellow human? Leah propped the long rifle onto her side. She took out a cigarette from her pocket, and she lit it with a flame. Waruk. A flame suddenly appeared on top of her finger. She was a magic user, who used guns and swords. Woojin folded his arms, and he decided to observe her actions a little bit longer. What nonsense are you trying to pull? Hey. I guess you aren't a mute. She took a long drag on her cigarette. She spoke as she let out the smoke from her cigarette. We'll probably see each other more often in the future. I'm just saying let's have an amicable relationship. It is killed or be killed. Is there a need to become friends with anyone? Woojin laughed at her nonsensical words. In the end, they'll be enemies if they meet on the dimensional battle. He had no reason or interest in befriending someone he would have to kill. Leah started laughing uproariously as if she found something to be funny. Ah. I can really tell you are a novice lord. Ha ha. How's Earth? Is it a good place to hunt? Shall I link my spare dimensional fragments there? You are better off not doing that. The laughter on Leah's face deepened at Woojin's words. Ho-oh. What? Are you the planet's guardian or something like that? Everyone wanted to protect their home planet. That was a given. However, Earth was a clean planet. There were no flags placed there by any dimensional lord. Give it up. You won't be able to protect them. This Nuna is giving you a warning. It is a fruitless effort. Woojin frowned when he heard Leah's words. She didn't care about how he took her words. She took another deep drag on the cigarette, and she threw it on the floor. Hoo-oo. Shall we start? Leah gripped the long rifle that had been resting on her side. The point of the rifle was touching the butt of the cigarette. The corner of her mouth lifted as she looked at Woojin. Are you really this naive? You allowed me to load my weapon. Woojin had already realized why she was being so verbose. She wasn't talking because she met a fellow human dimensional lord. She wasn't curious about Earth either. She was just buying time so she could get ready for the battle. He had fallen for her plan so easily that it was no wonder she thought of him as naive. Chol kook. She loaded the long rifle and she aimed it at Woojin. He stood there without moving an inch. What? Are you naive, dumb, or bluffing? Dalgok. A small sound was heard from the gun, but the effect was quite surprising. Kwang. A bullet didn't exit the muzzle. Smoke started pouring out of the gun. Cuckoo-cuckooing, dot. The cloud of smoke started to grow, and it was hard to see even an inch in front of oneself. The smoke obstructed one's vision. Moreover, the smoke seemed to be poisonous. It stung the skin, and one could feel one's movement slow. Ha ha ha. You were pretty good at the dimensional battle, yet you seem to suck at dueling. Aren't you giving up a little too fast? Woojin didn't know where Leah was, since the smoke was covering her whereabouts. Her voice also sounded as if it was emanating from all sides. It felt as if his vision and hearing had been sealed. Who said I'm giving up? Who? Now that I've deployed the Death's Cloud, you won't be able to win against me. Her voice rang out like an echo, and the sound of a single bullet being shot was heard. Taon, Kong. Woojin reflexively blocked the bullet with the steel staff he brought out. He heard Leah's voice, and it sounded as if she was having fun. How long do you think you can block my attack? Doesn't it feel like you're fighting couple dozen people? The Death's Cloud hid her whereabouts, and she was shooting from all angles as she harassed Woojin. In the end, he would accumulate damage, and she would be able to kill him. The Death's Cloud took a very long time to load, yet if she was able to deploy it, she had a win rate of almost 90%. It was a deadly technique. It feels like fighting several dozen people. Shuahong, Kong. Leah ambushed Woojin with her sword, and he brushed off the attack. For a brief moment, he saw her, but she immediately jumped away. She was covered up once again by the smoke. This is fun. Woojin summoned his Death Knights. Weary reek. The black smoke coalesced as the Death Knights were summoned. Woojin couldn't see them, because of the smoke. However, Woojin could feel where they were located at. Instead of making it seem like I'm fighting a couple dozen people, why don't you fight several dozen people instead? Hong. I'll just eliminate them one by one. She didn't have much information on her opponent, so she had no idea he was a summoning-type human. Leah snorted as Woojin put on a big smile on his face. The smile looked a bit evil. If you don't like several dozen, then what do you think about several hundred? Or several thousand? Weary reek. The Death Knights correctly interpreted Woojin's order, and they summoned all the skeleton warriors under him. What the hell? The sound of Leah being taken aback was heard. The undead army was being summoned at a rate where the skeleton warriors completely filled the Death's Cloud. He gave an order to his undead army. Catch that bitch. We will bring the Death's blessing to our king's enemy. The Death Knights ran outward. The sound of fighting lasted only a moment. Soon, the smoke started to thin out. Guru-roo. The Death Knight's spears had pierced through various parts of her body. She was being propped up in an awkward posture where she wasn't standing nor was she kneeling. Woojin approached Leah. Warning? Woojin changed his steel staff into an axe. You worry about your own business. Kwajik. Woojin's axe lodged itself into Leah's head. Fellow human? Protector of Earth? She knew the end result, because she had tried it? Such an insignificant dimensional lord dared to give him a warning? Woojin chose to loot the storage room. The items that were stored in Leah's dimensional storage room flitted across his vision, and several items were chosen at random. Amongst them, a single item caught Woojin's eyes. This was the adventurer's god Skia's boots. My luck is pretty good. The shoe itself was a good item. However, this item was essential in making one of items in the Thrash's set. It was an essential ingredient in making the Thrash's march. All the other ingredients could be obtained on Earth, but there were several items that could only be obtained on Alphen. Skia's boots was one such item. The adventurer's god Skia was one of the gods of Alphen. He had already been planning on heading towards Alphen, but he might be able to obtain one of the set items before he did so. Wait a moment. If I do well in the dimensional battles, it might be better for me? He couldn't continuously request dimensional battles. If he continued to win, he would earn points, and he could purchase the ingredient items he needed. Woojin had two stores he could use. There was the achievement point store and the dimensional store. The achievement points could be earned by hunting. However, the dimensional energy could only be earned by the vassals of one's dimensional domain. What's Jamin doing right about now? Woojin was in a good mood as he laughed. He organized the items he looted, and he exited the castle. Why did Jamin look so handsome today? Her consciousness faded away. Her death was of no consequence. She had already experienced it a couple hundred of times. She was used to it, but it didn't mean she enjoyed it. The fear and extreme stress she felt was expressed as anger. Son of a bitch. Amongst the dimensional lords, Leah was known as a rabid dog. She preferred duels instead of the dimensional battles. If she lost, she always requested the revenger's right. Moreover, she kept challenging her opponent until she won. At that moment, her next target was established. Planet Earth? You wait and see. It was fruitless to protect a planet. In the end, the only thing a lord could defend was one's dimensional domain. Eventually, everyone buried one's home planet in one's heart. It was always the same. One's home planet was never destroyed by the invaders. It was always destroyed by an insider. Earth was a sinking ship. It was insanity to repair the boat when one was trying to stay alive. Everyone had to find their own path to survival. One could swim, or one could get on the invading boat that had sunk your boat. Leah's consciousness faded away, and her body was surrounded by complete emptiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Bloody Reunion. Chapter 131, Bloody Reunion. The dimensional domain of Alandel was developing quickly as each day passed. When the territory taken from Leah was added, Alandel's size had increased by 10%. Moreover, the Mercenary Guild and the Goblin Research Facility was put in place. When one exited Woojin's castle on top of the mountain, one immediately entered the street for commerce. There was quite a lot of variety of stores on the street. It wasn't crowded, but the place was very lively. The profit earned from the commerce buildings was slowly raising the domain's dungeon energy. After exiting this street, the mountain road had houses of the domain residents interspersed along the way. If one traveled down the road a little bit more, the military facilities were built next to each other. Then there were the additional land that had been added to the domain, where the refugees were staying. Woojin didn't have to go to Jamin's house to meet him. Woojin was about to walk past the cafe when he came to a stop. What are you doing here? Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he saw a teen sitting at the terrace of a cafe. You are back, Hyung? Woojin sat in the seat opposite of Jamin. He quickly surveyed the place. The place was way more modern compared to the pub where the Death Knights played their card games. It seems someone missed the modern sensibilities. Did you build this? Yes. I helped Butler BB choose the design. It seems there are numerous planets that has similar tastes as Earth. There were several thousand variety of buildings one could buy in the dimensional store. For some reason, there were numerous items from Earth present in the achievement store, but there were none in the dimensional store. It only had items that were similar to the ones found on Earth. Is it related to the fact that this place hasn't synchronized fully with Earth? There were still the 4 times the time difference between Earth and the other dimensions. Woojin only needed 30 days to link to planet Jakku through Nisha's pillar. However, if he wanted to purchase a dungeon on Earth, he would need 120 days to link to Earth. There was 0 time difference between his dungeon and the planet Jakku. Earth still had a time difference of 4 times with the dungeon. Woojin looked at the coffee Jaemin was drinking. Does it taste similar to the ones on Earth? Over here. Woojin raised his hand to call over the employee working within the cafe. The girl had cat ears, and she was of the anthropomorphic race. She approached Woojin, and when she saw his face, she lowered her head in surprise. I give my greetings to you, Lord. Yes. Just give me one of that. Why, you want to drink that? Huh? What is it? Woojin turned to look at Jaemin. Jaemin was laughing awkwardly. It's blood. Blood? Yes. I tried various blood, but the human blood is the tastiest. I don't have the courage to personally harm others. They sell it for cheap here. They really do sell all kinds of things here. May you bring me a cup of coffee? Yes, Lord. The girl of the anthropomorphic race wore a pretty uniform with frills on it. She gave a bow, and she entered the cafe. There were tables clustered together on the terrace, and it was an ideal place to watch the people walking the streets. Isn't it strange? Jaemin liked to sit in the cafe. It was part of his daily life to watch the streets, which had a peaceful and lazy atmosphere about it. In the beginning, there weren't a lot of people here, but there were over 400 beings here even if one excluded the military forces. What's strange? I just can't believe such a world exists. Woojin leaned back into his chair, and he looked out onto the street. At the very least, the anthropomorphic race resembled humans. He saw orcs, and occasionally, a large troll walked by. There were also the Naga race, whose lower body consisted of a tail of a large snake. It feels like I'm visiting a Halloween parade in the US. It sometimes feels like I'm visiting a movie set. Woojin sat still as he looked at Jaemin. Jaemin's face was a bit paler than before, but the sickly air that had been around him was gone. The atmosphere around him had also brightened significantly. Do you feel like living now? I guess I just got used to everything now. Woojin smirked. Jaemin's words were correct. In the end, everyone adapted to the situation. When are you going to go see your Nuna? I was going to ask you about it once Hyung arrived. When are you returning to Earth? If you ask Bibi, she will open a portal to the Seoul Station's first exit for you. Just ask her whenever you want to return. I guess I have to buy a pair of sunglasses. Woojin couldn't hold back his laughter. Night and day didn't matter in the dimensional domain. However, Jaemin wouldn't be able to see the sun on Earth. All of his skin would be burned to a crisp. So what's up with the dimensional battle? Did you play a little bit of Warcraft before? A little bit. I wasn't able to play it when I became a senior in high school. If you are bored, do you want to try the dimensional battle? Me? Yes. Can't you just use a pro gamer? I could, but why would I trust someone else? What? Of course, there probably was a roused pro gamer who could enter his dungeon. You can lose. I don't care about the wins and losses. Woojin's aim wasn't to rise up in the rankings. Is that so? Well, that'll be great for me. I heard from Butler Bibi that you give her points for winning? She boasts a lot about it. I'll also give you the points. Bibi might be too greedy about the points, and she might insist on playing. Still, he didn't care if they won or not. He could get his money's worth through the revenge. The next dimensional battle is in 4 days. We can spend a day on Earth. Do you want to go see your sister? Yes, I will. Jaemin picked up his cup on the table, and he downed the remaining blood. After drinking it, there was a red bloodstain near his mouth. He licked at his lips as if he wanted more. He struggled mightily to keep his composure, but Jaemin's eyes shook as he tried to suppress the sense of ecstasy he felt whenever he drank blood. Let's go. Jaemin immediately regained his wits, and he stood up from his seat. At that moment, the girl from the anthropomorphic race brought Woojin a cup of coffee. Your coffee is here, my lord. Let's leave after I drink this. Woojin leisure sipped at his coffee, and Jaemin sat back down once again. Alandal's housing complex. Yes. It's 7 p.m. tonight? Yes. Woojin won't be able to go. Yes. He's busy. Jaiwan ended the call, and she looked at her watch. It was 9 in the morning. There was still a lot of time left until the appointed time, so Jaiwan decided to take a shower. Shwa. It had been a long time since she had went out. The country of Allendale was in the process of gaining independence from Korea. However, Allendale hadn't finalized its treaty with Korea, so the border situation was a bit ambiguous. Therefore, people were allowed to travel freely between the two countries. Even if the two countries came to an agreement, it would be possible for people to travel freely between Korea and Allendale. However, there were several radical religious organizations and advocacy groups that protested the change near Allendale. As a precaution against potential danger, a lot of security personnel had to travel with the members of Allendale. Woojin's family in Jaiwan, who was known to be his girlfriend, was under extra protection. She wasn't anyone special, yet she had to drag around several dozen guards. She felt like she was causing inconvenience for people, so she chose to seclude herself. She had fun watching Che Hae-sol train her new monsters, and she wrote her own novels. She wasn't lonely, but it did feel suffocating. This school reunion party was an outing she had been looking forward to. Ha! It would have been great if Woojin went to a. It wouldn't be false to say that this school reunion party had been planned, because of Woojin. He had become the most famous person on earth, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that most of the graduates would be showing up to see Woojin. Even Cindy, who had never came to a high school reunion after she became a celebrity, was coming. It didn't matter what they want, since Woojin was too busy right now. After her shower, she put on a towel, and she was surprised when she exited the bathroom. An unexpected person was sitting on the living room sofa. It's been a while, Nuna. Jaemin awkwardly got up, and he raised his hand. Ha ha. Jaiwan placed both her hands on her surprised face. Soon her round eyes started to mist up. Jaemin ah. She ran towards her Dongxing, and she hugged him tight. Was it because of the soft objects touching him? Or was it because her towel was in a precarious situation of coming undone? Jaemin's face became red. Ooh, okay, Nuna. Hook. It's all right. It's all right. Your Nuna will understand everything. He didn't know what there was to understand. Nuna. Just let me go in. Who cares if you are a vampire? You are still the same person. Nuna won't throw you away. Hook. Are you eating properly? Look how white your face is. Jaiwan grabbed Jaemin's face, and she turned his head this way and that way to inspect him. It had been strenuous for her as she had been worried about her tormented Dongxing. Why was his face so pale and gaunt? Nuna. This a bit. Jaemin grabbed the shower towel that was about to fall off. Was it because he was her Dongxing? She didn't show much embarrassment as she readjusted her towel. Look. All right. Woojin Hyung is also here. Jaemin's face unnecessarily got redder from embarrassment. Ha! Jaiwan thought she had misheard him. She was about to turn her head around when her body froze. Woojin was sitting on the sofa with a grin on his face. Your body is also very pretty. The only thing that could be seen was the gap showing the side of her body, but Jaiwan's face turned red, and she backed away from them. Woojin smiled as he saw her silently disappear into her dressing room. Why's your Nuna acting that way? Don't ask me. Is he really asking because he didn't know? Jaemin shook his head from side to side. It was a very beautiful brother and sister reunion. Are you heading out? I don't have any time to rest. I'm returning to the dungeon. It isn't as if you need more money. Why are you so diligent in going to the dungeons? Woojin possessed a dimensional domain. Jaemin had some understanding about the change the world was going through. The dungeons were locations where one went to earn regular bloodstones. On Earth, the bloodstone were worth money. In the domain, the bloodstone could be converted to points. Jaemin wasn't fully knowledgeable about Woojin's situation, so this was a mystery to him. Level up. Level up? Woojin waved his hand as he started to exit the room. Jaemin tilted his head in confusion. If you are trying to level up, that means you still have more room to grow? He was already so strong, yet he was still challenging the dungeons. His diligence was probably the reason why he became so strong. An exit formed within the deep emptiness. Look. Enough time had passed that he had lost his sense of self. As the light from the exit approached him, his old memories started to surface. I want to live. The light from the exit surrounded his entire body, and he regained his self that he had lost. I don't want to die again. After a very long time had passed, Lee Sanggo had finally been revived from his death. He was lying flat on the floor of a familiar ice castle. Useless bastard. Lee Sanggo's body was trembling. Yellow spent his precious points to revive this bastard. He looked down with an expression of displeasure on his face. I have a task for you. Jay, just leave it to me. This time I won't make any mistake in causing the breaks. Stupid bastard. Lee Sanggo's earnest words was cut off by Yellow's roar. He couldn't cause dungeon breaks like before. When he experienced death and revival, he ceased to be aroused from Earth. Now he was solely the vassal of Yellow, who was the 25th Great Dimensional Lord. Lee Sanggo no longer had roots on Earth. I want you to take this to planet Jakku. A ring floated up in front of Yellow, and it came to rest in front of Lee Sanggo. He respectfully took it with 2 hands. What should I do with this? Find Rajaki, and deliver a message for me. Please favor me with your order. If he can destroy Earth, I'll allow him entrance into planet Alphen. Lee Sanggo had no idea what those words meant. However, he was tasked to deliver the message, so he would. I'll deliver those exact words to him. Also, go to Earth instead of coming back here. You should sow dissent amongst the people of Earth. How will I be able to travel to Earth? Wear the ring. Lee Sanggo opened his hand. An unknown magic could be felt emanating from the item. He slowly put on the polymorph ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Bloody Reunion, 2. Chapter 132, Bloody Reunion, 2. The Chaos Mountain was the tallest mountain on planet Jakku. It was the base of the biggest power on planet Jakku. They were the Yellow Lizards, and all the dimensional lords affiliated with the organization was holding a meeting. There were a total of 8 of them. They were all diverse in their appearance. There was a road with large columns lining each side. There were dimensional lords present on top of each column, and they looked down at the human, who was walking down the road. Yo ho ho! That human is the messenger sent by the great Lord Yellownim? He's pathetic. At a glance, he is a disposable item. Lee Sanggo could clearly hear their conversations, but he made no comments. No, he didn't dare to speak. On top of the tall columns, there was a titan, who was over 10 meters tall, and other grotesque beings of unknown races. There were also those, who looked akin to humans, but the oppressive feeling they let out was no joke. Lee Sanggo felt their attention on him. His legs shook from the strain. After passing the road lined with the giant columns, one came upon a tower. This was the highest location on the peak of Chaos Mountain. Kururu. Rajaki, the gold dragon, took rough breaths as he appeared. What does a messenger of Yellownim want with me? Yellow's messenger Lee Sanggo felt a bit faint when he heard the voice ring inside his head. If you destroy Earth, he will allow you entrance into the planet Alphen. Ku. Alphen. Rajaki's body shook at the sentimental name. He alternated between being happy and angry. The dragon's fear raged forward. The gathered dimensional lords all got on their knees as they endured the dragon's fear. Lee Sanggo felt faint, and he felt like passing out. He was barely able to resist, and his body was frozen in place. If he was in a battle, he would have been cut down without being able to do anything. Do you have anything else to say to me? Please send me to Earth. That won't be difficult. Rajaki opened his wings wide. The fully extended wings was over 50 meters long. The body between the wings was also incredibly large. The dimensional lords stretched their necks to look up at him. We'll take over Earth. Then what are we going to do about this planet? There were 2 other coalitions on the planet Jakku other than the Yellow Lizard Coalition. There was the Black Hats and the Red Hammer. If they lost the initiative on keeping this planet, their profits would suffer. However, they had to expend a considerable amount of resources to be able to coexist with the 2 other coalitions on this planet. We'll move and make Earth our main hunting ground. This was a planet where they hadn't even completed their links. The risk was high, but the reward was as big as the risk. He had a goal where the sacrifice would be worth it. A road that led back to his home planet of Alphen was open to him now. A van stopped in front of the Motdong station. We are here, President. When he heard Sung Hoon's words, Woojin opened his eyes, and he pulled up his reclined seat. It's at least a 6-star? Yes. Motdong Station's 4th exit. The dungeon had reset 7 days ago, but no one had attempted to clear it yet. KHGUID had the priority to clear it, since they had found it first. However, when they measured the dungeon energy, it was higher than the energy measured for the 6-star dungeons. They couldn't readily send in their rank-aroused team inside. They could try to clear it with an escape return portal in possession, but the item was pricey. They could gather their dream team, but they decided to grant Alandal's request instead. There was still a lot of time until the dungeon break, but Woojin was going to clear the dungeon. Of course, the guilds would determine how they would split the profit. Woojin just needed a place to hunt. "I'll be here all day. Go eat in shifts." "Yes, sir. Don't worry about us. We'll be on strict watch." "All right. Thanks." Woojin patted Sunghoon's shoulder, then he headed towards the dungeon. "As I thought, another dimensional lord is here." Most of the dungeons that were 6 stars and below was owned by the dungeon owners. Any dungeons exceeded the amount of energy held by the 6-star dungeon were almost always owned by the dimensional lords. This was also the case here. Since dimensional lords were trying to link to Earth worldwide, it was a matter of time before one of them connected. Of course, he could clear the dungeon to sever the link, but in the meantime, he was afraid the dimensional lords' vassals would cause crimes against humanity. They were on a different level compared to the mediocre roused or the monsters. If Woojin hadn't chased out Juliel and Rashmode, the demise of Earth would be much closer right now. What the hell? Woojin walked through the empty subway station, and he tilted his head in confusion. Either there hadn't been any energy invested into the dungeon or there weren't any monsters available to be regenerated. He didn't even have to go downstairs to check the lower floors. Zing, zing. The sound of resonance rang out as a portal-emitting red light was formed. Does this mean he doesn't need to use the scrubs? The dispatch of monsters inside the dungeon acted as a first line of defense. This mechanism allowed one to prove to a certain extent that one was qualified to step onto the dimensional domain. Of course, this all depended on the preference of the dimensional lords. Instead of dispatching monsters in the dungeon, the dimensional lord could have gathered all his forces into his dimensional domain. When Woojin passed through the portal, he saw a green grassland. There were gentle hills that made it hard to see far into the distance. He climbed the highest hill he could find to look around his surroundings. Why is this place so deserted? Woojin shook his head from side to side when he couldn't find a single monster on the land. Was this an owner who preferred to have a small elite force? The recorded dungeon energy was very high, and the total amount of fight power the lord wouldn't change. Either there would be a lot of monsters or there would be a few powerful monsters. He might have gotten unlucky this time, and it was the latter situation. As a necromancer, it was much easier to face a lot of mediocre enemies rather than fighting in absolute power. He wouldn't be able to turn the corpses into allied forces, and he wouldn't be able to use the corpses as medium for the corpse explosion. However, it wasn't as if he was helpless against strong foes. Rakto. The black smoke coalesced, and the death knight named Rakto appeared. Rakto was the one that used a ghost-like spear. My lord. This particular death knight was almost equal to Kiba in terms of one-on-one battles. He was also unparalleled in terms of fighting on a mount. There was a chance an intruder might infiltrate his dimensional domain of Alendal, so he wouldn't be able to summon all of this death knights. If a being from the planet Jakku cleared Nisha's pillar before he could sink it, he would lose his dungeon. If the hunt was difficult, he decided he would call up 20 death knights. Let's go as a duo. As you command. Woojin and Rakto summoned their phantom steeds. Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon, and he transformed it into a spear. They raced across the grasslands. Their destination was obvious. It was the green-colored pillar of light in the distance. That was where the return stone was present. In front of the Mokdong station's 4th exit. Ooh. It's cold. Chief. I think we picked up a reporter. What? Where? Woo Sung-hoon looked around his surrounding, and he saw a parked car with a man holding up a camera with long lens. He grinned as he shook his head from side to side. Just let him be. This isn't the first time that has happened. Yes. Is it really okay to travel like this? Huh? What do you mean? We haven't gained our independence yet. Moreover, we are on Korean soil. Sung-hoon put his arm around the employee's shoulder. Hey. Do you think we are North Korea? Does a country always have to be in war with a neighboring country? Moreover, the treaty hasn't been signed yet. We are still citizens of South Korea. As Sung-hoon had said, they were still Koreans. They would just gain an additional citizenship into Alendal. Basically, they would be dual citizens. When the national vote changed the constitution of South Korea, the details of the treaty would be finalized. The fact that Allendale was a country sounded good, but it would basically be like how Rome operated alongside the Vatican City. It would allow Korean citizens to enter the guild, and it would also give them the right to become the citizens of Allendale. When one leaves the guild, it would strip the rights one would have in Allendale. Phew. My head hurts thinking about the legal ramifications. Let's rest a little bit. Yes. I'll go buy something to eat. All right. The employee ran across to the street to the convenience store. Sunhoon walked towards the people from the KH Guild guarding the dungeon. Phew. It seems I'll be seeing you for all of today, so let's greet each other. Yes. Sunhoon's rank wasn't low. He was one of Allendale's founding members, and he was the chief secretary working directly under Woojin. There was a rumor saying that he was going to be nominated as Allendale's Minister of Foreign Affairs. To the rank-and-file employees, he was someone way above them. The people from the KH Guild awkwardly gave their greetings, and Sunhoon started chatting them up for a long time. He was in the midst of talking, while eating the cup ramen and kimbap brought to him by an employee, when he suddenly had a thought. He looked down at his watch. Why isn't he so late in coming out? I know. If we consider President's playing time, he is excessively late in coming out. Sunhoon furrowed his brows when he felt a weird sense of uneasiness. This was a first clear of a dungeon, but Woojin showed an almost miraculous ability to clear the dungeons. He should have already been out by now. It had been 6 hours since he had entered the dungeon. A full day should have passed inside. This had never happened before. Sunhoon looked at the firmly closed barrier with a little bit of concern. There's a breaking news. Put up the volume. An employee had been watching TV through his handphone. At Sunhoon's words, he unplugged the earphone, and he raised the volume. There is a simultaneous dungeon reset happening right now. Currently, there are 11 locations in Seoul, 4 locations in Daegu, and 7 in Busan. In total, 20 new dungeons have formed. When the energy was measured, 8 of them exceeded what one would measure from a 6-star dungeon. What? Sunhoon quickly took out his smartphone, and he accessed the internet. The dungeon resets were happening at random. Numerous dungeons had reset in a short amount of time. He was taken aback, since something big might be going on right now. It isn't only happening in Korea? The internet was in more of an uproar than the news. US, Japan and China were all experiencing a simultaneous dungeon reset. Oh no. An additional 3 dungeons were added in Seoul. What the hell? Is something big about to happen? The employees whispered to each other in unease. The guilds jockeyed to claim the reset dungeons, because the number of dungeons that reset was low. However, they were all resetting at the same time. A weird sense of danger and worry washed over Sunhoon. Since he was worried, Sunhoon looked for him. President. Why was Woojin taking so long to clear the dungeon? This was abnormal, and Sunhoon could only look on with a worried expression. A pale-looking man was hurriedly walking down the streets of Hongdae. Huck. He looked to be hurt, and the man kept looking around his surrounding as if he was being chased by someone. The light within his eyes shook. Is this for real? The knowledge that was in his mind was too vivid to call it a delusion. If you do as I say, Heian will live. He was merely a rank aroused. This might be God's mercy, and this was God attempting to fix his ailing daughter. He didn't care if this was God's grace or a devil's temptation. He just wanted his sick Heian to be healed. I have to do it. He didn't have any alternatives. The man slowly headed towards the entrance of the Hongdae station. The first exit was just reset, so the police was guarding it. The place was bustling as the roused bureau was measuring the dungeon energy. Please step back. It's dangerous here. When the policeman took his eyes off the man, he rushed forward. Who is that? Detain him. Before the alerted policeman could give chase, the man had already entered the dungeon. It almost looked as if he had rolled down the stairs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Bloody Reunion, 3. Chapter 133, Bloody Reunion, 3. When a reset dungeon was linked to Earth, a return stone was formed. The proper synchronization process hadn't happened, so there was a 120 days wait period. However, the soldiers of the domain was armed to the teeth as if they were immediately going into battle. Yo ho ho! Get ready. This dimensional lord was a large spider human. Her name was Charat. Lee Sango relaxed his nervous body when he heard Charat's words. I'm returning to Earth. Lee Sango had become dulled through his death and revival. Still, his heart started to beat faster at the tingling sensation when he thought about his home planet. After a brief moment, the red portal was formed. An extremely nervous man appeared. He became guarded when he saw the monsters. Soon, he came to his senses, and he headed towards the return stone as he surveyed his surrounding. The linker is here. Charat's army didn't attack the human. The human disappeared when he took the return stone. Yo ho ho! Shall we go fight? She was very experienced in colonizing planets. The early sacrifices couldn't be helped, but the thought about the reward made the loss acceptable. The human from Earth, who was the linker, would open the barrier on his own volition. The unfortunate part was that they hadn't completed their synchronization. This was the drawback of forcing a dungeon link. The Dimensional Lord and the monsters under him received penalty depending on the synchronization rate. Basically, they didn't have to successfully fend off intruders 120 days. With the help of the linker, the dungeon barrier subduing them was dispelled. The monsters poured out into the streets. Lee Sango exited with the monsters, and he hid himself between the escaping people. MBS Broadcast Studio. Du Jaemin acquired this ticket by making a request to the guild. He sat in the appropriate seat with the ticket in his grasp. His Nuna went to her reunion. Woojin, Sungu and anyone he was close to all went out to clear dungeons. He had a day before he had to return for the dimensional battle. However, he hadn't come here to kill time. I can't believe Sulgi already made her debut. There was someone he wanted to see. She was his first love, and she was someone he couldn't catch. She had fulfilled her dream a week ago. He had debuted on an idol group called Hot Girls. They were a new girl group, and today was the day the Hot Girls would be recorded on a music program. He wanted to see Sulgi from afar, so he had come here. Oh, Appa. Are you here to cheer for Lexer? Ha? A girl in the next seat mustered her courage as she asked Jaemin a question. Jaemin looked at her with a confused expression on his face. A handsome teen with pale skin was staring at her. Her cheeks reddened, and she turned away. She couldn't bring herself to look into his eyes. This is the cheering section for the Lexer Appas. Jaemin looked around his surrounding. Now that he paid attention to it all, the people here were holding the same colored balloons. No. I'm a Hot Girls fan. Hot Girls? Who's that? They debuted only a week ago, so it seemed they weren't famous. No one was talking about their popularity. It was as if the public wasn't even aware of them yet. When the Hot Girls come out, you guys should make some noise for them. Ah. All right. These girls risked coming to the recording studio of the Dangerous Soul to cheer for their appas, yet the girls immediately agreed to the handsome Jaemin's request. His handsomeness had the power gathering the girls around him. Jaemin was breathing rapidly as the girls formed a crowd with him at the center. I can't stand it anymore. If he stayed here any longer, he would bite someone's throat. So you guys have to cheer for the Hot Girls. All right? Yes. Understood, Appa. All right. Jaemin quickly got up from his seat, and he disappeared. The girls started to talk amongst themselves. Kayak. Did you take a picture of him? Wow. He was uber handsome. Jackpot. Is he a trainee? Is he part of the Hot Girls? Maybe he is a trainee under the same company. Maybe he came to cheer for the same entertainment family. When he had turned into a vampire, Jaemin had become paler and prettier. All the girls thought he was prospective entertainer. Ooh-wah. If that Appa debuts, I'm jumping ship. I shook his hand a moment ago. Ha! I think I can still smell his scent. Jaemin extracted himself from the group of noisy girls, and he found a spot in the back to watch the stage. The stage was too far to make out people's faces, but Jaemin didn't need a binocular. His physical ability had already surpassed that of a normal human. After several unknown groups finished their rehearsals, the Hot Girls ascended to the stage. There were 3 members to the group, but Jaemin didn't see anyone else. His eyes was only filled with the sight of Sulgi. Look how thin she is. She had always been slim, yet it seemed she had gone on a diet. He felt sorry about it. Aside from his worry for her, Sulgi looked beautiful as she sang and danced in her stage costume. Ha! Sulgi. What would have happened if he held on to her? Will he be dating her? No, she had a dream, and he might have unnecessarily dragged her down. Yes. This was how it should be. I'm a monster now, Solgi. I'll cheer for you from afar. Jaemin looked on with sentimental eyes, and he saw the hot girls leave the stage after their performance. He had seen Solgi, and he didn't want to watch the other singers take stage. He exited the station. No, he tried to leave. What the hell? Kuoha. The roads were teeming with monsters. Is it a dungeon break? Woojin had spent a good amount of time inside Woojin's dimensional domain of Allendale. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of monsters, but he would have a hard time fighting them. Jaemin's combat ability wasn't that exceptional. I have to run away quickly. Geo. He turned his head to look at the source of the roar. He saw monsters flying over the broadcasting station's roof. Moreover, several of them dived in through the windows. Solgi. Jaemin was worried about Solgi, so he once again ran back into the broadcasting station. Hey! Look who it is! Ha ha! It's good to see you. How long has it been? It was the start of the reunion party. To some people, this was a walk down memory lane. To others, this was an event to network with the alumni. They had spent a good amount of money to rent the hotel's entire reception hall, and there were about 200 people in attendance. It was an enormous reunion party where 90% of the graduates were in attendance. They were all busy in real life, since they were newcomers to society. Still, they had shown up, because they wanted to see the famous Kong Woojin. Even as people greeted each other with a cheerful expression, they kept looking around for Kong Woojin. Hey, Jaiwan. Woojin couldn't make it here today? Yes. I'm afraid not. Jaiwan answered Chairman Nam Jae-hyuk's question. At that moment, Cindy came over to ask her question. She still had her sunglasses on. Why couldn't he be here? He's busy. Is that so? Kong Woojin hadn't attended this event, so was there a need for her to stay here? Cindy was about to walk out. I unnecessarily changed my schedule to come here. She had intentionally left her schedule blank, so she could attend the reunion party. Currently, her popularity was on a full upswing, so every minute and second was money for her. Hey, Cindy. Weren't you pretty insistent on making an appearance this time? Well, I haven't been to one of these meetings in a while. Cindy fixed her sunglasses with her hand as she listened to Chairman Nam Jae-hyuk's flattery. It's been nice seeing you. You are already leaving? My schedule is packed. All right. That's too bad. Nam Jae-hyuk's inner heart trembled as he tried hard to hide his emotions. He was a 24-year-old young man. They were classmates once, but he had only seen her through the television for the past 5 years. He couldn't help but be fascinated and terrified at facing a celebrity. Have fun. I'll see you out. All right. Cindy didn't turn down the offer as she left the reception hall. Nam Jae-hyun followed behind her to escort her out. Do Jaiwan was left alone by herself, and she felt something was lacking. It would have been great if Woojin had come. Jaiwan knew how hard a life Woojin had lived through. She wanted him to spark his old memories by meeting his friends from the time he attended school. Would he feel great delight if he could revive a little bit of his old memories? He was busily clearing a dungeon at that moment. She felt thankful and sorry. Jaiwan's eyes turned round when she looked at the entrance. A pale and frightened Cindy was running towards her with Jae-hyuk. It was as if they were being chased by something. Soon a cluster of spiders appeared, and Jaiwan let out a scream. Kayak! There were several hundred spiders crawling in, and the sight was quite unpleasant. They were the size of a human's head. Yo ho ho! There are a lot of humans gathered here. The Spider-Woman, Sharat, appeared as she hummed a tune. She smiled when she saw the frightened antics of the humans. Durururuk! The vehicle slid on its track as the tanks raced across the road. Ki-eek! Bat-like monsters were occupying the sky as they let out a frightening sound. The helicopters were useless against them. They were able to freely maneuver between buildings as they concealed themselves. It was very hard to decrease their numbers as the ground troops used anti-aircraft weapons. The problem was that the bat-like monsters weren't the only monsters present. Guoha. Accompanying the roar, a large bear monster charged towards a tank. The tanks fired its main gun. Kwak-kwak-kwang. In the aftermath of the missed rounds, the explosion caused the road to be overturned and a building's wall to collapse. The large bear emerged from the plume of dust. Its shoulder and arm had been blown off. It was in a ghastly state, but it was still alive. Guuak. Kwajik. The bear, which was the size of a 2-story building, swung its paw, and it made the main gun bend as easily as a toothpick. The bear swung its paw again, and the tank was flipped over. The tank's track continued to spin with no traction. Kwak-kwak-kwang. The second concentrated fire caused the bear's head to explode, and it fell to the floor. They were barely able to kill it. The problem was the fact that there were more than 1 or 2 monsters in the surrounding. Shit. What kind of mess is this? Captain Hansanpil, who was in charge of the armored unit, cursed as he expressed his frustration. There had been minimal damage from previous breaks, since they'd made preparations beforehand. If they were given a warning about an imminent break, they would be able to evacuate the surrounding civilians, then they would just have to lay down a concentrated fire on the monsters. However, they hadn't been given a warning, and they hadn't been able to evacuate the civilians. It was hard to attack properly. This was the biggest reason why the military unit stationed at various parts of Seoul was making slow progress in their suppression of the monsters. Fuck. What the hell are the guilds doing? It was impossible to eradicate all the monsters using just the fire support from the military units. There were numerous people waiting for rescue within the buildings. Moreover, the roust was needed to defeat monsters where the guns and cannons couldn't reach. Then there was the breaks in Daegu, Gwangju, Busan, Seoul and other places in Korea. No, the dungeons of the world was breaking at the same time, and they were in short supply of troops. Any rank E and below roust was useless compared to a soldier equipped with a gun. At the very least, one had to be rank D. However, the number of dungeons breaking made this a moot point. Since they didn't have the numeric superiority, one would have to use overwhelming firepower. Of course, this made one think about a certain high-rank roust. There were some countries who were mulling the use of nuclear weapons, so the presence of this man was that much more crucial. Is he still not here yet? The roads and buildings were occupied with monsters. The alien nature of this event reminded him of the dungeon shock from 5 years ago. The world was about to experience that hell once again. See, Captain. Look over there. Ha! His aide desperately yelled out. Hansanpil grabbed the binoculars that had been around his neck. He swallowed his response as he looked towards the pointed direction. An enormous dragon was sitting on top of the Namsan Tower as it had its claws dug in. It sat there as if it was looking over Seoul. It was like seeing a scene from a movie. This is the first time I've seen such a big monster. It was a first experience for Hansanpil too. Soon, 2 fighter jets approached it, and they fired missiles towards the unknown monster atop the Namsan Tower. Kwang! The explosion was so large that the faraway armored unit felt the aftereffects. However, the dragon wasn't hurt at all. The monster had engaged a barrier that was as big as its body. How great would it have been if this was a movie? A monster that might cause a calamity in Seoul had appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Mivich. Chapter 134, Mivich. Ddidk, teak. The fluorescent light blinked on and off. The members of the hot girls looked at each other in surprise. The light looked as if it was about to turn off when the building shook. What is that? Did you just feel that? Is it an earthquake? There were several new groups inside the ready room, including the hot girls. Sulgi grabbed the hands of her group members as she looked on with worry in her eyes. We'll be fine. The evacuation alarm rang out immediately after she spoke her words. The noisy siren let out a bright light. Hang. Kaya-huk. What? What's wrong? The sudden sound of the siren, a screaming person and the disarray of people caused the waiting room to devolve into chaos. Hot girl Sulgi was also taken aback. She remembered the evacuation directions she learned from her school curriculum, so she yelled out. Shelter! We have to get to the shelter. After the dungeon shock, every building was required to construct a shelter within. Sulgi's words caused the frightened people to rush out into the hallway. It was the middle of the day, yet the hallway was dark with the light off. It amplified the fear being felt by the people. Everyone rushed towards the sign of the fire exit. When one person started to run, everyone followed suit. Sulgi felt a sense of danger. We should evacuate slowly and in order. She had learned that evacuations should proceed in an ordered manner. It prevented additional accidents from happening. However, this was only possible in training drills. In reality, fear made everyone run down the stair. They wanted to live. "Let's go, Wooni." Solgi and the members of the Hot Girls tried their best to follow behind the group of people. The people were rushing down the emergency staircase when everyone suddenly came to a stop. Kurururu. They heard breathing, and it was clear that it wasn't the sound of a human breathing. Moreover, it was accompanied by the sound of people screaming. Kwang, Kwajik. Gu ah. Solgi couldn't see down to the end of the staircase, but she could tell something serious was going on down there. Her mind went to the most likely catastrophe. It's a dungeon break. She was sure monsters had appeared at the broadcasting station. Hook. Numerous employees of the broadcasting station were present, but the girl groups were made up of girls in their teens and 20s. Most of the girls had their two hands over their mouths, and they were barely able to hold back a scream as they cried. Let's exit here. A member of the boy band named Tony spoke quietly, and they quietly exited the emergency stairway. They looked at the floor number, and they were on the 7th floor. There is another emergency staircase over there, but Tony aggressively took the lead, so everyone followed his directions. They walked carefully as if they were afraid they would be found out by the monsters. They opened the door to the other emergency staircase, but the situation was the same. Gu-aak. Help me. Kwajik, Kururuk. Everyone immediately stopped walking when they heard the noise coming from the open door to the staircase. When they carefully closed the door again, one could hear women crying, and several people were standing in place absent-mindedly as if they were distracted. Everyone looked at Tony. What should we do? Why me? He was a little bit more assertive than others, but he was still a normal male idol. The current situation frightened him too. Even if they asked him for directions, his mind was blank. Kwang. At that moment, a vibration rang out from the emergency staircase, and they could hear something getting closer to them. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the door. Let's go to that room. When someone yelled out the suggestion, they opened the door, and they entered a spacious office. Block the entrance. They moved desks and furnitures to block the entrance. As if they felt a little bit relieved, people started speaking to each other in quiet voices. It was as if they were trying to shed their nervousness. Several people started to cry again. Solgi hugged the crying members of the Hot Girls as she tried to console them. Hook. What should we do, Uni? The members of Hot Girls were still in high school. Solgi was the oldest of the bunch, so she hardened her heart. It's all right. Don't worry. Someone will come rescue us soon. Whether it was the roused or the soldiers, the monsters would be eradicated soon. It would be better if they were at a shelter, but the office was good enough. They just had to hide in safety. However, even a small task like that was too hard. Kung. When something roughly banged into the door, everyone became surprised. Their bodies convulsed. Kayak. What are we going to do? Be quiet. Everyone hide. No one dared to approach the door, and everyone tried to find a place to hide that was as far from the door as possible. Kwaang. The furnitures were roughly pushed aside, and an enormous black panther appeared from across the door. Koruruk. Heek. Tony met eyes with the black panther, and his body froze. Kwang. The black panther ran in as it swung its paw. Tony's face was ripped right off his skull. The incident happened in an instant. Silence descended, and it was accompanied by extreme fear. This wasn't a movie, training drill, or even a haunted house experience. This wasn't some prank. It was reality, and it was a catastrophe. Kuwang. The Black Panther caused the people's body to freeze into immobility. All they could do was shake as they didn't know what to do. The Black Panther looked at the humans huddled together. Earth was overflowing with easy praise. It felt satisfaction as it was about to slowly start its slaughter. Kwachang. A flock of bats broke through the window. The bats gathered in a single location, and they transformed into a person. It was a man wearing a black coat. Everyone's face lit up with hope at the appearance of Dujamin. It's aroused. Kururuk. The Black Panther glared at the figure, and it attacked first. It jumped into the air and it swung its paws. Its front paw was strong enough to bend steel. Instead of avoiding it, Jamin swung his fist. Quack. The full weight of the Black Panther was behind its attack, but it couldn't win against the fist of a vampire who had been tempered by drinking blood every day. Ko Wong. Before the shocked Black Panther could land on the ground, Jamin kicked it. Kwajik. He couldn't kill it with a single blow, but the shock was enough to give the panther a whiplash. Moreover, his kick wasn't the end to his attack. Kwang, quack. He crushed the Black Panther's head with his foot, and its large body moved no more. The man wearing a black coat had dropped his sunglasses during the fight, so he went to pick it up. We're saved. Huok, Hung. The people cried in relief when they saw the roused, who had come to save them. During all of this, Jamin was searching for Sulgi. Sulgi? Sulgi's eyes turned round when her name came out of the roused's mouth. The familiar jawline, body type, and even his voice. Jamin? Jamin walked towards Sulgi. He had searched all over the broadcasting station. He had finally found her. He was thankful that she was still alive in this mess. Appa is here, Sulgi. Jamin spoke playfully as he opened both his arms. Tears started to flow out of Sulgi's eyes. You idiot. You are 7 months late. He watched her cry as she replied. He had a smile that expressed his sadness and a little bit of bitterness. Her trembling, fear, and relief was all conveyed to him. It's all right. Everything is fine now. He had thought his body had been cursed when he was turned into a vampire. At that moment, he was thankful for the strength that had allowed him to protect someone precious to him. Wow. What the hell? It's another break? Sungu had exited the dungeon after he finished clearing it. His eyes turned round when he was immediately given the news about the current situation. What's happening near Allendale? Director Che Haesol is defending the place. Che Haesol's ability was at rank B. However, she had successfully tamed a wyvern recently, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say her monster collection was equal to 10 rank aroused. Which area suffered the most? We have to head back to Allendale. Ha? Haesol is there. Our region needs us the most. It seemed the dungeons near the vicinity of Allendale had broken out. A dragon has appeared on top of Namsan. The monsters that broke out from various parts of Seoul are all heading towards Namsan. The support team employee's words made Sungo put on a serious expression. What about Hyungnim? He hasn't come out of the dungeon yet. If Kang Woojin wasn't here, he would have to step forward. Let's go to Allendale. Sungu got on the car with a resolute expression. This time he'll carry the fair share of the burden. Hotel near the Hongdae station. Oop. Du Jaiwan struggled, since she was having a hard time breathing. She couldn't move an inch. Thread-like spider web was wrapped tightly around her like a cocoon. The sight seen through the spider web, which was woven like a net, was disturbing. Numerous white cocoons were hanging all over the ceiling. Of course, she was in the same boat as everyone else. I can't breathe. She was barely able to maintain her breathing. Moreover, there was a unique scent emanating from the spider web, and it made one's mind lazy and faint. It was becoming hard for her to think straight. She had a feeling that she would be in trouble if she fell asleep. The Spider Queen Sharat had made the cocoons. She smiled as she stored away the humans. Yo ho ho! I never knew such a great planet existed. The hunt was easy, and the planet was overflowing with prey called humans. It was almost a miracle that no coalition had laid claim to such a great hunting ground. Are the planet's guardians of high quality? All the linked dungeons that had tried to synchronize with Earth had been destroyed. Their coalition of Yellow Lizard had to incur a penalty to be able to force a link. They received help from an outsider. It was an invite instead of an invasion. Of course, the power to make an outsider a linker was something only the 72 Great Lords could do. Only they could force a link to planets without any restrictions. This is a planet coveted by Yelonim. The 25th Throne Yellow had made the linkers. He had helped the Yellow Lizards arrive in this place. Sharat was covetous of the planet called Earth. However, Yellow had laid a claim to it, so it didn't matter if she coveted it or not. This place would become the battlefield for the forces of the Great Lords with thrones. Well, shall I start the colonization? She had to exterminate all the humans who possessed power. This will make the exploitation of this planet easier. Sharat approached a nearby cocoon, and she extended her hand. When the cocoon was unraveled, a frightened face appeared. Hong. She let out an excited moan as she brought her mouth close to the human's mouth. Go wrong, go wrong. Something unpleasant was being passed through Sharat's mouth into the human, and his expression was quickly deteriorating. He felt nausea and pain. His eyes became red as if the vessels in his eyes were bursting. When Sharat pulled her lips away, the man in the cocoon struggled mightily. Humans provided the best nutrition for her eggs. Hung. Grow my lovelies. My babies. Sharat headed towards the next cocoon, and she started to lay her eggs. If one wanted to destroy a planet with such an advanced civilization, large monsters like the Titan race were unsuitable for the job. Small monsters like the killer spiders were more suitable. Sharat was quickly increasing the number of her children, who were also her underlings. Moreover, the other dimensional lords were starting to build their main base like her in various parts of this world. Dimensional domain Mivich's meadow. He was almost at the green pillar of light. The pillar of light was emanating from an old castle. Woojin headed towards the castle. There was a person waiting in front of the gate of the fallen castle. What? You are alone, dot. Woojin got off Xing Xing. The man was wearing a hood over his face, but Woojin could tell he was a human. Moreover, his hunch was telling him he was right. When Woojin approached his opponent, the man slowly stood up. Are you Mivich? His opponent didn't respond, so Woojin knew he was right. He was the owner of this dimensional domain. How much confidence did he have in himself that he was guarding the domain all by himself? Or was he out of dungeon energy? If so, then why did he fearlessly form a link to Earth? Mivich slowly took off his hood. It's been a while. When he caught sight of Mivich's face, Woojin's face hardened. On the other hand, Mivich had a smile on his face. It's been a long time, right? Immortal. Woojin let out a bitter laugh at the unwelcome face. What's the Alphen's hero doing here? Make a guess. Dimensional Lord Mivich had a queer smile on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Mivich 2. Chapter 135, Mivich 2. Mivich laughed. Why do you think I'm here? Are you retarded? How the hell should I know? Woojin's words must have shocked Mivich, since his eyes were shaking. Afterwards, he let out a huge laugh. Ha ha ha. You were always like this. As expected. As expected of the immortal. Mivich's words were filled with sarcasm. Woojin frowned. Does your goal align with the Holy Maiden? Holy Maiden? Melody? Ho-oh. Is she still alive? What bullshit was he spouting again? He had thought the Holy Maiden was dead? Ha ha. Fate is quite the fickle mistress. Stop talking in circles. Why not just speak plainly? Mivich laughed at Woojin's temper. Ha ha. It seems you aren't immune to change either. I changed? You are impatient now. Dot. Woojin's eyes blinked. Him? He had been impatient. He relaxed his features, and he smirked. Well, all right. I acknowledge it. I was impatient. Ho. You acknowledge that? I never expected the immortal to act this way. The vengeful spirits of Alphen would probably revive just from the massive shock. Woojin shrugged his shoulders at Mivich's playful words. If he wanted to play, then he'll play. The Holy Maiden is helping me. Ho. So she betrayed us? You are the traitor. That isn't something you should talk about. In the first place, the immortal was the one who had never added his power to the coalition. No, they had fought repeatedly with each other, and they were barely able to form a non-aggression treaty with him. It wasn't something the monarch of Allendale should be saying so shamelessly. Amongst the famous heroes of Alphen, you were the most shrewd one. I was the most rational one. Woojin smirked at Mivich's words. Is that why you hitched yourself to Tronet? Ha 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 ha. I guess you are embarrassed by it? I guess that is why you are laughing. Ha 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 ha. No, it isn't anything like that. Mivich laughed for a long time. Then he spoke with a serious look on his face. You got it all wrong. We shouldn't have resisted against Tronet in the first place. Woojin stayed silent. He had a hunch that Mivich was more knowledgeable about the situation than him. If he stayed silent, Mivich would voluntarily let out the information. This is the new order. Even the gods can't stop his absolute law. Bullshit. Traitor? That's incorrect. What about you then? Me? I fought my whole life for Alphen. In the end, I wasn't able to protect it. However, didn't you accept Tronet without even putting up a fight? What? I did? Isn't the fact that you are standing here the proof? Why didn't you protect Earth? Why are you a Dimensional Lord now? Dimensional Lord. They were the most important member of Tronet's team. Woojin shook his head from side to side. Do you have something you want to say to me? You are a coward. You quit on your homeland before you even fought for it. Woojin had become a Dimensional Lord. He had preemptively become a Dimensional Lord before he had attempted to protect Earth. In the end, didn't he choose a path that would allow him to live? He had acted like a politician, so Mivich didn't look kindly at Woojin. Well, I guess that might be the wise choice. You preemptively gave up, and you adapted. Woojin frowned. Mivich spat out those words, and his voice was seeped with anger. Are you retarded? What adjustment? What absolute law are you talking about? It seems you are still ignoring reality. You won't be able to stop it. Stop what? Earth will be swallowed under Tronet's influence. Why should I stop it? What? Mivich stared at Woojin as if he was taken aback. Why should I stop it? Why should he stop it? Wasn't Earth his home planet? The beings of the dimensions all have a special sentiment towards their homeland. Bullshit. Woojin transformed his warrior's weapon into a long sword. It was a sword of adequate length. It was a bastard sword. It was a weapon he enjoyed using recently. If they want to invade, they can do as they like. I'll just kill them all. Still, nothing will change in the end. Tronet? His law? It is absolute. I'll break it. Was this something that should be coming out a Dimensional Lord's mouth? Then you will put yourself in danger. Shut up, retard. Woojin raised his bastard sword, and he took a step forward. If you were afraid of losing your life, you should have never stepped onto the battlefield in the first place. Accompanying those words, Woojin jumped high into the air, and he brought down his sword toward Mivich. Gone. Mivich pulled out his sword, which had been hidden within his robe. He blocked the attack. Woojin's last words caused a ripple within Mivich's heart, and his feelings were in a state of turmoil. Schwak, Kong. Kaong. Mivich reflexively blocked Woojin's rough attacks. When they exchanged several sword strikes, his shaken heart had calmed down. A smile spread across his lips. I see. He shook off the sword strike, then he took off his robe. Maybe you aren't the coward. Maybe I am. When he heard Mivich's words, Woojin mocked him. That's a given. Who? There was a smile on Mivich's lips. When did you learn to use sword? Not too long ago. Hoot. Let's have a match. Mivich got into his stance. A sharp spirit emanated from his entire body. The atmosphere was completely different from before. Mivich was one of the top grand swordsmen on Alphen. Woojin was a dual class, but he was only a rank AA roused. Mivich had already reached the 9th circle. He wasn't at a level where he could fight against a SS rank grand swordsman. Boys. At Woojin's call, the Death Knights started appearing accompanied by the black smoke. In a flash, the situation became a 30:1 disadvantage. Mivich's eyebrows twitched. Don't you think this is a bit cheap? Woojin grinned. Retard. 30 Death Knights started closing in on Mivich. Mivich smiled as he calmly received the oppressive feeling bearing down on him. Well, it can't be helped. His opponent was a necromancer. He was the king of the dead. He was a Landal's monarch. If Mivich wanted to plant his sword into the immortal, he would have to get past his undead army. Fortunately, the Lich wasn't present, so this might be possible. This place was his home ground. It was Mivich's meadow. Hoo-whoop. He took in a deep breath. Poo-soo-soo. As he continued to breathe, a formless energy gathered around him, and the power was injected into his body. Woojin frowned when there was a serious change to Mivich's power. This is going to take a while. He hadn't fully recovered his level yet he had come across a troublesome opponent. It was rare to find someone with this much power. The 72 thrones may have that much. The light inside Woojin's eyes flickered for a moment. Let me ask you a question. What is it? The immortal had significantly raised his fighting spirit, yet unlike before, he had a tinge of sympathy within his eyes. The immortal was being agreeable. It surprised Mivich. How come your ranking is so low? Hoo-hoo. When a dimensional lord visits another dimensional lord's dungeon, it was possible to see each other's basic information. One could see the other's ranking and name. Mivich's ranking was 4,231. His ranking was much lower than Woojin. My ranking means nothing to me. Are you bad at doing the dimensional battle? You just have to conduct duels. If it's you, you should be quite close to the capabilities of Tron at 72 thrones. It is irreversible. Duels will eventually make you lose everything. Woojin tilted his head in confusion. Was he afraid of death? Is that why he didn't like to duel? Mivich spoke as he looked at Woojin. You can't advance upwards through duel. It's impossible to even challenge the thrones through duels. Mivich spoke the truth. If your goal is to gain a throne, you have to put more importance on the dimensional battles. There were only 72 thrones, and it couldn't be possessed by anyone unworthy. An administrator doesn't need personal power. They need the ability to be able to supervise. Shall we continue with our unfinished fight? Light was emitted by Mivich's sword. Black light was emitted by the weapons of the Death Knights, and their weapons clashed. An administrator. Woojin used his magic as he pressured Mivich. Woojin wasn't used to performing the warrior skill, and his opponent wasn't an easy foe. Mivich was using his innate domain skills, and he was letting out much stronger energy than what he had been capable on Alphen. He might have to summon all of his Death Knights, who were on standby. The knights, who surpassed life and death, continued to fight through the meadows. Motdong Station's fourth exit. Shit. He let out the cuss words that had been bubbling up from within. The news program that was giving a live update had been terminated. It seemed there was a problem with the communication infrastructure, so the internet was down. The smartphone was basically useless. He quickly turned on the car's radio to listen to the news. Seoul was in a state of chaos. It wasn't just Seoul. It was a mess in Daegu, Gwangju, and Busan. Japan, China, US and France all suffered breaks. Chi-Chi-Jeek. The powerful boss is controlling the monsters. Chi-Chi-Jeek. Weapons fire are having no effect on it. Chi-Jeek. This was different from the normal dungeon breaks. The monsters were under the control of another being. The monsters were dangerous just from being loosed on this world. However, they were now moving in an organized fashion, and the ramification of this fact was unimaginable. If the monster hunts up until now could be characterized as hunts, the current situation was a game changer. It was war. They were moving in an organized fashion, so war was being carried out in various locations. This place is dangerous, Chief. I know that. Wu Sung-hoon chewed on his lips. The president wasn't showing any signs of coming out, and bad news were coming out from various parts of Seoul. The monsters were moving towards Namsan in droves. He was worried about Allendale, which was nearby. When the monsters appeared, they didn't go on a rampage. Instead, they organized into a group. The fact that the monsters could move in an orderly fashion put a bigger fear into the hearts of people. It felt as if they were about to face a bomb that was about to go off. This phenomenon was occurring at various locations within Seoul. A large Cyclops had stationed himself at the Motdong baseball stadium, and the monsters were gathering around the Cyclops. If they started to cause trouble, Motdong Station would be devastated in an instant. It was probably best to evacuate before the monsters started their indiscriminate attack. Shit. Let's retreat. If he stayed any longer by putting his trust in the president, he might die an early death. Give me something to write a memo with. Yes? Hurry up and bring it to me. Understood. The employee brought a memo pad from the car. Sung-hoon quickly wrote the current state of affairs of Seoul and the world. Monsters were gathering in an organized fashion. It was happening at Namsan, Motdong Baseball Stadium, Gangnam, Seoul University, Suwon Hwazong Fortress. He wrote a brief summary about the news he had heard on the radio regarding Seoul and the world. The memo paper was filled with information, and he taped it to the station's entrance. Who? Let's go. W, where's our destination? Let's head to Allendale first. Yes. It would probably be the safest for him if he left Seoul. However, how could he be so disloyal and run away by himself? It was in name only, but he was considered to be Allendale's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Even if he evacuated, he needed to do so with everyone. If I'm with Director Hong and Director Che, it'll all work out. Hong Sung-gu and Che Hae-sol's power couldn't be ignored. They were roused that could fight for the top spots amongst the Korean rout and the roused of the world. Moreover, there would be a lot of military units around the Cheongwadi. Hurry up and come out, President. or else we'll all die." He longingly looked at the barrier, which didn't show any signs of disappearing, as he spoke. Sung-hoon and the employees got into their car, and they evacuated. After a long amount of time had passed, the barrier started to disappear. Woojin exited with a haggard expression on his face. What the hell? Where's everyone? It had been a hard fight. He wanted to relieve his stress by getting into a warm tub of water. However, Sung-hoon and the employees from the secretary office was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Woojin frowned as he looked at memo stuck to the wall. He didn't have the time to rest. He would have a hard time keeping up with this threat even if he had 10 bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, A Blood Golem. Chapter 136, A Blood Golem. Why is there so many of them? Woojin frowned as he looked at the monsters gathering to form a horde. These bastards acted the same way as the monsters on Alphen. They'll occupy a region, and they'll start establishing a colony. Then they'll start drinking the Earth's energy. Shit. Mivich, that bastard. He had wasted too much time fighting that bastard. If it was only the lost time he had to worry about, he would have been fortunate. However, he had lost 10 Death Knights in the fight. The innate domain skills are a pain. In the clear mode, one is attempting to fight a lord with the rank of an adventurer. There was a lot of advantage in a lord being able to use one's innate domain skills. If he met Mivich on Earth or Alphen, 2 Death Knights would have been enough to take him down. However, he had shown a terrible amount of power inside his domain, and he had taken 10 Death Knights with him. Where should I clean up first? There were 7 locations where the monsters were gathering around Seoul. It was probably 7-dimensional lords settling in and constructing a colony. It would be troublesome if those bastards set up bases, so he had to get rid of them as soon as possible. That bastard didn't even leave a cell phone before he left. Before he entered the dungeon, he had given his handphone to Sung-hoon for safekeeping. The support team that should have been waiting for him had gone off to somewhere after leaving behind a memo. Fortunately, Woojin had an additional method of communication besides the cell phone. Where are you? Woojin could exchange messages with the vassals of his domain using his will. As a substitute for his dimensional battles, he had made Du Jaemin his strategic advisor. What the hell is this? I said, where are you? Huck. Now that I'm about to die, I must be hallucinating. It's Hyung. After a brief moment, Jaemin's will gushed out. Hyung. It's a mess right now. I'm trapped inside a broadcasting station. Broadcasting station? You aren't at the office? Why did you go there? I left the office when Nuna left. I'm currently at MBS. Woojin's brows furrowed. He remembered Du Jaemin had gone to the reunion. Where did your sister go? What? She went to the BB Hotel. Woojin's face hardened when he checked the memo. BB Hotel was one of the 7 locations listed. Be sure to stay out of sight. I'll send Dulcie. Yes. He had 10 Death Knights he couldn't summon, since they were destroyed. He had to wait for their revival. There were 44 Death Knights available for Woojin's use. He still had his protection period left for his dimension, so he decided to leave his latest Death Knight behind to defend against a surprise dungeon raid attempt. He left behind Relik, who had been a warrior of the Radic race. He summoned 43 Death Knights alongside Dulcie and BB. Come out, Dulcie and BB. Oolong. It's Earth. It had been a while since she was summoned to Earth. BB had a large smile on her face. If one thought about the skeleton warriors assigned to each Death Knight, Woojin had a staggering amount of force. He decided to divide his undead army to clear the 7 locations at the same time. One needed at least 10 Death Knights to safely go up against a dimensional lord. He divided 40 Death Knights into 4 teams. You go here, and you go there. As the king commands. Woojin turned to look at BB and Dulcie. You guys go to MBS. You guys save Jaemin, and kill all the enemies nearby. He. All right. This is going to be fun. BB took out a staff, and she flew away with Dulcie following her. You go to Allendale, Kiba. Don't get into a fight with the Holy Maiden. As you command. He sounded offended, and his reaction was lukewarm. However, he would never disobey an order. Woojin didn't know where Sunggu and Haesol was right now, but he didn't worry too much about Allendale, since Melody was there. When all of his familiars left, the thought of Mivich suddenly came unbidden to his mind. That damn bastard. I'll kill him the next time I meet him. He had already killed Mivich, but Woojin promised to kill him once again. He had unnecessarily lost a lot of Death Knights. Moreover, the bastard hadn't been worth a lot of EXP. This was why Woojin hadn't reached level 80 yet. He had lost a lot of his hunting time, and the loss had been massive. If only I had Janies in this situation. If he had his teacher, Lich Janies, these dimensional lords wouldn't even be a problem. Shall I go now? Finally, Woojin summoned his last familiar, then he got on. Heeing. Xin Xing raced across the road. Xing Xing abandoned the road destroyed by the monsters, and it jumped into the sky. Second floor of the MBS broadcasting station. There were 17 people hiding behind the stacked inventories. Du Jamin was holding tightly onto Li Sulgi's hand. Was his determination to protect her at all cost conveyed to her? Somehow she wasn't afraid in her current situation. The boy she liked had turned into aroused, and he had shown up in front of her. Moreover, he had done so when she was in danger. How romantic and wonderful was his gesture. However, the other idols felt differently. I thought we were heading out. Why did you stop? Junsung was in the same group as Tony, and he was in an agitated state. The Roused had come to save them, and he had great success in dispatching the monsters. However, the Roused suddenly stopped, and he instructed everyone to hide. They wanted to get out of the broadcasting station as soon as possible. The fact that they had to hide like this made the people frustrated and agitated. Jamin is hurt. Jamin had protected the people as he fought the monsters alone. It looked as if Du Jamin wasn't in a good state. There was a deep claw mark on his shoulder, and he had to wrap a shirt around his abdomen after it had been punctured. Fuck. Of course, he's hurt. Still, he is aroused. What did you just say? Aren't your words a bit too callous? Ha! Aren't you a rookie? What group are you from? How dare you talk that way to a senior? Junsung glared at Sulgi. Sulgi was known for her temper, since her high school days. She was about to let loose when Du Jamin held her back. I'm alright, Sulgi. Jamin. Ha! Jamin's face was devoid of any color. He had been almost at his limit when he received a message from Woojin. Support would be coming to him soon, so he didn't need to overextend himself. He just had to wait for them to come. Ha, ha. He wasn't laboring, because of his wounds. The cause was his body, which was trying to recover from his wounds. Blood. He hungered for blood. It felt as if he was slowly losing his sense of reason as he felt dizziness. He was barely holding out. Jamin. You really aren't looking good right now. Ha. I'm alright. That's bullshit. Speed up your recovery, and lead us out of here. Everyone's gaze turned to him at Junsung's words. Every one of the 17 people had a different reaction. There were people who were thankful towards Jamin. He was fighting in their stead. However, these were entertainers and stars that considered the sacrifice undertaken by Arouse to be a given. Jamin got angry at Junsung's words. If he was to be blunt, everyone here except Sulgi was a lump he didn't care about. Then do you want to help my recovery? Hong. I knew you had a method. Jamin's eyes narrowed at Junsung's words. Jamin didn't have any reason to hide his anger, so he glared at Junsung. Then would you like to give me your blood? If I ingest blood, I'll recover from my wounds in a very short amount of time. It was such an unconventional method that Junsung became mute. If you want to go out so bad, shouldn't you sacrifice a little bit? Why would I? Junsung hesitated as he took several steps backwards. The light in Jamin's eyes frightened him. Junsung's legs shook. It was as if a snake was staring at him. If not, then just shut your mouth. You keep getting on my nerves. Ha! Don't you know who I am? I'm Junsung. The Junsung. Of course, he knew who Junsung was. He was the most popular male idol in Korea. Jamin didn't want to deal with him, so he turned his head away. Sulgi looked at Jamin as she approached him. I'll give it to you. What? My blood. I donate blood quite frequently. Jamin looked at Sulgi in surprise. The light within her eyes were a mixture of worry, compassion, and gratitude. She looked at him with those eyes. Ooh, ooh. Her eyes, expression, and feeling towards him made it too difficult for him. Jamin's need was being agitated by temptation. He wanted to bite her. He wanted to get drunk on her blood. Ah, I can't. If he drank her blood, she wouldn't automatically become a vampire's puppet. He had the choice as to whether he wanted to make a thrall or not. He just had to stop his intake after reaching an amount one would give at a blood drive. However, he didn't have the courage to show Sulgi his new self. Ha! I won't. Jaemin was having a hard time holding himself back, so he turned his head away. If he continued to look at Sulgi, it felt as if he would give in to the temptation. He needed to recover from his wounds, but this reason wasn't enough for him to rationalize drinking her blood. He would drink her blood to satisfy his craving. He didn't want to shed the blood of Sulgi to satisfy his dirty desire. Kong, Kwang. Oru Rong. Everyone had a worried expression as they listened to the sound of monsters outside. The only one they could depend on right now was Jaemin. Kuru Rong. Their sense of worry increased dramatically when they heard the breathing sound of a monster getting louder. Sulgi couldn't wait anymore. She thrust her wrist into Jaemin's mouth. Suck on it. Ooh-ah, uck. He shouldn't do this. Jaemin felt giddy as his canines pierced through Sulgi's wrist. Ooh. Sulgi's blood was quickly sucked out. Sulgi let out a moan as she felt faint. It's so sweet. Her blood couldn't be compared to the blood coffee sold at the cafe. The feeling of ecstasy made Jaemin feel dizzy. The wound on his shoulder mended quickly, and the wound on his abdomen closed itself. Ha. Jaemin opened his mouth in surprise, and he belatedly regretted his actions. I drank Sulgi's. He couldn't hide his eyes, which shook as if there was an earthquake going on. As if she understood what he was feeling, Sulgi hugged Jaemin tightly. Wasn't Jaemin the one who fought scary monsters to save her, but... She thought of the blood loss as a form of donation. I'm okay. Sulgi. I understand. Sulgi. Jaemin was close to tears as he hugged Sulgi. There was someone else besides Woojin Hyung and his sister who trusted him. He was so happy that it was beyond description. Shit. Stop all this nonsense. Hurry up and take care of the monster outside. Junsung's fear had reached its peak when he heard the sound of the monster, so he let out a frantic shout. Ah. You really have a harsh way of speaking. After recovering from his injury, Jaemin frowned as he was about to stand up. His eyes became round when he caught sight of the space in front of him. There was a girl writing on a staff. I found you, teacher. Butler Bibi. His reinforcement had arrived. If he had known she was here, he wouldn't have drunk Sulgi's blood. Bibi got off her staff. Dulcie was spinning above her head. Weeing. Ha. Student Jaemin. Were you scared? Yes. I really thought I was going to die. Ha. You don't have to worry anymore. Jaemin felt relief at Bibi's words. How could she be so dependable? However, not everyone fought along the same line as Jaemin. Who the hell is this shrimp? Junsung was traumatized by Tony's death, and the fear of dying made Junsung's words sharp and combative. Who the hell are you? What? This little kid doesn't know who I am? How the hell should I know? I'm Junsung. The Junsung. Lee Junsung. Bibi's cheek puffed out at his words. How would I know that? You look so dirty and unkempt. You little kid. Have you lost your mind? Junsung started to frown. Bibi glared at him. Little kid was one of the words she hated the most. You want to die? What? If that is your wish, just die. What the? Junsung was about to yell out in anger, when his eyes flipped up into his head. He fell to the floor. He would be tormented by a nightmare, and in the end, his life would come to an end. Hong. Bibi's mood had worsened. She turned her head towards Jaemin as she spoke. Let's hurry up and get out of here. I have to go catch the big cat outside. Yes. Was it because they were so loud? 3 black panthers had entered the studio, and they were letting out a roar. Kururu. There were numerous humans here, and the black panthers planned on eating all of them. Little kitties. When the eyes of the black panthers headed towards the small child, their eyes rolled back, and the black panthers fell to the floor. Let's hurry up and go, student Jaemin. Bibi swung her arms as she exited the building. Jaemin and Sulgi followed after her. The people, who had been standing around awkwardly, followed after them. They didn't want to be left behind. A member of the same idol group put Junsung on his back. Hong. Just throw away that corpse. Junsung was still breathing, so how could he? Well, it is up to you if you want to make a vain effort. The human would die when the dream ended. Well, it wasn't her problem anymore. In the end, the only important person to her was Du Jaemin. When she exited the broadcasting station, she looked towards an enormous tree located in the middle of the large parking lot. A giant puma had been guarding the tree. It stalked towards her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, Blood Golem, 2. Chapter 137, Blood Golem, 2. That's a big cat. The enormous puma named Jupia growled when he heard Bibi's brief observation. No one who has talked to me that way has lived afterwards. Hong. Bibi turned her head away after looking at Jupia. You are quite spunky. Jupia narrowed his eyes as he observed Bibi. As he stalked towards her, he continued to analyze her. After fighting in dimensional battles for a long time, he had learned not to judge an opponent by their appearance. It would be preposterous if he did. The child was letting out a serious amount of energy. Jupia, who had been approaching, stopped his approach. While they were glaring at each other, the world started to change. Snow started to fall from the sky. He hated snow the most. Ice magic? Jupia vigorously shook his head. This felt different. This wasn't material magic. It was mental. Jupia's yellow eyes flashed. He bared his white teeth toward Bibi. He knew this child felt a bit different from other humans, and he finally realized the source of the déjà vu he was experiencing. You are a night hag. She wasn't a human. She was a demon. To be precise, she was a nightmare succubus, who was capable of controlling others' dreams. Light shot out of Jupia's eyes, and it illuminated the world. The snow disappeared, and the surrounding scene melted away. Then Jupia was able to see Bibi, who had a broad smile on her face. Ha. It seems my attack isn't too effective when I'm alone. Parlor tricks. The result might have been different if Junpia's thoughts had been occupied by a battle. Since Junpia was in a relaxed state right now, Bibi's attack wasn't effective. What's your relationship with Jupiel? Second throne Jupiel. Jupia's face suddenly crumpled when he heard the question. He is my littermate. Hey. You are a sibling of that crazy dog. Isn't that something? Junpia looked at Bibi with incredulity in his eyes. To my knowledge, planet Earth doesn't have a demon world. So why are you getting in my way? Bibi had a bright smile on her face. Her personality was completely different from Jupia's personality. She didn't mind talking to him, but what was Jupia's scheme? She caught sight of the tree, which was rapidly growing every second and every minute. My master loved this planet too much. Master? You've never been to Alphen? Alphen? Wasn't that the battlefield of the great lords? Ha. I guess you don't know anything about him. What? My master is very scary. What was this little devil up to? Ha. Shall we get this started? I have a feeling it'll get annoying if I let the tree grow leaves. She was correct. When the tree was filled with energy, it would become the foothold between the dimensional domain and the planet. However, the tree needed another full day for the tree to mature and grow leaves. Jupia turned his head, and he headed towards the tree. Fighting could be done by others. He was different from his twin Jupiel, who was simplistic in his approach. Kururu. All black panthers under him gathered from the surrounding. At a glance, there looked to be over 200 of them. It wasn't something a nightmare witch could handle. Ha. Switch places with me, Dulcie Jing. Weeing. As Dulcie stepped forward, the cars in the parking lot was pulled towards the golem's heart. Geek. The cars were crushed and dismantled. Then it was hardened to form the golem's body. In the process, the fuel tanks were crushed. Gasoline and diesel flowed over Dulcie's entire body, and fumes started to emanate from him. Kwang. Dulcie's two fists banged against each other, and it charged towards the Black Panthers. Kwang. As she observed the situation, Bibi spoke to Jaemin. Student Jaemin. We can go home after we uproot that tree. Yes. Solgi and the idol group members had followed behind Jaemin. They waited with their mouths shut. If they acted out of turn like Junsung, they didn't know what she would do to them. Alendal. Sunggu and Haesol was standing in a spacious training ground, and they were looking towards Namsan with worried eyes. Do you think that'll fall? I think so. Namsan Tower had been destroyed during the dungeon shock. It had been rebuilt recently, since it was considered to be the symbol of Seoul. However, it seemed the tower will be destroyed once again by the dragon. Sunggu pointed with his finger. Do you think you can tame that one? It will be very difficult. How would she be able to tame the spirit of such a large dragon? At a glance, she knew it was impossible. However, she thought she would be able to subvert a couple of the wyverns hanging around the dragon. We'll be at a disadvantage in an air warfare. What will we do if they come towards us? Sunggu's worries were well-founded. 3 fighter jets had appeared to bomb it, yet the dragon had blocked the attack easily. The missile attack couldn't get through the barrier formed by the dragon, and the fighter jets were disintegrated when the dragon's breath was shot towards them. Near dragons aren't a problem for us. Oh. As expected of the knights. Sunggu's eyes twinkled at Ramzan's manly words. 3 Death Knights had returned to Allendale, and the rest was hunting down the monsters in Seoul. It wouldn't be a problem if the monsters didn't mobilize until Woojin arrived. However, if they do start to move, Sunggu, Haesol, the 3 Death Knights and the Holy Maiden would have to combine their strength to defend Allendale. For now, all they could do was wish for Woojin and the rest of the Death Knights to come as soon as possible. Is it really okay to put only Bibi and Dulcie in a single team? The Holy Maiden replied to Sunggu's worried words. You don't have to worry about them. The Titan of Destruction and the illusion which is enough. Is that so? Still, what if a dimensional lord came out of the break? Doesn't it mean monsters of the same caliber as the dragon might be around? Sunggu pointed towards the dragon. Don't we have to send the knights to catch monsters of that caliber? Melody let out a gentle laugh. If we are measuring the fighting power of a single entity, the strongest amongst the undead army is the Titan of Destruction. What? Sunggu looked at Ramzan with puzzled eyes. Sunggu and Haesol had received instruction for combat from the Death Knights. He had experienced their overwhelming fighting power with his body. Was Dulcie really that strong? He hadn't seen Dulcie train or do anything of the sort. As if Melody's words weren't wrong, Ramzan broke his silence. We need that rock to catch the dragon. Sunggu shrugged his shoulders. Woojin's familiar were all very powerful, but he never realized Dulcie was that strong. No, he knew Dulcie was strong, but he had thought Dulcie was mainly used to take out the small fries. The Titan of Destruction is always the vanguard of the undead army. Melody shuddered when she remembered the time she had faced it as an enemy. I never knew. Was it because the hunts he accompanied were too easy for Dulcie? If he thought about it, the only time he saw Dulcie in action was when it stopped the dungeon break in the US by itself. Woojin had always taken down the boss, so Sunggu had thought Dulcie was exclusively used for clearing out the small fries. Those bastard looks like they are getting ready to move? The wyverns were gathered around Namsan, and they were flying in formation. Sunggu tried to calm his worried heart as he saw the wyverns mobilize in a serious manner. The president has to come back quickly. Oh, immortal. Haesu and Melody also wished Woojin would come back quickly. The black parking lot had become much darker. The parking lot was covered with blood and the corpses of the Black Panthers. There was a strong metallic smell of blood in the air. Jupia didn't move an inch until all of his underlings were killed. If he possessed energy, he would be able to summon all of them once again. The important fact was that his enemy was tired. It seems you are almost spent. Jupia languidly got up. He wasn't like his sibling. He was able to fight rationally. He had decided to use his energy to make his opponent tired. Geek, geek. A very strident sound was heard every time Dulcie moved its body. Some of the gas tanks had been lit by fire, so it wouldn't be wrong to call Dulcie a fire golem right now. However, it was true that Dulcie was moving more deliberately than before. Weak. Jupia's big body flew through the air as it pounced on Dulcie. Kwang. Every time Jupia's front paws were swung, the metal plate of a car was ripped away. Kuwang. Wong. Jupia lowered its head to avoid the fist swung by Dulcie, and Jupia immediately executed a headbutt. Unlike how he spoke, Jupia's battle style was straightforward and bestial. Guru-ru. Dulcie let out a roar as he made a desperate effort, but Jupia's power was too strong. Moreover, Jupia was so fast that Dulcie couldn't even graze his opponent. The problem was speed. The difference in power was quite apparent to the people watching the fight. Huwook. What should we do? We are dead. If Dulcie died, then they were dead. For some unknown reason, the Rousden army weren't coming to save them. There was no sign of them. Shit. He should have formed his body with foreign cars. The man mumbled to himself as he watched Dulcie's body being torn apart so easily. Jamin shook his head from side to side. Butler Bibi. Is there anything we can do? Ha. Of course, why wouldn't there be? Bib still had a relaxed expression on her face. This made Jamin's worry ratchet down a notch. Do you know why our cute Dulcie Jing is nicknamed the Titan of Destruction? Because he is big? That's true, but why do you think the destruction part stuck? I have no idea. How would Jamin know? He wasn't even from Alphen. Ha. Dulcie Jing is very scary when he gets angry. Do you know why I'm teamed up with him? I'm not sure. If Dulcie Jing gets angry, I'm here to stop him. Ha. Ah. That cat is in real trouble now. When Bibi's words ended, a sound of a large explosion rang out. Guang. As the two combatants were exchanging fierce blows with each other, Dulcie's body suddenly exploded, and the pieces of his body flew everywhere. Wee-ing. Jupia laughed as only Dulcie's heart was left floating in the air. Is he giving up? Those words were incompatible with the familiars of the immortal. Wee-ing. The golem's heart spun at high speeds, and it started sucking up all the blood in the surrounding. Shui. The red blood rose into the air, and it spun like a whirlwind as it clumped together. Goruruk. With the golem's heart at its center, the blood coalesced to form a single doll. It was much too small to think of it as Dulcie. It was about 2 meters tall, and it had a humanoid shape. There was a limit on how big it could get using the blood available in the surrounding. However, it didn't matter. He would grow his body by spilling the blood of his enemy. Goo-ah-ha. Jupia narrowed his eyes as he felt a grave danger at Dulcie's roar. You aren't the only one who can transform. Jupia's body started to shake. His body crumpled in on itself. His body was getting smaller, and a strange heat was released by his body. His back legs straightened, and his paws became hands. His nails lengthened, and his tail hardened. Lycanthrope. He had turned into a half-feline and half-human form. His fighting ability had increased significantly. Blood ball. Jupia started running. His speed was much faster than before. Guan. Quajik. Unfortunately, the transformed Dulcie was on a different dimension. Jupia had never seen anything move that fast. Guang. Consecutive punches landed on Jupia's face. Jupia was barely able to keep consciousness as he stabbed with his claws. However, the claws passed through Dulcie's body. Then the blood hardened. Ook? His hand and claws had entered Dulcie's body, and it was stuck now. The lump didn't have eyes, nose, or mouth. However, he saw it smile. Jupia was sure he saw it. Guang. Dulcie's fist continued to plant itself on Jupia's face. Waita. Guang. How can there be such an unreasonable bastard? He had to destroy the golem's heart. His left hand was trapped, so he used the claws on his right hand to stab where the heart should be. However, he didn't encounter any resistance. He moved his heart. Jupia let out a groan when both his hands became trapped. Dulcie laughed as he started headbutting Jupia. Quang. He looked like a roly-poly toy as he kept falling backwards, and then he was tilted back up again. His head kept folding backwards like a punching machine until Jupia's neck broke. Jupia let out a gray light as his body dissipated. Dulcie let out a roar when he saw this. Guru-roo. He wanted to rip apart his enemies, then drink their blood. Blood. He needed blood. He needed living beings. Dulcie's gaze turned towards Jamin and the survivors. Goruruk. Kung. Dulcie was about to charge as if he had found his praise. Everyone tensed. He couldn't discern who's an ally or an enemy? Bibi got in the way of Dulcie, who was charging forward with stupendous force. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Epidemic of Lords. Chapter 138, Epidemic of Lords. Bibi's large clear eyes had a strange appeal of catching other people's gazes. No. She was from the demonic race, so should this be called her magic? Zing. Dulcie reeked of blood. He was roughly charging towards the group when Dulcie hesitated. He gradually slowed down to a walk. That's our Dulcie Jing. Are you a good boy? Blood started to melt off him at every step he took. His body started to shrink as blood pooled on the floor. Is our Dulcie Jing angry? Guru-roo. His anger had run away from him. He was like wild animal that had escaped from his cage. He felt hatred towards the living. However, Bibi's voice transformed into a warm energy, and it caressed Dulcie's heart. Nuna understands. Why don't you let go of your anger now? Bibi's small hand touched Dulcie's head. Guruk. Churururuk. The hardened blood around the golem's heart quickly melted away. The sticky blood was soaking her shoes, but Bibi didn't move an inch. Wee-ing. When the blood disappeared, the golem's heart was back to being a light essence, and it circled around Bibi's head. Bibi grinned as she pointed her staff towards the cars located on one side of the parking lot. It was a location close to the entrance of the broadcasting stations. There were sparkling cars that looked to be luxury cars. Hee. Our kind Dulcie. They say those cars are more sturdy. Wee-ing. Dulcie pulled together couple cars, and he was back to his iron golem form. Well, shall we go to our master after we pull this tree out? Goo-oh-oh-oh. Dulcie moved his clinking body towards the growing tree. It wasn't difficult to find the building hosting the reunion party with Jaiwan in attendance. The large building was entirely covered with spider webs. Even the surrounding buildings were infested with spiders that kept spewing out spider webs. An annoying one came here. The insect-type dimensional lord was similar in nature as the underlings under its control. Moreover, they reproduced very fast, so the high population was usually a big hindrance. However, this was the type of enemies that was very easy to deal with for Woojin. Swahung. Gu-ak. The bone spears shot out from Woojin's hand, and they pierced through the spiders. When several corpses started to pile up, he immediately raised the skeleton warriors. Pot. Currently, the control he had consumed was all for his familiars. If he excluded the most recent Death Knight relic from the Radic race, every one of his familiar had been with him for a long time. Even if his absolute will and control as a necromancer didn't reach his familiars, they were his comrades. The combined control he needed to maintain his familiar was less than 100. This was why Woojin could easily summon over 2,000 skeletons. Let's see who is faster. It was a race to see if Woojin's extermination was faster or his opponent's breeding was faster. Keek. The skeleton warriors cut through spider webs, and they entered the building. Woojin summoned his long sword. When he reached level 70 of the warrior's class, he gained the ability to change his weapon into a long sword. The basic form was the staff, but it was also able to change into a spear, hammer, greatsword, axe, and bow. There were a total of 7 forms. If he excluded the bow, all the other forms were for close combat. Recently, Woojin enjoyed using the sword. The light long sword was easy to swing, and he was able to change the weapon's form through his will. Shwak, puak. The spider webs was all over the walls and ceiling. He charged as he cut away the spider webs, and at times, spiders suddenly jumped out at him from within the webs. He cut them down, but some spiders were still alive even when their body was cut in half. They kept twitching. Kwajik. Woojin stepped on the spider, and its life expired. Anyone could take away life, but Woojin was able to breathe life into dead things. Poo-puck. The spider's corpse exploded, and a skeleton mage was summoned. Burn them all. Waru-rook. The skeleton mages only used a single type of magic, and the type of magic differed on each summon. Woojin was still below level 80, so he didn't have the lich. This meant he could only summon the skeleton mages at random. If he was lucky, he would summon skeleton mages that used flame magic. He called out his familiar, who lived as a parasite inside Woojin's shadow. He was also the most unpleasant one of his familiars. Gaby. Cook. I almost forgot what Master's voice sounded like. Shut up, and go find Jaiwan. Did you think I wouldn't? Gaby melted into the building, and he started looking for Jaiwan's location. Dear. She isn't doing well. Why? It seems she'll become spider food soon. Cook. Woojin frowned. It seemed the people were being used as hosts to incubate the baby spiders. He didn't have much time. Go back in. Cook. Will your fiancé's death awaken the immortal? Shut up and go back in. Cook. Gaby slipped back into Woojin's shadow. Woojin saw, heard and felt what Gaby experienced. The knowledge settled inside Woojin's head. Jaiwan was on the 7th floor. The banquet hall was covered in spider webs. The humans were in a cocoon, and they were hanging off the ceiling. On the floor, the hatched baby spiders were moving in large groups. A spider human felt the energy from her clear soul, so it was heading towards Jaiwan. He didn't have any time to spare. Woojin looked at the ceiling. He changed his warrior's weapon into a hammer. The energy of the earth strike turned the hammer red. He bent his knees. Woojin gathered the power of dash and jump into his legs. Guang! Woojin's body shot up like a bullet. The floor collapsed on itself. The shockwave blew out all the windows in a row. Coo-coo-coo-cooing. His body broke through each floor, and Woojin finally broke through to 7th floor. Guru-rung. The entire building shook. The spider-human Sharat was surprised when Woojin showed up in such a tough manner. However, she started laughing in short order. Yo-ho-ho! I never expected Earth to have warrior of your caliber. Did the planet Earth have a lot of high-quality roused like the human in front of her? Is this the reason why the Dimensional Lords had a hard time linking to this place? Jubuk, Jubuk. Woojin walked without saying anything. Yo-ho! Warriors are so careless. Sharat prepared her magic for Woojin, who was approaching her without any fear. However, his direction was a bit off. He walked past Sharat, and he headed towards a specific cocoon. She spoke in a sharp voice when he just brushed by her. Insolence! He was close enough for her to touch. Was he that confident? She had suffered from the forced link where her power decreased proportional to the synchronization rate. Still, how dare he ignore a dimensional lord like her? She immediately extended both her hands. Pa-ji-jeek. Her fingernails were like poisonous fangs. Before she could catch Woojin, the spirit armor activated around Woojin. A powerful repulsive force flung Sharat away. Kayak. Woojin stood in front of the cocoon. Zg-jeek. He dug through the spider webs, and he saw Jaiwan's face. She was hanging upside down. It looked as if she had been hanging inverted for so long that her face was red. It was so red that it looked as if her head might burst. Woojina. Pot. Woojin easily ripped away the cocoon. He pulled away the spider webs that was restraining her. Look. Her blood flow had suddenly returned to normal, so she was having a hard time standing on her own 2 feet. She leaned against Woojin's body. Woojin's arm wrapped around her waist. Woojina. Woojin felt relief when he heard her tearful voice. He hadn't been too late. Our friends. Woojin looked around his surrounding. There were well over 100 cocoons here. There were still a lot of them hanging on the ceiling, but there were also some that had burst open. Bones were stacked below the cocoons that had burst open. All the people here had once been his fellow schoolmates. I was too late. Would he have been able to save everyone if he had come to the reunion? It wasn't as if he could change the outcome by regretting over the choice he made. He had explicitly stated that he wouldn't be coming to the reunion, yet people still showed up for the remote chance of seeing the world's best roused Kang Woojin. Maybe they wanted a photo proving that they went to school with the world's most famous man? Kairu. How dare a human do this to me? There was only thing he could do for his friends, who had departed this world early. There was one thing he could do as a consolation. Spider. What is your name? How are you able to speak to me? When the octopus dread and several dimensional lords kept visiting him, Woojin had taken several language pills. One of the language was being used by the spider woman. Is your IQ lacking because you are a spider? Kulruk. How dare. What is your name? I'm a dimensional lord from the Yellow Lizard Coalition. My name is Sharat. You are in the same coalition as that octopus. Woojin lifted his hammer, and he rested it on his shoulder. Sharat eyed him. So you are the new dimensional lord he mentioned. Was it Kang Woojin? Yes. He said you were from this planet. Sharat deliberately looked over Woojin's face. Dread had tried hard to recruit him to their coalition, yet Dread had been stabbed in the back by him. I'll kill all of you. Hong. Death to a dimensional lord is. You'll revive. Then I'll kill you again. You'll keep reviving, and I'll keep killing you all. He'll keep killing them every time they revived. If they don't accept his duel requests, he'll just go to the dungeons on planet Jakku to kill them. He'll thoroughly destroy their dimensional domain, then he'll steal their rank of dimensional lord away from them. In the end, he'll bring death to all of them. Let's fight. This is quite puzzling. Is this all because of the small friction between you and Dread? Is there a reason why you are so resolute in getting in our way? If you thought about it a little bit, you'll realize that your actions are pointless. Was he being so hostile towards them because of the friction between him and Dread? Or was it because they invaded his home planet? Woojin grinned as he raised his hammer. Do I need a reason to kill a bug? Cooing. Woojin's hammer struck the floor. The shockwave flowed across the floor. Pasak, pack. The shockwave made the baby spiders explode. The entire building rang out. How dare you? My young. Before she could glare at Woojin in anger, she became surprised. She felt a searing pain in her stomach, and she felt her body being lifted into the air. Kwajik. Woojin had already rushed forward, and he had changed his hammer into a spear. The weapon pierced through Sherritt's stomach, and she was pinned to the pillar of the building. Sherritt's 4 legs were tipped with poison, and they tried to stab at Woojin. However, he had let go of his spear, and he jumped away from her. Coolwook. Woojin couldn't help it when he saw Sherritt pinned against the wall. He laughed. I guess I'm a little bit nuts. He had no choice but to accept that fact. He couldn't stay serious. Maybe his anger wasn't that strong right now. When he saw Sherritt stuck to the wall, he thought about the summer assignment he completed when he was little. It was an assignment where he had to pin a bug. You can look forward to the day you revive. I'll search you out soon afterwards, and I'll kill you. Woojin summoned his bone spears, and he threw it all at once as if he was throwing the spears against a dartboard. Pop pop pot. The bone spears embedded themselves in various locations on Sherritt's body. This humiliation. I will. Kwajik. The last bone spear embedded itself in Sherritt's head, and she stopped moving. Woojina. The living baby spiders were gathering around Jaiwan. They were baby spiders, but the smallest one was the size of a person hand. The larger ones were the size of a human body. Swahung. The souls that belonged to the spirit armor became spirit spears. It flew towards the spiders. Pasak. When the spirit spear impacted on the spiders, they fell away dead. Rise. Pot. At Woojin's summon, numerous skeleton warriors and skeleton magicians were summoned. There were over 500 of them. Sweep this place. Keek. The skeletons started to stab the numerous baby spiders. When the cleanup ended, the skeleton warriors cut open the cocoons, and they rescued the people within. Look. Hook. Woojina. Thank you. I almost died. I shouldn't have come here. I came here for nothing. Okay. I'm alive. Hook. I'm alive. From Woojin's perspective, 15 years had passed. However, it had only been 5 years for his classmates, and their faces hadn't changed much. Memories started to bubble up. He didn't remember their names, but their faces were familiar. It had been a long time since he met them. What should he say? This wasn't a good place to talk to these nervous people. He didn't have much to say. I'll see you guys next time. He summoned Xing. Woojin grabbed Jaiwan around the waist, and he got on Xing with her. Pa Shik. When the spiders were all eliminated, all the skeletons were unsummoned. If these skeletons weren't put under the commanders, they would revert back to being undead monsters when Woojin traveled farther away from them. I'll be 80 soon. It seemed his familiars were successful in their hunt. His EXP was rising fast. However, Sol was still in danger, and Woojin was busy. Paong. Xing ran across the hall and he jumped through the window. Xing used the phantom gallop to race across empty air. Cindy, who had barely survived, stared at them with an absent-minded expression. Come Woojin. Cindy's heart started to beat faster. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Lord of Pestilence, 2. Chapter 139, Lord of Pestilence, 2. Allendale was under intense pressure. What should we do? Hazel was flustered as she asked the question. The wyverns were using Namsan as a base. The wyverns were spread wide across the sky, and they had started an indiscriminate hunt. Unfortunately, the sky wasn't the only place with monsters. There were several times more monsters gathered on the ground. Every time the dragon let out a rough roar, the monsters spread outwards with Namsan as the center. The soldiers had formed a rough battle line, while the monsters had been gathering. The army started their bombardment. What do you mean, what should we do? We do what we can. Sunggu's word allowed Haesol to control her feelings. He usually looked few cards short of a full desk, and at times, he looked like a simpleton. However, when an urgent situation like this cropped up, Sunggu's words had a profound effect on her. He wasn't simple, because he was lacking in terms of intelligence. He had been trained to be like this by Woojin. We just have to block the monsters that come here. We just have to do as much as we can, and Hyungnim will be here by then. Sunggu raised his sword, which had been gifted to him by Woojin. Warururuk. His sword was covered with flame. No, his weapon wasn't the only thing covered in flame. Sunggu's entire body was swept up by fire. Holy maiden. If I'm about to die, please save me. Leave it to me. He could entrust his life to her. The ever-reliable lifeline of Woojin wasn't present, so the only person he could trust was the Holy Maiden. I'll be heading out first. The man of flame Hong Sunggu charged forward. His battle style wasn't conducive to fighting with allies. He was most effective when he burrowed into the enemy line and fight. The flame he spread didn't differentiate between enemies and allies. He might unnecessarily harm his allies. Basically, he was a specialized roused in drawing aggro from a large group. We should get ready too. Haesol readied her tamed monsters. Kururuk. Ki-ek. She mobilized the Black Panther Jackson, the Knife-beak Crows, Iron-armored Alligator, and other monsters. There were Allendale emblem printed on their body, so everyone could differentiate them from the normal monsters. Let's show them our fighting spirit. Kururuk. Che Haesol was nicknamed the Safari Owner. She would show today that her tamed monsters weren't just ornaments. Kuoo. The monsters took their place with high spirits. My soldiers. The 3 Death Knights summoned the skeleton soldiers under their command. They had already reached level 50, and they were allowed 10 soldiers per level increase. Each Death Knight had 500 skeleton soldiers under them, so in a flash, a large army of 1,500 suddenly appeared. Keh. Accompanying a bizarre cry, the skeleton warriors appeared. As if they had choreographed their actions beforehand, they started to get into formation as they avoided getting close to the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden realized what was going on, so she retreated to the back. I'll take care of the wounded. She was of no help to the undead monsters. She could only work synergistically with Sunggu and Haesol. However, the two of them were used to fighting in a reckless style, so they didn't even think about receiving a buff from her. They had immediately charged into the battlefield. Charge! Maintain the battle line. The skeleton army divided itself. A portion of the army charged forward, and the rest maintained their rear ranks. Sunggu had returned after causing mayhem, and he had to hold the location until the skeleton army could reorganize. Waruruk. Kwang. Sunggu was like a fish that had found water. He was everywhere. Every one of his moves caused a trail of fire, and the buildings exploded and burned as he swung his flame sword. Still, it wasn't as if he was attacking without any plan or thought. Warururuk. He raised walls of fire in between buildings, and he skillfully changed the routes taken by the monsters. He was restricting the battlefield, so the skeleton units could cope with the monsters. Hoo-ah-hoo. His magic was being quickly expended, so Sunggu let out a deep breath. His breath was full of hot air. The monsters were endless even though he kept burning them all. Was he getting tired or nervous? Hew. Sunggu laughed. His body was shaking. It wasn't from fear. His body was shaking with pure joy. This feels incredible. He hadn't been officially measured by the Roused Association, but he did get a rough estimate from within Allendale. Sunggu was of the 7th circle. He was judged to be a rank AA Roused. He didn't need to needlessly limit himself to Korea in this comparison. There were only a handful of high-rank Roused like him in this entire world. He had free control over fire when he waved his hand. His family had evacuated into Alandal's underground bunker. He felt a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder, but the fact that he had enough power to protect them spurred him on. He wasn't powerless, and he didn't have to run away. He had the power to fight, and he would boldly protect his family. Bring it on! Kwang. Every time Sunggu swung his flame sword it caused an explosion. Ki-ah-huck. At that moment, a wyvern dived towards Sunggu. Pa-ah-at. Sunggu raised his hand towards the sky, and flame exploded forth from his palm. The white-hot flame turned the wyvern into a blackened coal, but the corpse fell on Sunggu. Ook. Sungo had been flattened by the enormous monster, and he tried to crawl out from beneath the corpse. In terms of strength, he was strengthened to the point where he was on par with the physical roused. Uracha! He stood up, and he pushed off the wyvern's corpse to the side. Qua! Countless number of monsters were attacking him, but Sungo's eyes were overflowing with confidence. He had soloed 6-star dungeons quite often. He had a limited amount of magical energy, but he learned a method to repartition his stamina to his magic. They can all come at me. I'll be wielding on them. With Sungo's active role in the battle, he had broken up the advanced party of monsters. Now the skeleton army under the command of the Death Knights took control. At strategic points in the battle, one could also see Hasol's tamed monsters doing their share of fighting. At that moment, the dragon on the tower let out a roar. Ku-oh-oh-oh-oh. The sound wasn't just loud. It contained some unknown power within it, and the shockwave interfered with the army's communication devices. Moreover, the fear's effect didn't just end there. It simultaneously gave buffs to the monsters, and the monsters rampaged more crazily. What should I do? Monsters were acting crazy as they charged towards Sungo. The number of monsters seemed to swell, and he briefly thought about retreating. His instincts were correct. The monsters had been unruly and disorganized, but the golden dragon's roar had directed all the monsters towards where Sungo was defending. The dragon had sent the monsters toward Alendal. The human soldiers, who were defending from the other side, now had some room to breathe. However, Sungo was losing his strength as the monsters launched a series of attacks. I need a little bit of time to recover. A battlefield was different from clearing dungeons. During his hunts, he could go to a safe place to recover his strengths. However, he couldn't step back an inch in a war. If he fell, his allies behind him would be in trouble. Moreover, his family was in the rear, and they had put their trust in him. What should I do? Had he been too overconfident? He had been squeezing out the last of his magic, and it was about to bottom out. A lot of thoughts were passing through Sungo's head, and his movement was becoming chaotic. At that moment, a slab of concrete fell from the sky. Gu-oh-ha! Accompanying an energetic roar, the pile of concrete rose up, and it started to clear out the monsters. Bibi appeared as she flew towards Sungo's side. Ha. You did well, Sungo-jing. Bibi. Sungo was very happy to see Bibi. When he turned around, he saw that the skeleton army had increased in number by several times. The other knights are here. Sungo had received lesson from the Death Knights. He knew how strong they were, so he felt a sense of relief. Is Hyung Nim back? Master isn't here yet. Go rest for a little bit. Yes. I'll leave everything to you, Bibi. This was the final stage of the battle. There were still plenty of monster left. Instead of getting in the way, it would be better for him to go recover his strength from the back than rejoin the battle later. Sungo quickly moved to the back, and he saw an exhausted Hasol lying down next to the Holy Maiden. Come here. I'll heal you. Ho-oo. Yes. I'll be in your care. There were scratches on various parts of Sungo's body. Moreover, he had squeezed out every ounce of his magic, so he felt nauseous and he had a headache. When the Holy Maiden's hand touched him, his wounds started to regenerate quickly, and his magic stabilized. He felt his magic recover much faster than his normal recovery rate. He asked her a question. When do you think Hyung Nim will get here? He'll be here within 10 minutes. The Holy Maiden hadn't answered Sungo's question. It was Du Jaemin. He was late to join the party, since he had to take Solgi to Alandal's evacuation shelter. Jaemin was a vassal of the Dimensional Lord, and he was one of the 3 people who could speak to Woojin through his will. To be precise, none of the 3 people were human. There was a vampire, a small devil and a death knight. Student Jaemin. It's been a while. Ha ha. How have you been? I'm fine now. Yes. You have to keep up your spirits. Who care if you aren't human? Student Jaemin is handsome. The sunglasses is really cool. The conversation felt incongruous with the heated battle going on around them. Sungo weirdly reminded him of Woojin, so Jaemin smirked. Why did he feel so relaxed when he thought about Woojin? Anyways, what should we do with all of them? We'll defend our territory, but Seoul would become decimated. This wasn't even comparable in scope to the previous dungeon breaks. There were a lot more monsters here now. However, the biggest problem was the fact that the monsters worked in an organized manner. Do you think Woojin Hyung can sweep them all away once he comes here? Sunggu was being treated as he nodded his head at Jaemun's words. If Hyungnim gets here, he'll pull it off. I heard not too long ago that he'll be able to summon his lich soon. Melody flinched in surprise at Sunggu's words. There was a big fluctuation to the warm energy that had been helping him recover his magic. Sunggu turned to look at her. What's wrong? It's nothing, . Your body is shaking a lot. Melody's body was mildly shaking. It had been a reflexive response, so Melody calmed her heart. You said the Lord of Pestilence is coming. What? Pestilence? Amongst the Immortals' army, it was the nickname given to the infamous Lich Janies. Melody shook as if she was vexed. That nickname is a bit. Do you know how many people died when the Black Death swept over Alphen? History had always been a weak subject for him, and this was regarding the history of a planet in a different dimension. How would he know anything about it? How many? 20 million. That's a lot. Do you know how many people Lich Janies killed for the past 200 years? It was getting uncomfortable for him to ask her the question. How many? 30 million. His appearance was basically treated as a form of pestilence. It isn't that far-fetched to call him the Lord of Pestilence. Sunggu's face turned serious. What should he do? Hyungnim said to learn magic from the Lich. Hyungnim had called such an incredible mass murderer his teacher, and he was currently Woojin's familiar. Ha ha. Janie's Nim sounds like a more incredible person than Hyungnim. The holy maiden frowned when she heard Sunggu's words. Her fists were shaking. Do you know how many people died during the 20-year war fought against the Immortals' undead army? He was afraid to ask when he saw the holy maiden's serious expression. Hong Sunggu started counting his fingers. If the Lich killed 30 million in 200 years, 20 years should net 3 million? It was an incredible figure, but 100 million. Hyungnim always exceeded his imagination. Apparently, there had been only 3 powers left on Alphen. It was Tronet, Allendale, and the Allied Coalition. It seemed Woojin had been conducting a world war. That is a bit on the high side. This is only an estimate. The actual number might be much higher. Sunggu had a complicated expression on his face. He now understood why Melody acted like a scared dog, which was in front of a tiger. Catastrophe. What? The Immortal Steps itself was a catastrophe. Sunggu's expression turned serious. Hyungnim. Is it okay for me to continue to revere you? Is someone talking smack about me? Ego. That surprised me. Sunggu had been focusing on the story, so he hadn't scanned his surrounding. Woojin's face was suddenly thrust forward, and Sunggu was very surprised. Higuk. The holy maiden had rabbit eyes as she started hiccuping. She didn't know what to do. Woojin smirked as he looked at them. If you guys had your fun, let's go hunt now. Why, yes, sir. Sunggu immediately got up. He had to be faithful to his duty. Excuse me, Hyungnim. So how much time is left before you can summon the Lich you spoke about last time? Woojin grinned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Lord of Pestilence, 3. Chapter 140, Lord of Pestilence, 3. I see you are really dedicated to your studies. No, I'm not asking, because of that. Stop trying to rush me too much. He'll be coming out sometime today. No. I'm not trying to rush you. Sunggu had wanted to ask if the Lich was needed in solving this current situation. I'll make a guarantee. Sunggu felt uneasy. You just have to survive. Woojin put his hand on Sunggu's shoulder. Then you will become the best flame magician. Hyungnim. He didn't get why his life be threatened just from learning magic. Go rest a little bit more. Woojin strode towards the hiccuping holy maiden. As if she was guilty of something, the holy maiden flinched in surprise. She didn't know what to do with herself. Were you just reciting my history? I've committed a grave sin. The holy maiden fell to her knees, and she bowed her head. Woojin reacted by putting on a sour expression. Unless you really want to die, why don't you get up? She was a priestess, who was chosen to serve her goddess. She was the holy maiden, yet she kept bowing to him. When the holy maiden tried to keep proper decorum towards him by bowing to him, it felt as if he was being treated the same as a god. He didn't like it. He was human. Yes. The Holy Maiden abruptly got up. Woojin frowned as he asked her a question. He didn't care if she was talking about him from behind his back. He was more interested in Alphen's history. The first dungeon was linked to Alphen around 200 years ago? Yes. You are correct. When did the Dimensional Lords start to indiscriminately invade Alphen? It was around 100 years ago. Woojin made some mental calculations about the timeline, and he frowned. The first dungeon formed 5 years ago on Earth. The Dimensional Lords started to show up after 5 years. It was progressing too fast. So Alphen held out for 100 years? How long do you think Earth will be able to hold out? The dungeons of Alphen and Earth can't be compared. So asking for a prediction is a bit. Earth's communication network was much superior. If something happened on the planet, the whole world would know about it the next day. That was how advanced the communication network on Earth was. However, people of Earth weren't fighting as one. They were having trouble unifying. Information traveled slower on Alphen, but there had been figures who had been able to coordinate and control the people. These beings were able to lead the hearts of men. They were able to rally the people towards a specific direction. Woojin looked towards Melody, who was the Holy Maiden of the Arya Church. I have a task for you. What is it? I want you to help Suwa awaken. His words surprised Melody. She looked up at Woojin with rabbit eyes. It wasn't a simple task to relay the words of a god. Melody had personal experience regarding this, so she was more informed than anyone else. Are you sure about this? Well, I have no choice. He didn't have much choice. This was for his Dongsing and Earth. We need a glue to hold us all together. Melody silently agreed with Woojin's words. He had tried to become the essential glue that held all the people together. He had tried to use his overwhelming power and overbearing actions to lead the people. However, the world was crumbling faster around him. Earth would fall from within before Woojin could gain control over the roused. Morality would crumble. Hopelessness and despair would spread across the world. He needed to give the people hope and trust. Woojin had been found lacking. His Dongsing was a god's seed. He didn't know which god would appear. It might be one of the god whom people worshipped for a long time. It could also be a forgotten ancient god who no one could identify. She could be chosen by some unknown god. Suya's fate would be harsh, but she didn't have a choice. Woojin couldn't do anything for her. Suya has to survive. The god seed couldn't be denied unless one died. What if it is an evil god? Woojin laughed in spite of himself. You think gods are divided by good and evil? If you believe them, then they are good. If not, they are evil. As the Holy Maiden of Arya, she didn't want to hear such words from the immortal. However, she didn't have the courage to dispute his claim. There is no such thing as an evil god. Go help Suya awaken. She could help the god seed sprout without Suya going insane. The Holy Maiden Melody possessed the power of Arya, so this was something only she could do. Understood. When he heard the Holy Maiden's reply, Woojin turned to look at the rampaging monsters. Well, shall I go hunt a dragon? Woojin grinned as he looked at the gold dragon perched atop Namsan. I'll help you. Woojin shook his head when Sungu stood up immediately. Hey Soul, and you can clear the monsters near here. Understood. It was unfortunate, but Woojin had made the call. It meant this was too dangerous for him. Sungu didn't overextend himself for no reason. Roused worked with their life on the line, and nothing was more dangerous than reckless bravado. Woojin was going to catch one dragon. It wasn't a big deal, so he didn't need to take all of his companions. He needed 10 Death Knights to distract the dragon. Dulcie would steadily attack, and Bibi will use her mental attacks to cause confusion. He would also be attacking. He didn't need anyone else. However, the monsters had spread out far with Nazan as the staging point. His familiars had to cover a large region, so they were all busy. Or I could just call on Janies. His EXP was surging towards the end. He just needed couple minutes, and his EXP would be filled. Potential EXP was all around him. He was actually delighted that the dungeon breaks were concentrated around Soul. His undead army was able to hunt down the monsters, and his EXP was stacking at a very fast rate. Woojin ran into the battlefield himself. He wanted to shorten the time it took for him to level up. Schwack! Woojin extended his hand, and the bone spears pierced through the monsters like they were made out of cloth. Oolong! The spirit spears shot down the swift bat monsters from the sky. The bat monsters kept dodging, but the spirit spears chased them down. Kwajik. After gaining the warrior class, his most frequently used weapon was the axe. His axe split open the heads of the monsters. He didn't have to work too hard to end the lives of the monsters. Each engagement resulted in corpses stacking up around Woojin. Were the monsters sick of his overwhelming force? Woojin grinned when he saw the monsters showing signs of retreating. Where do you think you are going? Chwaroruk. There were numerous corpses here. There were a lot of corpses with bones within them. He could use the corpses as medium to form the wall of bones. Woojin blocked the retreat of the monsters, and Woojin's power exploded forth. Puwahak. With Woojin at the center, a green smoke started to spread outwards, and it started to poison the monsters. The insect-type monsters all died from the poison. He didn't even have to raise his weapon. If he didn't have to worry about his allies, Woojin's battle style was peerless. This battle style had been passed on to Hong Sungu. Rise. Puwak. The corpses around Woojin exploded. Blood and body parts flew everywhere, and over 200 skeleton mages were summoned. Each of their levels were high enough to be close in ability to a rank be roused. Each of their magic spells were dangerous. The only shortcoming was the fact that their magic were simple. They could only use magic of a single element. They could only use a single magic spell, but this didn't mean there weren't a variety of magic being used. This was the case when several dozen to several hundred of them were summoned. He summoned skeleton magicians able to use fire, ice, lightning, wind, or poison-type magic. He was able to create a diverse mage army. Bomb them! Keek. The skeletons let out a hair-raising laugh, and they started to let loose their magic. The Death Knights had some room to breathe thanks to Woojin's active role in the battle. The Death Knights moved the skeleton army to surround the monsters. They created a large perimeter around Namsan. 99.9%. He was almost there. However, at that moment, the dragon pushed off the Namsan tower to head towards Woojin. It seemed the dragon realized he couldn't just let this be. When the dragon left the Namsan tower, one could see vines encircling the entire tower. It seemed the dragon was trying to make the Namsan tower his colony. It still needed a day to become functional. Woojin had plenty of time to kill the dragon then destroy the colony. The dragon was high up in the sky, and its stomach was inflating. This might be a problem. Will he be able to block the dragon's breath? Woojin would be fine. His spirit armor would protect him. However, the people around him. What will he do about the people in Allendale? This was a very welcome sound. Woojin immediately called for him. Janies. It was his teacher, who had taught him the ways of slaughter and boldness. He had helped Woojin with creating destruction. He was Woojin's top advisor, who had helped him reign. He had once been called a great scholar and an archmage on Alphen. To save Alphen from crumbling, he had made himself a lich, and he had been taken captive by madness. The Deathless Magician. Schwak. The black smoke coalesced in midair. He was a skeleton wearing a black robe, and he had a black staff in his hand. He wore similar-looking clothes as the skeleton mage, but unlike the skeleton mages, he had an oppressive presence. His red eyes flashed. Master. Was Alphen saved? His voice buzzed, and the sound had the power of shaking a person's heart. The hair-raising sound was akin to a train coming to an emergency stop. Woojin touched his itchy ears as he spoke. Not yet. How about blocking that for me first? Woojin pointed to the sky. The golden dragon Rajaki had inflated to a massive size, and it was about to let out its dragon's breath. Where did my power disappear to? Oh yeah. Woojin quickly opened his skill window, and he invested bonus points into the Lich Summon skill. In a flash, the one became 99. Janie's body flashed several times, and his body went through several changes. The black robe was now imprinted with glowing magical circles, and it was letting out a mysterious atmosphere. The head of the staff was embedded with 5 types of gems, and it was letting out a dazzling light. Poo-ah-ah. It sounded as if a pressure cooker was being opened. If one listened with one's eyes closed, that was what it sounded like. The source of the sound was the dragon's breath that had been emitted from Rajaki's mouth. It was heading towards the surface. Janie's created a concave shield to block out the entire sky. Quack-quack-quon. It was a barrier made out of magic, and it pressed up against the dragon's barrier. A shockwave exploded forth as if a nuclear bomb had gone off. However, most of it was reflected towards the sky. The damage on the ground was minimal. You were right on time. Does Yong Yong need a friend? He's Tronet's minion. He's useless to me. Just kill him. When a dimensional lord was killed, the corpse wasn't left behind. It would just disappear as it let out a gray light. Wouldn't one need the corpse to make a bone dragon? What about Prash's executioner? I searched for it, but I couldn't find it. He had searched through the achievement store and the dimensional store, but the executioner was missing. Amongst Frash's set item, the executioner was the weapon. The recipe was also missing, so he had no idea if it really existed or not. It was an odd weapon. Janice continued to tell Woojin that he had to continue his search for the weapon. While the two were having a conversation, the dragon slowly descended. Rajaki glared at the undead magician, who had blocked its dragon's breath. He never expected to find such a strong lich on Earth. The Earth isn't synchronized yet. How are you able to gain such power as aroused from Earth? Rajaki's words made Lich's red eyes gleam. Disgusting. Janie's anger toward Tronet exceeded one's imagination. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. We'll talk after you kill that thing. As the Lord commands. The Lich was willful as he switched between using Master and Lord. It couldn't be helped. Woojin hadn't made this being. The Lich had existed on its own for 200 years before he had become Woojin's familiar. Woojin was just thankful and reassured by the fact that Janice followed his order. Burned to death by the inferno. Warururuk. A black fire shot out from Janie's staff, and it impacted on Rajaki's wing. This was a fire comparable to the flames within hell. It was a type of hellfire, and Janie's lightning-quick casting time was almost unbelievable. Kuok. Waruruk. Its wing caught on fire, and its summoned magic couldn't put out the fire. The fire was spreading across its entire body. Huwug, huwug. The dragon's wings was beating hard enough to send the cars flying across the street. The windows were ripped off the buildings, and the skeleton magicians were sent flying every which way. Kuwaang. The dragon desperately flapped its wings in the air before it crashed to the ground. After flattening several buildings, the dragon finally came to a stop. It had barely been able to extinguish the hell's conflagration. If it hadn't been a dragon, it would have burned until its life was extinguished. How dare you? You dare enrage me. It had linked to Earth with a light heart, and it never expected to suffer such a humiliation. This parlor trick won't be able to withstand my rage. It was caught off guard, so the hellfire had easily struck it. It was serious now, so it wouldn't fall for the hellfire again. It was going to destroy the entire city. Ku-ah-ah-ah. The dragon's wings smoked as it let out a roar. It stood on all four legs. The dreadful fear made all beings shake from terror. The Lich didn't have ears, so he didn't budge an inch. He just stood there in front of the dragon. Goo-ha-ha. Was I lacking in firepower? Magic extended out from the Lich's staff. Waruruk. From the dragon's surrounding, fountain of flames rose up. Flames had pierced up from the ground, and the flames were blossoming into a flower. Heads appeared from the red-hot lava. These were dragons with 9 heads, who had fallen into the fires of hell to be tortured. The Hydra had been summoned by Janice. Quack. To be precise, he had summoned 100 of them. 900 heads opened its jaws, and they headed towards Rajaki. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Meteors. Chapter 141, Meteors. Guagwagwang. The aftermath of the explosion was incredible. Several dozen skeleton mages were swept away. Woojin was hunting by himself, so fortunately, soldiers and his familiars weren't by his side. Hooing. The wrecks of the leftover buildings were swept up into the shockwave, and it was dispersed into the surrounding. When the dust settled down, Woojin retracted his barrier, then he approached Janice. How does it feel being released from Seal? Do you think I had fun during the time I have lost? Woojin shrugged his shoulders. He'd never experienced being in the room of Seal, and he never experienced death. You probably have a lot of questions for me. Let's tidy up the battlefield first. That sounds like a good idea. You should team up with Ramzan. I'll do so. Woojin quickly grabbed Janice, who was about to disappear. Oh yeah. Don't kill any humans. Your words make no sense. Don't kill them. As the Lord wants. Weary reek. Janice disappeared as his body turned into black smoke. The Lich never went back on his spoken words, so he wouldn't harm the humans. This will cause the eradication of the monsters to be slowed down. However, he couldn't torch the entire cottage, because he wanted to catch the bedbugs. If Woojin hadn't cautioned Janice, he would have indiscriminately bombarded the city of Seoul. That would have been the quickest way to eradicate all the monsters. Shall I check myself out a little bit? He was level 80 now. His warrior's weapon had evolved over time, and he had just passed another hurdle where another evolution to his weapon would happen. Woojin opened his skill window. A warrior's weapon was basically one's best friend, and they are akin to one's life. The warrior's weapon grew alongside the user. It is always with you, and it is always ready to come out at your beck and call. Effect: Strength plus 5, Speed plus 30, Health plus 30, Durability recovery, Dispelled state. Skill: Summon, Dispel, Transform, Spear, Hammer, Axe, Greatsword, Bow, Longsword, Throwing Knives. Throwing knives? The 8th transformation form was already determined. His weapon's buff effect had started out at Strength plus 5, but now it was plus 30. Moreover, there were additional effect of Speed and Health. When he reached level 90, his weapon arsenal will expand further, and the increased stats would be immense. If one wanted to walk the road of a warrior class, the warrior's weapon was an inseparable companion. Chul Gurak. Woojin's weapon changed form. 3 small throwing knives appeared in his hand instead of the steel staff. Each of the throwing knives was of a different size. The first one had a blade that was about a handspan in length, and it could be used like a dagger. The entire length of the second knife was about a handspan in length, and it was like a small ornamental silver knife. The last one was like a mid-sized throwing knife. Sharak, Shweek. Woojin summoned and dispelled the weapon several times. The weapon repeatedly disappeared, and reappeared in his hand. He was also able to freely change the size of the throwing knives, so he could summon throwing knives ideal for the palm of his hands. What are the skills I can learn? Woojin opened the achievement store to buy the level 80 skills that had been unlocked. He bought the skills that was exclusive to the warrior class. There were 2 weapon skills that was self-explanatory. However, he was curious about the effect of the last skill. During a hard fight, the warrior's yell will boost the spirit of one's allies. Effect: Increased morale, increased battle capability. Woojin smiled when he saw the description of the skill. It's a group buff. Until level 70, the skills given to him strengthened the warrior. The first buff skill appeared at level 80. It had also been a buff where his yell would affect the allies in his vicinity. It was an AoE buff. The battle was slowly coming to an end. Woojin headed towards Namsan where he decided to try out his new weapon skills. Rajaki had planted vines, and it had grown all over the tower. It would be a problem if the colony gained a foothold here. He had to quickly get rid of it. Woojin stopped in his tracks when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He raised his head towards the sky. Do. When he focused his senses, he felt the air vibrate. The clouds were shaped a bit funny too. His focused eyesight couldn't see anything, but he felt some kind of presence. Ha! Woojin shook his head from side to side. Janice had an extreme hatred towards Tronet. He had deployed a meteor to destroy a functionless colony that yet to take hold here. It was already too late to stop it. So I'm the one who will be responsible for destroying the Namsan Tower again. The symbol of Seoul had been destroyed 5 years ago during the dungeon shock. It hadn't even been several years since it was rebuilt. He never expected he would be the cause of its destruction. Any action taken by the undead army was his sole responsibility. This might not end at the tower. Namsan itself might be erased. He still had time before the meteor struck the mountain. Woojin looked around his surrounding. He got on his phantom steed Xing, and they galloped away. Do. Kwaong. The battlefield was noisy with the sounds of bullets being fired, and the explosions going off. In the midst of all of this, several cameras were taking in the sight of the battle. A small monitor displayed the battle as if the battle was going on right in front of one's nose. In truth, the camera was positioned about 1 kilometer away. Phew. This is beyond a mess. The flying monsters and the quick monsters were only 1 kilometer away, and that fact worried them. However, the army were at the final stage of the suppression, so the danger against them was a bit diminished. Shall we get closer, producer? It's all right. Let's wait here. We'll go in after the gunfire dies down. Yes. The world is coming to an end. End. The producer reclined on a picnic chair, and he absent-mindedly stared up at the sky. There was no point in getting a scoop in this fucked up world. If he crossed into the no-go area set up by the army, he might get unlucky and get shot by friendly fire. If he died, he wouldn't be able to take up his grievances with anyone. Isn't something coming our way? What is it? It looks like a horse. What? Dude. We are on a roof. Do you think a Pegasus exists or something? I'm not lying. Ha! Stop being a bitch. The producer unnecessarily glared at his junior once, then he stood up from his chair. He put a cigarette in his mouth, and his face froze when he caught sight of what was on the other side of the balustrade of the rooftop. It's a horse. I told you. Who is it? Who's riding it? It kind of looks like Woojin. I think you are right. The cigarette in the producer's mouth fell to the ground when he heard his junior colleague's words. Hey! Hurry up and turn the camera. The camera had been zoomed in to film the battlefield. The camera was turned towards the sky where it filmed the sight of Woojin racing across the sky. He was coming towards them on his phantom steed. He-young. When Xing Xing arrived at the rooftop balustrade, Woojin jumped off the horse. Can we broadcast this live? Woojin pointed towards the camera as he spoke. The producer mindlessly shook his head from side to side. We can't broadcast live. We send out a signal around every 10 minutes. That'll be too late. When Woojin frowned, the producer spoke quickly. Do you have some urgent need? We can decrease the time to 1 minute. Woojin nodded his head at those words. There is a meteor coming down on Namsan. Tell the nearby civilians to be prepared. What? A meteor? How many news crews are around Namsan? There are 4 teams. Pass on a message for me. Can you contact the army? If you wait a moment, I can look up the contact information. It's all right. It'll be faster for me to just go there. The nearby civilians had all been evacuated when Rajaki gathered the monsters around Namsan. When the meteor fell, the biggest casualties would come from the military. Heeing. After Woojin delivered his message, Woojin rode Xing Xing towards the army. The producer just stared after Woojin's back. Producer. Should we broadcast this immediately? Jae-sun. Did I really just talk to Woojin? Yes. You did. Ha. Jae-sun, the junior employee, spoke. The producer had a dazed expression on his face as if he was dreaming. Senior. What do I do with the newest footage? What do you think? The producer immediately made a call. Vice President. I got a scoop. The footage I just sent should be aired immediately after being edited. Woojin had disappeared from his sight, but the producer continued to stare towards Woojin's flight path with the phone pressed to his ear. Hero Woojin saw through the dragon's plan. The dragon summoned a meteor. There wasn't anything Woojin couldn't do. What would have happened to Seoul again if he wasn't here? There had been several locations where the monsters had gathered, and Woojin's familiars had destroyed them all. The army was clearing out remnant of the monsters. He said the meteor will fall on Namsan soon. He said everyone should evacuate. He didn't even have to debate if his information had come from a reliable source. Woojin wasn't someone who would lie. This was how the people perceived Woojin. His words carried weight. The producer's voice was shaking from a weird sense of pride. Is this how members of the Earth's Defense Force felt? He had only delivered Woojin's words, but wouldn't that contribute in a big way towards saving Seoul? He never felt more pride at his choice of occupation. He has saved Seoul once again. We can't retreat. It is my job to protect this place. Woojin shrugged his shoulders at the commander's words. If you insist on dying, then I won't dissuade you. Woojin unfurled a finger, and he pointed towards the sky. The clouds were rippling like waves. In about 10 minutes, you'll be able to see it yourself. If you retreat at that time, you'll all die. If you want to live, you have to retreat now. However, if you have a death wish, I won't stop you. Woojin had delivered his intentions. He didn't like the senseless loss of lives, but he didn't feel any moral obligation where he had to save everyone. He had informed them of the danger, and that was enough. He wasn't their nanny. If we do that, the monsters will spread out into the city. I'll block them. What are you going to do? I'll withdraw my forces. Woojin smirked. Hurry up and go. After speaking those words, Woojin headed to the front line. If he wanted to help the army's retreat, he had to hold back the monsters. The soldiers saluted Woojin as they left. Woojin summoned his bone spears, and he threw it to various locations. Chwaruruk. The bones grew and they immediately intersected to form a wall of bones. Since he was creating the bone wall across a large swath of land, a very large amount of magic escaped his body. He mumbled as he drank the magic potion he bought from the achievement store. Geez, genies. You created a lot of inconvenience for a lot of people, but since he said not to harm any people, it shouldn't be a big meteor. Still, the shockwave created by the impact couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, Janie's skill was so great that he was very accurate with his magic. There weren't going to be any mishaps where the meteor would fall somewhere else. The Namsan Tower was almost a sure loss, and the nearby residents will be leveled. There wouldn't be any human casualties, but the monsters hiding inside the forest will be annihilated. Woojin surrounded the monsters with the wall of bones before they could escape. If there was a strong resistance from the monsters, he wouldn't use his depleted magic. He would fight them using the warrior's skills. Woojin was keeping back the monsters by himself after the army left. At that moment, a black smoke coalesced into forming the Lich Janies. How come you called a meteor down here? Goo ha ha. It is me knocking on Earth's door. Woojin looked as if he had just chewed on shit. If you observe your manners one more time, Earth will be completely decimated next time. Goo ha ha ha. There won't be any casualties from this. A sigh left Woojin's mouth. Is it a small one? It is only a small rock that's being used as a greeting. The problem was the fact that the small rock contained an enormous amount of destructive force. Please put a barrier over Alandal's buildings. Who cares about the buildings? My family is there. My bad. Janie's body turned into black smoke, and he dispersed into the air. Woojin let out a sigh as he stared up at the sky. Twinkle. The small light was quite accurate as it headed towards Namsan. After it became visible to the naked eyes, it only took several seconds for it to impact the earth. Go on. After the impact, the delayed sound of explosion rang out. The ground shook, and Woojin's soul armor activated. It covered his entire body. The ground was so decimated that there wasn't even a trace of the Namsan Tower left. Moreover, a big hole was formed at Namsan. The mushroom cloud rose up with the dust, and this wasn't happening only in Seoul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Meteor 2. Chapter 142, Meteor 2. News was coming out from the large TV inside the meeting room. Before the dragon infesting Namsan died, it is theorized that it had summoned a meteor. It has been a week since that event. You can see on the screen that there is a big hole was created in Namsan, and any trace of the old tower cannot be found. Namsan was burnt to the ground and countless buildings were destroyed. The roads were destroyed without leaving a trace behind. It was hard to think this place was Seoul, but the shock felt by the civilians weren't that large. Maybe it was because they had already experienced a very big calamity called the dungeon shock. Seoul quickly found its equilibrium. The civilians were actually feeling a sense of pride instead of being worried. Alandal's Mr. Khan Woojin predicted the meteor summoning, and the civilians were able to quickly evacuate thanks to his information. The dungeon breaks happened simultaneously around the world, but the most prepared city had been Seoul. Mr. Khan Woojin's familiars took an active role in suppressing the monsters early on. Short videos that were shot and submitted by citizens were being replayed. There was a video of the Iron Golem fighting the monsters. There were also videos of several thousand skeleton warriors and death knights succeed in killing the monsters. The shockwave caused an earthquake that could be felt in Cheonan. However, the Alandal Guild's private land didn't suffer any damage from the meteor impact. The screen showed a footage that was filmed from a helicopter. Namsan was leveled, and the nearby buildings were destroyed. There was so much debris that one couldn't even find the roads. As one got further away from the impact zone, one could see relatively whole buildings with only their windows blow out. However, Alandal was within the demolished part of the city. It was as if a massive tornado had missed the land and buildings owned by the Alandal Guild. The image looked like an island floating atop a dust cloud. It was as if the dust that had settled to the floor had missed only Alandal. Only Alandal was clean. Alandal's protector is none other than President Khan Woojin. What would have happened if he wasn't in Seoul? What if the Alandal Guild wasn't next to the Seoul station? What would have happened if they moved to Tokyo or even LA? The screen showed a reporter with a very serious expression on his face. The common convention has been broken regarding the dungeons. The dungeons are breaking every day, and the monsters continue to pour out. Some countries have used nuclear weapons to eradicate the monsters. This is to all of our viewers. There is 1 day left on the national referendum. Whether Korea is placed under the shade of Allendale or they leave this country, the choice is up to you. This is MBS Park Sunjian. Young Minchin turned off the TV with the remote when the anchor finished his words. The core members of Allendale was sitting inside the meeting room. He spoke with a heavy expression on his face. The situation is in our favor. However, we have to prepare for the possibility of the majority voting against us. Lawyer Lee Kangjin had resigned his post as a prosecutor, and he had officially entered into Allendale. He asked with a serious expression on his face. If the revision to the amendment is considered void, then we have to leave Korea. The content of the revision was to acknowledge the existence of a city-state within Korea. It was a very big issue that required the vote of the people, and the treaty could be finalized only when this hurdle was cleared. This would complete the formation of a city-state within Korea. Lee Kangjin's speculation was logical, but all the founding members all shook their heads from side to side. Allendale is going nowhere. The property we occupy right now will continue to be our territory. What? If the worst outcome happens, don't we have to leave eventually? If Korea wasn't receptive to Allendale, then they would ask Allendale to leave to a different country. However, President won't leave. If the votes invalidates the change, Allendale will become an anti-government organization. Lee Kangjin had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Woo Sung-hoon understood what was going on, so he nodded his head. President said to never leave the Seoul station. We have no choice. Ha! Still, the situation won't. A few. You have to get used to it, Lawyer Nim. Just take it as a fact. If the president says he isn't leaving, then he isn't leaving. Lee Kangjin checked the faces of all the people present in the meeting room. There was the Allendale's Vice President Young Mikan, Support Director Kim Haman, Chief Secretary Woo Sung-hoon, and the Director of Miscellaneous Work Hong Sung-gu, who was known as the Flame Man. Everyone was accepting this matter too matter-of-factly. In the worst-case scenario, there might be a clash between forces. On one side, there will be the country that won't legitimize the other country within its border. On the other side, there will be the small city-state exerting its right as a sovereign country. The result from this two sides clashing was obvious. The small city-state will win. President might want to seize power from the entire Korean government. We have to make a plan for such an eventuality. No one spoke as everyone was taken aback by Kim Haman's words. Are you talking about conducting treasonous acts against Korea? I'm trying to stop such a thing from happening. Don't we just have to persuade the president? I think taking over a country is easier than persuading Hyung-nim. Sung-gu, who had been listening to the conversation, spoke up. Silence descended inside the meeting room at his words. When is the president coming back? He said tomorrow, but he might be back earlier. Is it really possible to return from Britain within a day? He hasn't even arrived there yet. Even if he was on a fast plane, would it be possible to keep such a tight schedule? President will use the dungeon. Lee Kangjin's eyebrows twitched. Is the dungeon some kind of dimensional teleportation door? The president uses it that way. He was speechless. There were too many things he didn't know about Kong Woojin. Lee Kangjin spoke after he thought on the matter. Is the Seoul station the reason why he can't leave Korea? You are correct. It was the reason why Woojin insisted on staying in Seoul. Lee Kangjin leaned back into his chair. In the end, they were in a situation where they had to pray for the vote to pass the amendment. The public opinion is in our favor. I did a pre-survey, and the approval of the amendment was overwhelming. There were even some people who wanted to elect him as the president of Korea. Lee Kangjin calmly read the data. If we don't leave Seoul, Allendale can just keep the status quo. What if the Korean government pressures us? Lee Kangjin smirked. Who's the one that cut off the head off the members of Congress? Currently, the arrest warrants were issued for them. The public opinions regarding the members of Congress is low right now. He was right. South Korea blocked the businesses with ties to the dead congressman from pestering Kong Woojin. It was a move done to protect him. Unless the threat of the dungeon break disappears, no one will bother our president. Young Minchin nodded his head as he listened to Lee Kangjin's words. He had been a prosecutor, so he was probably the most well-informed person here regarding these issues. If passed, Allendale and South Korea will enter into an agreement. If the amendment wasn't passed, they'll just maintain the status quo. If they were at a disadvantage or something threatened them, they could resolve the problem when it happened. The knife was in Alandal's hand. All we can do is wait. Everything will come to a head tomorrow. The main problem right now was the fact that Kong Woojin was heading towards Britain. When he left, he just said, "Just take care of everything adequately." Young Minchin glanced at Li Kongjin, who was still kept in the dark about Alandal's situation. Everyone will freak out if they learn the president was the one who had summoned the meteor, but... He looked at the founding members, and it seemed all of them had an idea on what had happened. The news going around was in Alandal's favor. It was spread that the dragon had summoned the meteor, and Kong Woojin saw it coming. He had warned the people to evacuate. I hope the president comes back quickly. Young Minchin was tasked to setting up the country, and he was its prime minister. However, there was a world of difference between the president being absent and being here. I wouldn't mind if he took his time in coming back. When Woojin returned, Sungu would study magic from the Lich in earnest. Sungu looked as if he wanted to cry. The number of dungeon breaks that had occurred this time was 212. The only difference from the past was that 19-dimensional Lord had been summoned to Earth. The monsters were dangerous on their own, but now they moved as if they were being ordered by someone. The pressure given by this fact was immense. Moreover, there were some who felt fear from this development. The dimensional lord that infested Russia had set up its colony near a forest in Siberia. In North Korea, the dimensional lord had taken residence inside the presidential palace. North Korea lost Pyongyang and the lives of its citizens. Russia took out the infested region of Siberia. Both countries dropped a nuke. It neatly took care of the monsters, but the damage was massive. 9-dimensional lords had appeared in Seoul, but Seoul took the least damage compared to other locations in the world. 7 had appeared in Seoul, and 2 had appeared in Busan. Woojin's quick action had killed all the dimensional lords before they could get their operations running. He had also eliminated the dimensional lords in Busan. Overall, there were only 4 countries that were able to kill a dimensional lord with their own power. US killed 2, Japan killed 1, and China killed 1. In these 4 countries, the roused and the army worked together. They were successful in their subjugation, and the colonies were also destroyed. The problem was the dimensional lords in Europe. There were dimensional lords in Greece, Germany, and the UK. The monsters gathered around the colonies, and they had done nothing initially except defend their base. Since the monsters weren't doing anything, these countries thought they weren't in imminent danger. They decided to approach the situation with caution. Their forces were gathered very slowly. When the roused and the army started their subjugation, a day had already passed. The monster had stayed calm for a day, and they all ran amok at the same time. The monsters had been waiting for their bases to be built. Then the dimensional lords also started to run amok, so Europe immediately fell into a state of panic. The heated battles continued, but the number of monsters didn't decrease. The monsters kept popping out from the completed colonies. The dimensional lord was on a different level as the regular monsters, so the subjugation itself wasn't easy. The damage kept mounting. Once the colonies were completed, the situation got out of hand. They were actually taking more damage than Russia and North Korea, who used their nuclear weapons. This was the reason why Woojin and the Holy Maiden were sharing a conversation on a plane as it headed towards Europe. 30% of Italy's peninsula was occupied by monsters, and the plane was about an hour away from arriving. Here. Take this. The Holy Maiden made rabbit eyes when she saw Woojin thrust a purple gem towards her. It was a dimensional fragment, and it was a very rare and precious item. How can you give such a precious item to me? I borrowed one from you last time. I'm just settling the account. He hadn't been lying when he said he'll return it. She never knew the immortal was this honest. I don't need it anymore. You can have it, monarch. Woojin smirked at the Holy Maiden's modest answer, and he put the dimensional fragment back into his inventory. Well, all right. I'll use it well. Did he suggest giving it back to her as some kind of trick? Even if she gave it back to him, he had agreed to take it too quickly. Anyways, what do you think about all of this? What do you mean? I'm talking about the current situation. Isn't it similar to what happened on Alphen? The colonies had been completed. Monsters were generated from those locations. Tronet's underlings were endless no matter how many one killed. It does bring up the horrible nightmare. Doesn't it? It was quite tedious. When she heard his words, the Holy Maiden looked at him with a strange light in her eyes. Alphen's continents were taken inch by Tronet's underlings. Their personnel had been constantly reinforced, so it had been inevitable. The surviving countries had formed an alliance, but their influence diminished each day. The only one able to protect a large swath of land had been the immortal. He had protected Allendale. Now that I think about it, they don't have an unlimited supply of troops. On planet Alphen, he only killed those who stepped onto his territory. However, he was in a different situation right now. He had to root out his opponents before they gained more territory. The colony was the key. It allowed the Dimensional Lord to be able to use their power. If they had spare energy, they could purchase as many monsters it allowed. Then the rampaging monsters would hunt down the humans, and the energy would be replenished. Then they could once again reinforce their troops. Do you know how I feel right now? How? Woojin looked out the airplane's window. It was pitch black outside. This was why the window reflected his face like a mirror. He had a broad smile on his face. It feels like I've been gifted an inexhaustible regenerating hunting ground. They can attack him with all the monsters they could summon with the energy. He'll kill them all, and he'll gobble up all the EXP. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Colonies. Chapter 143, Colonies. The Colosseum was seized. Several dozen dungeons broke nearby, and the monsters gathered around the Colosseum. It was a very important historical site, so the government hesitated in sending in their armed forces. They wanted to protect the site. Roused subjugation teams were formed, and they carried out mission to lure and annihilate the monsters. The plan worked pretty well. Whatever plan they carried out, they had to do it before the colony was completed. After a day, the large tree that had grown inside the Colosseum started letting out a light. Until that point, the monsters had been calm as if they were gathered for a reunion. Afterwards, the monsters simultaneously ran amok. No, it was closer to a march. The city was destroyed, and the army retreated. The Colosseum became a foothold, and the only remnant of humans were their corpses. Do. Ting. It was a fierce battlefield where machine guns were firing relentlessly towards the charging monsters. Qua. The enormous monster's ogre leather was so hard that bullets couldn't penetrate it. Kung. The ogre took big strides as it ran. It was about to reach the camp. Quang. Rocket launchers simultaneously launched their projectiles, and the rockets hit the target. Chunks of flesh was ripped away from various parts of the body, but as it was falling down from its charge, it threw its club. The enormous club flew through the air towards a window that had been continuously raining down bullets towards the ogre. Kuwak. Fabio. The soldier using the machine gun was immediately snuffed out, and Fabio, who had been off to the side, barely hung onto his life. The club had ripped off one of his arm, and he wasn't in a good state. He had taken a blow to the head too, so his head was soaked with blood. If left alone, he would die from excessive bleeding. Let's go down. Stay with me a little longer. Look. Antonio supported Fabio down the stairs. The advance of the monsters were endless. They didn't show any signs of decreasing in number no matter how many were killed. This battle had been continuing for the 5th day. The entire city of Rome was lost. There weren't even an official count on how many civilians and soldiers had died. The monsters continued to march forward, and the humans kept retreating. Their territory was getting larger. After exiting the building, Antonio searched for the medics located in the rear. The place was filled with soldiers injured by the monsters. Ooh. Hurry up and heal me. Uwak. Help me. The final order came down amongst the screams of pain. Load up the injured. We are retreating. Since the retreat order was given, the explosives placed along the last battle line would explode in 5 minutes. Stay with me a little longer, Fabio. Ooh. There was no space to lie down inside the truck. The medic sitting on the bench quickly wrapped bandages around him in an attempt to stem the bleeding. However, his friend's eyes were fluttering as it closed. It seemed he was almost at death's door, and this would be Antonio's final goodbye with his friend. Shit. Antonio let out a curse as he grabbed his gun. He'll get his revenge for his comrade. We wanted to shove bullets into the monsters up until the end. Do. The soldiers gave a final covering fire as the troops started to retreated. Antonio. Hurry up and get in. A vehicle with a machine gun mounted on the roof stopped next to him. Antonio got on the vehicle, and they quickly retreated. He spoke to the soldier operating the machine gun. We have 4 minutes left. Explosives were planted in various locations. It'll deal a bug blow to the advancing monsters. They had to get far as possible before the explosives went off. Shit. The territory held by active monsters was slowly expanding. Since the monsters moved under orders, they weren't wild animals. They were basically an alien army. This wasn't a monster hunt anymore. This was the start of war between the monsters and humans. We have to catch the monster lords. Monster lords. These were beings on a higher level than the dungeon's boss monsters. These beings were shrouded in veil, and not much was known about them. They brought a sense of danger that rivaled the dungeon shock. Anyways, reinforcement is coming from Korea. What? This was the first time Antonio had heard of this news, so he turned to look at his comrade. The other man's face was filled with hope. It was a bizarre sight to see since the human army was retreating, and they had to continuously cede their battle lines. Where's Korea located at? Antonio was unfamiliar with the country called Korea. This was the first time he heard about them. To be precise, Woojin is coming here. I'm talking about the king of Allendale. Antonio was very ignorant about current affairs, but even he knew about Allendale. His eyes widened. The Messiah of the Middle East. Everyone in the world knew about his war on terror in the Middle East. This was especially true for soldiers, and he had been a significant area of interest for Antonio. He was more knowledgeable about the situation than most civilians. Geek. The vehicle came to a rough stop, and the people rolled around in the back. Shit. What the hell? Oh shit. Monsters. Get ready to fire. Airborne monsters had suddenly appeared in the air. The barricades on the ground had momentarily stalled the groundbound monsters. This was when the monsters started to attack from the sky. The evacuating vehicle stopped, and the soldiers readied themselves to fire theater weapons. However, someone else shot down the monsters before they could. Waru Rook. Poo Poo Pung. Several dozen magic spells flew into the air as it shot down the monsters. Is it a roused unit? I think he is here. Antonio got off the vehicle as he mumbled to himself. It looked as if he had been mesmerized. It was happening not too far away. It was as if consecutive rockets were detonating. The monsters couldn't resist against the magic spells that flew into the air. They either crashed to the floor, or they flew back from where they came from. Hee-eeing. A phantom steed was racing across the road. Oh my god. Antonio was in disbelief. He clenched his fists. It was Woojin. He never expected to meet Woojin during his lifetime. Woojin stopped in front of the vehicles, and he let off the woman riding behind him. Heal them. I'm leaving immediately. Please be careful. Woojin smirked when he heard the holy maiden's farewell. He would have never thought he would hear such words from her. Heeing. The holy maiden reeked of holy power. When she got off, Xing Xing looked as if it had expelled a 10-year-old poop. Woojin was about to charge towards the barricade holding back the monsters when Antonio blocked his way. Ah. You can't. The barricades are rigged with explosives. What? Did you already detonate it? Oh my god. Antonio was surprised when flawless Italian came out of Woojin's mouth. No. It'll be going off soon. He checked his watch, then he spoke. There's 59 seconds left. It would be best if you entered after the bombs goes off. The advancing monsters were stacked up, because of the barricades. When the rigged bombs went off, it'll take out a great number of the monsters. It would be better to advance after that had happened. Shit. I'll see you later, Melody. Yes, Monarch. Woojin frowned as he urged Xing Xing forward. The bomb is going to. While Antonio lamented at his hero's recklessness, Woojin was already calculating the distance. I won't make it in time. The explosives would go off before he could get there. It might destroy all the monsters. Those are my EXP. All the monsters bunched up in one place was going to be blown up. Fortunately, Woojin had a familiar, who specialized in group hunting. Janies. Schwak. The black smoke coalesced as the lich appeared next to Woojin. My lord. Take them all out within 30 seconds. Janies looked at the destroyed city around him. This wasn't anything new, but Janies kind of liked what he saw. It is always enjoyable to be able to destroy a city. Schwak. Fire came out of Janies' staff. It ignited the barricades, buildings and any obstacles in the way. Gwagwagwang. It was a large-scale explosion. The explosion was followed by flames sweeping the battlefield. Warururuk. If Sungu saw this, he would have been surprised by the firewall. The wall of fire burned the monsters, and it even detonated the explosives that still had some time left before they went off. Kwa kwa kwang. The additional explosions quickly started to engulf the city. Woojin called out his death knights. Shoo shoo shook. Ooh oh oh. It's war. I missed this. The scent of death. Death is always a noble cause. Woojin smirked when the summoned death knights spoke in an excited manner. Their fundamental nature was to hate and envy living beings. There was a reason why they had gotten along with him for the past 20 years. He let out a laugh. Isn't this familiar? The tail end of Woojin's lips rose. Everyone laughed. They were excited for the upcoming battle. Woojin summoned the steel staff while he rode Xing Xing. Chuarok. He transformed it into an axe. Woojin lashed Xing Xing's reins. Let's go, boys. The Death Knights followed Woojin's lead as they rode their phantom steeds. He had named Kiba the captain of his dimensional domain's defense. It was unfortunate, but he had left Kiba behind just in case. Ooh oh oh. It is a festival of blood. The excited Death Knights were galloping as they summoned the skeletons. There was a trail of skeletons being summoned behind them. The skeleton ran in a line behind the Death Knights, and they were swept up by madness. Keek keek keek. As the undead army charged, Lich Janies laughed as he used his flight magic to float into the sky. I heard you awakened as a warrior. When Woojin looked at him, Janies' red eyes gleamed. It really has been a while. Janies held his staff with one hand, and he used the other hand to caress the embedded gem on top of the staff. Pa gee gee jeek. An ominous black energy clashed and sparked. Janies spread both his arms. Chwaak. The black energy crawled like snakes as it shot up into the sky above the city. The black energy disappeared as if it had been melted into the air. Goo ha ha. Would my lord like to show me his fighting capability? Didn't he say he was a dual class? There was no coincidence in this world. Maybe he would become the key to Janies' greatest desire. Goo ah ah. As the undead army charged, Dulcie formed himself from a pile of concrete. The enormous golem started to rage. As always, the Titan of Destruction took on the role of the spearhead. The undead army advanced. They headed towards the bold Dimensional Lord, who dared to form a colony inside the Colosseum. My God! This must be a dream. Antonio was so flustered that he just clutched his head with his hands. He was so surprised that he was having a hard time speaking. He had met the world's greatest hero Kong Woojin. He even exchanged words with him. Impossible. This doesn't make any sense. Hey, Antonio. Come back to your senses. We are still in the battlefield. Ah. I'm sorry. I was too surprised. Antonio realized his mistake. He hardened his expression. He was an honorable soldier, yet he had acted like a fangirl going wild over a star. Moreover, he had done it in a battlefield where life and death was determined. Everyone please listen to my words. At the Holy Maiden's words, all the soldiers directed their attention to her after they got out of the vehicles. She was a beauty, who had accompanied Kong Woojin here. Her face looked quite familiar. My name is Melody. I serve the goddess Arya. My power can touch you only if you believe in the existence of Arya. It wasn't required for them to become worshippers of the Arya Church. However, they had to acknowledge her existence. This would allow her holy power to flow into them. Unfortunately, this was the restriction that had been placed on her. This is for all of you. I hope my heart will be conveyed to you all. Melody gathered her two hands, and she closed her eyes. Cheaong. Light exploded forth from her, and it brightened the surrounding. Ah. The light emitted by her didn't hurt the eyes. The energy surrounded one's body in a snug manner, and it purified the energy within one's body. It felt as if the mental stress from the battle, various wounds, and depleted stamina was all restored. No, it wasn't just a feeling. It was happening for real. The light emitted from her body surrounded the wounded soldiers being transported. It happened when the light started to lessen. The transport trucks had been used to move the injured, and people poured out from these vehicles. One of them was Fabio. He looked for his best friend and comrade Antonio. Antonio. Oh, Fabio. My God. Antonio's eyes turned round when he saw Fabio. Fabio's arm had been torn off, yet a new one had grown in its place. Moreover, Antonio couldn't see any wounds on him. My God. This is a miracle. Antonio and Fabio looked at the praying Melody with absent-minded eyes. He finally remembered her. She was the first human to be found inside a dungeon. It was the SS rank roused from the US. She was the Holy Maiden Melody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Colonies, 2. Chapter 144, Colonies, 2. The monsters had spread out with the colony at its center. However, Woojin didn't need to run all over the place to catch the monsters that were intent on killing the humans. He was going for a straight rush towards the colony. The monsters were under the control of the Dimensional Lord. Their foremost goal wasn't to hunt down humans. It was to defend the colony. The colonies on the planet were basically like dungeons. It was like Rashmode's summon magic circle. Instead of subway stations, these were artificial dungeons built on the surface. It was called the Dimensional Gates. When Woojin slowly advanced, it was as expected. The monsters that had been attacking in other directions converged towards him. This in turn grew the size of undead army. Every point Woojin gained from the level up was put towards the control. The skeleton warriors were all under the command of the Death Knights, and each Death Knights required only 1 point to be consumed. He had Lich Janies, who had become level 99 in an instant, and 10 skeleton magicians were put under his control per level. He could control a total of 990 skeleton magicians. The combined control points he needed to maintain the undead army, the Death Knights, Lich, Golem, and the Little Devil was less than 100. The rest of his control was used on his other underlings. Gu-o-o-o. Ku-wa-uk. The corpses were reanimated as puppets. Their appearances were unaltered from their death. There were over 2,000 zombies marching toward the enemies. They were a bit slow. The zombie army was a mixture of small and large monsters. There were even ogres mixed in with the army. Quang, quang. Su-poop. Ha-ah. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Gaby had possessed the corpse of an ogre, and he was rampaging like a madman. When one revived a corpse into a zombie, its capability was diminished compared to when it was alive. However, when Gaby possessed the body, he was able to squeeze out ability that was superior compared to corpse's ability before death. Quang. Queek. The possessed ogre ripped out a road sign, and the ogre swung it like a blunt weapon. Gaby's performance was almost on par with Dulcie. These two were well suited at causing chaos as they penetrated the enemy lines. The undead army followed as the two opened up a path. After walking across corpses on top of corpses, Woojin was able to reach the Colosseum. It's grown a lot. The tree's roots were spread as if it was encasing the Colosseum, and the tree was taller than most buildings one could find here. When Woojin looked up, a titan fell from the sky. Kuung. The titan was easily over 10 meters tall, and its size rivaled Dulcie. You are the bastards that defeated Rajaki Nim. Woojin didn't dismount from his horse. He shrugged his shoulder. As you can see. Ku-o-o. I am Niktor. I'll avenge the death of Rajaki Nim. Woojin let out a sigh. Your head is big, yet you don't have a brain? Can you win against Rajaki? Ku-o-o. Rajaki Nim is a great dimensional lord. He is stronger than me, so I follow him. I killed that bastard, yet you think you can beat me? Ku-oo-oo. Niktor of the giant race raised his large hand, and it scratched its head. Then it raised a really big hammer in anger. Ku-o-o. How dare you insult a warrior? Is it retarded? Woojin had a dumbfounded expression on his face. This is why giant races are. Kill it. As the Lord commands. The Death Knights jumped off their phantom steeds, and they charged towards the enemy. Hu-oo-oon. Ku-oo. How dare you, you little flies. Niktor was zealously swinging his hammer, but it failed to hit anyone. The Death Knights were dealing deadly attacks, so it was false to compare them to flies. The Death Knights started mutilating the giant. Sukuk, Kwajik. If one excluded the two new knights in Al-Assad and Relik, all the other Death Knights were over S rank. It didn't even take 1 minute to defeat the giant. Rakto's spear pierced its forehead, and the giant fell. Tidy up the surrounding. There is only death in front of the Lord. Clear away everything that is alive. The skeletons and Death Knights moved busily to exterminate the remaining monsters. As Woojin was looking up at the foothold, Janies appeared next to him. I've seen this unsightly thing too many times now. Do you think it'll come out? Do you mean the dimensional fragment? Woojin had cleared 9 colonies in Seoul and Busan. He had gained 3-dimensional fragments out of the 9 locations. Those odds were pretty good, so there was a basis to his expectation. Yes. It is an item with a lot of uses. The link to Tronet. Janies raised his staff, and flames erupted. Woojin raised his hand to stop him. It's all right. I'll do it. The zombies had been standing around doing nothing. At his command, the zombies charged the colony, and they started to hang all over the tree. He had to get rid of the zombies anyways. Kwahung. The walking undeads blew up, and the colony was swept up in the explosion. Debris started falling from the sky as it littered the surrounding. When the debris ceased to fall, he headed towards the center of the Colosseum, which had lost its original form. A gem letting out a bright purple light was floating in the air. Aside from purchasing a dungeon, the dimensional fragments had many other uses. Since he had more than 3, he could make the Holy Maiden or someone else a dimensional lord if he desired it. Anyways, they came out from Greece, yet why did they make their colony here? It seemed the Titan liked the energy around this place. Maybe it has something to do with the synchronization. Woojin thought about it as he stroked his chin. When he chose the Seoul Station as his dimensional domain, he had to consider the synchronization rate. All the dimensional lords were putting their colonies in historic sites or places where a lot of people gathered. Now that he thought about it, one would be able to make a new dungeon that was unlike the dungeons seen up until now using a dimensional fragment. If a foothold akin to the one Rashmode made was created, then it'll be problem. Wasn't it the result of a research carried out by a professor studying the dungeons? The professor he come across in the US had artificially created a dungeon. It would be dangerous if there were people creating summoning magic circle to call for the dimensional lords. It wouldn't be like this where the mob of monsters would give away the dimensional lord's location. Well, there might already be a lot of them here. Maybe there were dimensional lords on Earth moving around stealthily. Woojin stopped worry about it, since it wasn't something he could prevent. If he wanted a permanent solution, he had to block further dungeon links from forming. He had to stop it at the source. However, Woojin had no idea how he should accomplish this. All right. Let's clear this place, and we can head to Germany. He had earned a dimensional fragment, and he was able to kill several thousand monsters. There was 1 colony in Germany, and there were 2 left in England. Jeju Manjangal Cave Ticket Office. There were 7 trucks with containers that approached the ticket office. The employee stepped outside. A group of people got off a sedan that had accompanied the trucks. The employee recognized a face amongst the group of people. The ticket office employee spoke as if they were old acquaintances. What is all this stuff? Do you remember the official notice that you received? The repair work is being performed ahead of the regular schedule, but you should have told us sooner. There are still tourists inside. Ha ha. I'm sorry. Please stop any tourists from entering from now on. Please send out an announcement and allow the people on tour to exit slowly. Yes. I'll do so. This is manager Lee Songjun. He is in charge of the renovation. The ticket office employee headed towards the man wearing his sunglasses. He had a bit of a cold demeanor, and it was hard to strike up a conversation with him. He was giving off a cold vibe. My name is Lee Songjun. I'm Kim Tae-shik. Let's do this. After the greeting, Lee Songjun ordered the workers to unload the trucks. Numerous containers kept coming out of the containers. The employee named Kim Tae-shik asked a question as he saw the unidentified boxes. What are all those things? It seems you guys aren't the one who repaired the guardrails last time. We hired a different company. Please stop asking so much questions. Please help us, so we can finish the construction in a timely fashion. Yes, I'll do so. They probably switched companies to get another rebate. Still, there were too many loads here to be considered a normal guardrail repair job. Signs were put up starting from the Manjangal Caves parking lot. The do not enter signs were placed in various locations to keep out people from entering. The government employee had left, so Kim Tae-shik had nothing to do. This was why he started to hang around the entrance to the cave. The workers were very strong, and they were easily carrying the heavy boxes down the stairs. Manager Lee Songjun came over to Kim Tae-shik. This is a construction site now, and it may be dangerous. Please stand back. Geez. I was just bored. Stand back. A few. All right. Kim Tae-shik grumbled as he stepped backwards. Lee Songjun called several workers over. You guys should prevent anyone from getting in. Yes, President. Kim Tae-shik watched as Lee Song-jun walked down the stairs. There were lights overhead, yet he only took off his sunglasses when he was in the dark cave. The owner of the hidden face was none other than the Warang's guild master. It was a Yellow's vassal, Lee Song-go. The workers were all ex-employees of the Warang guild. After walking a long time into the cave, Lee Song-go arrived at a location where the boxes were stacked up. Open it. Yes. The employee threw open the lid to the containers. One could see red minerals letting out faint light. Several hundred boxes were filled to the brim with bloodstones. Lee Song-go wordlessly started to draw a magic circle on the floor of the cave. It was a gate to Kali Yelonim here. He started the construction of a foothold. Germany. They arrived at a devastated site. Did used to be a famous art museum? That's what I heard. They did well in blocking it. Helicopters and Roused were busily moving about the ruins, and the soldiers were all wearing gas masks. For a brief moment, Woojin gave a short appreciation of what he was seeing. I came here for nothing. His EXP was gone, and he had also wasted his time. Germany had put in an official request for help to Allendale, but they hadn't sat on their hands until Woojin arrived. They used tactical nuclear weapons to clear away the groups of monsters, and they had sent in an elite Roused unit to hunt down the Dimensional Lord. No, the people of Earth had named them as Monster Lords. Aside from Woojin, Germany was the fourth country that had been successful in hunting down a Monster Lord. The Holy Maiden looked on with regrettable eyes as she watched the soldiers take away the gem, letting out a glaring purple light. Aren't you going to recover that one? Woojin smirked. Do you think I'm a thief? I won't steal from others. The Holy Maiden looked on with a little bit of resentment on her face. If he was such a virtuous man, why did he take her dimensional fragment? Do you feel wronged? No. I said I'll pay you back, yet you refused to take it. I didn't say anything. Yes, she didn't say anything, but he was troubled to see the resentment in her eyes. Woojin shrugged his shoulder with a leery expression on his face. Well, let's head to England before we are too late. Yes, Monarch. Woojin and the Holy Maiden headed towards the helicopter they had ridden here from the airport. At that moment, a group of people got off from a car, and they rushed towards Woojin. By seeing the cameras and their appearance, one could tell they were reporters. Hero. It's been a while. Amongst them, one of the reporter had an unusually enthusiastic expression on his face. He approached Woojin as he lowered his head in greeting. Woojin's memory wasn't too bad. No, it was unbelievably good compared to a normal human. Didn't I see you in the Middle East? Oh, my gosh. I can't believe you remembered such an unimportant person as me. It is an honor. Woojin smirked. This man was one of the war correspondents he rescued in the Middle East. Well, I'm busy, so I'll turn down any requests for troublesome interviews. No, sir. How could I take time away from such an important person? I heard you were coming here, so I came to say hello. And you came to take pictures. Woojin looked at the several dozen cameras pointed at him as he spoke. The reporter shook his head from side to side as his face turned pale. No way. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The war correspondent was being overly carefully in front of his benefactor, who had saved his life. Woojin spoke as he grabbed the man's shoulder. Well, I guess taking picture is part of your job. Instead, let me ask you for a favor. Oh. It'll be an honor. Please let me know what I can do. I'll do anything. When Woojin put his arms around his shoulders, the reporter looked as if he would run straight into a battle if asked. He had a fervent expression on his face. Do you know anyone in England? I need to look up someone there. There is a member of SEE in England. Her name is Joni. SEE? What the hell is that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Dr. Toppler. Chapter 145, Dr. Toppler. Ah. It is an abbreviation for the Savior of Eyes and Ears. Savior of Eyes and Ears? Yes. It is a group that follows Kong Woojin Nim. All the reporters you saved last time have gathered. Woojin looked at the reporter with a dumbfounded expression on his face. The reporter responded with a proud expression on his face. If you need something, we'll act swiftly to help you. You just have to ask. Whom? It was a party of reporters. If an organization decided to follow you, how was one supposed to react to it? One might feel uncomfortable by the invasion of one's privacy, or one might feel flattered by the overwhelming interest. In this case, Woojin was indifferent. What a strange thing to form. Woojin smirked as he brought the reporter closer by putting his arm around the reporter's shoulders. Then he make a V sign. So you are saying it's something like a fan club? It is similar. I'll use you guys sometimes. It is an honor to be able to repay your favor. Click, click. Several dozen cameras let out flashes. After the brief meeting, Woojin and the Holy Maiden left on the helicopter. The reporter quickly ran to his car, and he opened up his laptop. This is an announcement to all the members. The Savior's first order has been given. He wants us to find and set up a meeting with the dungeon expert, Dr. Toppler. The reporter performed the most urgent task of delivering Woojin's words. Then he uploaded the pictures he took. This will be kept as a family treasure. I never expected to be able to take a picture with him. He was still moved with emotions, and he looked at the uploaded bulletin with a rapturous expression on his face. His satisfaction multiplied when he saw it quickly being shared with other people. Woojin had reached level 81. He opened his status window, then he put all his bonus stats into control. You guys take care of it. We do as the Lord wants. The undead army started to kill the remaining monsters. The London's clock tower was almost unrecognizable. The destruction was so bad that it made one wonder if the city could recover again. The evacuation of the civilians had been slow. Moreover, they had military forces with powerful weapons, yet they had hesitated in attacking the colony. This had resulted in a catastrophe. I found one. Woojin put away the dimensional fragment that had appeared. At that moment, the president of England's roused organization approached Woojin. His name was Tom Clarkson. Who? You are, as I have heard. The British Armed Forces has taken a lot of damage, but the casualty would have been larger if Mr. Woojin hadn't stepped in. Well, this is to our mutual benefit. They received his help, and Woojin gained EXP in 2-dimensional fragments. He got one in Rome, and he gained another one in London. If he added it to the ones earned in Korea, he had a total of 5. If he included the one he earned from clearing Dread's dungeon, he had 6. He'll be able to buy a dungeon with 6. He could also combine the 3 fragments to create dimensional seals. So this is why I'm offering this proposal. The spoils of war from this hunt. I don't need the corpses or artifacts. You guys can keep it all. He had no reasons to sift through all the monster corpses littering the city to excavate the bloodstones. He was already overflowing with money. Moreover, Alandal's earnings wasn't going to dry up anytime soon. There was no reason why he should covet the bloodstones or money. Tom's eyes shone as he asked a question. Would you like to sell the crystal you earned to England? What? Are you talking about the dimensional fragment? Oh. So it is called a dimensional fragment. Woojin took out the gem that was letting out a purple light. Even if one didn't have a detection-related roused ability, one could clearly feel the incredible amount of magical energy it was emitting. It was most definitely an incredible treasure. This was the gem that had come out from the bizarre structures created by the monster lords. US, Japan, China and Germany had already acquired this luminous crystal named the dimensional fragment. It was probably an epic item like the return marble that allowed one to escape the dungeon. He had to find a way to obtain it, so the scientists could carry out research on it. He had to have it at all cost. Woojin smirked as he saw Tom's fiery eyes. How much do you want to buy it for? Why, you really are going to sell it to me? I'll hear you out. He never expected Woojin to surrender the gem. For a moment, words failed Tom. What? You don't even have your ducks in order to give me an offer right now? No. If it is within my authority, it wouldn't be a problem. Would you like to go in front of the parliament? Woojin furrowed his brows. He was asking Woojin to go into a boring negotiation? If he knew this would happen, he would have brought either Woo Sung-hoon or Young Minchin. I'll give it to you if you guys hand over an aircraft carrier to me. What? If you don't want to, then forget about it. Please wait a moment. Woojin's offer was so sudden and out of left field that Tom couldn't even think through the cost involved. Can you give us an opportunity to negotiate the price? I'm busy. Please. Tom's imploring face was a piteous sight. It made one wonder what orders he had received from the British Parliament. Woojin spoke as if he was being magnanimous. He was good at pushing and pulling deals, but it wasn't as if he cared for it. For the past 20 years, he had taken what he wanted, and he destroyed anything he didn't need. Didn't he make Allendale so he didn't have to deal with annoying deals that required a deft touch? Go to Allendale and negotiate for it. I'll leave one behind. Tom's eyes shone. This meant Woojin had more than one? It was best to have as many samples as possible for research. If they could negotiate well. I understand. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. Go about your business. Would you like to go to the palace? There is a standing invitation for you. If anyone wants to see me, they can come to me. It is an invitation from the Queen. Why would that matter? Woojin smirked as he turned around. The people who are thirsty should be the one coming to me. I have someone else I have to see. Woojin turned around coolly, and Tom didn't even think about stopping him. Phew. I guess this problem is out of my hands. He requested an aircraft carrier. Tom was only the president of England's Roused Association. This problem exceeded his authority. Since every country was eyeing that item, they would have to quickly dispatch their best professional negotiator. When Woojin couldn't sense Tom's presence, he returned all of his undead army back to his dimensional domain. Woojin rode his phantom steed a while before he finally arrived at the edge of the demolished city. Thank you for your hard work, Monarch. Are you busy? Of course, she was busy. A lot of patience had been created from this chaos. Since it seems like this might be something important, I'll accompany you. Whatever. The Holy Maiden left behind the patients moaning from pain as she followed after Woojin. This was too important to her. It was for Alphen's salvation. They were going to meet with a scholar who had accumulated the most knowledge of the dungeons on Earth. What about the reporter from before? She went to get her car. Is that so? After a brief moment, Joni pulled up in her old SUV. She exited from the driver's seat, and she bowed deeply towards Woojin. I'm sorry for such a shabby accommodation. Don't worry about it. I don't live the high life. He had spent a lot of time on the battlefield, so his lifestyle had been far from being luxurious. Of course, when he consolidated Allendale, he had been treated in a manner akin to an emperor. When Woojin sat on the hard seat, the car started to move. After arriving at a location far away from London, the car arrived at a site packed with 4-story buildings. This was a city that had been formed after the dungeon shock. If a country had subway stations, something similar to this had occurred. Subway station sphere. One's safety increased as one got farther away from the dungeon. It was good to live near a dungeon only if you were part of a guild or you worked for a company with ties to the dungeon businesses. Civilians were safer as they got further away from the subway stations. The road narrowed as they traveled between the buildings, and they came to a stop. It's that building. That doesn't look anything like a research center. The research center was destroyed in the most recent incident. This place is Dr. Toppler's residence. Is that so? Joni guided Woojin towards Dr. Toppler's house. It took a long time for the doctor to answer the doorbell. Who is it? It was a familiar voice. He had heard it on the TV. It's Kong Woojin. Please enter. The door unlocked, and the inside of the house was revealed. The house was so dirty that it made one wonder if the doctor ever cleaned it before. Woojin turned around to look at Joni. You can go now. Excuse. What? Just speak. Joni, who had been hesitating, mustered her courage, and she spoke. Do you mind if I take a selfie with you? All right. When Woojin agreed to it without hesitation, Joni let out a laugh of joy, and she took out her handphone. You get in here too. The Holy Maiden, who had been standing to the side, joined in as the picture was taken. Click. Thank you. It is nothing. I'll call on you again. Well, how about making an SNS account? It'll be a good line to contact the SAE. I'll think about it. Thank you. She was saying thank you to every word he said. Wasn't he used to this? It was like the organizations in Alphen, who had revered the immortal. Woojin and the Holy Maiden entered into the messy house. The house wasn't that large. There was a kitchen leading into living room, and there was a single bedroom that one could see through the door. Professor Toppler was in the kitchen. He was boiling water in a kettle. Please sit. You are quite fluent in Korean. When Woojin sat, Toppler poured hot water into the teacup. He spoke to the Holy Maiden, who was just standing there. Holy Maiden should sit, too. Woojin's face hardened, and the Holy Maiden was surprised. Woojin was the first one to react. In the blink of an eye, a summon short knife was aimed at Toppler's neck. How do you know how to speak the language of Alphen? I learned it. He learned it? He probably had never been to the planet Alphen, yet he spoke their language. Are you a dimensional lord? No. Then what are you? You can speak in Korean now. Ha! Woojin was dumbfounded as he glared at Toppler. Their two gazes interlocked for a long time. This bastard isn't afraid of death. It seems threats wouldn't work on him. What was this leery feeling he felt? Woojin suddenly got up from his seat. As he stared at Toppler, he took 2 steps backwards. Then he changed his warrior's weapon into a spear. The atmosphere was tense like a drawn bow. Woojin's face hardened as he asked a question. What are you? His Korean was almost as good as a native. He also knew the language of Alphen, which a very select few on Earth knew. However, this was insignificant compared to the other thing. Something else made Woojin's thoughts race. How come you don't have a soul? Dr. Toppler. Woojin couldn't feel his soul. Every person, animal, monster and even insects had a soul. It ranged between the blackest of black to the clearest of clear color. This didn't change even if one was a dimensional lord. Basically, he had never seen a human without a soul before. When one is confronted with an unknown being, how much fear does the absence of knowledge actually cause? Woojin had serious expression on his face as sweat beaded on his forehead. On the other hand, Toppler was letting out a generous laugh. You don't have to be so defensive. My goals are the same as Kong Woojin Nim. I asked you a question. What are you? I am a human from a different dimension. Different dimension? Was he from the same dimension as Alphen? Then why couldn't Woojin feel his soul? The sense of danger felt by Woojin didn't lessen at all. I don't care if you kill me. However, don't you have questions for me? Woojin narrowed his eyes. Dr. Toppler. He knew much more than Woojin had expected. When he came out on the TV program to talk about his research, Toppler had been playing a character. He knew much more secrets about the dimensions than he had revealed in the media. Woojin unsummoned his warrior's weapon, and he sat back in his seat. He didn't care if this person was soulless. He didn't even care if he wasn't a human. Woojin could kill him anytime he wanted to. Tell me everything you know. Woojin's menacing gaze fixed itself on Dr. Toppler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Dr. Toppler, 2. Chapter 146, Dr. Toppler, 2. My goals align with your goals. Do you mean the defense of Earth? Toppler nodded his head as he smiled. I'm a proponent of everyone being able to protect their own planet. Joro. A milky white tea was infused when the hot water was poured on top of the tea bag. Woojin took the cup in front of him, and he took a sip. How long have you been on Earth? If you are asking for my age, I'm 45 years old. Are you fucking with me? I am serious. Woojin glared at him before he asked another question. Why didn't you tell everyone about the impending dungeon shock? Why didn't you inform everyone? They would have thought I was a raving lunatic. That is true. Woojin nodded his head. Then what about the conjectures you released on the TV program? He was known as the top researcher regards to anything related to the dungeons. Toppler had formed several hypotheses, and he had talked about the reasons behind the dungeon formation and its reciprocal relationship with the monsters. Moreover, he denounced the dungeon businesses for accelerating the dungeon reset. Those are all facts. It wasn't hypotheses. He had been telling the truth. How did Toppler find out about all this? Was it through personal experience? Did he witness it? Why didn't you incrementally release more information? Nobody would have believed me if I revealed everything I knew. How about now? Dr. Toppler's research wasn't only known in England. His research regarding the dungeons was known worldwide. His words would hold a much different weight than 5 years ago. I didn't have a solution to the problem. If I spoke about it, it would have just caused mass confusion. Toppler was once again correct in his words. Woojin's forehead furrowed. Then tell me what you held back. Don't you already know about it? His words implied that Woojin had already witnessed everything on Alphen where the dungeons had appeared. Holy Maiden Melody's complexion darkened. Woojin drank his tea as he leaned back into his chair. Well, all right. By looking at your attitude, you already knew I would be coming back to Earth? I was waiting for someone. So it didn't have to be me. Toppler affirmed with his silence. Woojin asked another question. What's the name of your planet? I'll tell you later. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. Well, alright. It doesn't really matter to me as to which planet you are from. He had allied himself with the Holy Maiden, who was from Alphen. There was no reason why he should decline working with beings from other dimensions. Of course, there were other reasons why he was leery about working with Toppler. Let us share what each of us needs. Woojin had searched for the past 20 years, but he had never found the answers to his questions. He asked one of those questions to Toppler. I don't want the other dimensional lords to be able to link to Earth in the future. No, I actually want to get rid of all the dungeons that are linked to Earth. Do you know of a method? Woojin's voice was filled with killing intent. If Toppler didn't have the answer, there was no reason for Woojin to hold hands with some unknown human from a different dimension. Of course. Woojin's eyes shone. He was purposefully maintained his calm in an attempt to hide the sound of his racing heart. How would I go about doing it? Do you know the true identity of Tronet? Vaguely. I guess it doesn't matter how it was formed. Tronet caused a supernatural network to form between the planets. Dimensional travel. That's right. The initial unstable links allowed for living beings to travel to other dimensions. This had been the case for Woojin. He had dimensional travel to Alphen. It was as if Toppler knew his past in detail, and it bothered Woojin. Have you been observing me for a long time? No way. I only heard about you from the news. Stories related to Woojin had been translated and spread by various news outlets around the world. It was a reasonable explanation. It isn't as if I was waiting for Woojin. I was just waiting for someone who would be able to fix my home planet. Well, alright. I'm not sure who you are waiting for, but it is true that I went and came back from Alphen. That's what I thought. There are a lot of beings that traveled to a different dimension like you, but it is hard to find those who survived the experience. There might be others, but Woojin was the only one who had returned to Earth. If Tronet is a supernatural network, then the dimensional domains are a connecting node between planets. Didn't I ask you for the solution? Toppler cleared his throat at Woojin's words. It wasn't wise to talk about the fundamental theories behind a subject with a short-tempered person. If you want to stop the link, you have to build a firewall. How do I do that? Toppler glanced at the Holy Maiden. Woojin's eyes followed Toppler's gaze, and his gaze also landed on her. Woojin's brows furrowed. Gods. If the firewall is weak, a hole can be made. If it is strong, it'll repel any attempts. There was no god on Earth. No, was a god about to wake up here? However, the existence of a god didn't matter right now since the link had already been formed. They couldn't use the preventative measure anymore. The link itself isn't a bad thing. It lets one ignore the physical distance, and it allows one to travel to different planets. So how do I sever it? Earth cannot be cut off anymore. Woojin stood up from his seat. This conversation is at an end. Cha-chang. Woojin took out his spear, but Toppler didn't show any signs of nervousness. You said I didn't have a soul. Yes. I found my hope in you. What are you talking about? You have the eyes that can gain insight into the truth. You are closest in description with the person I have been searching for. So what? It seems you aren't going to be of much help to me. He didn't care if Toppler had been waiting for a person with a specific set of abilities. The important part was that Toppler's words were of no help to him. He didn't feel the need to continue a fruitless relationship. Toppler spoke before Woojin could move his spear. The real problem isn't the link. It is the beings that abuse the links. I'm talking about the dimensional lords. These were beings that maintained the connection nodes, but all of them coveted the planets. The root of all the tragedies were their greed. I keep killing them, yet it is an endless process. How can I stop them? If they are insidious like a virus, you have to become the vaccine. Woojin's expression stiffened. You probably already know of a way. Alphen's greatest scholar. Janice had made himself into a lich, and he had fought the advance of Tronet. Woojin remembered a word spoken by his teacher. Thrash's executioner. The problem was that he didn't know if the item actually existed, and he had no way of finding more information about it. It seemed Toppler wasn't going to give any answers to his problems. Pot. Toppler abruptly stood up from his seat, and he ran towards his bedroom. It seems I'll be killed if I stay here any longer. Let's end our first meeting here. Ha! Woojin took in a short intake of breath. Woojin had his guard down when he saw Toppler run away. When Toppler passed through the door, his figure disappeared. Woojin had witnessed this anomaly many times before. It's a dungeon. The barrier formed within 30 seconds after one entered. One would be cut off entirely from the outside by the barrier. Woojin quickly threw his body towards the door. Wait here. He left behind the holy maiden as he entered the dungeon. Woojin looked around the bedroom. Shoshuk. He frowned when the barrier formed over the doorway. That son of a bitch. Woojin couldn't see his soul, so he couldn't detect Toppler. Fortunately, this was the smallest dungeon Woojin had come across. Kwa-da-dong. Woojin kicked the bed, and it was roughly pushed away. Kwajik. He stabbed his spear into the wardrobe, but one could only see several clothes when the door was opened. The small bedroom had a bed, wardrobe, and a desk. That was it. Ha! What is he? It was as if the process of making a dungeon was inconsequential to Toppler. He had artificially made a small dungeon. Woojin was aware about the possibility of artificially creating a dungeon in locations other than the subway stations, so he wasn't particularly surprised by this move. However, Woojin had entered the dungeon with him, yet Toppler had disappeared from the dungeon. This pretty much put the known theories about the dungeons on its head. He wanted to make sure Toppler wasn't using some kind of cloaking ability, so he filled the room with poison gas. He also attacked the surrounding with his spirit spears. What the hell am I doing? The person, who had entered with him, had disappeared. This was the first time he had experienced such a phenomenon. Woojin's gaze landed on a return stone placed on top of the desk. There were no monsters here. There wasn't even a portal heading towards a dimensional domain present. It was just a bedroom. He wouldn't be able to find Toppler's location by searching more thoroughly, so he exited the dungeon with the return stone. Are you okay? I'm fine. Do you have any theories on what just happened? The holy maiden's elegant eyebrows arched. From her perspective, Toppler had been estranged, but she couldn't pinpoint the reason behind her feeling. I didn't feel anything special. Who? Janice. Shua Huck. The black smoke dissipated as the lich appeared. When Janice was summoned, he frowned when he looked at the holy maiden. He took a step to the side away from her. Woojin asked him a question. Do you remember that time? When are you referring to? The day when you chose to become my familiar. Woojin had a serious expression on his face. Why did you do it? You had a special quality, Lord. I didn't have it at that time. This was something he hadn't told Toppler. The god's blessing isn't the special quality I'm talking about. The ability to see the color of souls was something he gained after he came face to face with the gods. However, Janice had a different reason for insisting on becoming Woojin's familiar. There are only a handful of people with the potential to reach the pinnacle as a necromancer. In the end, you reached the pinnacle. I made the right choice in choosing you, Lord. Necromancer. The property of being a necromancer. He had reached the pinnacle, and he had seen everything related to death. He had even been ready to carry on Thrash's progress. In the end, I have to find the executioner. I guess it is better to piece together the puzzle instead of trying to solve a riddle. Thrash's set items. There was the helm, armor, belt, gloves, and boots. He had to gather the 5 set items first. The existence of Thrash's executioner was still up in the air, so he'll worry about it after getting the set. Let's return. Woojin opened a portal that connected to the dimensional domain of Allendale. The car was heading towards the city-state of Allendale. Young Minchin and Wu Sunghun was sitting in the back seats, and they were wordlessly laughing. They had been successful in finalizing the treaty with the government. It was quite apparent as to which side held the knife, so everything progressed with lightning speed. Ego. Should I call you minister now? When did you learn so many foreign language? Great job. The corners of Wu Sunghun's mouth twitched. A few. Prime Minister Young did the hard work. Hot ha ha. Prime Minister Young. He repeated those words, and it still made him laugh. He had never expected to be promoted this high. He had become a prime minister. Moreover, he was a prime minister of a newly made country that had massive influence over the world. He was trying hard to stay calm, but he was having a hard time suppressing his ambitions from rising up. Ha! It seems President has finished his business in England. What? He hasn't contacted me yet. Woojin had taken the KH Guild's private plane. Woo Sung-hoon should be the one attending Woojin, but he had work to do. This was why he had sent his underling with them, but the employee hadn't contacted him yet. Look over here. Sung-hoon pushed forward his handphone. There was a selfie of Woojin, the Holy Maiden, and a British reporter named Joni uploaded on the SNS. Didn't you know I have a lot of international acquaintances now that I'm the head of the diplomatic department? I met this reporter when I went to the Middle East with the president. She requested to be friends with me. She's one of my SNS friends. Ha ha. He should be back here soon if he took care of the colonies in England. I think so. We'll have to quickly report to President on what happened today. Hoo. We finally did something big. Young Minchin and Woo Sung-hoon had expressions full of pride on their faces. They had resolved an important business. It felt as if they were main characters that had accomplished something big. Their actions would be recorded in world history. Young Minchin ignored his car sickness as he once again went over the report regarding the treaty. The vehicle carrying the two of them arrived at Alandal's front gate. However, there was unrest at the gate. Ah. I said you can't come in here. Oh. Isn't this place Alandal? I know the president. Ah. The president doesn't know anyone like you. I promised him I'll be here. Ah, geez. Your name isn't on the appointment list. Don't you know who I am? I'm famous in India. How would I know about someone from India? The security guard manning the front gate was arguing with a foreigner. Fortunately, Woo Sung-hoon had met him before. Woo Sung-hoon rolled down the window, and he yelled out in greeting. Blanca. Oh, Sung-hoon. As promised, Blanca had left the Vishnu Guild, and he had come to Korea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Expedition. Chapter 147, Expedition. It was as Min-chan had predicted. Woojin had already returned to Alandal. It took him less than 5 minutes to travel from London to Seoul. It was where the dungeon, which may be last bulwark of civilization, was located at. I came here to fulfill my promise. Blanca puffed out his chest as he entered the president's room, and he stood in front of Woojin. Min-chan and Sung-hoon had entered together with Blanca, so Woojin asked them a question. Why are you guys coming in together? We met him at the entrance. Whom? Everyone take a seat. At Woojin's words, they sat in the sofa located on the other side of Woojin. A secretary brought in tea. In recent days, the number of people visiting Alandal had increased significantly. Under the skies of Seoul, the safest land was considered to be near the Seoul station. It was the private lands of Alandal. Even though there wasn't any public recruitment going on, people and beggars came in droves to ask about jobs at the guild. It seemed Blanca had been mistaken for a foreigner looking for work, and he had been detained. Why were you so late? The guard at the entrance prevented me from getting here faster. It was a sad situation. He had been treated as a foreign laborer, so Blanca had been very disappointed by his treatment. Woojin smirked as he looked at Blanca. I bet you are lying. You probably didn't want to come here from India. No way. I wanted to come here. Blanca's flustered expression pretty much confirmed Woojin's suspicion. Well, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what worries and lingering attachments he had before. In the end, he had come here. Woojin had gained a pretty good buffer. Do you have any message for me from Vishnu Guildmaster? He said to tell you that he had kept his promise. Woojin smirked. He had gained a high-quality fighter in exchange for a dungeon in Delhi. The Vishnu Guildmaster probably thought hard about taking the loss and keeping Blanca. As he was doing such calculations, the dungeons had broken again, and he had to help the army fight the monster lord. What would happen if another calamity occurred inside India? As an insurance for some unknown disaster in the future, the guildmaster quickly sent Blanca to consummate the promise. I said I would help out twice. Yes. He had promised to clear the reset dungeons that the Vishnu Guild couldn't handle. Moreover, he had promised to give 100% of the rights to running those dungeons. From their perspective, the rights to running the dungeon was an added benefit. What they really wanted was the assurance that Woojin would save India twice from future calamities. Well, all right. I want to welcome you to Alandal. Please take care of me from now on. When the conversation came to a close, young Minchin shook Blanca's hand. Welcome. My name is Young Minchin. It is nice to meet you. Your Korean is very good. Blanca was a famous roused in India. Young Minchan already knew who he was. Minchan had also been told about Blanca being scouted, so he was well informed on the situation. How should we treat Mr. Blanca, President? Is he part of Allendale now, or was he dispatched here by his former guild? Are you asking if he is a hostage or a slave? At Woojin's words, Young Minchan let out a forced laugh as he wiped at the sweat forming on his forehead. It doesn't matter if he was sold or loaned. Just treat him how you like. Woojin didn't care whether Blanca's allegiance lay with him or not. The important part was the fact that he'll be able to use Blanca as a buffer. After his work was done, Woojin didn't care if Blanca remained at Allendale or go back to India. Ha ha. I'll take care of everything. All right. Woojin gave an adequate response, and he tilted his head in confusion when he saw Minchan and Sunghoon keep smiling at him. Why do you guys keep smiling at me? We finalized the treaty today. Minchan opened his briefcase, and he took out a thick envelope. Woojin pushed away the documents when Minchan tried to hand it to him. Just give me the outline. There are 2 points that are important. What is it? The city-state of Allendale was given its independence by Korea. What's the other point? The constitutional law was modified, so we are allowed to have dual citizenship. The citizens of Allendale won't have to give up their Korean citizenship. Good. Allendale would finally be treated like the Vatican. This would mean employees could commute to the city-state of Allendale like a regular job now. They would have all the rights of a Korean, while at the same time, they would be citizens of Allendale. This would lessen the worry felt by the employees. It is thanks to the president. Shall I call you Your Majesty now? Dude. You should most definitely call me Your Majesty. Minchan had suggested it in jest, so the cat got his tongue. Minchan stuttered as he looked at Woojin's serious face. Yes, Your Majesty. Dude. I was joking. Ha ha. It really didn't seem like a joke. Well, I insisted on independence for our convenience. You can call me whatever you want. At that moment, an employee from the secretary office knocked before coming into the room. Director Hong Sung-gu has just arrived. Woojin got up from his seat. He had been wasting time in the president's office, because he had been waiting for Sung-gu to return. Where are you going? I'm going to go train. Most of us are here now. Could you give a speech announcing the establishment of our country before you go? You do it. This is why I handed you the seat of Prime Minister. As the constitutional monarch, you should give a speech. All right. Go gather everyone right now. I'll be gone for several days. I'll go make the preparations. Young Minchan knew Woojin's personality, so he knew he had to be quick in his preparation. He exited the president's room. Sunghoon also got up from his seat. Then I'll be heading out too. All right. Also, you should contact the Hammer Guild. They were supposed to set up the General Assembly of Guilds, so why haven't they contacted me? I'll immediately find out about it. After he said farewell with Sunghoon, Blanca discreetly got up from the sofa. I will also. You stay here. Yes. Blanca sat back down on the sofa, and he asked a question he was curious about. Am I a hostage now? You can be whatever you want. What kind of response was that? I chose to come here out of my own volition. Did I say otherwise? I volunteered to become Olandals. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. Just stay here and greet the other members when they get here. Yes. After they returned from clearing a dungeon, Sunggu and Haesol arrived at the president's room. Did you ask for me, Hyung Nim? Yes. Come sit here. Blanca? It's been a while. Did you just get here? Yes. I volunteered to become a citizen of Allendale. Sunggu was confused by his odd statement. Haesol, who was next to Sunggu, put her hand out in greeting. Welcome. Yes. Comrade. When they shook hands, why did Blanca feel a fierce delight coming from Haesol? Haesol and Sunggu fussed over Blanca, since he will share the same fate as them. The holy maiden came into the president's room in the midst of their conversation. Woojin's face darkened a little bit at her visit. How's Sua doing? She is about to molt. Will she be a holy maiden to a god or a goddess? It didn't matter in the end. She'll become an agent for the newly awakened god. If she can't endure the process, she'll die. If she can endure it, she'll become awakened. The periodic seizures was still occurring, and it was a step she had to go through to be able to adapt to her new reality. The shadow casting over Woojin's face quickly disappeared. Everyone is here now. Everyone sit. The roused affiliated with Allendale was all gathered here. Every one of them had ability and rank that couldn't be ignored. They were small in number, but they were equal to most guilds in terms of quality. On top of that, Woojin was someone that had power beyond the capability of a guild. His battle potential came close to what countries had. I want you guys to go on an expedition to a different planet. Are we going to Alphen? Not yet. He had recently purchased a dungeon on Alphen. There were so many challengers attempting to clear his dungeon, so he had to send Kiba to protect his dimensional domain. Kiba was leading a busy life. I'm going to planet Jakku. Even if they were to talk about it, they didn't have any information regarding the topic. They just had to follow Woojin's direction as he revealed more information to them. Rajaki, who linked to Earth, is part of the Yellow Lizard Coalition. We are going to go there to hunt in their dungeons. We are going to? At Hasol's question, Woojin nodded his head. We should go to their main headquarters if we are going to create a battlefield. Do you want to fight on Earth? You are correct in your decision. They would be able to receive powerful fire support on their home ground. However, this wasn't about victories and losses. It wasn't a good idea to cause harm to Earth. If they were going to stage a war, it would be better to do it on the enemy's front lawn. I'm dividing our group into 3 parties. I'm going to move by myself. You guys hunt by cooperating with each other. What about the last party? What do you think? Woojin grinned as he looked at Sungu. Sungu. You are going to learn from Janice as you follow him. The day was finally here. Sungu's complexion darkened. Originally, Allendale was a site set up for military use, and it was divided into 3 regions. There was a simple yet enormous building that was built like a school. A gymnasium was located next to the main building. There was also a quarantine zone named Chehasol Safari. It was where the tamed monsters were located at. They were dependable allies that would help out in emergencies. All of Alandel's employees were gathered inside the gym. One could also see several reporters Minchan had quickly invited over. Chairs were placed on top of a stage. The founding members and key figures of Allendale was sitting on top of the stage. Woojin discreetly asked Minchan a question when he saw the gym packed with people. We have this much people? They are outstanding individuals I picked out with great care. Woojin never expected the number of outstanding individual they hired would approach close to 1,000. There were less than 10 roused in Allendale, yet there were so many employees in the support division. I guess we have to pick up some more roused. Actually, we are being flooded by applicants. We are even being overwhelmed by applications sent in by rank B and higher roused. Allendale was currently the greatest guild on Earth. No, they had become a country. Wu Sunghun's voice rang out as he spoke into the microphone. We will now start the pronouncement of Allendale being established as a country. First, Sunghun was reading off a hastily made speech when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to look, and Woojin was standing next to him. Stand aside. At this rate, this will take the whole day. Yes. Woojin walked past the podium to stand in front of the stage. He didn't need a microphone. Sharararak. Black smoke gathered around Woojin, and it coalesced to form him familiars. Wei Ying. I was having fun playing with Teacher Jamin. Why did you call me? My lord. Do you need the use of Ramzan's hammer? Go ha ha. Are we hunting humans this time? The familiars chattered loudly after being summoned, and the stage was packed now. Everyone be quiet. Woojin looked down at the employees from the stage. These were the people chosen by young Minchan, who was simultaneously the vice president and the prime minister of Allendale. However, these people had gathered under the name of Allendale. If a group was gathered, the group should at the very least share the same vision as the leader. I was summoned to Alphen 5 years ago, and I lived with death by my side for 20 years. Woojin didn't have a microphone, but his voice rang out to all corners of the gym. His voice was filled with potent magic, and his voice could be heard by all ears. The monsters that swallowed Alphen is gunning for Earth. When he spoke about it in those terms, it increased the anger felt by everyone. Woojin's voice flared up a level. Those who fight with me will become my comrade. Those who run away will become my comrade in death. Guo ha! The Death Knights let out a roar. Woojin continued to speak towards the slightly frightened employees. If you came here thinking Allendale was the safest bunker you could find, you were sorely mistaken. This place is the front line of the battlefield. He wasn't wrong. He had numerous dimensional lords, who had enmity towards Woojin. The monster lords had appeared en masse at Seoul in the latest incident. Those who gather under the name of Allendale will all become warriors. It didn't matter if they were alive or dead. If you want to die, then run. It didn't matter if they ran away in fright. This was why he was scaring them right now. It would be best for those who didn't have courage to follow him as undeads. The precipice of hell was a step away in front of Allendale. It was a land closest to the boundary that separated life and death. If they followed Woojin, they will cross death's door in style. I declare the founding of Allendale. People with drawn faces watched as Woojin gave his declaration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Expedition 2. Chapter 148, Expedition 2. People were gathered like a swarm of bees in front of the Seoul Station's first exit. There was a food cart and a ring of reporters around it. They kept a distance of 10 meters from the food cart. It looked as if all the media outlets from around the world was there. There was only one person in the world who attracted this many reporters. The sounds of the camera shutters were going off continuously, but no one was able to approach any closer. Woojin was eating an Odin stick in front of a food cart. This one is pretty good. Please try some of the soup. Woo Sung-hoon poured the Odin soup into a paper cup and he handed it to Woojin. Woojin looked at Sunggu, Haesol, Blanca, and Melody. They were standing there doing nothing. You guys should eat. What? Aren't we heading immediately towards the dungeon? We are heading out, but we have to wait for one more person to join us. Hyun Nim? Is someone else supposed to be here? Yes. At Sunggu's question, Woojin's gaze headed towards Woo Sung-hoon. Did you contact him? Yes, I contacted him. After a moment, a large figure pushed past the reporters. Yo, brother Kong. Baekhyun is here? A smiling Baekjungdo was approaching with his secretary Young Shansung in tow. Baekjungdo looked very casual as he put an Odin in his mouth. What's President Baek doing here? Baekjungdo grinned at Sunggu's question. What am I doing here? We are one team now. One team. Ooh ha ha. The president must have called him here. It seemed he had taken a real liking to Baekjungdo, since he allowed Baekjungdo to join the expedition. We were short on a tanker. Sunggu had a confused expression on his face when he heard Woojin's words. What about me? Woojin smirked as he drank the Odin soup. You have to train separately. Ook. He was going to be dead soon. Sunggu looked as if he was about to cry. Woojin's gaze headed towards Haesol. We have someone who can kite, and she can double as a communication apparatus. He laughed as he looked at Blanca. We also have backup tanker, who can heal and cast buffs. Woojin opened his mouth when his eyes met Melody's eyes. We also have a healer, who can sustain others' life. When Woojin's words ended, there was a twinkle in Sunggu's eyes. You don't have a damage dealer, Hyung Nim. As expected, I've already brought in someone else. You'll be trained separately. Who Wook? He couldn't escape this. He was already scared. Woojin ate the rest of the Odin on the skewer, and he looked at Sung-hoon. How much do I have to give you? It is $100. One is worth $20? Yes. Sung-hoon grumbled as he gave the money to the lady. Then they headed towards the entrance of the Seoul Station's first exit. When they left, the reporters crowded around the food cart. Click, click. They were absorbed in taking pictures of the bamboo skewers left behind after Woojin ate his Odin, and they also took pictures of the food cart. One didn't need to see the article to guess the title of the articles they would upload. Woojin discreetly asked Sung-hoon as he watched ruckus he left behind. Are we on Korean land right now? Yes. Try buying up everything here. Sung-hoon grinned. As expected. President thought $20 was too excessive for a single Odin. I'll immediately buy up the nearby land, and I'll hit them up with taxes. Daak. Woojin smacked the back of Sung-hoon's head. Do you think I am you? I just want you to purchase the land near here. I don't know what I'll bring through the dungeon. I need more space. Yes. Sung-hoon rubbed the back of his head as he attended the group to the dungeon's entrance. Please be safe on your trip, President. As a senior executive of the KH Guild, Youngshan-sung looked at Baek Jung-do with worry. Baek Jung-do let out his unique laugh as he slapped Youngshan-sung's shoulder. Ha ha ha. You are worrying too much. I'm going with Lil Bro Kong. He is Earth's strongest. That is why I'm worried, President. The party entered the dungeon as they received a highly worried gaze from Youngshan-sung. After seeing them off, Woo Sung-hoon thrust his hand forward. As if to ask the meaning of this gesture, Youngshan-sung met Woo Sung-hoon's gaze. What is the meaning of this? President Baek ate one Odin. That'll be $20. You are supposed to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That doesn't mean I can't be thorough with my calculations. Woo Sung-hoon had 8 years of experience as a salesman before he turned his life around. Woo Sung-hoon's calculation was sharp like a knife. Youngshan-sung opened his wallet. There was a veil around the Seoul Station's first exit. The dungeon in question was a topic of many conversations. After Kong Woojin cleared it, endless supply of artifacts had come out. It was also the site where he murdered a man and the body was illegally disposed of inside the dungeon. It was a dungeon that was a subject to a lot of wild rumors. Of course, only a few select people knew its real identity. It was Kong Woojin's dimensional domain. The only one who had no idea about this fact was Blanca. President? The portal is. When Woojin entered the dungeon was instructed not to regenerate the monsters. Blanca became puzzled when the red portal, which was connected to the dimensional domain, appeared immediately in front of them. Moreover, the president wasn't courteous enough to resolve Blanca's confusion. Shoo shook. When Woojin passed through the portal, the rest of the party entered the portal one by one. When Blanca passed through the portal, he found himself in a building with a high ceiling. It was a large hall that one might see at a palace, and there was a throne in front of his eyes. Moreover, there were 3 red portals next to the seat. Blanca was looking around when his gaze landed on Woojin, who was sitting on the throne. I want to welcome you all to the dimensional domain of Allendale. The group members felt a peculiar flutter at Woojin's laugh. There had been a new breed of monster that appeared in the world. These monsters were able to command other monsters, and a nickname was given to them. Monster Lords. This was what everyone was calling the Dimensional Lords. Every roused in Allendale knew Woojin possessed a dungeon and he was a Dimensional Lord. Of course, everyone except Blanca. That can't be. Ha ha. It seems my foreign friend and I were the only people in the dark here. Even Baek Jung-do didn't know Woojin's true nature. He knew Woojin could use a dungeon, but he never expected Woojin to be a dimensional lord. I'll give you 1 hour to tour the palace. You can go sightsee. Ha ha. Is this place really a dimensional domain, Lil Bro Kong? If you have any questions, ask BB about it. Woojin had work to do on his throne. BB used short steps to run towards the party, and she looked at them. Ha. Please follow me. I'll give you a tour. When everyone followed BB out of the castle, Jaemin came forward. He had been hiding in the darkness. You are a man. Why do you get so shy all the time? Ha ha. I have no idea. It still felt strange to Jaemin. He was a vampire instead of a human. He was having a hard time overcoming that dissonance, so what would other people think? He was a bit short on courage to be able to stand confidently in front of others. Chat. What about the stuff I wanted you to learn? I learned it all. Woojin had bought several dozen skill with his points. There were a lot of skill only the vampire class could learn. It is a totally different matter as to whether you can use those skills properly. I'm practicing right now. Reality is harsh. You won't have much time to practice. I'm trying. I find you're trying to be lacking. I'm trying. A vein popped out on Woojin's forehead. You want me to hit you? I'm sorry. We'll depart for planet Jakku in an hour. What? Jaemin was surprised. I arranged for you to have the best teammates possible. You should roll with them. He'll immediately be put into a live battle. Jaemin had an expression full of worry, so Woojin spoke bluntly to him. Do you want to whine again as you stay on the sideline? He had to be strong. If he wanted to protect his family and the one he loves. The party is set up in a manner where you won't die. His Hyungnim was so considerate to arrange everything for him like this. He'll be in a party consisting of rank aroused, so he'll just be carried around. As if Woojin had read his thought, Woojin couldn't help but smirk. If you do well. If you don't do well, your party will be wiped out. Even if you die, I can revive you. However, if the others die, it is the end of the road for them. Ah, why is he putting such a heavy burden on him? Jaemin's chin shook as the weight of the burden was overwhelming. He was the damage dealer, so if he was unreliable, in the end, his party might be wiped out. He had no idea what was waiting for him on planet Jakku. Let us make the protection wall before we go. Yes, Hyung. The domain's protection period was about to come to an end. He needed time to do his dimensional battle. This was why he had given his party 1 hour to do as they liked. Jaemin sat in the chair, and Woojin immediately started to search for an opponent. The identity of the opponent didn't matter. He made a half-hearted effort at finding an opponent before he selected a match for Jaemin. Jaemin could win or lose. Either result was great either for Woojin. Instead of watching the dimensional battle, he looked over the status of his domain. 3 portals had formed beside the throne. Several hundred temples had existed in various parts of Alphen. Each of them had been turned into a dungeon. Several of them had existed within his old territory of Alendal. This was why his undead army had endless battle with the beings from Tronet. He had purchased the dungeon on Alphen using a single-dimensional fragment. He planned on sweeping the planet Jakku before he made his return. It would great if he reached level 90, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't reach it. He didn't care about the Yellow Lizard Coalition or any other organizations. This was a declaration of war on all the dimensional lords. If they touched Earth, it didn't matter if they were a dimensional lord or a coalition. He'll clearly show them the cost associated with the move. The party gathered around the portal that would lead to the niche's pillar. Are you all ready? Yes. We are ready. Woojin looked at the group gathered in front of him. Sungu and Janies would be doing their own thing, so they were excluded from the party. There was the Tamer Haesol, Buffer Blanca, Body Reinforcement Roused Beck Jungdo, Healer Melody, and the Blossoming Vampire Dujamin. If they get used to working each other, this was a team able to take down most dimensional lords. Of course, this hinged on Dujamin's rapid development. Woojin asked for everyone's attention. Let him suck on anything that looks decent. Dujamin looked as if he was about to cry. He had to drink the blood of a monster in front of others. You don't want to become stronger? It isn't like that. Dujamin was a vampire. He hadn't increased his stats through the normal reinforcement stones. Dead warriors and magicians. One had to drink the blood of the defeated enemies for one to be able to absorb their power. This was how vampires increased their stats. If one considered the number of enemies he would kill and drink here. This was the reason why Woojin expected rapid growth from Jaemin, and it was one of the core reasons why he created this party. All right. When you guys pass through the dungeon, you all are on your own. Contact me if you run into something unusual. Yes. Woojin had put Sungu and Janies together, so he had a method of contacting them. As the domain strategist, Woojin was able to contact Dujamin even if he was in a different dimension. All right. Let's go. Woojin activated the portal heading towards Nisha's dungeon, and he passed through the portal. It was his first time visiting the planet Jakku. Zing. When he passed through the portal, there was an enormous pillar, and it was surrounded by a wide barrier that looked like a fountain. It seemed the barrier was formed when the challenger entered a fixed territory. It was structured a bit differently from Earth's subway stations, but it was used the same way. The barrier faded when Woojin appeared. It seemed this was the result of completing his synchronization. If we are on Earth, wouldn't we be treated like monsters? This was exactly the same as the dungeon breaks on Earth, except they were the invaders now. Was it because it had been a while? Woojin's heart beat faster and he felt a weird sense of thrill. I'll kill them all. It felt as if Earth's Kong Woojin had returned to being the immortal. He went across the boundary of the dungeon. Kururuk. Guruk, Guruk, Guruk. Woojin was greeted by various species that let out strange sounds. Amongst them, a green lizard man approached as he slithered on his snake-like body. It wore a black crown on its head. It looked ridiculous, but the atmosphere around it couldn't be ignored. The party was nervous, but Woojin walked forward to meet this being. I welcome you, warrior. Who are you? My name is Nigel. I'm a dimensional lord serving Nichen Nim, who is the leader of the Black Hat Coalition. Were you waiting for me? Yes. I heard about your exploits in eradicating the yellow lizards. Chun Nim is waiting for you. He will give you a very high seat. Pot. Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon, and it was in the shape of an axe. Hong. Kwajik. Lizard Man Nigel's head flew into the air, then it rolled onto the floor. Even as his head was separated from its body, its eyes rolled to look at Woojin. What is the meaning of this? What's this? It is a start to a party. The corner of Woojin's mouth lifted, and he was grinning. Afterwards, the undead army started to be summoned behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Planet Jakku. Chapter 149, Planet Jakku. Nigel's body turned gray as it disappeared. Several dimensional lords had followed Nigel with their monster subordinates. Keek keek keek. In a flash, there were only laughters of the skeletons left on the battlefield. The party gulped in bewilderment when they saw a slaughter happen in a blink of an eye. Woojin approached them as he spoke. We'll separate into 3 groups as planned. If something happens, contact me. Yes, Hyung Nim. Understood. Sungu wouldn't be a problem. He would be moving separately from Woojin, but Sungu's goal was to train instead of hunt. Moreover, Woojin wouldn't be too far from him. He turned his head to look at Jaemin. I'll see you in 4 days. Work hard until then. Yes, Hyung. Jaemin had a determined expression on his face. He was overwhelmed by the burden placed on him, but in the end, he had to succeed. Jaemin was victorious in his dimensional battle, and he had earned a protection period of 4 days. Woojin used that time as a deadline as to when the party would meet up. I'll see you later. Where should I start my hunt? Woojin pointed at Nisha's pillar. You can go raid dungeons. When you clear a dungeon, it'll break the link. Woojin planned on breaking all the links to the dungeons possessed by dimensional lords on planet Jakku. While doing this, his main goal was to gain EXP. This looks endless. Baekjundo smacked his lips as he looked at the vast grasslands. When one passed through a portal, one couldn't bring any modern technology. He didn't have a navigation system or a map. They had to fight enemies in a place where the placement of the stars were different, and the length of a day differed from Earth. No, the problem was the fact that they had to find where the enemies were located at. Haesol clasped a small bird to herself. This guy will show us the way. Ho-oh! Haesol's ability was taming. Moreover, she had focused on developing her telepathic ability. She was someone who had no trouble talking telepathically to 5 people at the same time. It was an ability that went well with her base ability of taming, where she was able to communicate in some form with her animals. These were synergistic abilities. Haesol could feel to a degree what the small bird had seen and felt in this world. It wouldn't be too hard for her to discern the locations of the other dungeons. Stay strong, President. We'll see you in 4 days. All right. Don't you all die on me. When the party left, the only ones left was Sungu and the undead army. We should go too. What? I'm going to go with you? If I find a dungeon, I'll clear it. You can train outside. Ah. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin spoke an order towards the undead army. Find the life energies. As the king commands. At the command of the Death Knights, the skeletons marched forward. Aside from finding and killing the monsters populating the planet, he had to find the monsters inside the dungeons too. Find me a dungeon, Gaby. Coo. You've changed. On Alphen, he had been passive as he protected only his land. Now the immortal was actively moving to find his enemies. Stop talking nonsense, and find me one. I'll do as master wishes. Coo cook. Gaby exited from Woojin's shadow, and it started to search the surrounding. Woojin summoned and mounted Xing Sing. Sungu was about to jump on when Woojin blocked him. What are you doing? What? Aren't you going to give me a ride? Every breathing moment you have will be a training opportunity. What? You should try to survive to the best of your ability. I'm not going to interfere with anything he does. Woojin urged Xing to move as he left behind a confused Sungu. There was a city being built not too far away. Woojin headed towards the city with his undead army. After being left by himself, a black smoke coalesced as a lich appeared. Who is the insolent bastard who requested to be taught by me? Its flickering red eyes was filled with madness. Sungu had a sullen expression on his face. It already knew the answer, so why is it asking him the question? It is I. Goo ha ha. Shall I test if you are qualified? Fire burst out from the lich's staff. Kwang, Kwang. Sungu quickly moved to dodge the attack as consecutive explosions went off. Look. You are crazy. He attacked without reason. Moreover, it was a level of magic where a human body wouldn't survive a direct hit. If this wasn't some trick, it was really trying to kill him. Goo ha. Are you giving me a compliment? The lich pushed his head through the smoke created by the explosions as it spoke. Sungu had an appalled expression on his face. Afterwards, Sungu didn't have much time to gather his thoughts. Warururuk, Kwang. Janies didn't give Sungu the time to think. For a brief moment, Woojin was lost in old memories as he heard the sounds of explosions coming from the rear. Hew hew. He had survived, and he had become stronger. Sungu would do the same. Anyways, isn't this a colony, Adot? Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the city that was still in construction. There was an artificial colony built at the center of the city. With the colony at its center, the city was within a fixed radius where the dimensional lord's power could reach. This was like setting up a dimensional domain on a planet. As the words implied, this was a colony city. One could use the dimensional store to buy buildings or dispatch additional troops after being purchased. One could also populate the city with domain residents. One could see a castle built atop a hill. The entire city looked as if the boulders and steels had harmonized with each other. It looked like a mechanical fortress. As the skeletons advanced, large boulders came flying from the castle. Kwang, Kwang. Boulders weren't the only thing that was sent their way. A cannonball with spikes exploded when it embedded itself on the ground. Fragments were sent flying everywhere. The attack was strong enough to take down skeletons with a single blow. Countless siege weapons were being sent their way, and if Woojin reacted slowly, the loss would be heavy. Dulcie. Wee-ing. As if the summoned Dulcie knew what Woojin wanted, it gathered the fallen boulders and steel shrapnels to form its enormous body. Goo-oh-ha. Open up a path. At Woojin's order, the enormous golem started running. Kung, kung. Each step shook the ground as the sound of the impact rang out. At its charge, the boulders being sent from the castle started to aim for Dulcie. Their aim was quite accurate. Kwang. The boulder crushed Dulcie's head before it embedded itself into the ground. However, Dulcie was still charging forward. Goo 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 gooing. The boulder embedded in the ground started shaking as if a force was pulling on it. It was pulled and integrated into Dulcie's body. The broken head was replaced. Moreover, its arms got longer and its chest got thicker. A bigger titan of destruction charged forward. Goo-oh-oh. A large chunk of magical energy exited Woojin every time Dulcie increased its body size. However, he didn't care. He could drink potions, and he could recover his magical energy by using soul extraction. Kwang. In a flash, Dulcie's large body impacted against the castle wall. The castle wall fell, and a gap was formed. Dulcie absorbed the metal and rock from the fallen wall, and Dulcie grew even more. Then it started to go on a rampage. Charge and sweep them away. Charge. Ku-ha-ha. Increase your speed. The Death Knights summoned their phantom steeds, and they charged forward. Bibi was summoned, and she slowly flew above Woojin's head. How about we make our own colony city here? Why would I want to do that? Mum. It'll be good to have one here. Woojin smirked. I bet you want to decorate another castle. Ha. Bibi let out a sly laugh as if Woojin had hit the mark. There wasn't a place untouched by Bibi in regards to the dimensional domain of Allendale. The points given to her as allowance had been used to decorate the castle. Isn't the castle at Allendale big enough? Pie. It is too small. How big of a castle did she want? Woojin pointed at the enormous castle in front of him. This castle. Yes. It is more fun to destroy it than to decorate it. Chi. At Woojin's words, Bibi turned her back on him. She played coy as she looked at the castle. Ha. I guess you are right on that point. Go level up. Yes. Ha. The illusion which turned into smoke as she disappeared. In the end, the necromancer immortal's strong power was directly related to his army. Since he had a lot of familiars under him, he had to manage their levels. War was the best stage for them, and there were a lot of opponents for them to fight on planet Jakku. Even as his familiars leveled up, a portion of their EXP was sent to Woojin. He didn't even have to lift a finger, and his EXP would rise. However, it was a much smaller amount of EXP compared to what he could earn if he moved himself. Shall I start moving? Woojin was mounted on Xing Xing as it ran forward. An announcement popped up when he approached the castle wall. Woojin let out a dumbfounded laugh when he read the message. The city looked like it was from a mechanical civilization, and the city looked somewhat familiar. This was Leah's colony. She was the Dimensional Lord, who had requested a duel with him, and he had gained much benefit from defeating her. At the same time, he realized why a Dimensional Lord's death was a terrible thing. She'll be robbed blind, while she is dead. There was the pitfall to the 12 days of protection period. It only exempted one from the dimensional battle and duel. However, it didn't stop the adventurers or challengers from trying to clear the dungeon or the colony. The Dimensional Lord couldn't respond to the attack, and it was a fatal flaw. If one didn't have a wonderful warrior like Kiba designated as captain of defense, one will have no choice but to be robbed. Moreover, if one cleared the dungeon, it meant the link to this planet would be severed. It basically amounted to one losing a single dimensional fragment. This was also true for the colony, since it was a gate set up at a location other than a dungeon. So that means I can destroy this? There was a smile draped all over Woojin's face. How great would it be if he could destroy the dungeons? If he could destroy all the Dugians on Earth, he'll be able to sever all the links possessed by the Dimensional Lords. Woojin took out his warrior's weapon as he charged. Kuwa-ak. Block them. Dirty undead bastards. Hostile residents of Leah's domain were defending the castle. They were all humans. Ting. Numerous humans were dispatched in various buildings. They shot guns that were primitive and crude compared to the ones on Earth. Bullets were shot at Woojin, but the spirit armor prevented the bullets from reaching their target. These weren't humans from Earth. Woojin had no reason to hesitate in killing them. Swak! Woojin's bone spear shot forward, and the bone spears pierced through the humans. Monster! Maybe he should change the definition of what a monster is. Maybe he should define it as invaders. Woojin could feel the enmity of his enemies. He had already killed a lot of them, and he could see their souls cry out. It had been a while since he had been in the midst of a living hell. Woojin's body shuddered. In the past, he had wished fervently to be able to escape places like this. However, the perfume of the living hell reached him. He couldn't explain why he felt so excited. He couldn't deny this fact. Hoo! I can't help it. Maybe he was conditioned to be like this, or maybe it was his instinct making him act like this. There was no way to know. Maybe he really was the monster. Destroy them all. Magical energy extended out from Woojin's body, and it latched onto the bodies scattered around the city. Kwa hung. The corpses exploded all at the same time, and a portion of the city collapsed. Keek. The skeletons buried within the fallen buildings pushed their way out of the rubble, and they headed towards the intact portions of the city. Sook. Hoo! Woojin took a deep breath, and the souls that were saturating the surrounding was absorbed into him. The magical energy that had bottomed out surged upwards. The defeating festival of blood was the beginning to razing planet Jakku to the ground. There was a barren mountain not too far away from Leah's combat fortress. The sorceress Raksha of the Radic tribe was assimilated into the surrounding. Her blue-colored eyes were mournful as she looked at the fierce battlefield. No, it was more apt to call it a slaughter field. She was observing what was happening, so she could remember it vividly. Her gaze was on a knight wearing black armor. He was busy swinging a weapon that was curved like a crescent moon. She couldn't feel the energy of life from him. His courage and savagery couldn't be compared to before. Relik. The great warrior of the Radic race had become the tool of the enemy. The sorceress Raksha of the Radic tribe took in the battlefield at a glance. A predator that eats other predators. Maybe her god's prophecy might really be coming true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.